Chapter 941 The Hero of Yin. Sister Yu is in his body. The sky is clear again. The morning sun rises slowly from the eastern sky, like a burning flame, dispelling the cold and darkness. The border of Yin finally ushered in a new light. On the top of Linqiu City, Baishan and others stood there covered in blood, looking into the distance. The city was full of corpses. The corpses of the demons outside the city were piled on the ground, extending from the city gate to the distant Lucheng. Without the control of the demonic energy, the corpses began to stink. The blood dyed the earth red. Although Yin persisted to the end of this war, it also paid a heavy price. Other practitioners in Jiuzhou continent also suffered heavy losses, and the demon clan was almost wiped out. The mantis stalks the cicada, and the oriole is behind. The three major immortal sects and the practitioners of Jiuzhou continent, as well as the demon clan, probably never dreamed that they would become victims of the demon clan, a sacred tree of heaven and earth, which aroused the greed and madness of all species. But in the end, it seemed that no one benefited. Dean Bai, Fei Yang and the others. The Taoist Yunshan beside him was worried, although the magic tree was destroyed. There may still be demons. I wonder how Fei Yang and the others are doing now. Bai Yishan looked far away, but still did not see the figure. He was seriously injured now, and could not go out to check. Not only him, but all the practitioners here were all wounded and exhausted. Some even had only one leg or one arm left. If it were not for the last moment, the demon masters retreated. The magic tree was destroyed, and the demons fell down. I am afraid none of them would have survived. Let's recover our strength and treat our wounds first. If they haven't come back by the evening, we'll go look for them. There may still be demons in those cities, so we can go there. After Bai Yishan finished speaking, he looked at the two people behind him and said, General Yuqi, Yuying, when the soldiers have rested, immediately clean up the bodies inside and outside the city and cremate them all. Remember, don't touch their bodies directly with your hands, and don't take anything from them. Yuqi Ling and Yuying both agreed. Everyone sat down directly on the city wall and began to treat their wounds and rest. The magic tree was destroyed. The huge black tree canopy in the sky also disappeared. So those people of Dian who were hiding not far away also rushed to Linqiu City and began to help clean up the bodies and repair houses and city walls. Although the magic tree was gone, the demons might still be there. If Linqiu City was not safe, even if they hid inland, they would not be able to survive. The bodies and blood in the city were quickly cleaned up. The bodies outside the city were piled together and burned with kerosene. The sun rose to the sky. Soon, it began to fall toward the west. Before they knew it, it was already evening. Linghu Qingju stood up from the eaves of a house, walked up the city wall, and looked at the road in the distance outside the city. Bai Yishan opened his eyes, looked at her, and stood up. He was seriously injured. Even after a day of rest, he was still a little shaky when he stood up. Others also stood up and looked at the road outside the city. Luo Ling said, Dean Bai, let's go. You stay here to prevent the demons from suddenly attacking the city. Bai Yishan didn't say anything. He looked at the direction of Lucheng in the distance. His body trembled suddenly, and he said happily, It seems to be them. As soon as he said this, everyone looked over. Not long after, three figures gradually became clear on the horizon illuminated by the setting sun. Only 3 people? Someone frowned. The others were all depressed and didn't speak. In fact, compared to the sacrifices here, it would be great if 3 people could come back. Zhuang Jian suddenly said, It seems that Fei Yang is holding someone in his arms. Swish. Suddenly, a green figure swept down the city wall and flew away. Bai Yishan looked at this figure, and suddenly a look of doubt appeared on his face. He said, Brother Zhuang, how did Linghu Peak Master cultivate? Now he has broken through to the realm of Grandmaster, and he is practicing both body and soul. It seems that his soul has also broken through to the realm of divine transformation. As soon as these words came out, Zhuang Jian, who was standing aside, was shocked and looked at him in astonishment and said, Grandmaster? Divine transformation? No, impossible? Bai Yishan looked at him strangely. You don't know? Luo Ling, who was standing aside, also looked at him and said, as the ancestor of Lingshao sect, you don't even know the cultivation level of the peak masters in the sect? If it weren't for Qingju, those demon birds would have attacked long ago. Zhuang Jian was speechless. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Zixia, who was still sitting on the ground, and asked, Zixia, is this true? Did Qingju really break through to the realm of Grandmaster and transformation of spirit? Fairy Zixia opened her eyes, and said a little aggrievedly, I just found out. Zhuang Jian's face was dull. Fairy Zixia said faintly, she just broke through to Grandmaster 2 days ago. At that time, her soul was still in the spiritual division realm. As soon as these words came out, not only Zhuang Jian's face was stiff, but also the others around him were stunned. How could it be so fast? Luo Shan said with envy and complex expression, I remember that 2 months ago. She was only at the early stage of Grandmaster and her soul was only at the early stage of spiritual division realm. As soon as these words came out, everyone became even more silent. 2 months. Grandmaster early stage to Grandmaster. Spiritual division realm early stage to transformation of spirit. You know, there are not many Grandmasters and transformation of spirit cultivators in the whole of Diyin. You know, they practice hard, just to break through a realm, which might take several years, or even get stuck there for a lifetime. And this Linghu Peak Master actually. Senior Zhuang, how did Linghu Peak Master break through? Can you tell me a little bit? Yes. Senior Zhuang, this is really too outrageous. How can he practice so fast? Even the peerless genius of the 3 major immortal sects can't be so fast. Right? I remember that Linghu Peak Master is only in his early 20s. Right? If he entered the 3 major immortal sects, he would definitely be fought over by those elders and peak masters. And he would probably be at least a direct disciple. Other practitioners couldn't help asking and discussing. Zhuang Jian had a dull expression on his face. He was confused at this time. So how could he answer? You asked Zixia. I don't know either. He suddenly felt sad. He was the supreme ancestor of Lingxiao sect. He was only in the middle stage of the Grandmaster. And he only cultivated his physical body. Master Zixia, please tell us quickly. We are really curious. By the way, Master Zixia, what is your current cultivation level? I heard that you and Master Linghu are sisters. Master Linghu is so powerful. Your current cultivation level must be very powerful. Right? Is it the middle stage of the Grandmaster? Zixia, why don't you speak? Isn't it the late stage of the Grandmaster? Could it be that Senior Zixia has broken through to the Gi realm? No. Senior Zixia. What he cultivated was the physical body. Could he be a martial king already? Fairy Zixia closed her eyes, and was in a bad mood. She didn't want to pay attention to them at first. But when she saw that they were getting more and more outrageous, she couldn't help but open her eyes, and said angrily, What nonsense! I am only a late master. I am not even a Grand Master. How can I be a martial king? Then her heart ached again, and tears almost fell. How do I know how Qingju cultivated? If you want to know, go ask her, she said, turned around immediately, sat facing the wall behind her, closed her eyes, and her towering chest rose and fell with anger, which was spectacular. Don't ask. Senior Zixia seems to be crying. Someone whispered. I didn't. Fairy Zixia immediately turned her head and refuted, and then faced the wall again, forcing herself to calm down. But the tears that she didn't want to lose still fell. What with Fei Yang? I don't want to be your master anymore, I also want to advance. She cried silently in her heart. Look! They are back. At this time, someone suddenly shouted while looking at the road outside the city. The others immediately lay down on the city wall and looked at the road outside the city. 4 figures walked from the road. Luo Qingzhou was holding a young girl in his arms. It's Miss Yuyao, someone exclaimed in a low voice. Bai Yishan frowned slightly. His expression solemn. Open the city gate quickly. Someone shouted to the people below. Bai Yishan and others turned around and walked down the steps, and personally walked out of the city gate to greet them. It can be said that their lives, as well as the entire Lingqiu city, and even the entire Dian, were saved by them. Fei Yang. Zhuang Jian was the first to greet him. He wanted to hold his hand, but he saw that his hands were bloody, and his face suddenly changed. Fairy Zixia also ran over, and when she saw his terrifying hands, her eyes suddenly turned red, and she choked up and said, Fei Yang. Others saw this scene, and their expressions were complicated. Luo Qingzhou said calmly, We are fine. Then he said, The demon army suffered heavy losses, and only a few thousand people were still alive. They were trapped in Mo City at the time. We got rid of the magic tree and saved them. So they returned the cities on the border and left. They also promised that they would not invade the border of Diyin again in the future. When these words came out, everyone was stunned at first. And then, they were extremely excited. Really? The demons are gone? They even returned the city? Baishan couldn't help showing his excitement. Good? Good. Great. The lost territory of my great yin has finally been recovered. If the late emperor is still alive, he will surely cry with joy. Then, he looked at the young man in front of him with a complicated expression and said, Fei Yang, you have worked hard. If it weren't for you this time, my great yin would have been in a catastrophe. You have saved the day for my great yin twice, and helped it to collapse. You are the hero of my great yin. The hero of all the people of my great yin. Fei Yang. Well done. Amitabha. Chu Shiyo's contribution to my great yin is comparable to my Buddha. The other practitioners of great yin all praised sincerely. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head in return and said, You are too polite. The successful removal of the demon tree this time was not the work of me alone, but the result of everyone's joint efforts. If you hadn't defended the city to the death and attracted the demon army and demon masters, I would not have succeeded. So the credit this time should be attributed to everyone here. Then he bowed his hands and said, I have something else to do, so I'll go back first. Ma Qing and Lu Cheng both need people to clean up the bodies of the demons, and they also need people to guard them. Baishan nodded and said, Fei Yang, go back and rest and recuperate. We will take care of these things. Luo Qingzhou said nothing more, holding the flower bone in his arms, and said goodbye. He quickly returned to the previous mansion. After entering the room, he carefully placed the flower bone on the bed. Then, after closing the door and window, he immediately whispered impatiently, Sister Yu, where are you? Come out quickly. When he was in Ma Qing before, Sister Yu only said 2 sentences in his mind. Why are you crying? It's time to go back. In your body. Sister Yu didn't speak again along the way. He knew that Sister Yu must be very weak, so he didn't dare to ask more questions on the way. Now that he's back, of course he has to ask clearly. Sister Yu? No one responded inside his body. Luo Qingzhou's heart sank, and he immediately went to a corner and sat down, closing his eyes, ready to look inside his body. Chapter 942 Can you kiss me? However, he did not find it. And no matter how he called, Sister Yu did not respond. Maybe Sister Yu is too weak and has fallen asleep. He thought so in his heart. No matter what, as long as Sister Yu is still there, there is hope. He looked at Hua Gu on the bed. Without Sister Yu's soul, will Hua Gu's body have problems? Thinking of this, he immediately got up, walked to the bed, and checked carefully. Hua Gu's face was normal. Nothing unusual. He reached out and touched Hua Gu's delicate skin again. It was a little cold, but it was normal. At this moment, he suddenly felt a warm breath coming from Hua Gu's body. It came from the abdomen. He was stunned for a moment, and immediately reached out to touch it. Sure enough, there was a warmth coming from Hua Gu's flat belly. It seemed that there was a weak flame burning inside. He could clearly feel that the heat was constantly spreading from Hua Gu's abdomen and slowly flowing to all parts of his body. He suddenly realized it was an elixir. Sister Yu should have refined some kind of elixir that could temporarily preserve Hua Gu's body. If this was true, then Sister Yu had thought about leaving her body to help him from the beginning, and even thought about sacrificing for him. Thinking of this, his heart became more and more uncomfortable and heavy. Outside the window, the sun was setting. The night fell quietly, and Lingqiu City fell into darkness again. However, this night was particularly beautiful. The night sky was bright, with clouds floating and stars twinkling. At the same time, a bright moon quietly climbed up the branches and sprinkled bright moonlight. Tonight, Lingqiu City was long lost in tranquility. The tired people fell asleep early. Luo Qingzhou didn't think about it anymore, and began to practice the exercises to refine the last wave of pure vitality gathered in his body. This vitality was provided by the magic tree, and it was purer than the vitality he had absorbed from the demon before. Powerful air currents flowed rapidly in his body. The wounds on his hands and the wounds on his chest began to heal and scar at a speed visible to the naked eye. The body of a late-stage grandmaster had been tempered to be very strong. Therefore, the ability to repair flesh wounds was also extremely amazing. Moreover, there was the assistance of the spiritual liquid and the pure vitality in his body. The pain began to ease, and then disappeared quickly. Until the early hours of the morning, he finally refined all the vitality gathered in his body. At the same time, he also tempered the meridians, acupoints, and internal organs in his body countless times. He couldn't wait to take out the body judgment stone to check his data. Late stage grandmaster, progress 80. Early stage of transformation, progress 60. The vitality provided by the magic tree was indeed extraordinary. After he had just broken through and promoted, his progress reached 80 again. You know, every time you break through a level, the more energy and time you need to temper your body, the slower the progress will be. Unexpectedly, in less than a day, he went from 0 to 80 again. He only needs 20 points to advance again. Starting from the Grandmaster and the Spiritualization realm, the small realms of each realm are divided into the initial, middle, late, and peak stages. Only when he reaches the peak can he continue to break through to the next big realm. In other words, only after he breaks through to the peak of the Grandmaster realm can he prepare to break through to the realm of the Martial King. He once thought that the realm of the Martial King was out of reach, and he didn't even dare to think about it. But now, it is within reach. The Martial King has broken through. So how far will the Martial God be? As long as he breaks through to the Martial God realm, and has the ability to change the world and change fate, he can completely cure the second lady's illness. And Sister Yu. He will never let Sister Yu sacrifice herself because of his weakness. At that time, Sister Yu couldn't resist. Thinking of Sister Yu, his eyes turned to the flower bones on the bed again. At this time, the communication disc on his body suddenly vibrated. He was moved and took it out immediately. It turned out to be sent by the Queen. Are you okay? By the way, there is also His Majesty and Dian. At that time, no one dared to bully His Majesty and Dian anymore. He wants to fight for more spiritual minds and benefits for Dian's practitioners and people. At this time, the Queen's message came again. I heard that you were injured. And I also heard that Miss Yu Yao was in trouble. Luo Qingzhou paused for a while and replied, I'm fine. She's fine too. Queen, is she really fine? Luo Qingzhou, yes. Queen, that's good. Fei Yang, thank you. Dean Bai and Yu Ying told me that it was you who saved Lingqiu City and Dian, and also took back Imo City and other cities. Luo Qingzhou, it should be. Your Majesty. Are you okay? Queen, very good. Fei Yang, when you come back, in addition to rewarding you, I will also give you a surprise. Luo Qingzhou, don't forget to reward others. This time, in addition to the four of us, the practitioners and soldiers of Lingqiu City, and even some people, have made great contributions. Without them, we would not have succeeded. The Queen, I know. I have asked Yu Ying to record the list. Everyone in Lingqiu City will be rewarded, including your Miss Yu Yao. Luo Qingzhou did not reply. The Queen, then you have a good rest. I will not disturb you. If you need anything, just tell Yu Ying. General Yuqi and his men will handle the next matter at the border. You should recuperate there for a few days, and come back when you are well. I miss you very much. Luo Qingzhou, yes. He was about to put away the communication disc, and suddenly thought of Longer again. When he came back during the day, he did not see Longer and Zhu Yan and the others, nor did he see other spirit beasts. This time when the demon army attacked the city, the spirit beasts of Dian must have been the first to bear the brunt. Thinking of this, his heart sank, and he immediately sent a message to Longer again. But after waiting for a long time, the other party did not reply. He became more and more uneasy, and immediately sent a message to Zhu Yan again. However, the other party did not reply either. He immediately put away the communication disc, opened the door, and walked out. At this time, the door opposite also happened to open. Linghu Qingzhou seemed to have just taken a bath and changed into a clean green dress. There were still water stains on the hair at the temples. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly asked, Uncle, have you seen Longer? And Zhu Yan and other spirit beasts? Linghu Qingzhou said softly, Longer should be fine. Zhu Yan was seriously injured. When you came back, they all left the city and went to the mountains in the south to heal their wounds. This place has been covered by the magic tree for a long time. There is no essence of heaven and earth, which is not suitable for spirit beasts to heal their wounds. Luo Qingzhou heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. So that's it. Linghu Qingzhou looked at him tenderly, then glanced at his hands, and couldn't help but reach out and gently lifted his hands up, whispering, Are you okay? Her eyes and tone seemed full of heartache. Luo Qingzhou held her hand and said, It's okay. It's just a flesh wound. It will heal in a few days. Uncle, are you okay? Linghu Qingzhou shook his head slightly, seemed to hesitate for a moment, then lowered his head and slowly approached him. Then, he gently leaned into his arms. Luo Qingzhou's heart softened. He stretched out his arms, hugged her gently, and whispered, Master, are they all okay? Ling Hu Qingju's cheek was pressed against his chest, and he whispered, "It's okay." But what? Your master, she also wants to advance. Just now she hugged me in her dream. Calling your name. Asking you. Uncle. Luo Qingzhou immediately interrupted her, and changed the subject. We will rest for a few more days, and then go back. After returning, I will practice in seclusion. I plan to participate in the Jiuzhou conference in a year, and win several spiritual mines for Diyin. Also, I will let Piamu Xianzong take the initiative to tear up the unfair treaty. Ling Hu Qingju looked at him gently and said, I believe you can do it. The two whispered for a while, and Luo Qingzhou was ready to leave. Ling Hu Qingju looked at the room behind him and said, Miss Yu Yao, is she okay? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, It's okay. Her soul is injured, and I have to guard the flesh inside for the time being. Ling Hu Qingju did not speak again. Uncle Master, I'll go back first. You should go back and rest too. Luo Qingzhou gently helped her gather her hair and whispered. Ling Hu Qingju lowered his head slightly and whispered. Yeah. Luo Qingzhou turned around and prepared to leave. Ling Hu Qingju suddenly grabbed his hand again. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled and turned his head to look at her. Ling Hu Qingju lowered her head slightly, and two light blushes appeared on her fair cheeks. Luo Qingzhou paused, leaned over, kissed her cheek lightly, and then kissed her cold lips again. Ling Hu Qingju trembled slightly, then stretched out her arms and hugged him tightly. After a long time, Luo Qingzhou let her go and whispered, Uncle Master, it's time to go back and rest. Ling Hu Qingju panted lightly. Her body was soft, and her eyes looked at him infatuatedly. Luo Qingzhou did not stay any longer, opened the door and walked in. It was not until the door was closed for a long time that Ling Hu Qingju came back to his senses from his trance. He stood for a while, and then turned back to his room. After Luo Qingzhou returned to the room, he went to bed and prepared to rest. He had not slept for many days. Hua Gu lay inside, as if she had fallen asleep sweetly. He turned sideways and stared at her blankly, and a unique sweet smell came to his nose. He couldn't help but think of the expressions on Sister Yu's face, and the words she said when her soul was in her body. He remembered the scenes of Sister Yu burning her soul to protect him, and then dismembering her own soul, integrating it into his body, and helping him break through. Sister Yu, he whispered softly, and hugged her tightly. Outside the window, the night was quiet. At the same time, a few dozen miles away in the night sky, a spaceship was flying slowly in the sea of clouds, and the direction it was heading was exactly the direction of Imo City. Be careful. Although the magic tree has been destroyed, the demons should still be there. Let's go check the situation first. I don't know if Lingqiu City has been occupied by the demons. Don't get close to it later. Several figures stood on the deck, looking far into the distance through the sea of clouds and the night. At this time, in the four cities of Imo City and Lu City, the bodies of the demons and the blood on the ground had been cleaned up by the soldiers of Dian. The dilapidated city gates have also been repaired, but the city walls, houses, and streets are still full of cracks, crooked, and desolate. Chapter 943 Sister's Greatness. The third rabbit in the storage ring. In the early morning, the sun was shining brightly. Lingqiu City, which had been suppressed for a long time, finally began to become noisy and lively again. Many vendors and civilians came back one after another. The military and civilians worked together to repair the dilapidated houses and city walls. People's faces showed long-lost smiles. Yuji Ling and Yu Ying patrolled with injuries, shuttling through the streets and alleys and on the city walls, looking at the lively scene in front of him. The old general with white hair and beard couldn't help but sigh. At that time, Your Majesty suddenly decided to get married, and married the young Master Chu, whose background was unknown, without any achievements and reputation. I was very confused. Most of the generals in the army at that time couldn't understand it, and they talked about it privately. Now it seems that Your Majesty's vision is indeed incomparable to us vulgar people. Young Master Chu saved the day for our great Yin twice, and resolved the crisis, regardless of his own life, and was extremely brave, not to mention his unparalleled ability. Even this kind of selfless and noble character for the country and the people is not comparable to us. Shame. Shame. At the beginning, we still disdained him, and thought that Your Majesty was just impulsive. Yu Ying listened silently at the side, and wherever he looked, he saw busy people. After he finished speaking, she said calmly, His achievements are more than the 2 points that General Yuchi mentioned. Oh! Yuji Ling was stunned when he heard this. and immediately asked humbly, "Please tell me, Lord Yuying." Yuying was silent for a while, did not answer, and said, "The general will know in the future." Seeing this, Yuji Ling did not ask any more questions. He looked up at the sky, clasped his hands and said, "I will leave for marching." Yuying nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work, General." After Yuji Ling left with his men, she returned to a house in the city. In the room, Aya had woken up and was sitting on the bed eating. When she saw her come in, she hurriedly said crisply, "Sister, my leg." Yuying comforted softly, "It's okay. Just rest for a while." Then he suddenly asked, "Who helped you apply the ointment on the wound?" "The effect is very good." Aya lifted the quilt, looked at her bandaged leg, and said with a complicated expression, It was him? Did he touch your leg?" Yuying narrowed her eyes. Aya was stunned for a moment, and quickly said, "No, not the young master. It's a sister of the demon clan. I heard others call her the Silver Snake King." When these words came out, Yuying was stunned. Silver Snake King? Demon King? A surprised expression appeared on Yuying's face. Aya nodded and said, "Yes. It's the Demon King. It was the young master who asked them to help me and Ren Xiaobei heal." Yuying was slightly stunned and said, "Do they just listen to him?" Aya smiled and said, "Yes. The young master is very powerful. The masters of the demon clan respect the young master very much. The young master is their benefactor. Even the powerful third prince, who came last." When he saw the young master, speaking of this, she suddenly stopped, because she swore at that time that she would not tell anyone what happened there. Yuying looked at her and said, "Aya, tell me everything that happened in Maching without missing a word." Aya immediately lowered her head and said weakly, "Sister, Aya swore not to tell others what happened there." Yuying said, "Am I someone else?" Aya still shook her head, "Sister, Aya dare not. Those monsters are so scary, and what happened there is related to the reputation and safety of the young master." Yuying's eyes flashed, and she said coldly, "Then you should tell me. I must report everything that happened there to His Majesty. If you don't tell me now, then when you go back, His Majesty will ask you. Do you dare not tell it?" Aya immediately made a bitter face. "Sister." Yuying pondered for a moment, took out the communication disc, edited a message, sent it, and said, "I sent him a message. If he agrees, there should be no problem." "Right?" Aya immediately said, "If the young master agrees, Aya dares to say it." Yuying didn't say anything else, looking at the communication disc in her hand. After a moment, the message came back, "It's okay. Just ask Aya. Don't tell anyone else except His Majesty and Dean Bai." Yuying handed the communication disc to Aya and said, "He agreed?" Aya breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "It seems that the master treats me as his own. He trusts me so much." Yuying's face suddenly showed an unnatural expression, and she said coldly, "Hurry up and tell me." Aya immediately started talking from the beginning when she entered the city. The expression on her face kept changing from nervousness to excitement and fear. After the young master rescued Ren Xiaobei and me into the light shield, he directly told the 3 demon kings to help Ren Xiaobei and me heal our wounds. Those demon masters were about to get angry, but the young master directly told them to rescue them later, and they were immediately stunned. That Sister Yuya was so brave and so kind to the young master. After her soul left her body, she burned her own soul to protect the young master, which gave the young master the opportunity to destroy the magic tree. I heard from the demon king that Sister Yuyao even shattered her own soul in the end to provide strength for the young master and help him advance. The demon king said that burning and shattering one's own soul were very painful, and even they couldn't bear it. Sister Yuyao is really great and brave. Sister, does Sister Yuyao like the young master very much? Yuying listened with a complicated expression, and the communication disc in her hand kept sending messages. She paused and said, "Continue." Aya continued to talk. The young master finally got rid of the demon tree, and the demons began to help him fight the demons. Finally, a red dragon came. Those demons were respectful to him and called him the third prince. The dragon actually called the young master benefactor and was very grateful to him. Then he promised the young master that he would never invade our great yen again, and took the initiative to return Maching and other cities to our great yen. Yuying listened quietly and sent all the messages out. At the same time, in the study room of Yahua Palace in the Kyoto Imperial Palace, the great yen queen, dressed in a fiery red dress, was sitting at the table, looking at the communication disc in her hand with a complicated expression. After a while, she raised her head, looked out the window, and murmured, "Senior sister, what should I do if you do this? Accept you? But, with your pride, are you willing to be a concubine? Of course you don't want to. But, sorry, no one can shake my position." Including your sister, she stroked her belly, with a hint of complacency in her eyes. "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not liking him at the beginning who told you to divorce him." At noon, Luo Qingzhou woke up from his sleep, lay on the bed for a while, then sat up and looked at the girl next to him. He was stunned, reached out and touched her face, and then touched her abdomen. Everything was normal. There was still heat flowing in Huagu's body, as if it was maintaining the vitality of this body. "Sister Yu," he couldn't help but shout again. But still no one responded. However, Erbao's cries seemed to come from the storage ring. He looked into the storage ring and was shocked. There was more than Erbao in the storage ring. Dabeo, who was taken away by Sister Yu, came back at some point. What surprised him even more was that at this time, Dabeo and Erbao, as well as the little fire fox and the little flying snake, actually went from the spirit beast space to the spirit medicine space. These little things are now chasing each other excitedly in the medicine garden. The mysterious little tree suddenly grew nearly 2 meters taller, and the golden fruit on the branch has also grown a lot, looking like an apple, with a golden skin and more mysterious runes on it. Those runes are shining with golden light, as if they are slowly swimming. At the same time, a flower bud has also grown on a branch higher up. The whole little tree looks full of vitality, and it seems to have an indescribable temperament and charm than before. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and quickly took Dabeo and Erbao out, holding one in each hand, and asked about the situation. "Tell me quickly, how did you get to the medicine garden space? Did Sister Yu help you get there?" Dabeo and Erbao drooped their heads and limbs, closed their eyes, and pretended to be dead, and ignored him. "Will you tell me or not? If not, I'll start." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and his eyes looked at the storage ring again. The little fire fox was squatting under the mysterious tree, looking up at a branch above, squeaking, with a flattering expression on his face. Luo Qingzhou's eyes immediately looked at the highest branch of the tree. In the dense leaves, there was a snow-white figure hiding there, looming. He immediately blew a breeze and blew away the leaves. Another little white rabbit with snow-white fur suddenly appeared. The little white rabbit squatted behind the leaves, and when it saw the leaves drifting away, it immediately opened its eyes wide and looked at him, staring into his empty eyes. Luo Qingzhou suddenly froze, dazed for a moment, and immediately looked at his arms again. "Dabeo? Erbao? Why is there suddenly another sandbow?" The 3 little white rabbits looked almost identical. If you looked closely, there were some differences between Dabeo and Erbao, but the other little white rabbit was exactly the same as Dabeo, without any difference. So, he couldn't tell which one was Dabeo. When he was in a daze, he suddenly felt a shock in his heart, thinking of the little white rabbit he had abused at the ancient ruins. That was Sister Yu. No, that was not Sister Yu. How could he treat Sister Yu like that? That was definitely not Sister Yu. But now, the 3rd little white rabbit in his storage ring might very well be. "Dabeo, come here. Let the master see your awe." Just as he was about to spread Dabeo's legs, Dabeo suddenly bit his finger fiercely, and then Dabeo flew into the storage ring with a whoosh. Then, Erbao also twisted his body and escaped into the storage ring. Luo Qingzhou's heart suddenly became excited, and when he was about to continue to enter the storage ring to check, Zhuang Jian's angry voice suddenly came from outside. "Zixia, Xinju, Feiyang, let's go to Maching quickly. Those despicable and shameless things from Piamu Xinzong are back. They not only injured our generals who were guarding the city, but also killed dozens of our soldiers. General Yuqi was also captured by them." As soon as these words came out, the faces of several people in the room changed. Luo Qingzhou immediately put away the storage ring and left the room. Fairy Zixia, Lenghu Qingzhu, and master and disciple Luo Shang all hurried out from the rooms opposite and next door. Zhuang Jian came in from the door, with his fists clenched and an angry face. Chapter 944 Humiliation and Violent Killing. The sun was setting. Several people hurried out of the mansion, and came to the city wall of the east gate. All the practitioners of dying came after hearing the news. Baishan and the city lord Zhang Yan were standing at the city gate, frowning and angry. A young soldier who had just returned from Mo City was angrily talking about what happened there. "We were determined not to retreat. and one of their elders took action, and killed more than a dozen of our companions at once. General Liang drew his sword in anger, and was also killed. We were all very angry, and wanted to rush up and fight them. The disciples of Piamu Xianzong immediately used flying swords to kill people. Hundreds of our brothers were beheaded. General Yuchi shouted angrily that everyone should stop, and was kicked in the stomach by the elder, who first killed people, and then was arrested. The young soldier spoke angrily, and at the end, he cried. When we ran out of the city, they were tying up General Yuchi and hanging him on the city wall. When Zhuang Jian heard this, he gritted his teeth and cursed, "How unreasonable! It's too much." Yunshan Taoist, Ma Chenzi and others were all trembling with anger. Dean Bai, let's fight those beasts. Yes, fight them. Even if we die, we, the people of Great Yin, will never let them humiliate us like this. General Yuchi is so old, and he is also a veteran of the 3 dynasties of Great Yin. He was humiliated like this. We will never let it go. Other practitioners and soldiers around were all indignant and asked to fight. Bai Yishan's face was also full of anger. Yu Ying, wearing silver armor, stood beside him, holding the hilt of the sword at his waist. With a cold face, Dean Bai, let's go and save General Yuchi. General Yuchi is so old. If we go too late, I'm afraid they will. A general in armor couldn't help but say angrily. Bai Yishan looked in the direction of Ma Qing, and was silent for a while before taking out the flying sword and decided, Bai will go with the practitioners of the 5 major sects to check the situation first. The others will stay in Lingqiu City for the time being and guard it. Lingqiu City is the last pass to the inland of our Great Yin, and it cannot be lost. As soon as these words came out, the other practitioners and soldiers were very disappointed. But thinking of the importance of Lingqiu City and the weak guards, they didn't dare to say anything else. Let's go! Bai Yishan boarded the flying sword, his clothes fluttering. Zhuang Jian, Luo Ling and others followed. Some young practitioners such as Luo Qingzhou also boarded the flying sword immediately. Yu Ying suddenly said, Dean Bai, I'll wait outside the city. If there is an emergency, notify us immediately, and we will bring the army over. Bai Yishan looked at her and nodded. Shua! The flying sword carried everyone up into the sky, and flew quickly towards Ma Qing. When they were in the sky, Bai Yishan said in a deep voice, We have just finished a decisive battle with the demons, and most of the practitioners and soldiers are still injured. If this matter is not handled well, the Lingqiu City that we have defended with great difficulty may also be in danger. Everyone fell silent after hearing this. Luo Ling looked at him and said, Does Dean Bai mean that we should continue to compromise? Bai Yishan looked into the distance and did not answer. Zhuang Jian also calmed down and said with a gloomy face, The group of despicable villains from Piamu Xianzong. Are they trying to provoke us on purpose and then take the opportunity to occupy all the cities on our border? Master Ning Yuan on the side clasped his hands together and said, Amitabha. If that is the case, no matter how we deal with it, they will always find a reason. Ma Chenzi said angrily, It is better to fight them to the death and let them know that we in Yin are not at the mercy of others. Luo Shang sighed and said, All of us are injured and our cultivation is probably not recovered. Even if we want to fight, I am afraid it will not have any effect and we will only die in vain. Others also spoke up to express their opinions. Bai Yishan looked at the young man behind him and said in a gentle voice, Fei Yang, what do you think? Luo Qingzhou did not answer immediately, but asked, Does Dean Bai know how many people from Piamu Xianzong have come? Bai Yishan thought for a while and said, According to the news, the other party has at least 300 people, including more than a dozen elders and hundreds of disciples. Obviously, they came for the 3 cities. Luo Qingzhou said, Have Ganji Anjian and Yayang Tower come? Bai Yishan shook his head and said, They should not come. They probably have to save face for this kind of thing. After all, when the demon army attacked before, they went with the people from Jiutian Yaotai and Pumlai Fairy Island. Now we have won and recaptured the city, as the top figures of Piamu Xianzong. How can they have the face to come again? Zhuang Jian on the side snorted coldly and said, If they want to face, they will not send people back. What a bullshit, one of the 3 major immortal sects. What a bullshit immortal sect. It is worse than the demon clan and the demon sect. Others couldn't help but curse. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, Junior thinks that we really can't be impulsive. We are not their opponents at all. There is no need to fight hard. At least buy some time to heal the wounds on our bodies. He knew that what he said could represent the queen to a certain extent. So, he had to speak. And he had to be cautious. After listening, Baishan nodded slightly and said nothing. The speed of the flying sword was very fast. In a moment, several people had arrived above Machin. Who? When the flying sword was carrying several people down, several disciples of Piamu Xianzong in blue robes flew up from the roof, their faces full of murderous intent. Baishan said loudly, I am Baishan. I wonder who is in charge of Piamu Xianzong here. The word seemed to carry internal force and instantly spread throughout the city. At this time, a faint voice suddenly came from the square in the middle. Dean Bai. You brought people here? Are you here to apologize? Baishan's eyes condensed, and he drove the flying sword down to the square. When the flying sword landed above the square, everyone in Dian immediately saw a scene that made them furious. The white-haired General Yuchi was tied up with his hands and hung there. His body was bloody and covered with whip marks, and he was still shouting and cursing. Thousands of soldiers in Dian were also trapped in the light shield of the formation not far away and could not get out. In front of Yuchi Ling, an old man in a gray robe and a tall and thin figure was looking at the people on the flying sword with indifference. He was none other than Su Chongjin, the seventh elder of Piamu Xianzong. When Piamu Xianzong signed a contract with Dian and obtained the 3 major border cities, Piamu Xianzong was ready to send him to manage this place. Next to him stood a burly young man holding a long whip, with a cold expression on his face. When Bai Yishan drove the flying sword down, the burly young man swung the long whip in his hand more vigorously, whipping Yuchi Ling who was hanging there, and said viciously, Keep scolding? The flying sword landed on the ground. Bai Yishan's figure flashed and swept over. With a wave of his cultivation robe, a strong wind blew towards the burly young man holding the long whip. Su Chongjin's figure flashed, and he blocked the strong wind with his own body protecting strong wind, and then said with a gloomy face, Dean Bai, are you going to fight with my Piamu Xianzong? As he said, the strong wind whistled around, and dozens of figures rushed over. They were all in the realm of returning to oneness. Bai Yishan, this Mo city is no longer your Dian's territory. If you want to cause trouble here relying on your high cultivation level, don't blame us for being ruthless. A thin old man said coldly with his robes fluttering. A dozen other old men were also surrounded by strong winds, with cold and murderous looks on their faces. Bai Yishan clenched his fists in his wide robes, looked at the old man in front of him and said, Elder Su, can you put General Yuchi down first? Su Chongjin had an indifferent expression on his face. If he stops scolding, I will naturally put him down. He is just a great martial artist, and we don't want to dirty our hands. Yuchi Ling was still shouting and cursing. Shameless people. When the demon army attacked, you ran faster than anyone else. When we, Dian, defeated the demons, you shamelessly came to rob the city. What kind of shitty immortal sect are you? You are just a bunch of shameless beasts. Snap! 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 As soon as the words fell, the whip in the hand of the burly young man whipped him hard on his body and face, and immediately pulled off a large piece of flesh from his body and face. Blood and flesh. Yuchi Ling was covered in blood, but he still kept cursing. Su Chongjin's eyes flashed fiercely, as if he was murderous. Junior, come and persuade them. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded from behind Bai Yishan. Everyone looked over. Luo Qingzhou walked out from behind Bai Yishan, looked at the old man in front of him calmly and said, Senior, let me try. Su Chongjin looked at him. His pupil shrank, and before he could answer, Luo Qingzhou suddenly flashed and passed by him, then flew into the air, cut off the body hanging on Yuchi Ling, hugged him and fell to the ground, and said, General Yuchi, His Majesty asked me to take you back. I hope you don't say anything for the time being. Yuchi Ling's face was covered with blood, and he looked extremely ferocious. He was about to speak again. Luo Qingzhou whispered, General, wait a minute. You can scold me later. Yuchi Ling was stunned for a moment, and looked at him. At this time, the burly young man holding the long whip suddenly snorted coldly and said, Who do you think you are? Elder Su hasn't replied yet, and you dare to let him go? Are you looking for death? After saying that, he raised the long whip in his hand and lashed at him fiercely. Snap! Luo Qingzhou reached out and grabbed it. Looking at him, the burly young man suddenly pulled hard, but he didn't pull it back. He was angry and said, Let go! Luo Qingzhou paused and let go. The burly young man's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he suddenly raised the long whip in his hand and whipped him fiercely, gritting his teeth and saying, If you dare to catch me again, none of you will leave here. The long whip passed by with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. obviously carrying all the strength and murderous aura of the young man. Snap! Luo Qingzhou grabbed it again. The burly young man gritted his teeth and said, "You are looking for death." Before he finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou suddenly disappeared from the spot. Then, he appeared in front of him in an instant, and his fist, which had been full of power, hit him directly in the chest with a bang. Bang! There was a loud bang. Before the burly young man had time to resist, he suddenly flew out like a kick ball. His chest collapsed instantly, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. His eyeballs suddenly bulged out, as if they were about to burst out of their sockets. At the same time, dozens of kilometers away, a huge red dragon led a large army of demons and came roaring. Chapter 945, violently killing the elders of Yi realm, leaving no one alive in Piaomu Zone. Bang! The burly young man fell heavily to the ground. This sudden change shocked everyone present, including the people of Dayin. No one expected that in this situation where Piaomu Zone had an absolute advantage, and even controlled the life and death of him, this young man would dare to attack violently. Yu Qiliang, who was standing aside, also opened his mouth with a stunned expression on his face. The other people in Dayin were even more frightened. The people of Piaomu Zone around them were stunned for a moment, and then they were shocked and angry, and immediately surrounded them with murderous intent. "Boy! How dare you? Little thing! Are you tired of living?" In addition to a dozen elders, there were hundreds of disciples of Piaomu Zone and those sect practitioners under Piaomu Zone. They immediately surrounded all the people of Dayin who had just fallen from the flying sword. Su Chongjin's eye muscles twitched, and he said gloomily, "Good. Very good. It seems that all of you want to stay here today." As he spoke, his aura was vigorous, and the wind was whistling around him. A shadow appeared behind him. His aura suddenly became extremely powerful. Luo Qingzhou looked at him calmly and said, "You did this on purpose. Don't you just want to force us to take action? I have now done what you wished. You should be very happy. Right?" Su Chongjin's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he said in a cold tone, "Kill them. Don't leave any alive." Bang! The elders and disciples of Piaomu Zone all took out their weapons. Murderous! Baishan and others flashed and stood with Luo Qingzhou. Yu Qiliang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Sneered, "You bunch of despicable villains. Don't you want to know the whereabouts of the demon clan's holy tree of heaven and earth?" As soon as these words came out, Su Chongjin, who was about to take action, suddenly had his pupils shrink, and slightly restrained his momentum, saying in a sinister voice, "If you tell me, I can spare your lives." Yu Qiliang laughed out loud, "Spare us lives? We finally found a reason to catch all the practitioners of our great Yin sect in one fell swoop. And you will waste this opportunity? What you said in the Piaomu Immortal sect is worse than fart. Let me tell you, I do know the whereabouts of the soul of the holy tree of heaven and earth. But I won't tell you. I won't tell you even if I die." Ha ha ha. Su Chongjin looked at him indifferently and said, "Do it." At this moment, his face suddenly changed, and he turned his head to look at the sky outside the city. A terrifying breath suddenly attacked from a distance. "What is that?" At this time, the other elders seemed to have noticed something, and they all looked at the sky outside the city. Baishan's expression also moved, and he looked over. Suddenly, a huge and ferocious red dragon head appeared from the distant clouds. Then, a huge red dragon body was revealed. The dragon arrived in an instant, flew out of the clouds and flew here. Behind him, a dark mass of ferocious monsters followed closely, with demonic energy rising to the sky, covering the sky and the sun. Monster clan. Is that a real dragon? The faces of everyone in the Piaomu Immortal sect changed drastically. Su Chongjin hurriedly said, "Hurry up." When everyone was about to evacuate quickly, there was a sizzle sound all around, and a large lightning net lit up, just in time to trap all the members gathered here. At the same time, some young disciples suddenly found that they were dizzy and black. Even some of the elders suddenly felt dizzy. Someone poisoned. The thin elder suddenly staggered, and shouted in shock and anger. Su Chongjin suddenly turned his head and looked at the people of Dayan. Everyone in Dayan was confused, because they seemed to be poisoned. Some young disciples of the 5 major sects softened and fell to the ground. Zhuang Jian immediately cursed, "Despicable and shameless things. You actually poisoned?" Su Chongjin opened his mouth, and his face suddenly changed. "There are spies from the demon clan. It was the poison from the demon clan. They want to catch all of us human practitioners in one fell swoop." As soon as these words came out, Everyone in Piaomu and everyone in Dian all changed their faces. Puff. At this moment, someone suddenly couldn't help laughing. Zhuang Jian turned his head and asked in confusion, Zixia, what are you laughing at? You are not poisoned? Fairy Zixia immediately put away her smile and covered her head and said, I am poisoned. I feel dizzy, damn it. I don't know which little bad guy poisoned me. Little bad guy? Zhuang Jian's mouth twitched. At this time, the red dragon had brought the demon army and came over in a mighty manner. Su Cha-jin hurriedly drew out his sword and chopped at the lightning net with force. Z. The lightning net suddenly disappeared again. And when it reappeared, it actually surrounded all the practitioners of the yin. Su Cha-jin chopped the air with his sword. Seeing this scene, he was immediately happy and hurriedly shouted, Go! The faces of the practitioners of the yin were extremely ugly. When the people of Piaomu gathered together and were about to rush out, a majestic and cold voice suddenly came from the air. Go? Where to go? Then, a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped, forming a barrier that enveloped all the people of Piaomu. The red dragon had already arrived in the sky above Mo City, and its entire body was comparable to the size of the entire Mo City, almost covering the entire sky above. At this moment, the humans on the ground suddenly felt as small as ants. The people of Piaomu all turned pale and began to tremble. Actually, at this time, a voice suddenly sounded among the people of Dian. Actually, if you had spoken nicely before and didn't do these disgusting things, we would still abide by the contract and give these 3 cities to you temporarily. We in Dian actually have a strong spirit of contract. The eyes of the people of Piaomu all looked behind Baishan. The people of Dian also looked at him in amazement. Luo Qingzhou looked calm and said, Unfortunately, you are too greedy. You want more than just these 3 cities. You want the lifeblood of our great yin. So this is your end. When the people of Piaomu were in doubt, the terrifying red dragon in the sky suddenly said loudly, Benefactor, how do you want them to die? Do you want them to die easily or in pain? A huge divine sheep suddenly appeared and said, Friend Chu, how about swallowing them in one bite? At this time, another huge demon king with armor appeared and grinned. I think that such despicable villains should be skinned and pulled out one by one, and their bodies should be exposed in the wilderness for wild dogs to gnaw and maggots to crawl and bite. In the sky, other members of the demon clan were all clamoring and expressing their opinions. The noisy and loud voice suddenly became like thunder, deafening. At this moment, the people of Piaomu and the Yin realized that this terrible dragon and these demon army were all invited by this young man. Su Cha-jin immediately said angrily, You the Yin actually colluded with the demon clan. You betrayed humans. Betrayed? Kill them. And don't leave any. Luo Qingzhou suddenly said lightly. The dragon roared down suddenly, and the 3 demon kings also rushed down, and the other members of the demon clan surrounded the entire Mo City, and no one could leave. Ah! Screams suddenly rang out among the crowd of Piaomu. They were so frightened that they dared not resist, and just ran for their lives. Su Cha-jin and the dozen elders in the Gi realm hurriedly gathered together and rushed in the same direction. The giant dragon and the 3 demon kings stopped them directly. The giant dragon swallowed them one by one, and the 3 demon kings also killed them. The hundreds of disciples of Piaomu were stalked by those powerful demon lords and killed one by one. Luo Qingzhou walked out of the lightning net and walked in front of the burly young man. The burly young man had a sunken chest, but he was not dead. He still held his long whip in his hand and quietly crawled towards the city gate. Luo Qingzhou stepped on his neck. The burly young man was shocked and turned his head with difficulty to look at him, begging for mercy with a trembling voice full of fear. Please spare me, I finally. Crack! Before he finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou suddenly exerted force and crushed his neck with one foot. Then he stepped on his back with another foot, directly crushing his heart. Zizi! A purple lightning flashed, directly killing his soul. Baishan and others stood in the lightning net, looking at his figure with complicated expressions. Luo Qingzhou suddenly flew into the sky and rushed towards an old man in the early stage of Gi. The old man was determined to escape, with a look of fear on his face. Bang! Luo Qingzhou's fist was full of power, and he punched him on the back with one punch. The red lightning flashed, directly smashing his strong wind and protective light shield. Bang! Boom! Boom! He hit him several times in a row, and directly knocked him to the ground. Then, a shadow of a demon bull appeared behind Luo Qingzhou, and its body lit up with 4-color lightning, like a meteorite. It fell to the ground with a roar. Boom! With a loud bang. The old man in the Gyi realm had just jumped up from the ground. But his head was smashed directly, and he fell down again. For thick lightning bolts wrapped around him, instantly breaking the treasure shield that lit up again on his body and drilling into his body. His whole body suddenly became burnt. And then smoke came out, shrinking rapidly, and turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. And his soul was also destroyed in the four-color lightning. The elder of the good Gyi realm was killed by Fei Yang. Fei Yang's aura seems to have broken through to the late Grandmaster. This strength is more than the late Grandmaster. In the lightning net, everyone in the Yin looked at this scene with astonishment and disbelief. After Luo Qingzhou killed the old man, he did not stop at all. His figure flashed, and he rushed to the other disciples of Piao Xinzong, smashing their heads and souls one by one. No matter men or women, old or young, whether genius disciples or unknown disciples, their bodies and souls were destroyed and turned into ashes under his fist and lightning. Boom! 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 He killed more and more people, faster and faster, and his moves were deadly and merciless. Everyone in the Yen looked at this scene with complicated expressions, and there was no sound. Su Chongjin, who had the highest cultivation, was missing an arm. Just as he was about to escape from the city wall, he was suddenly pierced through the body by a shot from the Silver Snake King and fixed on the city wall. Luo Qingzhou's figure flashed and flew over. The wooden stick in his hand flashed with thunder and lightning, and smashed down with a whoosh, smashing his head directly. So far, more than a dozen elders and hundreds of disciples of Piao Xinzong have all died here tragically, without any escape. Chapter 946. Sister, you on my body. Longley turns into a dragon. The massacre is over. A strong smell of blood floats in the air of the entire Mo city. There are corpses on the ground and on the houses. Luo Qingzhou put away the lightning net that marked his people. Then he flew into the air and bowed to thank him. The red dragon turned into a handsome man in red armor, smiling and said, "It's just a little help, benefactor. You don't have to be polite. It just so happens that we didn't go far." The godly sheep king on the side said, "Friend Chu, Piao Xinzong has so many people killed at once. I guess they won't let it go. We will spread the word later that it was our demon clan who killed them. However, it is estimated that the other party will still send people here to investigate. So you have to be careful." Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "Thank you for your reminder, Senior. We will be careful." The two sides chatted for a while. The third prince left with the demon army, saying, "If you have any other errands, please let me know. If Xiaolong has time, he will come here in person." Luo Qingzhou thanked him again. Soon, the demon army flew up to the sky and flew away quickly. Luo Qingzhou stood in the air for a while before landing. People gathered around and asked curiously, "Fei Yang, where did that dragon come from? Is it a real dragon? Why is it so respectful to you?" "Fei Yang, did you call the demon army here specifically? They actually listened to you so much? Is it because you got rid of the magic tree and saved them?" TSK. They invaded our border and occupied our city. But I didn't expect them to retreat now. And they came to help me kill the people of Piao Xinzong. Luo Qingzhou answered perfunctorily. He didn't say anything about saving the third prince in the palace. After all, it was related to the little emperor before. No matter what the situation, he could not reveal that he had killed the emperor, whether for his family or for his majesty. He could not admit it. Bai Yishan said, "If there is anything, let's go back and talk about it. Don't move the corpse here. Everyone leave immediately. Piao Xinzong should send someone to check it out soon. And we must not give anyone a chance to talk about it." As soon as these words came out, everyone woke up immediately. "Yes. Leave here quickly. If someone from Piao Xinzong sees us, we will have no excuse." Everyone immediately prepared to leave. Bai Yishan looked up and glanced at everyone, and said solemnly, "Also, you must swear an oath for what happened today, and don't tell anyone about it after you go back. The demon army came to help them kill people. Of course, it couldn't be spread. Otherwise, the cultivators of the entire Jiuzhou continent would probably make trouble for them." De Yin. Everyone knew the seriousness of the matter, and immediately raised their hands to swear. Yu Ling also wiped the blood off his face, walked up to the soldiers, and said in a deep voice, "Did everyone hear what Dean Bai said? If what happened today gets out, De Yin will become the target of public criticism. From today on, you will train in the border military camp. You cannot leave the border, and you cannot contact anyone outside. until the people from Piao Miao Xian Zone leave. Yes, General. All the soldiers responded in unison. Fortunately, not many people came this time, so it was easier to block the news. Everyone quickly left the city gate and left the city. After dark, Gong Yanyan and others on the spaceship hundreds of miles away got the news. The demon army suddenly came back, and Elder Su and his men had no time to escape, and were all slaughtered. There are still many corpses of the great Yin people in the city according to the mountain people in the distance. A huge dragon covering the sky and the sun flew in the sky at that time. And there were dense demon army. Gong Yanyan and his men all changed their faces after hearing this. And they were all shocked and angry. 16 elders, more than 100 elite disciples, and the remaining practitioners were all elite disciples of their sects. But they were all wiped out, and no one escaped. Damn demons! My Piamia Shinzone will fight to the death with them. The other elders were all very angry. But they were also glad that they didn't go there. A giant dragon that blocks out the sky? Is it a real dragon? Ye Yanglu looked solemn and said, if it is a real dragon, even if we go there, we will be courting death. Then he asked, have the demons settled in Mo City? The disciple who came back to report the news said with lingering fear on his face, I don't know. I heard about it from others. I really don't dare to go there. Gong Yanyan said with a gloomy face, I didn't expect the demons to return with reinforcements. It seems that the spirit of the sacred tree of heaven and earth may still be there. At this time, another old man said, brother, do we still want to go? Gong Yanyan frowned when he heard this, glanced at him and said, what are you going for? Are you looking for death? Do you think the loss of my Piamio immortal sect is not enough? Yu Yanglu also said in a deep voice, I can't go anymore. Let's go back to the sect first and make a long-term plan. By the way, Great Elder, we need to send 2 more people to Linqiu City to inquire about the situation. Gong Jianjian pondered for a moment, nodded, and said solemnly, we must not suffer any more losses. 1 year later, it will be the Jiuzhou conference. It is said that there will be several spiritual mines and some rare cultivation resources this time. We must preserve our strength and strive to win 2 more spiritual mines at the conference. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to make up for the loss this time. The others nodded heavily when they heard it. Linqiu City. The night fell, and a silver moon rose in the night sky. After Luo Qingzhou came back, he returned to the mansion and took a bath first. Then, he returned to the room. Of course, he did not return to his own room. The room was decorated with a simple formation, which Sister Yu had taught him. Hua Gu lay on the bed, looking normal. Luo Qingzhou reached out and touched her abdomen, and there was still a warm current flowing slowly. Sister Yu. He tried to call again, but still no one responded. He sat on the bed and looked at the medicine garden space in the storage ring. Debao and Erbao were chasing around the mysterious little tree. The little fire fox squinted his eyes and slept beside it. The little flying snake hid under a spiritual herb, blending into the green spiritual herb. It was difficult to find it without careful observation. Luo Qingzhou's eyes carefully searched the mysterious little tree. But strangely, the third little white rabbit suddenly disappeared. Not only on the small tree, but also in other places around. There was no trace of the third little white rabbit. He was sure that he was not mistaken. There was indeed another little white rabbit hidden on the branches high up in the small tree. He carefully searched many other places, but still couldn't find it. Strange. He was secretly puzzled. How could a living little white rabbit disappear out of thin air? Sister Yu. He suddenly shouted into the storage ring again, but still no response. Just as he was puzzled, the communication disc on his body suddenly vibrated. He took it out and took a look, and his heart was shocked. It turned out to be from Sister Yu. Don't look for me. I want to rest. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly said, Sister Yu, where are you? At least tell me how you are now. Right? The other party did not reply again. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while, and could only sigh and put away the communication disc. Sister Yu was still able to send messages, indicating that her life was not in danger. However, Sister Yu's soul should be seriously injured, so she needs to rest well. Since the other party did not want him to know, there was no need for him to force it. Anyway, as long as he knew that Sister Yu was with him, it would be okay. Thinking of this, he did not think about it anymore. After sitting for a while, Fong calmed down his emotions. Then he took out the spiritual liquid and dripped 2 drops on his palm. The wounds on his hands and chest had scarred, and there was no pain. It should be healed in a few days. He should seize the time and continue to practice. There is no wall that is impenetrable in the world. He and the demon clan slaughtered so many people from the Pyamyu immortal sect in Maching. And the news might get out one day. At that time, he and the entire Dayin would have to accept the other party's anger. And 1 year later, the Pyamyu immortal sect will come to Dayin to ask for the yuanshi and treasures written in the contract. If Dayin can't take them out, the other party will definitely not give up. Therefore, he must break through to the martial king realm as soon as possible. At the same level, the strength of body cultivation is stronger than that of soul cultivation. And the further you go, the greater the difference. He is only at the late stage of Grandmaster cultivation now. But he can clearly feel that even if he is facing a cultivator at the early stage of Gi, he still has a chance of winning. When he cultivates to the martial king level, he should be able to kill any cultivator at the same level of martial king and Gi. Even if he faces a master at the thunder tribulation level, he should have the strength to fight. According to the book, the early stage of martial king can fight against the full level of Gi. The middle stage of martial king can fight against a master with 3 thunder tribulations. The late stage of martial king can fight against a master with 5 thunder tribulations. And the peak stage of martial king can fight against a master with 9 thunder tribulations. What's more, he still has the lightning on the root of the thunder spirit. When the colors of those lightning are gathered, I believe his strength will be even more terrifying. As for soul cultivators, unless they reach the Yang God level, even masters with 9 thunder tribulations will be afraid of powerful lightning. Therefore, when he reaches the late stage of martial king, unless the opponent is a master of Yangshan realm, otherwise, even if it is a master of 9 thunder tribulations, he will not be afraid. There should be no masters of Yangshan realm in Pyamiao Xianzong. Right? 9 thunder tribulations are already the limit. Therefore, as long as he successfully advances to the martial king realm, even if more people from the Pyamyu immortal sect come at that time, he dares to make them come without return. And he is already very close to the martial king realm. Therefore, he must continue to work hard and must not slack off. Shua. The energy in his body began to surge rapidly. He closed his eyes and began to concentrate on practicing. A night passed quietly. During the day, he still practiced in the room. Fairy Zixia came to call him for dinner, but he did not go out. 2 days later, Long Air finally came back. Zhu Yin was also safe and sound. But unfortunately, because he did not find his princess, he was a little depressed. Baishan also brought people to inform them that they could return to Kyoto. At the same time, the queen also sent a message, urging him to go back. The queen kept sending him messages. Are you not coming back yet? I can't wait to reward you and give you a surprise by the way. I didn't lie to you. It's a real surprise. At the same time, the princess also sent him a message. His Majesty said, when you come back, I will reward you with me and Shui. Are you happy? Anyway, Shui is very happy. Your Weiamo asked me to tell you that she misses you. Chan, Xiao Dai, Xiao, including your mother-in-law. They all miss you. Oh, and Miss Qin. This morning, Luo Qinzhou and the people from the 5 major sects boarded the flying sword. Hua Gu was put back in Long Air's Dragon Palace. Luo Qinzhou checked his current data on the way. Grandmaster late stage, progress 90. Early stage of spiritualization, progress 70. After the flying sword carried them out of the border city, Long Air suddenly turned into a silver flying dragon, swam beside the flying sword, and said crisply, young master, ride Long Air. Long Air will carry you. After the battle in Lingqiu City, Long Air was reborn again. His whole body turned silver white, and he grew dragon horns and claws, as well as hard dragon scales. He no longer looked like a snake before, and looked noble and majestic. Young master, come on up. Long Air flies very fast. Riding Long Air, you will be able to reach Kyoto soon. She shook her head and wagged her tail again. On the flying sword. Everyone else was laughing. Baishan said with a smile, Fei Yang, you go. We still have to send Master Ma and the others back to Huashan, so it may be a little late. Zhuang Jian also said with a smile, go quickly. We may have to visit Huashan for a few days. You go back to see His Majesty first. Luo Qizhou then bowed and said goodbye. Riding on Longer awkwardly, Fairy Zixia hurriedly said weakly on the spaceship, Fei Yang, your master also wants to ride your dragon. Long immediately said, Humph. Don't even think about it. Only my son can ride me. As she said, she saw her dragon tail swing. and she instantly sank into the sea of clouds and disappeared. As fast as lightning. Boom! In the sea of clouds. There was a faint sound of wind and thunder. True dragon bloodline? Seeing this, Baishan's face suddenly showed a strange color. At this time, Longwei had already carried Luo Qingzhou and flew 100 miles ahead, rushing to the higher clouds. Sir, Long Air suddenly feels that this heaven is Long Air's favorite place. Also, Sir, Long Air, I think about it, I really want to. Chapter 947 Chan Chan misses you. The queen wants to give you a surprise. The sky is gray. In the evening, the clouds dripped and it began to drizzle. The spring rain is like silk, lingering and gentle. Luo Qingzhou flew on the clouds and drove a dragon, drenched in the rain, overlooking the beautiful mountains and rivers, and walked slowly all the way. As far as the eye can see, the mountains are undulating, the rivers are winding, the grass is green, and the fields are crisscrossed. There are also flying birds bathing in the rain and mandarin ducks playing. What a beautiful scenery in the rain! The rain in early spring seems to be particularly attached to the world. It has been raining for 3 consecutive days, and still has not stopped. 3 days later, Luo Qingzhou and Longer finally returned to Kyoto. Longwei was reluctant to leave, and returned to East Lake. Luo Qingzhou took advantage of the night to return to Qin's mansion first, and sent a message to the queen by the way. It was just after nightfall. In Qin's mansion, the lanterns at the door had been extinguished. The spring rain was dripping, and the night was cold. So at this time, everyone in the mansion went back to their rooms, and went to bed early. Luo Qingzhou entered from the back door, and returned to Meixiang Garden quietly. He did not knock on the door, but went directly into the room from the underground. There was a heater in the room, burning incense. A familiar smell of herbs floated in the air. Miss Jean Eyre was wearing a plain white dress, sitting softly on the couch, quietly reading the book in her hand. Under the light, her beautiful and gentle face still looked a little pale. When Luo Qingzhou walked quietly to the couch, she suddenly woke up. Brother Qingzhou. The girl saw his face clearly, and her face was full of surprise. She immediately put down the book and threw herself into his arms. Her voice trembled, and her eyes were instantly filled with tears. Brother Qingzhou, you are finally back, you are finally back. The girl hugged him tightly with tears on her face. Obviously, the news from the border has been passed back to Kyoto. It may also be full of various exaggerations. While I heard from Sister Meijiao that the border was occupied by demons, many people in Kyoto are saying that a very big demon tree has grown on the border, trapping all the soldiers and civilians on the border. The demon tree eats people every day. Some people also say that the demons have colluded with the demons, captured all the humans on the border, and made them into various foods. While Wei Emo is so scared, Luo Qingzhou couldn't help laughing when listening to her words, and deliberately said yes. Brother Qingzhou almost became their food. Fortunately, Brother Qingzhou didn't take a bath for a month, and he kept farting, which directly made them vomit. So they let Brother Qingzhou go back. Puff. Miss Jean Eyre burst into laughter in his arms. Then she raised her tearful face and said, Wei Mo knows that those people are just talking nonsense. Sister Meiju often brings news, and every time she tells Wei Mo that Brother Qingzhou is fine, and that Brother Qingzhou is very brave and powerful. Luo Qingzhou rubbed her delicate face and said, Of course, your husband. How can he not be powerful? Brother Qingzhou, tell Wei Mo about the border. Wei Mo really wants to know. By the way, is Sister Yu going with Brother Qingzhou? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and nodded slightly. He sat down on the couch, held her gently in his arms, and started from the beginning. The girl quietly leaned against his arms, soft and weak, as if she had no weight, like a docile kitten. When Luo Qingzhou talked about the demons attacking the city, she trembled slightly with nervousness. When Luo Qingzhou talked about the demons being repelled, she was obviously relieved. When Luo Qingzhou talked about the 4 of them secretly going to Emo City to get rid of the demon tree, she became nervous again, and her 2 small hands tightly grasped his clothes. And when Luo Qingzhou talked about Sister Yu burning her soul to help him, her heartbeat almost stopped. After a long time, Luo Qingzhou finally finished the whole story, without any omissions, including Sister Yu might be in his body. After listening, Miss Jean Eyre was quiet in his arms for a long time. When she raised her head, Luo Qingzhou found that her face was full of tears. Luo Qingzhou gently wiped her tears and whispered, Wei Mo, I will work hard to cultivate, and never let Sister Yu hurt me like this again. Miss Jean Eyre said with crystal tears, Brother Chijo. Sister Yu is so good to you. Luo Qingzhou stroked her face, looked at the swaying candlelight, and said nothing. The room was quiet. After a long time, Miss Jean Eyre said softly, Brother Chijo, you like Sister Yu so much, and Sister Yu has paid so much for you. Otherwise, you can marry her? Sister Yu and His Majesty will be the wife. Wei Mo will be the concubine. Wei Mo will definitely treat Sister Yu well. Okay? Luo Qingzhou was silent and did not speak. After a while, he gently picked her up, walked to the inner room, and said, Let's go. Go to bed. You are not in good health. Rest early. I will solve these things myself. Don't think about it, so as not to worry and hurt your body. The curtain was lifted. Luo Qingzhou put her on the bed, took off his clothes, shoes and socks, and got on the bed. The two slept in the same quilt. Miss Jean Eyre leaned against his arms and said softly, Brother Chijo, Wei Mo is not thinking nonsense. Wei Mo is willing. Sister Yu is so good to you and has paid so much for you. She should be the legal wife. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and kissed her little mouth. Miss Jean Eyre trembled and hugged him tightly. After a while, her body began to weaken. Her breathing became rapid, and two delicate blushes appeared on her pale cheeks. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to continue, and quickly let her go. Wei Mo, sleep, he whispered. Miss Jean Eyre looked at him with watery eyes, panting softly, and said, No, don't sleep. She bit her lips lightly and said shyly, Wei Mo wants to try. Luo Qingzhou firmly refused. No. Obviously. It's not possible now. They just kissed for a while. But she was about to have a seizure. Miss Jean's eyes were filled with tears, and she buried her cheeks in his chest and stopped talking. Wei Mo, wait a little longer. Brother Qingzhou will be able to cure your illness soon. Luo Qingzhou hugged her and comforted her softly. After a long time, the girl in his arms finally fell asleep with tears in her eyes. Luo Qingzhou hugged her without any sleepiness. He looked into the storage ring and searched everywhere, but still couldn't find the other little white rabbit. He took out the communication disc, hesitated for a moment, and sent a message to Sister Yu. Sister Yu, are you feeling better? Unfortunately, the other party still didn't reply. He closed his eyes, still unable to fall asleep. He lay down for a while. He got up, walked to the window, gently opened the window, and looked outside. The spring rain was still pouring down. The night wind blew, bringing a cold chill and a familiar breath. In the courtyard, under the pear tree, a frail figure was standing there silently, looking at him quietly. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and went out of the window. The figure under the pear tree turned around and prepared to leave. Luo Qingzhou flashed and went over to hold her little hand. Then, he held her in his arms. Silly girl, why are you standing here in the rain? The girl in his arms was motionless and silent for a long time before she whispered, Chan, I miss you. Luo Qingzhou felt a pain in his heart and hugged her tightly. Let's go. Go back. Don't get sick. He led her back to the Lingshan Moon Palace next door. The room was very quiet. Miss Jean and Bailing seemed to have fallen asleep. Luo Qingzhou led the girl, who was already soaked by the rain, and entered her room, saying softly, Take off your clothes, and I will help you dry them. Xiaochan stood still. Luo Qingzhou had to lock the door and then help her take them off himself. Xiaochan struggled and was pressed on the table by him. Soon, her clothes were stripped off and her shoes and socks were taken off. Look at me roasting with flames. Luo Qingzhou held her wet bellyband with one hand, and a flame rose with the other hand. After a moment, Ah! He suddenly exclaimed and blew out the flame. The pale green lotus bellyband was half burnt. Xiaochan still maintained the previous posture, lying motionless on the table, white as jade, staring at him blankly. Forget it. It's too dark. I can't see clearly. I'll roast it tomorrow. Luo Qingzhou put down the bellyband, tidied her dress, then went over to pick her up and put her on the bed. Chan, go to bed early. The uncle is leaving. Xiaochan lay on the bed, still motionless, without a word. Chan, the uncle is really leaving. Chan? Okay. I knew you couldn't bear to see the uncle go. Look at you. Without clothes. Without quilts. Looking at the uncle with a pitiful look. Don't you just want the uncle to stay with you? What's there to be embarrassed about? Just say it directly. That wears the red rope. The red rope for ponytail. Luo Qingzhou took off his clothes, shoes and socks naturally, got on the bed, pulled down the curtains, and then a red rope appeared in his hand. Oh! In my son-in-law's place? The next room. Little Bailing, who was sleeping on the bed with a quilt in her arms, suddenly opened her eyes. This smell. She suddenly sat up, moved her nose, and her eyes lit up. It's my son-in-law. Then she suddenly frowned again and looked at the door. It seems to be in Chan-Chan's room. Humph. Bad son-in-law. Lustful son-in-law. Bullying Chan-Chan as soon as he comes back. Damn it. No. I must write down all his crimes clearly, so I can tell the young lady tomorrow. Thinking of this, she immediately got out of bed, opened the door, and tiptoed over. Call Chinjo brother. Chinjo brother. Call brother. Brother. The sound of the bad son-in-law bullying Chan-Chan came from the room. Bailing's ears quietly pressed against the door. Outside the house, it was still drizzling. A night passed quietly. The next day, the rain that had been falling for several days finally stopped. The sun shone through the clouds. The light in the early morning was bright and warm. Luo Qingzhou returned to Meixiang Garden, met with Xiaodai and others, had breakfast together, and went to pay respects to his mother-in-law. Then, he went to the palace. He went directly from underground. And on the way, he sent a message to the queen. The queen asked him to go directly to the study. When he came out from the underground of the study, Nandong Huiyue was wearing a luxurious red dress, sitting at the table looking at the communication disc in her hand. She frowned, and a hint of anger appeared on her charming face. Seeing this, Luo Qingzhou stood aside silently, not daring to speak immediately. After Nandong Huiyue finished reading all the news, she raised her head and looked at him. After a pause, she said, Mo City, Lu City, and Heiyun City were still robbed. Just last night. The other party is the cultivators and army of Jibei country, and they have long been under the command of Piaomu Xianzong. They said that the 3 cities were rented to them by Piaomu Xianzong. After listening, Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, looked at her and said, How did your majesty deal with it? Nandong Huiyue said lightly, I asked Yu Qiling and others to retreat, and no longer need to worry about the 3 cities. There is no need to make unnecessary sacrifices. Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, Your majesty handled it very well. Anyway, the 3 cities are empty and damaged, so let's give them to them for the time being. Piaomu Xianzong should not give up on the tree soul of the sacred tree of heaven and earth. I dare not go there myself, so let others be cannon fodder. Don't worry about them for now. When the time comes, just drive them away. Nandong Huiyue looked at him and said, How long will it take? Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and said, At least 1 year. 1 year later, Piaomu Xianzong will bring the contract to ask for yuanshi and treasures. At that time, the Jiuzhou conference should have started. By then, Nandong Huiyue was silent for a moment, looked at him gently and said, Are you sure you can do it? The other party is one of the 3 major immortal sects on this continent, and there are countless powerful people in this sect and under its control. If we annoy them, the whole Diyin will be destroyed. You and I will become sinners of Diyin and be cursed for generations. Luo Qingzhou said calmly, Do we have any choice? What else can we do except give it a try? Nandong Huiyue lowered his head slightly and looked at the communication disc in his hand. Silence for a moment. She put away the communication disc, looked at him and said, I have already decided to give it a try. It is too late to regret now. Just like I have entrusted my body and the fate of the entire Great Yin to you. Even if I regret it, it is too late. What do you think? Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, I will never let you down. Come here. Nandong Huiyue interrupted him. Her tone and eyes became particularly gentle, and she whispered, Come and kiss me, kiss my mouth, face, hands, or feet, or anywhere else. It's up to you. You have made great contributions at the border this time and saved a yen. I said that I would reward you well. After the reward, I will give you a surprise. Luo Qingzhou looked at her gentle eyes, was stunned, walked over, knelt on one knee beside her, then leaned over and kissed her delicate face gently, saying, Your Majesty, let's talk about the surprise first. I hope it's a real surprise, not a shock. To be honest, I'm a little nervous. Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes, suddenly stretched out her hands to hug his neck, stared at him coldly and said, If you really feel shocked later, I promise that I will immediately make you lose your head. Luo Qingzhou's breathing stagnated, and he said, Your Majesty. Please speak. Nandong Huiyue stared at him coldly for a while. Then let him go. Tilted her body. Laid down on the chair. A pair of slender and straight legs raised up. And placed them on the table. 2 bare white jade feet also appeared from the slipping skirt. Dazzling white. Beautiful and seductive. Then, she said with a majestic face, first, help me massage my body. And then kiss my whole body. After each kiss, immediately say a word of praise and love for me. After all these are done, I will tell you the surprise. I can guarantee that it is definitely a surprise. Chapter 948 The Queen's Baby. A real surprise. It is difficult to disobey the imperial order. Besides, the woman in front of him is his wife, who can be high above or humble below. So, Luo Qingzhou decided to satisfy her. Your Majesty is so beautiful. Your Majesty, I love you. Your Majesty is so gentle. Your Majesty, I love you. Luo Qingzhou kissed and praised her. Nandong Huiyue lay on the chair. Arms folded across her chest. A slight arc on the corner of her mouth. A proud and complacent look on her face. Soon, Luo Qingzhou kissed and praised her from beginning to end. Nandong Huiyue couldn't help but glance at him. Moved her snow-white jade feet under her red skirt. And snorted coldly, it's true that it's hard to change your nature. I like this place the most. Luo Qingzhou said, Your Majesty. Can you say you are surprised? Nandong Huiyue stared at his eyes and said coldly, Tell me, who do you like the most? Luo Qingzhou said, The favorite is naturally Your Majesty. Nandong Huiyue raised her eyebrows and said, Isn't it Miss Qin Er? Your Chan Chan. Or your Miss Yu Yao? Luo Qingzhou fell silent and didn't speak. Nandong Huiyue stared at him for a while. Then slowly sat up. Stretched out a pair of snow-white jade feet. And ordered, Help me put on shoes and socks. The door opened gently. Yuewu, wearing a long gauze dress, held her shoes and socks in both hands. Walked in with a gentle posture. Then lowered her head and handed the shoes and socks in her hands to Luo Qingzhou. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her. Then looked at the whiteness exposed on her chest. Didn't speak. Took the shoes and socks. Then squatted down and helped the queen put them on. Nandong Huiyue got up from the chair and ignored him. She dragged her red skirt and walked out of the room majestically. When she walked out of the door, Fong turned his head and looked at him and said, Let Yuewu serve you first. She will tell you the surprise. I have something else to do and need to go to Weiyang Palace. After that, she left surrounded by female guards. Squeak. The door was closed by the palace maid named Xia. The room became quiet. Luo Qingzhou looked at the girl in front of him and said, Yuewu, what is the surprise? Tell me. Yuewu lowered her head, 2 blushes on her face, and whispered, His Majesty said that Yuewu should serve the young master first. Luo Qingzhou said, You should tell me the surprise first. Yuewu bit her pink lips and said shyly and stubbornly, No first. Serve the young master first. Luo Qingzhou said, If you don't tell me the surprise first, forget it. Yuewu's face suddenly became redder. And she raised her head and looked at him and said, Young Master Yuewu can guarantee that it is really a surprise. Luo Qingzhou was speechless. His Majesty said so too. But she didn't say it. Yuewu whispered, Young Master, Yuewu dare not lie to you. That's hard to say. Luo Qingzhou shrugged. Yuewu pouted slightly, not knowing what to do. For such things, she can take the initiative. But she is embarrassed to force it. Moreover, after the last time, she was really afraid. Luo Qingzhou sat down on the chair where the queen had just sat, picked up the wine pot, poured a glass of wine, and drank it while casually picking up a book from the table, flipping it open and reading it casually, saying, If you don't tell me first, then I'll read the book. The book he was reading was the newly revised Dian marriage law by the queen. 2 legal wives. When he saw this, he suddenly remembered what Weiyamo said last night. Sister Yu. She would agree. While he was thinking about it, Yu came over, blushing and whispering, Sir, you would dare not disobey His Majesty's order. Luo Qingzhou didn't seem to hear her words. His expression was dazed, and his eyes looked at the storage ring again. Debao and Erbao fell asleep under the small tree. The little fire fox was chasing the little flying snake. Whenever the little flying snake fell, the little fire fox would deliberately scare it and chase it. Luo Qingzhou searched in other places again, but still couldn't find the third little white rabbit he saw before. Hiss. He suddenly trembled, and when he was about to take his eyes away from the storage ring, He suddenly saw that the place where daily necessities were placed seemed to have been moved. His body stiffened, and he immediately moved his eyes over. There were not only some things he needed for going out, but also some things of the second Miss Xiaodai in Chanshan, as well as some things of his uncle, and those given to him by Senior Luo Shang that had not been given away. Moreover, there were some books in the corner. Some of the most important books, such as illustrations and pictures, seemed to have been moved, since he suspected that Sister Yu had read them last time. He made some marks. For example, he secretly made some hidden moves on the upper and lower positions and tilts of each book. As long as someone moved or even opened it, there would be traces left. De Bao and Erbao? Little fire fox? Little flying snake? Improbable. Right? They should not be able to find this place and come here. He deliberately separated it. Then, there is only one possibility. Thinking of this, he suddenly shuddered. Could Sister Yu really be hiding in his storage ring? At this time, he suddenly remembered. Wagu's soul became stronger and stronger in the storage ring. Sister Yu also said that the storage can heal the soul and make it stronger. It just so happened that Sister Yu was injured again. So, he closed his eyes. His mind was blank. And after a short rest, he opened his eyes again. Obviously, Sister Yu was inside. However, since Sister Yu didn't want him to know, then he would continue to pretend not to know, so as not to embarrass her. After all, with Sister Yu's temperament, this kind of thing must be difficult to face. Seeing that he was thinking about something, Yuewu did not disturb him, and quietly got up and left the room. After a while, she came back again. Sir, Yuewu should tell you about His Majesty, she said with a red face, and her lips were also particularly rosy. Luo Qingzhou put away the communication disc and looked at her. Yuewu whispered, Sir, His Majesty. Luo Qingzhou's heart jumped inexplicably, and said, What's wrong with His Majesty? Yuewu looked at him and whispered, His Majesty. She is pregnant. Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this. Pregnant? What is pregnant? For a moment, he didn't react. Yuewu laughed and said, You are pregnant. Your Majesty is pregnant. Buzz. Luo Qingzhou's mind suddenly buzzed and went blank. After a while, he opened his mouth and said foolishly, Whose baby are you pregnant with? The smile on Yuewu's face froze. Bang! The door was suddenly kicked open. Nandong Huiyue, wearing a majestic crown and a long fiery red dress, walked in with an angry face, glaring and said, Chu Feiyang, say what you just said again. Luo Qingzhou. Yuewu hurriedly bowed her head and left, helping them close the door. Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment, then came to his senses, and hurried over to hold her hand and said, Your Majesty, I didn't mean that. Humph. Nandong Huiyue shook his hand away, then walked into the inner room, took out a sword, pulled it out of the scabbard with a clang, pointed at him with a cold light and said, Chu Feiyang, if you have the guts, say what you just said again in front of me. Luo Qingzhou quickly raised his hands in surrender. Your Majesty. I don't. He was about to say that he didn't have guts, but suddenly stopped talking. Of course he has guts. His guts are now in Your Majesty's noble body. Your Majesty, I was wrong. I really didn't mean anything else. He had to continue to apologize, looking at her belly from time to time, still as if he was dreaming. Is he going to be a father? Nandong Huiyue stared at him. But soon, her eyes were filled with tears. Luo Qingzhou hurried over and said, Your Majesty, I was wrong. I was really wrong. If Your Majesty is angry, just stab me with a sword. Don't cry and hurt yourself. After saying that, he suddenly pinched the blade with 2 fingers and stabbed his chest fiercely. Nandong Huiyue's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly withdrew the sword. But it seemed too late. The sharp tip of the sword quickly cut Luo Qingzhou's clothes, and then slid along his skin to his armpit, and then suddenly stabbed from his armpit. Ah! Luo Qingzhou screamed, indicating that he was stabbed. He is now a late-stage grandmaster. Even if he has not condensed a protective light shield, ordinary swords and knives cannot pierce his skin without a powerful sword light, and will only slide off his skin. Nandong Huiyue found out that she was deceived. Her eyes suddenly glared, her long legs raised, and she kicked between his legs, crying angrily, Kick you to pieces. You bad guy. Luo Qingzhou clamped his legs together and easily clamped her feet, then stretched out his hands to hold her slender waist, forcibly holding her in his arms, and said, Your Majesty, there is a baby in your belly. Be gentle. Don't be too violent. Be careful that the baby learns in your belly and kicks you when it comes out. Nan Donghuyue couldn't help but puff and laughed. But her face was full of tears, and she said angrily, even if the baby wants to kick, it will kick you. The bad guy. Then, she cried with tears, you bad guy. I was afraid that you would worry. So I didn't tell you when you left. Who knew you actually said such a thing? I want to kill you. As she said, she struggled to kick him again. Luo Qingzhou hugged her tightly and said, Your Majesty, this is all my fault. I apologize. You can kill me or chop me up. Whatever you want. But can you let me see my baby first? I want to see if my baby is a boy or a girl, and whether he looks like me or your Majesty. Nan Donghuyue wiped her tears and said, Of course she looks like me. You're so ugly. Huh? I don't want to look like you. Luo Qingzhou picked her up and walked to the inner room. Soon, the two of them whispered softly, and their voices were particularly gentle. Have you figured it out? Is it a boy or a girl? I can't tell. Huh? Aren't you that powerful? Is there something you don't know? It should be a cute little princess. Look at her sleeping so well. Not moving. If it was the little prince, he would have kicked you a long time ago. Do you like daughters? I like them all. But relatively speaking, I naturally want a cute daughter. But everyone likes sons. As long as they are born. I like them all. I will treat them all equally, and will never favor anyone. But I want a boy. In this way, my throne of Great Yin will be legitimate in the future. You can give birth to a little princess first, and a little prince second. Then continue to give birth to little princesses, little princes, little princesses, little princes, and give birth to 100. Pucci, what do you think I am? A pig? Pigs can't give birth to so many. That's because boars can't. Well, if your Majesty doesn't want to have more, it doesn't matter. I can let others give birth. Anyway, I have so many. Your Majesty, you can't grab there. Humph. Let's go to Qin's house. I want to announce this news in front of her. Who? In front of whom? Your mother-in-law. Chapter 949. The Queen Show-Off in the Qin Mansion. The Qin sisters' lunch. At noon. In the Qin Mansion, Song Ryue was wearing an apron and preparing lunch in the kitchen. Mayor, Qinger and others were helping. Xiao Dai was also picking vegetables. Song Ryue put the washed bones in the pot, added ginger and green onions, and then covered the pot to prepare soup. At this moment, Zhou Guanjia suddenly came in a hurry and said outside the door, Madam, the emperor is here, and he is almost at the door. As soon as these words came out, the people in the kitchen were immediately startled. Song Ryue hurriedly took off her apron, washed her hands, and then walked quickly to the door with the maids, and turned around and ordered Xiao Dai, Go and notify Weima and ask her to come out to meet him. Xiao Dai agreed and hurried to the backyard. Song Ryue and the maids walked quickly to the door and went down the steps. A team of guards surrounded a luxurious carriage, which slowly drove from the alley in front, and soon came to the front. Song Ryue hurriedly brought the maids to pay homage. During the days when Luo Qingzhou left Beijing, Nan Donghuyue often came to the Qin mansion to talk to Miss Qin Air. So she had long told them not to kneel and pay homage. Yue Wu lifted the curtain of the carriage. Luo Qingzhou helped the queen, who was wearing a fiery red dress, out of the carriage. However, he is now Chu Feiyang. Although he tried his best to persuade her not to come with the queen, he could not refuse. The queen was determined to show off her power. Madam Qin, no need to be polite. Nan Donghuyue got off the carriage and personally went over to support Song Ryue, who bowed her head and bowed, and said with a smile, I came here today to relax and talk to Weimo. By the way, I want to tell you that Lord Qin and Master Qin are on their way back. Madam Qin, don't worry. As soon as these words came out, Song Ryue's face was full of joy, and she hurriedly said gratefully, Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Then she hurriedly invited, Your Majesty, Master Chu, please come in. Nan Donghuyue followed her up the steps, and suddenly turned around and asked, Is Luo Qing in the mansion? Chu Feiyang, who was following behind, twitched the corner of his mouth. Song Ryue immediately said with an apologetic look on her face, Qingzhou was here this morning, but he should be out now. The spring examination is coming soon. Qingzhou has been traveling outside recently, saying that he wants to gain knowledge and broaden his horizons, and he is rarely at home. If your Majesty wants to see him, let Weima send a maid to go later. No need. I just asked casually. Nan Donghuyue smiled faintly and said, It is true that the spring examination is about to start, so I will not disturb Luo Qing. After saying that, he suddenly covered his mouth and vomited. Song Ryue asked with concern, Your Majesty, are you feeling unwell? Nandong Huiyue said, Yes. I am feeling a little unwell. Song Ryue said worriedly, Should we go find the imperial physician to take a look? Nandong Huiyue sighed and said, The imperial physician has already checked it. But it's useless. Song Ryue was immediately worried when she heard this. Your Majesty, what is wrong with you? Nandong Huiyue said calmly, Madam Qin, you should ask my husband. It's all his fault. I can't concentrate on handling state affairs these days. Luo Qingzhou. At this time, Miss Jin Air, supported by Chior and Xiao Dai, walked out of the courtyard weakly and bowed her head to greet. Ugh. At this time, Nandong Huiyue suddenly retched again at the right time. Miss Jin Air raised her head. Song Ryue turned her head and asked, Mr. Chu, what's wrong with His Majesty? If you feel uncomfortable, you have to treat it quickly. The people inside and outside the door all looked at someone. Luo Qingzhou sighed secretly in his heart, and had to bite the bullet and said, His Majesty is fine, but pregnant. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Song Ryue reacted immediately, and immediately said with joy, Congratulations to His Majesty. Congratulations to His Majesty. His Majesty is actually pregnant. This is God's blessing. God bless my great yin. Miss Jin Air's face was full of astonishment. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and looked away guiltily, although he just knew it. Nandong Huiyue glanced at Miss Jin Air, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised an arc, as if she was very satisfied with her reaction. Unfortunately, she glanced at the other people in the door, but did not see the figure she wanted to see. Your Majesty, please come in. Come in and sit in the house. It's windy outside. Be careful not to catch a cold. Song Ryue hurriedly supported her with a smile on her face. It seems that she is sincerely happy for the queen. Luo Qingzhou followed behind and entered the gate, then quietly approached Miss Jin Air, and whispered, I only found out when I entered the palace this morning. Miss Jin Air glanced at him with a faint look and did not speak. Luo Qingzhou's heart suddenly became a little uneasy. He was first the son-in-law of the Qin mansion, and then the husband of the queen. But now the queen is pregnant first, and he felt even more sorry for Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai has been talking about the baby in her belly for a long time. Alas, he just felt that it was not the right time, so he didn't dare to ask for it. Who would have known that Her Majesty the Queen would be directly caught? My uncle-in-law has done this so many times, and he never took any defensive measures. So how come he is fine? The Qin family surrounded the queen and entered the living room. Song Ryue asked cautiously, Have you eaten yet? Your Majesty? Nandong Huiyue sat down on the chair and said, Not yet. Upon hearing this, Song Ryue quickly ordered, Qing, Mayor, go and prepare some more good dishes. And housekeeper Zhou, go buy a fresh fish. And I will cook it myself. Several people agreed and left immediately. Nandong Huiyue did not refuse and said, Then I'll trouble Madam Qin. Song Ryue smiled and said, No trouble. No trouble. Your Majesty, please chat with Wei Mo first. And I will go to the kitchen first. Nandong Huiyue suddenly said, I want to walk around the mansion. Is it convenient? Song Ryue said quickly. Yes. Of course it's convenient. Then she said to her daughter quickly, Wei Mo, accompany Your Majesty to walk around the mansion. Don't be rude. Miss Jin Air bowed her head slightly and said, Yes. Song Ryue hurriedly retreated. Nandong Huiyue stood up, stretched out a jade hand, and looked at someone. Luo Qingzhou went over to help her and whispered, Your Majesty, you are going to backyard. Nandong Huiyue went out directly and walked towards the backyard with ease. Miss Jin Air followed behind with Chior and Zhu. Yue Wu and several female guards followed at the back. Nandong Huiyue first came to Meixiang Garden, stood at the door and looked for a while, then turned her head to look at the weak girl behind her and said, Wei Mo, is Luo Qing treating you well? Miss Jin Air glanced at someone and bowed her head slightly and said, Thank you for your concern. Your Majesty, Brother Qingzhou treats Wei Mo very well. Nandong Huiyue's eyes moved, and she also glanced at someone and said, He often goes out. Be careful not to cheat outside. Talented men are all romantic and like to be affectionate everywhere. Don't come back with a group of women when the time comes. Miss Jin Air bowed her head and said nothing. Nandong Huiyue said meaningfully, But it doesn't matter. Anyway, you are the legal wife. No matter how many women he brings back, he has to call you sister. After that, she continued to walk forward. Then, she stopped in front of the door of Linchanyu Palace. Looking at the closed courtyard door, a complex look appeared in her eyes. Miss Qin Air looked up at her and whispered, Your Majesty, Bailing is at home. The last few times she came, Bailing really pissed off the queen. So today she reminded her first. When Nandong Huiyue heard this, her face darkened and she said, So what if she's at home? Am I afraid of that little girl? After that, she ordered someone beside her. Go. Knock on the door. Luo Qingzhou whispered. Your Majesty, let's go to the garden behind. There's nothing fun here. Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes immediately. Are you going to knock or not? Luo Qingzhou glanced at her face and didn't dare to disobey her anymore. So he had to go over and knock on the door. Knock. 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 Soon, a clear and pleasant voice came from inside. Who? Who is knocking outside? Luo Qingzhou coughed and said, Is it Miss Bailing? His Majesty is here. Come out to greet her. The voice inside immediately said, It's not Xiao Bailing. Xiao Bailing is not here. Luo Qingzhou had to say, Then who are you? Open the door quickly. The voice inside seemed to hesitate and immediately changed to a shrill voice. I am a little parrot. I can only learn to talk like a human. Coo coo coo. I can't open the door. There is no one at home. Only me. A poor little parrot. Luo Qingzhou was speechless, turned his head, and looked at Her Majesty the Queen. Nandong Huiyue said coldly, I don't care. If you don't let her open the door today, I will hold you responsible. Luo Qingzhou said, How about breaking in? Nandong Huiyue said coldly, We are here as guests. Not to rob. I just want to go in and visit Miss Qin. Luo Qingzhou had to whisper, There is nothing to visit Miss Qin. She doesn't like to talk and may not pay attention to your Majesty. Nandong Huiyue immediately glanced at him and said, How do you know? Are you familiar with her? Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said, I have seen her in Qin's mansion before. Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes and said, I just want to go in today. You are so powerful. And I am pregnant with your child. Can't you do this? She deliberately amplified this sentence. Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to say, How about I jump in and open the door for your Majesty? Nandong Huiyue heard this, pondered for a moment, and looked at Miss Qin Air beside him. Unexpectedly, Miss Qin nodded and whispered, Yeah. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, and when he was about to jump in, the courtyard door creaked open. Bai Ling poked her head out from the crack of the door, and looked at them with her smart eyes, and asked, Who is pregnant with a baby? Nandong Huiyue looked proud. I. Bai Ling blinked her eyes, and looked at her and said, Who is your Majesty with? Nandong Huiyue's eyes flashed with anger, and said, Of course it's with my husband, Chu Feiyang. Bai Ling was stunned, and didn't say anything, looking at someone. Luo Qingzhou turned his head guiltily. The air suddenly became quiet. After a while, Oh, then congratulations to your Majesty, Bai Ling said lightly, and then with a bang, she closed the courtyard door and inserted the bolt with a loud noise. Nandong Huiyue opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't say it in the end. The few people stood outside the door for a while. She turned around and said, Let's go. Since Miss Qin doesn't welcome me, I'll go somewhere else. There was a hint of thought in her eyes. The few of them walked around the garden and other places in the back for a while. Qinger came over and called them to eat. When the group came to the front hall, they suddenly found Bai Ling, who was wearing a pink dress, standing in the corridor, holding a flower in her hand and sniffing it drunkenly. Xia Chan was holding a sword, with a cold look, standing next to her. At this time, Xiao Dai walked out of the hall. After seeing Miss Qin Air, she hurried over and whispered, Miss Air. Miss is here too. Miss Qin Air was slightly startled when she heard this. When Luo Qingzhou heard this, for some reason, his heart suddenly jumped inexplicably, and he became more and more uneasy. Is Miss Qin finally willing to come out? Nandong Huiyue's eyes moved, raised her eyebrows, and walked directly through the corridor. Luo Qingzhou and Miss Qin Air hurriedly followed behind. When passing by Bai Ling and Xia Chan, Bai Ling ignored them, sniffed the flowers in her hand, and muttered, A clown will always be a clown. Chapter 950. The Queen is looking for a marriage partner for Luo and Xiao Ryu's choice. The main hall of the Qin mansion. Miss Qin was wearing a white dress, sitting alone on a chair in front of the window, reading a book quietly. The midday sun shone through the window lattice and fell on her. Her beautiful face and spotless white figure were beautiful and dreamy in the sun. Nandong Huiyue entered the hall surrounded by the crowd. At first glance, she looked at her. At this moment, the air seemed to stagnate suddenly. Miss Qin still lowered her head and read quietly, as if she was in another world. The room suddenly became silent. Miss Qin hurried over and whispered, "Sister, the Emperor is here." Miss Qin seemed to have not heard it. Nandong Huiyue paused in place, walked over, and looked at the flawless face in front of her again. Although she tried her best to suppress it, a feeling of jealousy and anger still rose unconsciously in her heart. However, thinking of the baby in her belly and the other party's current situation, she immediately felt relieved. "What book is Miss Qin reading?" She took the initiative to speak, without any offended expression on her face. Her tone was also very calm. Qin Jinjia then raised her head and glanced at her with a cold expression, the law of etiquette. Nandong Huiyue was slightly startled and looked at the book in her hand. Then she smiled faintly and said, "Miss Qin never goes out. Why are you reading this?" Qin Jinjia lowered her head. Her eyes fell on the book in her hand again. She gently turned a page, and said faintly, "No etiquette." "No etiquette?" Nandong Huiyue's eyes flashed, and then looked at her meaningfully and said, "You should read it. Some etiquette can be used at home even if you don't go out." Then she said, "For example, between parents, between sisters, between husband and wife, and even between sister and brother-in-law, elder sister-in-law and younger sister-in-law. All these need to be polite." Miss Qin turned the pages of the book quietly, and didn't say anything else. Nandong Huiyue was about to say a few more words, but his eyes suddenly saw the dim look in her pupils. He was silent for a while, and said, "Has Miss Qin always been alone?" At this time, a crisp voice suddenly came from the door. "Of course not. My lady also has the lovely Xiao Beiling in Chanshan." Nandong Huiyue didn't say anything else. At this time, Song Ryue and her maid came in with dishes, smiling and saying, "Wei Mo, please ask His Majesty and Mr. Chu to sit down. The food is ready." Then she looked at the window in surprise and said, "Hey, Jinjia is out too." Beiling poked her head out of the door and said, "Madam, little Beiling is standing here. Didn't you see it?" Song Ryue went into the house and put down the dishes in her hand, came out and looked at her, and said, "I saw it. I saw it." After that, she hurried to the kitchen again. Soon, the table was full of sumptuous dishes. The colors were bright and the aroma was fragrant. Nandong Huiyue didn't hesitate to sit in the main seat, and then pulled Luo Qinzhou to sit next to her. After everyone was seated, Song Ryue picked up the teacup and said with a smile on her face, "Wei Mo, Jinjia, come, let's toast His Majesty and Mr. Chu together. His Majesty is pregnant. This is a great event for my Dian." Miss Qin picked up the teacup and looked to the side. Nandong Huiyue's eyes also looked at Miss Qin. "Jinjia?" Song Ryue hurriedly reminded again. At this time, Miss Qin slowly picked up the tea on the table. Song Ryue smiled and said, "Come, Your Majesty, we toast you a cup, wishing Your Majesty a son soon, and wishing Your Majesty and Mr. Chu a happy and long life together." After saying that, she drank it all. The teacup was full of tea, while Nandong Huiyue's teacup was full of water. Song Ryue didn't dare to give the queen anything to drink. "Thank you." Nandong Huiyue smiled slightly, raised her head slightly, and drank the water in the cup. Song Ryue quickly stood up, personally added water for her, and picked up the clean chopsticks next to her, picked up the dishes for the two of them, and said attentively, "Your Majesty, Mr. Chu, eat the dishes. Eat the dishes." Nandong Huiyue picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of meat, and handed it to someone's mouth next to him. Luo Qinzhou was stunned for a moment, and whispered, "Your Majesty, I will eat it myself." Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes and said, "Open your mouth." Luo Qinzhou did not dare to refuse again, so he had to lower his head and open his mouth to eat it. Song Ryue said with a smile on her face, "Your Majesty really dotes on Mr. Chu." Nandong Huiyue smiled faintly and said, "Husband and wife naturally love each other." In front of him, "I am just a wife, not an emperor." Song Ryue immediately praised again, "Mr. Chu is so lucky that he can meet such a good woman like Your Majesty." Luo Qinzhou lowered his head and ate the dishes without saying a word. Song Ryue kept talking, livening up the atmosphere. Miss Qin occasionally spoke a few words. Miss Qin still said nothing. When lunch was almost over, Nandong Huiyue put down her chopsticks, looked at Song Ryue, and said, Madam Qin, I came here today to discuss something with you. Song Ryue sat up straight and said, Your Majesty, please tell me what to discuss. As long as... Mother, Miss Qin Air, who was standing by, suddenly interrupted her softly, with a gentle smile on her face, and said, Let your Majesty speak first. Song Ryue opened her mouth, but said nothing. Nandong Huiyue glanced at Miss Qin Air, smiled faintly, and said directly without beating around the bush, It's like this. I'm pregnant now, and I'm busy with other things, so I can't serve Fei Yong. So, I want to find another woman for him to serve him. Fei Yong has made great contributions to my Great Yin, and it can be said that he directly saved my entire Great Yin. According to the laws of Great Yin, Fei Yong can marry more wives and concubines. Although I am the emperor, I don't want to be a stingy person. So I came here today to discuss it with you. Madam Qin, after these words came out, everyone at the table looked at her in confusion. Song Ryue was stunned for a moment and said, Your Majesty, this kind of thing you can just decide it yourself. Why do you have to? Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and hurriedly said, Your Majesty, have you taken a fancy to any girl in my Qin mansion? At this moment, a little head suddenly popped out of the door, and said anxiously, Madam, no, you can't agree to her. Xiao Beiling is a member of the Qin mansion when she is alive, and a ghost of the Qin mansion when she dies. She wants to stay with the young lady for the rest of her life, and she doesn't want to marry and serve others. The room suddenly became quiet. Song Ryue immediately waved and drove him away. Go. Go. Go to the yard to pick flowers. Don't come to make trouble. Oh! The head at the door disappeared immediately. Song Ryue looked at the queen opposite again, and suddenly felt a little uneasy, saying, Your Majesty means. Nandong Huiyue smiled faintly and said, I have been to the backyard several times when I came to the Qin mansion. Madam Qin doesn't understand? Song Ryue's heart was shocked. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly stepped on the queen under the table. When he was about to speak, Nandong Huiyue suddenly turned his head and looked at him and said, Fei Yong, why are you stepping on me? I am not saying this. Why are you in such a hurry? No matter how anxious you are, you should at least ask Madam Qin and Miss Qin for their opinions. Right? After that, she glanced at Miss Qin opposite and said, Madam Qin, Jianjia is so beautiful, and she is old enough. It's time for her to get married. Fei Yong is one of the best practitioners in Yin. With his contributions to the country, it is not too much to make him a king. In the past few days, I have discussed it with the ministers of the court. When he is made a king, he will have a formal status and title. At that time, letting Jianjia marry him will not be considered a disgrace to your Qin family. What do you think? Song Ryue had a dull expression on her face. After a long while, she trembled and said, Your Majesty. This Nandong Huiyue raised her eyebrows and said, Why? Madam Qin doesn't want to? Or is she reluctant? Song Ryue hurriedly said, No. Of course not. It's just she lowered her head, not daring to look at her daughter, and said in fear, Jianjia. She was married before Mr. Chu is such an identity. And he is your Majesty's husband. Our Qin family really dare not. Nandong Huiyue smiled and said, As long as Madam Qin and Miss Qin agree, no one dares to say anything. As for Fei Yong, he certainly won't dislike it. Didn't Madam Qin find out? Since Miss Qin appeared, my husband has been like a lost soul, peeking at her from time to time. Miss Qin's beauty. Even I am moved. Let alone him. He guarantees that he is willing to do this. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, Your Majesty. I didn't shut up. Nandong Huiyue glanced at him and said, I am talking to Madam Qin. Don't interrupt. Luo Qingzhou looked at her eyes, and then looked at Miss Qin opposite, and said nothing. Nandong Huiyue looked at Miss Qin Air and smiled. Wei Mo. What do you think? Miss Qin Air lowered her head slightly. No other emotions were visible on her face, and she said softly, This matter needs my sister to make the decision herself. Nandong Huiyue looked at Miss Qin Da. At this time, Song Ryue suddenly said, Your Majesty, please forgive me. We can't agree to this matter. Nandong Huiyue looked at her and said, Why? Song Ryue lowered her head. Her face changed, and she was silent for a while, then raised her head and said, Actually, Jianjia already has someone she likes. Oh! As soon as these words came out, everyone at the table looked at her with different expressions. Song Ryue's face flushed, and she seemed a little ashamed. She lowered her head slightly, hesitated for a while, and still plucked up the courage to say, Your Majesty, Jianjia is cold, likes quietness, rarely leaves home, and we can't bear to let her leave. So, our family means that she can't get married. If she has to get married, then she will marry someone at home. The table suddenly became silent. Luo Qingzhou stared at her blankly. Nandong Huiyue was stunned for a moment, with a light flashing in her eyes, and said, The family members that Madame Qin refers to are. Song Ryue raised her head, although there was still a somewhat shameful expression on her face. Her eyes and tone were extremely firm. My son-in-law, Qingzhou. Chapter 951 The Queen's Assistants. The Secret of Dine Etiquette. The room was suddenly silent. After a while, Nandong Huiyue frowned slightly and said, Madame Qin, as far as I know, didn't Miss Qin just divorce Luo Qing? Song Ryue lowered her head slightly and said, Yes, they are divorced. Her expression was a little complicated, and she sighed faintly and said, But after all, they have been formally married, and they are husband and wife. Jianjia doesn't want to get married, and we don't want her to get married. She doesn't resist Qingzhou as much as before. So, Nandong Huiyue turned her head and looked at someone next to her. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head, and his emotions were complicated. It turned out that my mother-in-law had made a decision in her heart a long time ago. No wonder she was full of resentment towards him during that period. Miss Qin suddenly said softly, Your Majesty. In fact, some things are not what Your Majesty thinks. Sister and brother Qingzhou have always had a good relationship. They have always respected each other and lived in harmony. As for the divorce, I'm full. Miss Qin suddenly stood up and walked out of the hall. Bailing and Xiachan in the corridor immediately followed behind her. But soon, Bailing sneaked back. A small ear was exposed by the window. There was a pink flower on the ear, which was beautiful and lovely in the bright sunshine. Nandong Huiyue said, Wei Mo. What do you want to say? Miss Qin glanced at someone next to her, lowered her head slightly, and said softly, Wei Mo wants to say that sister may regret it. The room suddenly fell into silence. Nandong Huiyue suddenly said calmly, Is it too late to regret this kind of thing? Song Ryue immediately said, Of course it's too late. Jianjia and Qingzhou are both members of our family, not outsiders. How can it be too late? Miss Qin also said softly, As long as brother Qingzhou and sister are willing. It's too late. Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes, turned her head, looked at someone next to her, and said, Feiyang, do you think it's too late for such a thing? Luo Qingzhou lowered his head, hesitantly, and said awkwardly, Your Majesty, this kind of thing is. It's someone else's family affair. The foot under the table was suddenly stepped on hard. Luo Qingzhou closed his mouth and dared not say anything. It was quiet for a long time again. Nandong Huiyue said calmly, Well, since Madame Qin said so, I won't force it. If Miss Qin and Luo Qing are really destined to be together, I will naturally bless them. Seeing this, Song Ryue was relieved and said quickly, Thank you, Your Majesty. Nandong Huiyue didn't say anything else. Miss Qin too quietly winked at someone next to her and pursed her lips slightly. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to respond. The few of them chatted for a few more words. Nandong Huiyue looked up at the sky outside and stood up to say goodbye. Song Ryue and Miss Qin too hurriedly stood up to see him off. When they reached the gate, Nandong Huiyue turned around and said, Madame Qin, remember to say hello to Luo Qing on my behalf. By the way, congratulate him on my behalf. Forget it. If you have a wedding again, I will come to congratulate him in person. After all, she glanced at someone next to her coldly and said, After all, he is my right-hand man. After saying that, she gently shook her sleeves and got on the carriage. Luo Qingzhou looked at Miss Qin again, and then hurriedly caught up with the carriage. Go! The guards surrounded the carriage and slowly left, until the team walked out of the alley. Song Ryue dared to raise her head, with a worried look on her face. Wei Mo. His Majesty seems a little unhappy. We rejected her and Mr. Chu. Will he? Miss Qin comforted her softly. Mother, it's okay. His Majesty is broad-minded and will not blame us for this matter. Song Ryue felt relieved when she heard this, and said, Yes. His Majesty probably just mentioned it casually. How can a wife really be for her husband to him? No more. No more. Miss Qin suddenly looked at her. Mother, how could you suddenly agree? Song Ryue rolled her eyes and looked at her with a resentful look. How could mother not agree? You whispered in mother's ear every other day, saying that your sister is so pitiful. No one is with her. No one is talking to her. Then you say how good and excellent that boy is. You also say how good the relationship between Jianjia and that boy is now. Listening to his stories every night, forcing him to sing, and playing the piano for him hum. If that's the case, would mother dare to object? Qin. The second young lady smiled and hugged her arm affectionately, saying, Mother, Wei Emma really didn't lie. If you don't believe me, go ask Beiling and Chan Chan. As long as brother Qinzhou went to Lingshan Moon Palace, sister became a different person, and her mood obviously became better. Song Ryue was silent for a while, and said, if this is true, it couldn't be better. It just so happens that Jianjia doesn't have to get married, and mother and your father don't have to worry about her being wronged by others. Miss Qin smiled and said, at home, sister will definitely not be wronged, even if he has to suffer. It is brother Qinzhou who suffers. Brother Qinzhou is so powerful outside, but in front of his sister, he is very obedient and honest. Song Ryue looked at her and said, are you sure Jianjia and Qinzhou will agree? Miss Qin nodded and said, of course. Song Ryue frowned slightly and said, then at that time, won't they have to get married again? Miss Qin smiled and said, no. We are all family anyway. There is no need to be so particular. Song Ryue sighed softly, with mixed feelings in her heart. At this point, what else can she say? It's good that her daughter can be happy. As for that boy, I have to say that she is still very satisfied. Let's go. Go back. Go see Jianjia. Talk to her, and ask her opinion. If she doesn't object and doesn't say anything, then it's done. Miss Qin smiled and said, mother knows my sister well. Song Ryue rolled her eyes at her and said, my daughter? How can I not know her? And you? Do you think mother doesn't know anything? I knew you were interested in that boy a long time ago. Humph. You hid him in your bed at the beginning. Do you think mother is a fool? Chior and Xiaodai in the back both covered their mouths and laughed secretly. The queen's carriage drove out of the alley and drove slowly on the street. In the carriage, the queen had a cold face and closed her eyes to rest. Luo Qinzhou sat beside her, diligently pounding her legs, looking at her belly from time to time. Until now, it still felt like a dream. The carriage quickly passed the arch bridge over the moat and entered the imperial city. At this time, Nandong Huiyue opened his eyes, looked at him coldly and said, don't you want to explain? Luo Qinzhou looked at a loss and said, what to explain? Nandong Huiyue narrowed his eyes and said, of course it's you and your ex-wife. When did you reconcile? When are you going to remarry? When did your mother-in-law agree? Did you seduce your sister-in-law first? Or did she seduce you first? Tell the truth. Luo Qinzhou froze and said, your majesty, if I say that I don't know anything about this, will you believe it? Nandong Huiyue snorted coldly, what do you think? Do you think I will believe it? Luo Qinzhou was silent for a while, and said, second miss does have this idea, but I have never agreed. I have already divorced the eldest lady. How can we be together again? I can't seduce her. And she, your majesty also knows her character. She is even less likely to seduce me. Nandong Huiyue said coldly, then why did your mother-in-law say that just now? Luo Qinzhou thought for a while, and said, maybe it was to reject your majesty. After all, they don't want Miss Qin to leave. And Miss Qin, the young lady has a bad temper. If she enters the palace and gets along with his majesty, I am afraid she will offend his majesty. Therefore, my mother-in-law dare not agree. Nandong Huiyue sneered and said, what do you think? Do you still have any thoughts about her? Luo Qinzhou did not answer immediately, but looked at her and asked, your majesty, can I ask why you suddenly thought of letting Miss Qin marry me? Is it just to test me? Nandong Huiyue was silent for a while, stared and said, yes, of course I am not sincere. I just want to see if you are interested in her. The lingering feelings are not over yet. Luo Qinzhou frowned slightly and said softly, your majesty thinks too much. Some things, once they are over, can never be turned back. Besides, now that your majesty is pregnant with my child, how can I think about it anymore? Nandong Huiyue snorted coldly and said, are you sure you are not thinking about it? Luo Qinzhou said, I am not. Nandong Huiyue suddenly said, what about the woman who burned her soul for you in Maching and lived and died with you? Are you sure you don't think about her? As soon as these words came out, Luo Qinzhou fell silent. Nandong Huiyue looked at him and didn't say anything. Not long after, the carriage stopped in front of Yelhua Palace. Luo Qingzhou stood up and helped her get off the carriage. Nandong Huiyue didn't let him in, looking at him and said, "Go back. You don't have to accompany me. You should go back and spend more time with your Wei Mo. She is a real good wife who has never been jealous of or rejected anyone, even if she has never met anyone." After that, she entered the gate. After walking a few steps, she suddenly turned back and said, "By the way, thank Miss Yao on my behalf. Thank her for helping to defend the city. And thank her for sacrificing her life to save my husband. Also, tell her that I agreed to let her in as long as she is willing. However, she has to call me sister. After all, I am the legal wife." After that, she left quickly with her red skirt swaying. Luo Qingzhou stood outside the door for a long time before turning around and walking out of the palace. When he returned to the Qin mansion as Luo Qingzhou, Song Riyue just walked out of the gate. She was stunned when she saw him and said in surprise, "Qingzhou, you are back so early? By the way, His Majesty came today and asked about you. If you have time, go to the palace to see His Majesty. The spring examination is coming soon. His Majesty will set the questions for the palace examination. You have to say good things to His Majesty and please His Majesty. Maybe you will be the top scorer by then." At this point, she laughed, her face full of excitement and expectation, and said, "If you really become the top scorer, our whole family will be involved. Light, when you have made achievements, maybe you can help your mother-in-law get a royal lady back." Luo Qingzhou looked at the bright and kind smile on her face, and thought of her kindness, and couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He bowed his head and said respectfully, "Don't worry, mother-in-law. Qingzhou will definitely help you get a royal lady back." Song Riyue smiled and said, "You are right. A gentleman's word is as good as a horse. So you can't lie to your mother-in-law." Luo Qingzhou said, "I will never lie." Song Riyue smiled, encouraged a few more words, and then left with Mayor in a good mood and went to the store. Luo Qingzhou stood at the door for a while before entering the mansion. When he returned to Meixiang Garden, Miss Qin Air was wearing a plain white dress and a coat. She was sitting softly at the stone table in the courtyard, quietly flipping through the books in her hands. When Luo Qingzhou walked over, she suddenly raised her head and whispered, "Brother Qingzhou, have you read this De Yanli Fa carefully?" Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard this, and looked at the book in her hand, saying, "I have read it. What's the matter?" Miss Qin Air lowered her head, glanced at the text on it again, and then whispered, "Nothing." Paused. She raised her head again and said, "Brother Qingzhou, Wei Mo just suddenly discovered that there seems to be a secret hidden in this book." "Secret?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, sat down beside her, picked up the book on the table, flipped through it casually, and said, "What secret?" Miss Qin Air stared at him quietly for a while, and whispered, "A secret that will scare Brother Qingzhou." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Really?" Miss Qin Air nodded very affirmatively and said, "Yeah." Luo Qingzhou looked at her for a few seconds, lowered his head, and flipped through the book and said, "Which page?" Miss Qin Air paused and said, 12. Chapter 952 The Truth of the Divorce Letter. The eldest lady's questioning. In the room, there was silence. Luo Qingzhou turned to page 12, lowered his head, and read carefully word by word. Miss Qin Air sat next to him, looking at him silently. After a while, Luo Qingzhou finished reading all the words on this page. He didn't seem to find anything, but his expression was solemn, and he seemed to have guessed something in his heart. He read it again, then slowly raised his head, was silent for a while, and said, "Where is the divorce letter?" Miss Qin Air lowered her head slightly, as if she didn't dare to face his gaze. Then, she slowly took out the divorce letter that seemed to have been prepared long ago from her sleeve and handed it to him. Luo Qingzhou paused, took it in his hand, and slowly unfolded it. Bai Ling wrote. Then, Bai Ling signed. He still clearly remembered the situation at that time. He stared at the divorce letter in his hand, his head buzzing, although his face remained calm. His heart was surging with various complex emotions. There was a long silence. He slowly raised his head, looked at his wife, and said softly, "Wei Mo, this should be your idea, right?" Miss Qin lowered her head, twisted her fingers on her skirt, like a child who had done something wrong, said nothing, and looked uneasy. Luo Qingzhou didn't have the heart to blame, and looked down at the divorce letter in his hand, and said with a complicated expression, Does the eldest lady know? Miss Qin whispered. I found out later. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, Where are the father-in-law and mother-in-law? Miss Qin said weakly, Dad should know mother is stupid. So, Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, Then am I not more stupid? Miss Qin's cheek was immediately buried in the bulging chest. Ah! Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but sighed, saying, I didn't expect that I was so powerful outside. But at home. Brother Qingzhou. I'm sorry. Miss Qin raised her head, tears in her eyes, and said pitifully, I'm sorry Weimo lied to you. It's Weimo's fault you hit Weimo. Luo Qingzhou looked helpless. Do you think I can bear it? If you act so pitiful again, I can only hit myself. Why do I feel that I am wrong and I am bullying you? Miss Qin sobbed. It's Brother Qingzhou who is bullying me woo-woo. Luo Qingzhou sighed again and said, Okay. It's not your fault. It's my fault. Okay. Right? Miss Qin wiped her tears and said, Since Brother Qingzhou knows he is wrong, then make amends as soon as possible. With my personality, it is impossible for me to take the initiative. I can only rely on Brother Qingzhou's thick skin. No. It is charm. Luo Qingzhou, but I am to the eldest lady Brother Qingzhou. Believe in Weimo. You will never regret it. And you will definitely be grateful to Weimo in the future. Sister is so beautiful actually. I am face-blind and can't tell who is beautiful or not, that's a coincidence. Chan Shan. Beiling. Xiao Dai. Chior. Jur. Your Majesty. Sister Meijiao. Sister Shui. Uncle. Miss Longer. Miss Yue Yuying. And Master Zixia. And Weimo. Are all either cute or beautiful. Weimo. Don't talk nonsense. There are not so many. You can just add all the women I know. By the way, thank you Brother Qingzhou for reminding me. There are also senior sisters. Junior sisters. Are there other uncles? Seniors? Etc.? I don't want to bother with you. I knew that Brother Qingzhou knew the truth and only wanted to bother with the most beautiful sister. Luo Qingzhou picked her up directly, walked to the inner room, and got on the bed. Then he blocked her mouth. Outside the window, the sun was shining, and there were birds singing happily on the branches in the yard. Xiao Dai took the broom again and drove the birds away, muttering, Go quickly. Don't disturb the young master and the second lady's lunch break. In the blue sky, the sun gradually moved westward. Not long after, Luo Qingzhou left the small courtyard, hesitated for a while, and walked towards the Lingshan Moon Palace next to it. When he came to the door, he hesitated and didn't dare to knock on the door. While he was wondering, the courtyard door opened with a creak. Little Beiling poked her head out, blinking her smart eyes in surprise. Son-in-law, you are back? Why didn't you knock on the door? Then she smiled and said, Are you afraid that you will sing Little Donkey again when you come in? Luo Qingzhou looked at her beautiful face and smiled, not knowing what to say. Beiling immediately opened the door and invited crisply, Son-in-law, come in quickly. The young lady is playing the piano in the backyard, and Chan Chan is practicing sword there. You won't be asked to sing Little Donkey today, so don't worry. When Luo Qingzhou was still hesitating, Beiling had come out, pulled his sleeve, led him in, and then looked at him suspiciously and said, Son-in-law, I haven't seen you for a few days. Why do you seem to become shy? Then she hummed, It turns out that every time you come here, you have to bully others. There seems to be a hint of resentment in her tone of why don't you bully others now? Luo Qingzhou was pulled into the courtyard by her and said, Beiling, I heard that His Majesty came to the mansion today. Beiling suddenly stopped, turned her head and looked at him. Without speaking, Luo Qingzhou looked at her for a moment, and a hint of self-mockery appeared on his face. So you also know it. Then he said, Did the second lady tell you? Or did you know it yourself? Bai Ling blinked her dark and lively eyes, and asked in confusion, Uncle, what are you talking about? Little Bai Ling doesn't seem to understand. Luo Qingzhou stared at her for a while, and said nothing more, and walked to the backyard. Bai Ling suddenly followed behind and said, Uncle, wait, get a piece of clothing for the young lady. The young lady has caught a cold these days, and is not feeling well. As she said that, she hurried into the house, quickly took out a snow-white coat, came over and stuffed it into Luo Qingzhou's hand, and said, Uncle, go and put it on the young lady. Bai Ling still has to go pick flowers. After that, she ran away. Luo Qingzhou was stunned and looked down at the clothes in his hand. It was soft to the touch, as gentle as water. It exuded a faint fragrance unique to the young lady. like a flower but not a flower. He stood there for a while, then slowly walked to the backyard. When he arrived at the backyard, he saw Miss Qin, wearing a white dress, sitting alone in the pavilion, reading a book quietly. Chan Chan didn't know where she went. Luo Qingzhou looked around again, hesitated for a moment, then took the clothes and walked over. Miss Qin seemed to hear footsteps, raised her head, and looked at him. The afternoon sun was particularly bright, falling on her pure white dress and flawless face, as if she was coated with a layer of light brilliance, beautiful as a painting. Luo Qingzhou walked into the pavilion, lowered his head slightly, handed over the snow-white clothes in his hands, and said, "Miss, Bailing asked me to bring it to you." Miss Qin paused, did not take it, did not speak, lowered her head, and continued to look at the book in her hand. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while, then slowly raised his head and looked at her flawless face. A breeze blew slowly. The black hair at the temples fluttered gently, and fluttered playfully on the beautiful face. After fluttering for a while, she raised her jade hand and gently gathered the knotty hair behind her ear. This was a very natural action. But Luo Qingzhou suddenly became dazed. At this moment, he suddenly found that her face was a little pale, and the color of her lips seemed a little too light. "Miss, I heard from Bailing that you have caught a cold these days, and are not feeling well. It's windy outside. You should go back to the house," Luo Qingzhou said softly. Miss Qin seemed not to hear, still lowered her head, and read quietly. "Huh?" At this time, another gust of wind blew. Miss Qin's snow-white dress and black hair all fluttered gently. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly stood behind her to shield her from the wind, hesitated for a moment, unfolded the clothes in his hand, and said softly, "Miss, the wind is strong. Put on your clothes." Miss Qin still didn't speak. Luo Qingzhou stared at her profile for a while, then lowered his body and carefully put the snow-white clothes in his hand on her body. Miss Qin's long eyelashes drooped slightly, and it was obvious that they trembled, but still didn't speak. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, and seeing that she had no reaction, he moved a little more and helped her wrap up her clothes. After doing all this, he stood up and stood behind her, with a complicated expression, staring at her back in a daze. In the pavilion, it was quiet. There was only the occasional sound of pages turning. Luo Qingzhou stood for a while and prepared to leave silently. At this time, Miss Qin finally spoke. "The queen is here today." Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard this, and stopped and said, "Yeah." He was not sure whether Miss Qin already knew his identity, but since Bailing knew it, there was no reason for Miss Qin not to know it. So, he didn't play dumb anymore. Miss Qin raised her head, looked at him and said, she said, "Let me marry someone else." Paused. She added, "That man is called Chu Feiyang, and I don't know him." Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and said, "My mother-in-law has already refused." Miss Qin looked at him and said, "You are a scholar, and you are familiar with etiquette. Do you think I should marry Chu Feiyang?" Luo Qingzhou lowered his head slightly and said, "No." Miss Qin's face still showed no emotion, and said, "Why?" Luo Qingzhou lowered his head, was silent for a moment, and said, "Chu Feiyang is not worthy of you." Miss Qin stared at him quietly for a while, and then said lightly, "I think so too." Then he said, "Who do you think is worthy of me?" Luo Qingzhou raised his head and looked at her cold and beautiful eyes and flawless face. He was silent for a moment and said, "The beauty of the young lady is better than that of the fairies in the sky. So, Qizhou thinks that no one in this world can be worthy of the young lady." Miss Qin was silent for a moment and said, "Okay, I understand. You want me to be alone all my life, right?" Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "No. What is it?" Miss Qin looked at him calmly. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head, and for a moment, his mood was complicated, and he didn't know how to answer. Miss Qin stared at him for a while, then lowered her head and continued to flip through the book in her hand, saying, "Go back. I want to read." A more complicated and inexplicable emotion suddenly rose in Luo Qingzhou's heart. There was self-blame, guilt, uneasiness, hesitation, self-abasement, and other inexplicable emotions, entangled into a ball. He walked out of the pavilion in a trance. Just as he was about to walk out of the round door, Miss Qin's voice suddenly came from behind him. "Remember to come and pay your respects tonight." Luo Qingzhou was startled, paused, turned his head and said, "Yes." Chapter 953 Confessing to the Young Lady. Dazed, After leaving Lingchanyu Palace, Luo Qingzhou stood outside the door for a while. Then, he went to the flower garden at the back. In the flower garden in spring, flowers are in full bloom, colorful and beautiful. A stream of charming flower fragrance, with the afternoon breeze, makes people intoxicated. Luo Qingzhou stopped in front of the flower garden. In the flower garden, a little lark in a pink dress was squatting beside a bunch of blooming flowers, sniffing the fragrance of the flowers with a happy face. She held a bunch of blooming flowers in her hand. In the pink stamens, a bee was buzzing to collect nectar. After collecting nectar, it landed lightly on the little lark's head again, as if it regarded her as a flower and wanted to continue collecting nectar. The lark suddenly giggled, stretched out a slender finger, and poked it gently. The bee actually vibrated its wings again and landed on her fingertips. Bai Ling took it in front of her eyes, blinked her smart eyes and looked at it, saying, little bee, do you think that little Bai Ling is more fragrant than these flowers? The bee was buzzing. Bai Ling changed to another little girl's childish voice and answered herself, yes. Yes. Sister Bai Ling is much more fragrant and beautiful than these flowers. Hee hee. After saying that, she giggled, moved her fingertips lightly, and the little bee flew away buzzing. When she was about to pick another flower, she suddenly raised her head and looked outside the flower bed. She was stunned for a moment, and then said in surprise, Uncle, why are you here? As she said that, she stood up and said with a vigilant face, Uncle, do you want to ruin my flowers again? Luo Qingzhou looked at her, was silent for a while, and said, where is Chan Chan? I didn't see her in the backyard. Bai Ling asked in confusion, isn't she in the backyard? Then she must be sleeping in the room. After all, she was tired last night. Luo Qingzhou showed a trace of embarrassment on his face and said, Bai Ling, Master has something to ask you. Bai Ling immediately asked cautiously, who is it about? Luo Qingzhou said, young Mississippi. Bai Ling immediately shook her head, I don't know. Bai Ling knows nothing. Humph. Bai Ling's little mouth is so tight. Master, don't let her betray the young lady. Then he snorted again, Tangyulu is useless. Luo Qingzhou said, I don't have Tangyulu. Bai Ling pouted immediately and said, then don't even think about it. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything more, and said, forget it. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. After walking a few steps, Bai Ling suddenly said again, Master, you can ask the second young lady about the young lady's affairs directly. The second young lady knows everything. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at her, paused, and said, in fact, I know everything too. Bai Ling was slightly startled and said, what does Master know? Luo Qingzhou said, everything. Bai Ling looked at him and didn't say anything else. I'm leaving. Luo Qingzhou waved his hand and left quickly. Bai Ling stood in the flower bed for a while, then suddenly took the flowers and ran back to Lingchanyu Palace and ran into the backyard. In the pavilion, Miss Jean was playing the guqin with her head slightly lowered. Bai Ling came closer, took a look at the coat she was wearing, waited for a while, and then spoke softly, Miss, what did the son-in-law say to you just now? Miss Jean was silent for a moment and said, nothing. Bai Ling's lips moved, as if she wanted to ask something, but the sound of the piano had sounded again. She could only mutter in a low voice, I'm pregnant. But Miss doesn't know how to worry. Ah. Plum Fragrance Garden. Luo Qingzhou returned to the room and glanced at the sun and moon treasure mirror on the table. For drops of dark blue spiritual liquid had already condensed on the mirror. He took out the porcelain bottle and collected them, and continued to put the sun and moon treasure mirror on the table, facing the light outside. Miss Jean Eyre was still sleeping in the inner room. He sat down on the futon in the corner, dripped 2 drops of spiritual liquid on his palm, and prepared to practice. After paying respects to the eldest lady tonight, he would go to the palace to practice. If he wanted to practice quickly, he could only continue to go to the underground of the palace and practice under the heart of the spirit mine. Now his goal is the Jiuzhou conference in a year, and the Piaomu immortal sect. So, even if his practice will cause irreversible damage to the heart of the spirit mine, he doesn't care, because by then, he will win better and more spiritual minds for Dian. The queen is pregnant with his child. Sister Yu's soul was severely damaged in order to save him. And there are so many people in the Qin family who need his protection. So he must become stronger. Otherwise, when the Piaomu immortal sect knows about Mo Cheng's affairs, it will be too late. The energy in the body began to surge. He closed his eyes, and soon entered the state of cultivation. Outside the window, the sun gradually set in the west. After Miss Chin Er woke up, she saw that he was practicing, and did not dare to disturb him. She quietly left the room, and went to the Lingshan Moon Palace next door. Xiao Dai was guarding in the corridor. The sun set quickly. When night fell, Xiao Dai hung lighted lanterns in the corridor, and at the gate. When Luo Qingzhou woke up from the state of cultivation, Miss Chin Er had not returned yet. He walked to the window, collected the newly condensed spiritual liquid on the sun and moon treasure mirror, then turned it over and put it back there. Left the room. Xiao Dai was embroidering lotus flowers in the corridor. Even in dim light, her technique was extremely skillful, and she could thread the needle skillfully without even looking. Luo Qingzhou walked over and sat down on the chair beside her. Xiao Dai woke up and turned to look at him and said, "Sir, have you finished your training?" Luo Qingzhou nodded, reached out and picked up her petite body, and placed it on his lap. Xiao Dai immediately said shyly, "Sir, don't. The second lady and the others will be back later." Luo Qingzhou comforted, "It's okay. I can see outside." Xiao Dai calmed down, paused, and gently threw the things in her hands into the basket on the ground. Then turned around, hugged his neck with both arms, put her cheek against his cheek, rubbed it affectionately, and said softly, "Sir, I miss you." Luo Qingzhou was full of guilt, gently stroked her hair, and said softly, "Xiao Dai, do you want a child?" Xiao Dai was stunned for a moment, nodded quickly, hugged him tightly, and said a little aggrievedly, "Sir, I have wanted it for a long time." Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else, just picked her up and went into the room. I don't know how long it took. Zhuer carried the lantern, and Miss Qin returned to the courtyard with Zhuer's support. As soon as she entered the house, she suddenly stopped and looked inside. Then, she turned around and said, "Let's go to Mother and talk to her." Zhuer immediately took the lantern and led the way outside. Zhuer also looked inside the house, supported Miss Qin Er, and walked out of the courtyard slowly. Meixiang Garden became quiet again. The night wind blew, and the lanterns on the corridor swayed clang clang clang. I don't know how long it took. Luo Qingzhou came out of the house, took a bath by the well, changed into a white Confucian robe, and then went out to the Lingchanyu Palace next door. Came to the door. Before he knocked on the door, the courtyard door had opened with a creak. Bailing said crisply in the door, "Son-in-law, why did you come now? If you don't come, I will go to bed. Once I go to bed, no one will open the door for you." Luo Qingzhou walked in and said, "Isn't there still Chan Chan? Doesn't she stay up at night?" Bailing closed the door and followed him and hummed, "Here. Xiao Bailing is the closed disciple and the open disciple. No one can come in without Xiao Bailing's permission." Luo Qingzhou turned his head and said, "So powerful?" Bailing said proudly, "Of course. Son-in-law, you have to curry favor with good people. Otherwise you will have no chance to come in the future." Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "Okay. After the son-in-law greets the eldest lady, he will go to your room to curry favor with you." After that, he quickly went to the back garden. Bailing's face changed, and she was stunned for a moment. She stomped her feet at his back and said, "Bad son-in-law. Lustful son-in-law. You want to bully me again. I won't let you succeed." After a while, she returned to the room, hesitated for a while, walked to the closet, and picked out a new dress from the closet. Then she looked in the mirror and hummed a song unconsciously. "I am a little donkey. He never rides." Huh? Why should I sing this song? Humph. This is sung by the bad son-in-law, and it is sung by the stupid Chan Chan. I don't want to sing it. Back garden. The moonlight is bright and falls on the pavilion. The girl in a snow-white dress, bathed in the white moonlight, seemed to be coated with a layer of holy light. Hazy and beautiful. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the door and walked over with a complicated expression. "Miss, Qizhou greets you." Just like before. He had just entered the Qin mansion not long ago, and was still a humble and pitiful son-in-law. Her son-in-law. Miss Qin raised her head. Her eyes were as dark and deep as the night, and she looked at him quietly. Silence for a moment. She suddenly asked, "What do you know?" Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled, raised his head, looked at her and said, "What did the eldest lady ask?" Miss Qin looked at him calmly, her beautiful face still as cold as snow. "You know it yourself." Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and said, "The second lady showed me the Dian etiquette today." Miss Qin said, "Then what?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I have read it before. But I didn't think about it carefully. And I didn't pay attention to it at all. Today, the second lady specifically asked me to read that page. Which page? Miss Qin looked at him indifferently. Luo Qingzhou met her eyes and said, about the explanation of divorce. Miss Qin was quiet for a while and said, then what? Luo Qingzhou paused and said, then, I understood. Understand what? Miss Qin continued to ask. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and bowed his hands, saying, after understanding, Qingzhou will still come here often to pay respects to Mississippi, understand? Miss is still Miss, not sister-in-law. The pavilion suddenly became quiet. After a long time, Miss Qin said in a light tone, go back. Luo Qingzhou didn't say much, bowed his head and left. When he walked to the door, Miss Qin suddenly said again, have you read the new marriage law? Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment. His heart sank suddenly, and he was silent for a while, saying, I have read it. Miss Qin didn't speak again. Luo Qingzhou looked at her again, bowed his hands, and left in a trance. Leaving Lingchanyu Palace, he stood at the door for a long time before returning to Meixiang Garden, telling Xiao Dai, and then leaving the mansion and going to the palace. Ah! How should he tell His Majesty? He didn't dare to speak. He could imagine how angry His Majesty would be when he learned the truth. But he had to tell this. It was like a farewell at Ishui. He entered the palace with a tragic and heroic mood. Chapter 954 The Queen's Anger and Jealousy. Yelwa Palace? In the study, the lights were bright and the incense smoke was curling. Nandong Huiyue, wearing a fiery red dress, was sitting at the table, carefully reviewing the memorials in front of her. Yue was kneeling beside her, lowering her head, quietly grinding ink. Not long after, Xiao's voice suddenly came from outside the door, Your Majesty. The young master is here. Nandong Huiyue was slightly startled when she heard the words, looked at the door, paused, and said, let him in. Squeak. The door opened. Luo Qingzhou walked in from outside the door and bowed. Yue glanced at him, stood up and greeted him respectfully. Then, she bowed her head and left the room. The door closed gently. Nandong Huiyue looked at the door and said, you come so late. Is there something wrong? Luo Qingzhou was uneasy. For a moment, he didn't know how to start. He hesitated for a moment and said, nothing. I just want to see Your Majesty. Nandong Huiyue raised her eyebrows when she heard this. Do you want to see me? Or do you want to see your baby? Luo Qingzhou unconsciously glanced at her belly, and became even more hesitant. Nandong Huiyue saw that his expression seemed wrong, and was a little confused. What's wrong? What's the matter? You are my husband. What can't you say? Then he said, why are you standing so far away? Are you afraid that I will eat you? Luo Qingzhou walked over, glanced at her chair, and didn't dare to sit on it. He lowered his head, bent his knees, and knelt under her red skirt. It's not that he was scared. It's really too outrageous and too unexpected. Until now, he felt like he was dreaming. If His Majesty knew, what kind of reaction would he have? He couldn't imagine it. Nandong Huiyue frowned when she saw him like this, and a solemn look appeared between her eyebrows. She said, you didn't do anything to let me down, did you? Or betray me? Or, do you want to leave me and go to Jiotian Yaotai? Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said nothing. There was silence in the room for a moment. Nandong Huiyue put down the memorial, patted her chair with her hand, and said softly, get up and sit here. You and I are husband and wife. No matter what you did or what you are going to do, as long as you have enough reasons, I can forgive you. Luo Qingzhou felt more and more guilty, and slowly stood up and sat down next to her. Nandong Huiyue said softly, look up and look at me. Luo Qingzhou slowly raised his head and looked into her eyes. Nandong Huiyue moved closer to him again and said softly, hold. Luo Qingzhou's heart softened, and he stretched out his arms and gently hugged her. Nandong Huiyue then said calmly, go ahead. It's okay. I will listen to you calmly. Even if you want to leave, even if you want to abandon me, I will listen to you quietly. Luo Qingzhou smiled bitterly and said, of course not. How could I leave Your Majesty? Let alone abandon Your Majesty. Unless no. Even if I die, I will never do such a thing. Nandong Huiyue's eyes suddenly became soft, and then she lowered her head, gently leaned in his arms, and said softly, then it's okay. I can forgive you for anything else. Luo Qingzhou hugged her tightly, and was silent for a moment before saying, Your Majesty, what do you think of Miss Qin? You? Nandong Huiyue suddenly raised her head, left his arms, looked at him and said, Is it about her? Luo Qizhou whispered. Yes. Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes, and her expression gradually turned cold. It seems that you really have feelings for her, and are beginning to regret it. Or, you are beginning to covet her beauty again. Right? At this point, she showed a hint of sarcasm on her face again. You may not dare to do it before. But now, you are different from the past. Today, your mother-in-law has spoken in person. So, you are ready to move. Right? Your Majesty? Go down. Nandong Huiyue said coldly. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He had to let her go. Stood up from the chair, and knelt down at her feet again. Humph. You are indeed a pervert. Nandong Huiyue regained the dignity and momentum of the Empress on her face. Looking down at him and said, I just told you that I was pregnant. And you started to covet your sister-in-law's body. And you are so bold that you come to ask my opinion on her? What? Do you want me to nod and let you marry her? Humph. Shameless. Disgusting. Your Majesty. Shut up. You are a scholar. Have you heard that a good horse will not turn back? At first, she ignored you, even found someone else to replace you in the bridal chamber, and finally divorced you ruthlessly. Don't you have the pride and backbone of a scholar? Now you are still shameless, and want to go back and lick her. Don't you feel ashamed? Your Majesty. Actually, shut up. Aren't you just coveting her beauty and figure? Humph. Her face is indeed very beautiful. And her figure and breasts are equally beautiful as mine. But don't forget that she can never serve you like I do. Even if you marry her, she is just an ice sculpture. You are in love with her. And she lies there motionless, not even making a sound. Do you think it's interesting? Your Majesty. Nandong Huiyue's chest rose and fell. And she didn't say anything. Her hand suddenly covered her stomach. Luo Qingzhou's face changed. And he hurriedly stood up and said, Your Majesty. What's wrong with you? Nandong Huiyue didn't answer, closed his eyes, and slowly leaned back on the chair behind. After a while, she said in a cold tone, If you really want to ask my opinion on her, then I will tell you that I'm jealous. Luo Qingzhou was slightly stunned. She is the first woman to marry you, and the first woman who moved your heart. Right? Nandong Huiyue opened her eyes and looked at him. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, lowered his head, and seemed to be recalling every detail of his marriage to the Qin family. When he saw Miss Qin for the first time, he was indeed moved. Such a beautiful fairy-like person suddenly appeared in front of him, and suddenly became his wife. How could he not be moved? Nandong Huiyue saw that he was silent and did not speak again. After a long time, she said lightly, I have no other thoughts except jealousy. If you really want to marry her, then marry her again as Luo Qingzhou. At that time, I will let Meiju and Xue go to the Qin mansion to congratulate you on my behalf. And I will not go, so as not to feel uncomfortable. Pause. She continued, The court officials have unanimously agreed to make you king. And your fiefdom will be in Huiyue country, my former fiefdom. As for the title of prince, you can decide for yourself. And it will be announced to the world in 2 days. When you become king, you can marry Meiju and Xue. I am willing to marry them both. Luo Qingzhou looked complicated and said, Your Majesty. This is not my idea alone. Nandong Huiyue looked at him expressionlessly and said, This is a joint proposal by Dean Bai and the 5 major sects, as well as other cultivation families and the border army. You have saved Diyan twice and saved Diyan, and saved all the cultivators and people in Diyan. This is what you deserve. And it is not given to you out of favoritism. Chu Feiyong. You may not know that you are now among the cultivators of Diyan and the army of Diyan. You have unparalleled prestige and reputation. If it were someone else, I, the Emperor, would not be able to eat or sleep well, and would have to find ways to eliminate your influence. Fortunately, you are my husband, and I know you. You have no interest in imperial power. In fact, even if you don't have these outstanding achievements, according to the rules, you can also be named a prince with only a nominal title. Now, it is more worthy of the name, and no one will question me anymore. And no one will laugh at you for being a gigolo. You got this throne by your own ability. Of course, I also benefited from your help. Now no cultivation force dares to oppose me. And those armies and princes are also convinced by me as the emperor. After all, my husband is a great master. Who dares not to obey? Luo Qingzhou lowered his head, his heart surging. After Nandong Huiyue finished speaking, she stared at him for a while and said, "Go. I want to rest." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her belly, said nothing more, stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I want to practice underground." Nandong Huiyue nodded and said, "It's time to practice. My baby, De Yin and I all depend on you. If you don't practice harder, the Piamu Immortal Sect will come to collect compensation. If they can't collect it, they may capture me, the king of this country." Luo Qingzhou said calmly, "Your Majesty, that will never happen." Nandong Huiyue sighed and said, "This is a desperate gamble. A year is actually very short and will pass quickly. I hope you can succeed. The fate of me and De Yin is in your hands." Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else, glanced at her belly again, turned around and left, and went directly underground. Nandong Huiyue leaned back in the chair. After a long time, she took out the communication disc and sent a message to someone. "Senior sister, you are so awesome. He is obsessed with his sister Yu. And now he is reluctant to part with Miss Qin who divorced him." The message came back, "Really? Nandong Huiyue, but don't be too happy too soon. I am the legal wife. Whether you can enter the house depends on me. Even if you are your sister, you need to listen to me. So, senior sister, you should flatter and please me. Now, call me sister first." The other party did not reply. Nandong Huiyue raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and put away the communication disc, thinking about the scene when the proud woman came to her in a red wedding gown, holding tea, and bowed her noble head to call her sister during the wedding ceremony. She was actually a little excited and impatient. Ha ha ha. Be reserved? Be reserved, I am the emperor now. Soon. Her soul left her body. Ha ha ha. I am a liquor now, ba. I am Xiaoya now. Laugh whenever you want. Ha ha ha. Luo Qingzhou came to the underground. A pure vitality rushed to his face. He sat down under the heart of the spiritual mine, then took out the spiritual liquid and dripped 2 drops on his palm. There are still 20 points left for the progress of the late Grandmaster. He planned to complete all the cultivation directly during this retreat. Otherwise, he would not go out. As for the wife and concubine, all kinds of Shura field things, he didn't want to think about it anymore. At most, Luo Qingzhou is Luo Qingzhou, and Chu Feiyang is Chu Feiyang. 2 identities, each with 2 wives. He didn't need to waste his mind and time on these things. Since he decided to go into seclusion, he naturally had to inform Sister Yu and others first. He took out the communication disc and sent a message to Sister Yu first. Then, he sent messages to Lomer and the princess, as well as his uncle and master, and also sent a message to Zhu Yin, asking about their well-being. Zhu Yin must be very sad that he didn't find his beloved concubine at the border this time. He probably lost his appetite and cried every day. Although this ancient beast has a bad temper, he is also a good man who values love and loyalty, and has deep feelings for his beloved concubine. He deserves respect. Zhu Yin quickly replied to the message, "Yang, I'm fine. Hee hee. Let me tell you quietly. On the way back, I encountered a beautiful love and met a very beautiful beauty. I brought her back. After spending a few days with her, I love her even more. As for the ugly monster who betrayed me and cuckolded me before, I have forgotten it. Yang, there are beautiful women everywhere. As long as we have the ability, we can find beautiful women. Don't you think so?" Luo Qingzhou. Soon, a picture was sent over with a sentence attached, "Yang, this is my current beloved concubine, and also your sister-in-law. Take a look. Is she beautiful?" Luo Qingzhou looked at the black shadow in the picture. It was pitch black in the night. The face was completely invisible. Only 2 thick noses pointing up could be seen. Beautiful. Sister-in-law is so beautiful. Brother's vision is really extraordinary. He flattered against his will. Zhu, ha 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 ha. Thank you for your compliment. Brother, you are very good. My vision has always been invincible. No more talking. I am going to favor your sister-in-law. Luo Qingzhou deleted the photo immediately. At this time, the princess replied, "Your Majesty should have told you." "Right. But Shui and I both refused. Father passed away not long ago, so we can't get married. We need to observe mourning for at least a year." Luo Qingzhou, "Yes. I know. Xiao Meijiao, you practice well. I will often accompany Weimo. Since our great Yin signed those treaties with Piami Xinzong, His Majesty is very worried every day. And everyone is also very worried, afraid that one day great Yin will be gone. So, We can only rely on you. Luo Qingzhou, yes. I will definitely protect the yin. Xiao Meizhou, did His Majesty tell you? Luo Qingzhou, is His Majesty pregnant? Xiao Meizhou, it seems that he has told you. Congratulations. Luo Qingzhou, princess. I'm sorry. I haven't helped you get revenge yet. But don't worry. I will definitely kill that woman. Xiao Meijiao, thank you. Don't force it. You practice. I won't disturb you. I still have to accompany my mother. These few nights? She often has nightmares and cries. Luo Qingzhou, yes. Say H. Lo to the princess for me. Then, he replied to Longer and Master's news. After Longer came back, he practiced in seclusion under the East Lake. Master broke through the realm of the Grandmaster at the border. And after returning, he began to practice hard again. Obviously not wanting to be left too far behind by his uncle. Uncle didn't reply immediately. He must be busy. As for Sister Yu, there was no reply either. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while, and put away the communication disc. At this time, the spiritual liquid in the body has turned into a powerful force. Flowing in the body, he calmed his mind, closed his eyes, and began to practice the technique. Soon, a transparent vortex appeared above his head. The pure vitality contained in the heart of the spiritual mind began to flow into his body along the vortex. The vitality was quickly refined into energy. The vast energy began to fiercely wash and temper his meridians, acupoints, and all organs of the body, as well as bones and muscles. Like a tide, the tempering of the flesh is endless. In a blink of an eye, 5 days passed. During this period, Nandong Wuyue would come down every day, standing at the door every time, silently looking at him for a long time, and then quietly left without disturbing him. That night, Luo Qingzhou felt that the energy in his body was overflowing and began to stir. At the same time, all organs, bones and muscles of the body began to yearn for something. He woke up from the state of cultivation and slowly put away the technique. He calmed down the energy in his body for a while. He took out the body judging stone, held it in his palm, and checked his current data. Grandmaster late stage, progress 95. Early stage of spiritualization, progress 90. Although he felt that his body was full of energy and could no longer absorb and refine the vital energy, the progress of his physical training had not reached 100. Obviously, he still needed external stimulation and training. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, put away the body judging stone, then got up and went out of the underground. When he came to the training room, he found that Her Majesty was already lying on the couch and sleeping soundly. She frowned slightly, obviously thinking about something before going to bed. Luo Qingzhou walked over quietly, covered her with the quilt, then reached out his hand, wanted to touch her belly, but held back. On the table in front of the couch, there was a piece of paper. The paper was unfolded, and some words were densely written on it. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, picked it up, and looked at the content carefully. The Piaomu immortal sect on the border has repeatedly made up stories to find fault and secretly set people to sneak into Linqiu City. They suspect that the massacre of the elders and disciples of the Piaomu immortal sect in Mo City was related to the Yin. It even mentioned his name. A cold light flashed in Luo Qingzhou's eyes. What is coming will come sooner or later. But the other party has no evidence yet, and should still be investigating. Many people from Dian in Maching saw it that day. And I believe this matter can't be concealed for long. He has to hurry up and break through quickly. Otherwise, he glanced at His Majesty's frowning brows again, then put down the note, and quietly left the palace from underground. He returned to the Qin mansion first, ready to see his family, and then go to Lingxiao sect to practice and prepare for a breakthrough. When he returned to the mansion and drilled out of the ground from the underground of Meixiang Garden, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the air. In the dark night, a hazy figure stood in the air, looking down with his head down. The other party's eyes seemed to be on the Qin mansion. Luo Qingzhou's pupils shrank, and he drilled into the ground again. Then, he moved quickly underground, circled behind the figure, and then got out of the ground. In order not to reveal too much breath, he directly left his soul and flew silently into the night sky and flew to the high sea of clouds. Then, he took advantage of the cover of the night and the clouds and carefully flew above the figure. He looked down. The figure seemed to be shrouded in a layer of smoke, still hazy and unclear. Luo Qingzhou began to accumulate strength and quietly fell down. Chapter 955 Sister Yu, you are dirty. Schwa. Just after landing for a distance, the hazy figure immediately noticed it, and disappeared in a flash. Bang! Luo Qingzhou was prepared and punched down suddenly. The fist that had been full of power for a long time instantly smashed out a golden fistlight and hit the blank space in front heavily. At the same time, his figure flashed and chased after it. Bang! The fist light exploded, and the light was shining. The hazy figure appeared in the blank space. But it only paused for a moment, and then flashed again and flew forward. Luo Qingzhou's heart jumped. This punch carrying all the power of the late Grandmaster did not cause any damage to the opponent, and the figure seemed to just lightly dissolve his punch. Swoosh! He swept up and punched again suddenly. This punch was directly accompanied by lightning. The hazy figure appeared again in the night, then turned around and hit his fist with a palm. Pa! A crisp sound. The palm actually passed through the lightning and fist light and hit his fist. A terrible force suddenly attacked. Luo Qingzhou's body shook, and he flew out in the broken fist light and air waves. But the hazy figure did not take the opportunity to chase. She stood there, looked at him, and then her figure flashed and prepared to leave. Luo Qingzhou suddenly shouted, "Who are you?" The hazy figure ignored it, and when he was about to continue to escape into the night, he suddenly stopped. Zizi. Under the night sky in front, an electric net suddenly appeared. Luo Qingzhou's figure flashed and came behind her, his fists flashing, lightning sizzling, looking at her back with doubtful eyes and said, "At least, you should leave your name." The hazy figure ignored it, suddenly turned into a stream of light, and flew high into the sky. Shwa! At this moment, a white light suddenly broke through the clouds and fell from the sky. The hazy figure caught it with one palm and stopped there. A figure in a Confucian robe appeared from the clouds, looked at her and said, "How can a friend visit my great yin late at night? Can I, show my hospitality?" Luo Qingzhou felt relieved and rushed up. Both the master and the disciple looked solemn, with their arms gathering strength, ready to fight. Obviously, the strength of the person in front of them was extraordinary. There was silence in the night sky for a moment. The hazy figure finally spoke. With a cold tone, "Dean Bai, how do you want to show your hospitality?" Hearing this voice, Bai Shan was shocked, and a complicated expression appeared on his face. "The fairy is here. Anyway, I'm not here to find you." After the hazy figure finished speaking, it suddenly turned into a stream of light, passed by him, and instantly disappeared in the clouds in the sky. Bai Shan stayed where he was, and did not stop him. Luo Qingzhou was shocked and flew to his side, saying, "Sir, that person is..." Bai Shan came back to his senses. His expression was still complicated and difficult to understand, and said, "It's Fairy Qingyao from Jiutianyao Tai. Is it her?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and then asked in confusion, "Why did Fairy Qingyao suddenly come to our dine alone? And when the student just found her, she seemed to be spying on the Qin mansion." Bai Shan was slightly startled. Spying at Qin's house? A light flashed in his eyes, and he said, "She came to dine for only one reason. To find you. But why would she go to Qin's house? Your identity cannot be revealed by anyone, unless she has been following you." Luo Qingzhou's face changed. Bai Shan looked at him and said, "With her strength, if she follows you, it will be difficult for you to find out. If so, then your identity should have been exposed." Luo Qingzhou was worried and said, "Sir, what should I do?" Bai Shan comforted him in a gentle voice. "Don't worry too much. Fairy Qingyao is not the other people in Jiutianyao Tai. She has never cared about worldly affairs, and does not participate in any struggles. She came to dine this time, probably to see you. Even if she knew your other identity, she would not tell others. After all, you are the first person who asked them to take you as a disciple." Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, "Last time at the border, students used thunder to kill those people from Piamuxianzong. Fairy Qingyao and her disciples should have seen it." Bai Shan smiled and said, "So, they were moved." Luo Qingzhou showed an unnatural look on his face. Obviously, the teacher also guessed his physique. Bai Shan looked at him gently and said, "My injury has stabilized temporarily. I will come out often at night in the future. You don't have to worry about your family or the palace. Just practice well." Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, "Thank you, sir." Bai Shan raised his head, looked at the dark night in the distance, and said, "Okay, you go back. I'll go to the border to take a look." After that, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared quickly. Luo Qingzhou stood in the air for a while and landed towards the Qin mansion. Looking down, The Lingchanyu Palace was still hazy and unclear. Fairy Qin Yao. His eyes flickered and fell on the roof of Meixiang Garden. Then, he took out the communication disc and sent a message to Fairy Fanyu. Are you there? The message came back quickly. Yes. I'm sorry. I couldn't help you at the border. Luo Qingzhou, it's okay. I know. Luyun is the leader. You never care about these mundane things. Fanyu Fairy, Master Luyun has always had a close relationship with Piaomu Xinzong. Her eldest disciple and several other disciples on the peak are all from Piaomu Xinzong. Luo Qingzhou, I know. I don't mean to blame you. Fairy Fanyu. I just want to ask. Where is your master? Fanyu Fairy, are you looking for my master? Have you figured it out? If you have figured it out, I will pick you up. Luo Qingzhou, I saw your master tonight. Fanyu Fairy, no way? Where is it? Luo Qingzhou, dying Kyoto. She came alone and just left. Fanyu Fairy, impossible? Master is practicing in seclusion in the cave. How could she go to dine alone? She has no reason to go there. Even if she wants to take you to Yuta Peak, she will send a few of us to pick you up. Could you have recognized the wrong person? Luo Qingzhou, are you sure Fairy Qin Yao is now in seclusion in the cave? Fanyu Fairy, I'll go take a look. By the way, how do you know it's my master? Have you seen her? Luo Qingzhou, she spoke. Dean Bai recognized her. Fairy Fanyu, Dean Bai does know my master. Wait a minute. I'll go check. Luo Qingzhou showed a hint of suspicion on his face. Fairy Fanyu was right. Even if Fairy Qin Yao took a fancy to him and wanted to take him as a disciple, she couldn't come here alone in the middle of the night to secretly follow him. Could it be that the woman just now was not Fairy Qin Yao, but a fake? Thinking of this, he immediately took out the communication disc and reminded Dean Bai, Sir, you have to be careful. The woman just now may be a fake, not Fairy Qin Yao. The message came back quickly. I know. You don't have to worry. Practice well. While Luo Qingzhou was thinking, Fairy Fanyu sent a message. Master is not in the cave. I asked my sister. She doesn't know where Master went. Luo Qingzhou, you can send a message to ask. Fairy Fanyu, I sent it. But Master didn't respond. Could it be that Master really went to dine alone? But why? Stupid Pink. Why do you say that? In a room in Jiuqian Yaotai. Fairy Pink, you just sent the message. And Hong Yuan beside her couldn't help muttering. Pink, you turned her head to look at her. Stupid. Hong Yuan tapped her forehead with her finger, looked around, and whispered, Master is shy and can't wait to break through. So she sneaked alone. I guess she wants to do something, but she can't let go of her status. Sorry. She has been hesitating. Pinky was stunned and didn't speak. Hong Yuan said again, so, we disciples must play dumb, and we can't expose Master and embarrass Master. Pinky was silent for a while, and said, I think Master is not that kind of person. Hong Yuan glanced at her and said, Master is certainly not that kind of person. But Master is devoted to cultivation, and wants to become an immortal. If someone can help her break through, do you think she will ignore it? Pinky didn't speak again. Dian. Qin Mansion. Luo Qingzhou sat on the roof, bathing in the moonlight and breeze. Just as he was about to put away the communication disc, another message came. He looked down and was shocked. I thought it was a reply from Fairy Fanyu, but it turned out to be from Sister Yu. What are you doing? Luo Qingzhou suppressed his excitement, watching the moon, thinking about you. The other party did not reply again. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly asked, Sister Yu, how are you now? Are you feeling better? Sister Yu, well, are you going to break through? Luo Qingzhou, soon. My physical body is 5 points away from breaking through to the peak realm of the Grandmaster. I need to go out to practice boxing and external force tempering. I don't know how many days I will be out. So, Sister Yu, can I see you? Sister Yu, why do you want to see me? Luo Qingzhou, I miss you and want to see you. I feel at ease when I see you. Sister Yu, but I don't want to see you. Luo Qingzhou, why? Sister Yu, you are dirty. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, then reacted immediately and said nervously, Sister Yu, are you still in my body? Sister Yu, just left. Luo Qingzhou, then did you see everything I did before? Sister Yu, yes. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu, practice well. And after you break through the peak realm of the Grandmaster, you can eat the spiritual fruit, combined with your spiritual fluid and the spiritual or heart. Your cultivation speed should be very fast. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu, I want to see you. Sister Yu, no. I have mysophobia. Luo Qingzhou. The other party did not reply again. Luo Qingzhou sat on the roof, disheveled in the cold night wind. When it was almost dawn, he entered the room, glanced at the second lady, and left a note. Then, he went to the Lingshan Moon Palace next door. He did not go in, but just stood at the door for a while, then left the mansion and prepared to go to Lingshan sect to practice. Not long after he left, on the roof of Lingshan Moon Palace, a snow-white figure appeared, looking at his back as he went away. Her flawless face was still a little pale. Luo Qingzhou quickly left the city. Then, he took out the communication disc and sent a message to his uncle, notifying him in advance. The message came back quickly. Oh. Luo Qingzhou thought for a moment and sent another message. Uncle, remember not to tell Master, who knew that the message had just been sent. Fairy Zixia sent a message. Evil disciple. Master already knows. Luo Qingzhou. Chapter 956. Breaking through the peak state and getting married with the eldest lady. The night was as cool as water. Luo Qingzhou rode the wind and soon arrived at the foot of Lingshan Peak. Just arrived at the back mountain. Woo! Suddenly, a familiar sound of a cave flute came from the hillside above. The sound of the flute was sobbing and intermittent. It was as if someone was crying in this deep mountain forest. Master Uncle is worried? Luo Qingzhou said secretly in his heart. Then, he quickly climbed the hillside along the rugged path. A tall and slender figure was standing in the shadow of the pine trees on the hillside, holding a jade flute and blowing it. Master Uncle. Luo Qingzhou just called out, and suddenly paused. Master. Fairy Zixia turned around, looked at him dimly, and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou said awkwardly, Master. How come? Why don't you let me know? Fairy Zixia asked angrily. So, the relationship between master and disciple will disappear, right? No. Master wants you to be right. Fairy Zixia had a cold face and restored the dignity of a master. Luo Qingzhou. From now on, the relationship between you and me as master and disciple is severed. From tonight, I am no longer your master, and you are no longer my disciple. You and I have become strangers. Humph. After saying that, she walked away and walked down the mountain. Master, 10 miles of green mountains are far away, and the road is sandy at tide. Fairy Zixia ignored him, and suddenly recited poems with a sad voice, and continued to walk down the mountain. A few birds cry and complain about the years. It is a sad time again. At the end of the world, white dew ends the remaining summer heat, and the breeze sets off the sunset. Asked the lotus by the green willow bank. Remember when I sold wine during the new year? That family. She was seen in a fluttering red skirt, reciting as she gradually walked away. That graceful and lonely figure soon melted into the night at the foot of the mountain. Luo Qingzhou stood on the hillside, dazed. At this moment, a familiar breath suddenly came from behind him. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked. Linghu Qingzhu, wearing a light green dress, stood on the high hillside, her dress fluttering. Looking at him, Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and rushed up quickly. Uncle Master. What happened to Master? Linghu Qingzhu looked at the dark night below the mountain, was silent for a while, and said, Nothing. I just got angry with you. Luo Qingzhou, Uncle Master. Why did you show her your news? Linghu Qingzhu looked at him, and said, She is next to me. Luo Qingzhou asked in confusion, What are you two doing together in the middle of the night? Linghu Qingzhu said, Sleeping. Luo Qingzhou. There was a moment of silence on the hillside. Linghu Qingzhu turned around and walked towards the mountain, saying, Let's go and practice. Luo Qingzhou followed behind him and said, I want to practice boxing. Linghu Qingzhu didn't say anything else. The two walked on the rugged and steep mountain road, as if walking on flat ground, and quickly climbed the mountain. After reaching the sword peak, Luo Qingzhou did not go to the cave, but went directly to the bamboo forest. Shua! The energy in his body, that was ready to move, quickly passed through the meridians and rushed to his fists. The fists began to heat up. Bang! He punched out, and the air wave was like a flood. The green bamboos in front of him bent down and rustled. Moo! He began to perform the bull demon fist, using the explosive power of the fist and the energy in his body to temper his body. His fists became faster and faster, and his figure became more and more blurred. The green bamboos around him kept shaking. The thick bamboo leaves piled on the ground also flew up with a strong wind, turning into a hurricane, spinning around him. Linghu Qingzhu stood not far away, his green clothes fluttering in the air waves. and his long hair flying. The night quickly faded. Chaoyang worked hard all night, and finally climbed up the mountain secretly, revealing his face behind the green mountain. The sun suddenly appeared. The whole sword peak was coated with a layer of orange-red light. In the thin mist, it was beautiful and illusory. Boom! 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 In the bamboo forest, Luo Qingzhou was still practicing his fists. Chaoyang soon revealed his entire face, and then climbed up to the sky. Soon, he fell to the west mountain again. The sound of boxing in the bamboo forest did not stop. Until the night fell. Luo Qingzhou stopped exhausted, and slowly put away his skills. His clothes were soaked again, and the yuanli and soul power in his body were all consumed. All the muscles, bones, meridians, and internal organs that were constantly washed and tempered by energy were sore. After the heartbeat calmed down a little, he panted, sat on the ground, then lay on his back, and closed his eyes. His chest was still rising and falling. In the Danhai, the yuanli began to recover slowly. After resting for a long time, he slowly opened his eyes, and sat up. Linghu Qingzhou stood beside him, looking at him quietly, and then said, "Let's go eat." Luo Qingzhou had already heard the rumbling sound in his stomach. To cultivate the body, you must eat and drink enough. And it is best to eat good quality meat. Although he was very tired, he still managed to stand up and said, "Uncle Master, is there a lot of meat? I want to eat a lot of meat." Linghu Qingzhou turned around and walked in front, saying, "A lot." Luo Qingzhou followed her, and soon arrived at the cave. The stone table in the cave was already full of meat, and these meats looked like some high-quality monster meat. Luo Qingzhou had no time to wash his hands, and he sat down and wolfed down. Linghu Qingzhou sat aside and watched him quietly. After he finished 2 plates of meat, he handed him a large bowl of meat soup. Luo Qingzhou took it with both hands, raised his head, gulped it down, and drank it all. After drinking the soup, he continued to eat meat. The whole table of meat was quickly eaten up by him. After drinking 2 large bowls of meat soup, he burped, "Uncle Master, did you hunt all these monster meat in Yunwu Mountain Range? It's very firm to the bite, unlike ordinary monster meat, and it tastes very good. I didn't expect that Uncle Master has such cooking skills." After eating and drinking, he finally had time to talk. Linghu Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, "Your master hunted it, and she cooked it herself. You met her on the mountain last night. She went down the mountain to hunt." Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this, and fell silent. "Go take a bath." Linghu Qingzhou stood up, and went to the training room with a hot spring pool. Luo Qingzhou sat for a while, then got up and followed him in. There was no longer any taboo between the two of them. Luo Qingzhou took off his clothes beside the bath, and jumped in directly. When he leaned on the jade stone behind him to scrub his body, Linghu Qingzhou came to the bath, and gently untied the belt around his slender waist. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "Uncle Master, I'm tired. I have to continue practicing tomorrow." Linghu Qingzhou's dress suddenly slipped off her body like water, revealing a snow-white, proud, hidden jade body. Then, she took off the hairpin on her head. Her black hair, like a waterfall, suddenly poured down. "I know." She raised her slender legs, bare a pair of snow-white jade feet, and walked into the bath. Then she squatted beside him with a towel and said, "Just lie down and rest. I'll help you scrub." Luo Qingzhou looked at her again, and closed his eyes. The soft towel fell on his chest, gently rubbing his sweaty skin. Luo Qingzhou was really tired. Under the hot spring, and the scrubbing of his uncle, he fell asleep unconsciously. He had a dream. In the dream, there were drums and gongs, firecrackers, and noisy voices. He wore a red wedding gown, led a figure, stepped over the brazier at the entrance of the hall, and entered the house. Then, amid the noise of the crowd, they got married. The jade hand in his hand was particularly cold. The scene in front of him was particularly familiar. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to parents. Husband and wife bow to each other, and send to the bridal chamber. Amid the congratulations of the crowd, he led the figure and entered the bridal chamber. After drinking the wedding wine, he walked to the bed, looked at his bride, and then stretched out his hand to open the red veil on her head. At this time, the bride suddenly said, "Guess who I am?" The voice was hazy and unclear. He didn't guess, and directly opened the red veil on her head. But at this moment, a pair of arms suddenly stretched out from behind, hugged him, and then turned around and fell on the bed with him. He's son-in-law. It's my turn this time. Stinky son-in-law. You stood me up again. Woo woo. Bite you. It was actually the voice of the little Bailing. Luo Qingzhou suddenly trembled. Woke up from the dream. Opened his eyes. And gradually woke up. It's a dream. But this dream is so real. Those scenes. Those cold jade hands. Didn't they happen when he and the eldest lady got married? It's just that the person who hugged him in the bridal chamber changed from Chan Chan to Bailing. Strange. Why did he suddenly have such a dream? He suddenly turned his head and looked to the side. The master uncle was lying next to him, hugging him, and had fallen asleep. His proud jade body was particularly eye-catching. Luo Qingzhou gently picked her up, got out of the bath, put her on the couch, helped her dry her body, and covered her with a blanket. After doing all this, he put on his clothes and left the cave. It was already dawn outside. After a night's rest, he now felt energetic and refreshed. He took out the spiritual liquid and dripped 2 drops on his palm. Then he went to the bamboo forest and continued to practice. Boom! 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 Soon, the bamboo forest was filled with bursts of airflow explosions when punching. One day passed in a blink of an eye. Night soon fell. Luo Qingzhou put away his skills, wiped the sweat from his eyes, rested for a while, and then took out the body judging stone to check the data. Grandmaster late stage. Progress 100. Early stage of spiritualization. Progress 98. Sure enough, the physical cultivation process has been completed. He can finally break through again. For other practitioners, it may take several long years, even more than 10 years, decades, or even a lifetime to go from the late stage of Grandmaster to the peak of Grandmaster. But he is less than a month. So, he believes that breaking through the martial king realm is just around the corner. Thinking of this, he became more confident. He put away the body-judging stone and returned to the cave. The stone table was already full of meat and some fruits. The uncle, dressed in green, sat in a corner beside him, practicing with his eyes closed. Luo Qingzhou did not disturb her and immediately sat down to eat. Soon, he wolfed down the whole table of food. When he stood up and prepared to go to the training room to take a shower, Linghu Qingzhou slowly opened his eyes, looked at him and said, I feel that I may have another breakthrough. Luo Qingzhou. Linghu Qingzhou took out the body judgment stone, held it in his palm for a while, and then pointed it at him. The data on it was clearly displayed. Grandmaster's early stage. Progress 100. Spiritual transformation early stage. Progress 98. Chapter 957. The bound physique breaks through again. It was late at night, and the world was still. I don't know when. The sky began to drizzle again. The spring rain was cold and dripping. It soaked the soil, the flowers and plants, and added a misty charm to the sword. In the cave, Luo Qingzhou soaked in the warm spring water, thinking about the conversation with his uncle just now. It's unjust. How can it be so fast? You just broke through. If you're fast, I'll be fast too. But I'm practicing hard every day. And uncle, I'm working hard too. By the way, uncle, if my practice doesn't change, you won't change either. Right? Yes. That is to say, you're bound to me, and your cultivation will grow and stagnate along with mine. Right? Yes. How long will it last? For a lifetime. Then, can you unbind me? Yes. But my cultivation will be completely destroyed. And then die. So serious? Yes. Once it's confirmed, it can never be changed. And it can only be forever. Uncle, by the way, what if my cultivation is completely destroyed? Or I die suddenly? The same thing happens to me. Uncle. Luo Qingzhou's expression was quite complicated. When Sister Yu told him about this physique, he thought it was just a simple dual cultivation. Unexpectedly, it could be bound to the host like a contracted spirit beast. Moreover, whether it is cultivation or life, it is tightly bound to the host, sharing the same fate. To be honest, he was a little moved. Uncle Master gave him everything he had, including her fate and life. If you don't want to, you can cancel it. Uncle Master. Of course I am willing. But I am a little curious. How to cancel it? It's very simple. Don't help me break through. Don't help you break through? Just like now. My cultivation process is full. If you don't help me, it will be automatically cancelled in 1-2 days. You won't be hurt. And I. Uncle Master. Isn't it? 2 days? I remember when we were at the border. Your cultivation process was also full at that time. And we waited for several days before. Sometimes it's 2 days. Sometimes it's a month. Uncle Master. Even if you are anxious, there is no need to scare me. Right? I'm not anxious. I just want to break through. And then? Help you. Uncle Master is so nice. Then let's start. Wait. Where's the master? There was a sudden silence in the field. For a long time. Linghu Qingju said calmly, I knew you said one thing and meant another. Then he said expressionlessly, help me practice first. And when I break through, I will call her to join me. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched. And he said quickly, Uncle Master, you may have misunderstood. What I mean is Master hiding somewhere and spying on us now? Linghu Qingzhou glanced around and said, probably not. She just went back to the main peak to practice. Uncle Master, are you sure? Sure. Okay, I hope there will be no thunder tribulation when I break through this time. Otherwise, I will alert others again. Don't worry. You can blame me and Xiaoying for any strange phenomena in the world. Master Uncle is really great, no. Master Uncle is really nice. Outside the cave, the spring rain continued. After dawn, Jianfeng was still as quiet as before. Su Feng and Su Yi were both practicing in the cave. Dao Ling was still in the army. So, Jianfeng seemed particularly lonely and cold, with no one to be seen. Only birds chirping in the bamboo forest. In the evening, the spring rain was still pouring down. The cave door slowly opened. Luo Qingzhou stood at the door, staring at the misty scenery outside in a daze. Master Uncle broke through easily. The physical body broke through to the middle stage of the Grandmaster. And the progress of the soul also reached 100. The breakthrough was silent, without any strange phenomena in the world. It was really low-key. And he still needed to prepare. In order to avoid insufficient energy when breaking through, all previous efforts would be wasted. After all, it was the peak of the Grandmaster. He had no yuanshi, no elixir, only spiritual fluid. And he didn't know if it was enough. Let's rest for a night before starting. After watching the rain for a while, he closed the cave door and returned to the practice room. The Master Uncle was lying on the couch, sleeping soundly. When he was about to walk over, he suddenly found that there was an extra package next to the bathtub. It must have been there before. He was stunned for a moment, then immediately walked over and picked up the package. He turned his head and looked around. The Master Uncle's cave was not only restricted, but also protected by the mountain protection formation. Others could not come in. Only, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he curiously opened the package. The package was full of crystal clear yuanshi. 2 of the yuanshi looked particularly different, and they were actually mid-level yuanshi. He was stunned, and suddenly shouted to the surroundings, Master! It was quiet and silent, and no one responded. In Yen, even low-level yuanshi are extremely precious, not to mention mid-level yuanshi. Most of the practitioners in Yen may never have seen a mid-level yuanshi in their entire lives. Where did the master get it from? He picked up one of the mid-level yuanshi and held it in his hand. He immediately felt a pure and vast energy flowing into his body through his palm. The fatigue just now was swept away. Without hesitation, he immediately took the bag of yuanshi and walked to another practice room next door to sit down and prepare to break through. Close your eyes and calm your mind. Then, you began to slowly practice the exercises and mobilize the Yuanli and the Danhai. The Yuanli began to gather in the first acupoint. More and more violent. Boom! Then, it poured into the meridians like a tide, and then rushed towards the solid pass on the high ground. Once, twice, 3 times. Each time is more fierce and smoother than the last. A night passed quietly. After dawn, the spring rain outside the cave finally stopped. The sun shines down, and the raindrops fall on the flowers, grass and bamboos on the sword peak. Crystal clear. A rainbow appears in the sky. On the edge of the cliff, a sobbing flute sound suddenly rang out. A red skirt dances lightly. In the training room, Linghu Qingzhou slowly opened his eyes and looked at the top of the cave in a trance. A long time passed again. She slowly sat up. In her body, she could clearly feel the powerful energy of the middle stage of the Grandmaster. And she could also feel another burning energy slowly flowing in her abdomen. She stroked her abdomen and stayed for a long time before getting off the couch. Who knew that just as she stood up, her legs suddenly softened and she almost fell down. And she sat back down again. Take a short break. She began to practice the exercises. and the energy in her body began to flow slowly throughout her body. After a while, she got up carefully and left the practice room. There was a slight energy fluctuation in the practice room next to her. She stood at the door for a while, but did not disturb them, but followed the sound of the flute and left the cave. Outside the cave, the sun was shining, but the morning wind still carried the chill after the rain. Linghu Qingju glanced at the flowers and plants next to her, which were in a mess after the wind and rain. She walked to the edge of the cliff. The sound of the flute stopped. Fairy Zixia, who was wearing a red dress, turned around, looked at her and said, "Another breakthrough?" Linghu Qingju was silent for a moment and did not speak. Fairy Zixia sighed softly, looked at the sea of clouds in the distance, and said, "It's okay. I'm used to it. And I already know that you have a special physique. Unique. Only you can do it. I can't. So, I'm fine." Linghu Qingju was silent for a while, and then said, "Actually," Fairy Zixia looked at her and said, "Actually what?" Linghu Qingju looked at her and said, "Actually, his thunder spirit can help anyone practice. And if you absorb more, your body will be repeatedly tempered, and you won't be afraid of thunder in the future." Fairy Zixia was silent for a while, and said, "I know. It's just." Linghu Qingju walked to the edge of the cliff, looked at the undulating sea of clouds in the distance, and said, "I can't help him all the time. My physique I can practice very quickly, and I can follow him to the king of martial arts. Although he is very powerful, it will be difficult to break through from the king of martial arts to the thunder tribulation." But what? Fairy Zixia looked at her, and suddenly a bad premonition rose in her heart. Linghu Qingju looked at the distance calmly and said, "Nothing. I can help him break through when the time comes." Fairy Zixia's heart trembled immediately, and she looked at her with doubt and uncertainty. "You can help him break through? From the martial king to the thunder tribulation? Qingju, even if your physique is strong, it is impossible to help him break through to the thunder tribulation easily. Do you need to pay a price?" Linghu Qingju did not answer, and was silent for a while, and said softly, "If it weren't for him, I would have difficulty breaking through to the Grandmaster level. Now, I am already a Grandmaster, and he may be able to help me break through to the Martial King level. How many Martial Kings are there in this world? And he is also a Martial King and a reunionist who cultivates both body and soul. So no matter what I pay for him in the future, it will be worth it." Fairy Zixia grabbed her hand and frowned. "Qingju, tell me clearly, what price will you pay? I know that you cultivate so fast and so easily. There must be other problems," she suddenly said, "after you help him break through the thunder tribulation. Well, if so, what are you now? Are you the spirit beast he raises? Or the elixir he refines? Or the food he stores? You follow him to advance, become strong with him, and then sacrifice yourself to help him break through in the future?" Linghu Qingju's eyes gradually revealed a touch of tenderness, and he whispered, "I am willing." Silly. At this time, a huge vortex suddenly appeared above the cave. Then, the surrounding heaven and earth energy began to quickly gather towards the vortex. The mist lingering on the entire Lingshao peak also began to flow rapidly. It seems that someone is about to break through. This formation is at least a breakthrough above the master. It's Jianfeng. It's Jianfeng again. Look at that vortex. It's Linghu Peak Master again. At this moment, all the senior personnel of Lingshao sect gathered in the square of the main peak. When they saw the huge vortex of energy appearing on Jianfeng, they were all silent. Even Zhuangjian came after hearing the news, and then fell into silence together. Chapter 958 Concubine Dayue. The strange phenomenon continued. The heaven and earth energy within a radius of dozens of miles began to gather towards the sword peak. The fast-moving energy formed a strong airflow. There was a strong wind blowing around Lingshao Peak, including the Yumu Mountains. This movement naturally attracted the attention of Kyoto. Baishan flew into the sky from the academy, standing above the clouds in white clothes, looking up. At this time, a red shadow suddenly flew up from the palace and came to his side. Looking into the distance, Baishan's eyes flickered, and he said, "Someone in Lingshao sect is breaking through. This strange phenomenon looks like a Grandmaster realm. I don't know if it's Zhuangjian, or..." The girl next to him said, "It's Chu Feiyang." Baishan was stunned when he heard the words, retracted his gaze, looked at her, and paused. "Your Majesty is sure?" Nangong Huiyue looked at the direction of Lingshao sect in the distance and said, "Of course I am sure." Baishan hesitated and looked into the distance again. Silence for a long time. He said with a complicated expression, when he was at the border? He broke through 2 levels in a month. He has only been back for a few days. And he is about to break through again. It turns out that there are such evil geniuses in this world. Nandong Huiyue's eyes flashed with light. And he said in a light tone, Dean, don't we have one in Yin? Bai Yishan was slightly startled when he heard it, nodded, and asked, how is she now? Nandong Huiyue was silent for a while, and said, who knows? The clouds in the distance were moving quickly. Even in the sky above Kyoto, one could feel that the vitality of heaven and earth was being sucked away. Bai Yishan retracted his gaze, and said in a gentle voice, it shouldn't be so soon. Your Majesty, you are pregnant. Go back and rest first. I heard that the envoys of the Great Mongolia Empire will come tomorrow. Is it for the border trade agreement signed before? Nandong Huiyue's eyes flashed with cold light, and said, it should be. Their army is still stationed at the border. Not only did they not withdraw, but they also advanced more than 10 miles, and killed more than a dozen merchants from our Great Yin at the border. They came this time. They should know that our Great Yin army suffered heavy losses at the border, and they want to take the opportunity to threaten us and sign an unequal trade treaty on the northern border at the beginning. We refused many times, and wanted them to delete and change several clauses that were unfavorable to our Great Yin. But they did not agree. I thought they had given up. I didn't expect that they would take advantage of the situation now. Bai Yishan couldn't help but sigh and said, it should be the instigation of Piamu Xianzong. This time in Maching, so many of their elders and disciples died tragically. Although there is no evidence, it is estimated that they will still blame us. Nandong Huiyue snorted coldly and said, your Majesty deserves to die. They deserve the death of so many elders and disciples. Bai Yishan looked at her and said, how will your Majesty deal with it tomorrow? Do you need me to go? Nandong Huiyue said lightly. When the enemy comes, the general will stop him. And when the water comes, the earth will cover it. I am naturally not afraid of him. Dean, you don't need to go. You are the pillar of my Great Yin. How can you go to see people casually? I will handle this matter myself. Bai Yishan nodded and said nothing more. Now that the girl is the king of a country, many things need to be decided and handled by herself, so that she can grow up quickly. Besides, she has a husband who is about to break through to the peak of the Grandmaster realm. With the couple working together, I believe many problems can be solved. The two looked at each other in the air for a while before falling down. After Nandong Huiyue returned to the bedroom, she went to bed, but she tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. She stroked her belly. Her expression became gentle, and she murmured to herself, it's okay. He will be fine. He is so powerful, and someone is watching him. Even if he doesn't succeed in breaking through, he will be fine. What's more, that woman must be secretly watching him somewhere. After a while, she still couldn't sleep, so she had to take out the communication disc and sent a message to someone. He is breaking through. Do you know? She modified the note to someone, concubine Dayue. After a long time, the message party replied, something? Nandong Huiyue, I just want to confirm whether you are watching him. The breakthrough of the Grandmaster realm is also the breakthrough of the Peak realm. There will be dangers. You should know that, concubine Dayue. I am sleeping. Nandong Huiyue twitched her eyebrows. Humph. Lying. I know that you must be secretly watching him somewhere. Hypocritical woman. The other party did not reply again. Nandong Huiyue, I tell you, I have promised him to let you in. When you remarry, remember to serve me tea and call me sister. If you are so bad in attitude again, humph, I will exercise the rights and majesty of the wife and whip you well. The other party still ignored her. Humph. You wait. Concubine. Nandong Huiyue snorted coldly and put away the communication disc, thinking of the business tomorrow and the baby in her belly. She had to close her eyes and force herself to sleep. At the same time, many people have gathered on the sword peak of Lingxiao sect, Zhuangjian, as well as the elders and peak masters of Lingxiao sect. All gathered on the sword peak, waiting with solemn expressions. Fairy Zixia stood on the cliff, motionless, with a calm face. The night quickly faded. A ray of sunlight cut through the darkness and fell on the sword peak. The strange scene above the cave has gradually calmed down from the most intense state. But they know that the situation in the cave is still intense and dangerous. Every breakthrough is accompanied by danger. If the body is not strong enough, even if there is a trace of weakness, it may cause trauma, tear the meridians or an organ when the energy breaks through fiercely, causing serious consequences. At the least, the promotion fails. At the worst, the meridians are all destroyed and the body is severely injured. So everyone is very nervous. Master Ling Hu just broke through at the border. And now it's been less than a month. And he's breaking through again. I'm afraid his foundation is not stable. Don't say unlucky words. Master Ling Hu is always very stable every time he breaks through. He will definitely be fine. Several elders whispered. They all thought that this strange phenomenon was caused by Ling Hu Qingzhu. Zhuang Jian couldn't help but say, Zixia. Qingzhu's promotion speed is too fast. If she succeeds in advancing this time, you should persuade her to lay a solid foundation before breaking through. The later realms are all very dangerous. Don't rush. And don't be careless. Fairy Zixia nodded and said nothing. In the cave, in a certain training room, Luo Qingzhou sat in a corner, holding a mid-level yuanchi in his hand. Still rushing through the barrier. The other yuanchis beside him were already dim. Some yuanchis had been shattered. Obviously, the energy inside had been sucked dry. There was one last mid-level yuanchi. At this time, the energy in the yuanchi was pouring into his body, and then quickly settled in his danhai, turning into his own energy, and then pouring into the meridians, rushing towards the acupoint barrier at a high place. Boom! 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 Fierce impacts again and again. The barrier was as thin as a cicada's wing, and it looked like it was about to be broken. But under the impact of one wave of energy after another, it still stubbornly stayed there, and refused to break. Luo Qingzhou's skin was red all over. And he did not stop. Still gathering energy, and continuing to impact. Outside the cave, Ling Hu Qingzhu, dressed in green, stood quietly at the door, seemingly without breathing or heartbeat. Motionless, like a sculpture. At the same time, a huge flying sword came from the north, and landed outside the north gate of Kyoto. A tall young man, surrounded by hundreds of practitioners, stepped off the flying sword and looked at the city gate with a defiant look. An official from Dian had already come up with a ceremonial team, beating gongs and drums. Humph! The Dian army has lost all its elite troops, and the practitioners have also suffered heavy losses. In addition, the various princes have ulterior motives, and are unwilling to obey the empress. The national strength of our great Ming Empire is now at its peak, and the troops are stationed on the border. The 5 princes came to negotiate in person, but they actually sent a few officials to greet them. A man with a stubble on his face looked at the Dian official, and said gloomily. Another muscular man next to him also snorted coldly. Isn't it the queen who came in person? Humph! I'm very disappointed. I want to see her first. The bones on his body suddenly crackled. The tall young man surrounded by them was gray. The 5th prince of the great Ming Empire. He came to Dian last time, but was scared away by the monsters. This time is different from the last time. Last time, the national strength of their great Ming Empire and Dian was not much different, and each had its own fears. Now, Dian has consumed its national strength in several civil wars, and fought a battle on the border. The army and practitioners have suffered heavy losses, and their strength has been greatly reduced. It can be said that it is in a precarious and weak time, and their great Ming Empire, with the support of the Piaomu immortal sect, has become one of the strongest empires in the surrounding countries. So this time, they came as strong men. Even if the Queen of the Yin did not come out to greet them personally, she should have sent a few princes to greet them with the highest etiquette standards. Right? However, the welcoming team in front of them was just a very simple etiquette team. So at this moment, everyone in the great Ming Empire looked gloomy. When the little emperor was in charge before, he was very enthusiastic and polite. Humph! Now a woman has become the emperor, and she doesn't even know basic etiquette. 5th prince? Do you want to give them a lesson later? An old man with a long face said with a sneer on his face. Gray's eyes flashed, and he said, Don't make trouble for the time being. The people are watching. Let's go. Go to the palace first and meet the queen. When I came here, she was just the eldest princess. Humph! I almost married her. I didn't expect that now she has ascended the throne and become the king of a country. She really has some tricks. Chapter 959 Arrogant Prince. Luo Qingzhou breaks through again. Weiyang Palace. In the main hall, Nandong Huiyue, wearing a fiery red dragon robe and a crown, sat majestically on the dragon throne on the high platform. Under the stage, the ministers of Dian bowed their heads and stood in neat rows. The tall and mighty stone statues of fire beasts, the giant dragon reliefs coiled on the stone pillars, and the magnificent 9-dragon high platform all made people feel the solemnity and majesty coming to their faces. In the main hall, there was silence. After a while, A female guard appeared at the door of the main hall and reported respectfully, "Your Majesty, the envoys of the Great Mong Empire have entered the city from the North Gate, led by the 5th Prince of the Great Mong Empire, Gray, with a total of 212 people, all of whom are practitioners, according to the report from the spies." At this point, she stopped talking. Nandong Huiyue said dignifiedly, "You can talk as long as you want. We are all family members here." The female guard continued to report respectfully, "Two of them. One is Yang Yuan, and the other is Xiao Ji. Both are practitioners of Piamu Xianzong. They appeared in Maching before, and seem to have just joined the team not long ago." Nandong Huiyue sat on the dragon chair, listening with dignity and no emotion on her face. After the female guard finished her report and left, Nandong Ku, the Prince of Duan, who was standing in front of the queue, bowed and said, "Your Majesty, the other party brought so many practitioners here, and there are people from Piamu Xianzong following them. Obviously, they have other purposes. Just in case, I suggest that the practitioners of the 5 major sects and the Dragon and Tiger Academy be notified as soon as possible." Nandong Huiyue said indifferently, "Not for the time being. If we trouble them for everything, what is the use of the palace guards of the Yin?" At this time, Prime Minister Fan Wenjin bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I think the Mongol Empire is not here with good intentions, so we should make more preparations. Young Master Luo of the Qin Mansion is talented, decisive, and eloquent. Last time, he was neither humble nor arrogant in front of the envoys from various countries, and he responded with ease, which made our great Yin powerful, and no one dared to underestimate him. Therefore, I think your Majesty can summon young Master Luo to the palace to add more strength." Nandong Huiyue glanced at him, and before he spoke, the imperial censor behind Fan Wenjin said, "Your Majesty, the Prime Minister is right. Summoning young Master Luo to the palace is a precaution. I think that in addition to young Master Luo, we also need to let Prince Chu come out. Prince Chu is your Majesty's husband, and he is also one of the best practitioners in our great Yin. With him, naturally he is not afraid of those practitioners of the Deming Empire. Fan Wenjin's first, Luo Gongzi and Lord Chu, 1 text and 1 martial arts, are all the best of me, and they are both young. There are 2 of them. Dignity, no need." Fan Wenjin was slightly froze, and when he was talking, the woman guard who just soothed the thing at the door appeared again. He respectfully said, "His Majesty, just came from the news that the messenger of the Deming Empire did not enter the palace immediately, but went shopping. On the top, the 5 princes of the great Mongolian Empire were surrounded by the cultivators and wandered everywhere." Wang Yin, the Minister of Rights of Dian, followed anxiously and said, "Your Highness, His Majesty and the ministers are still waiting in the palace. Let's go into the palace first, and it won't be too late to go out for a walk after seeing His Majesty." Gray and his other men seemed not to have heard his words, and were still walking through the streets and alleys in high spirits. All the officials of Dian were anxious, but they dared not speak out. The group of people suddenly stopped in front of a restaurant. An old man from the Great Mongolia Empire smiled and said, "I heard that the Wujiang snowflake fish in Dian Kyoto has tender meat and delicious taste. It's very good. Your Highness, should we go in and try it?" At this time, other people around him also said, "Let's go in and try it. It just so happens that we are hungry." Gray also smiled and nodded. When the group was about to enter the restaurant, Wang Yin, the Minister of Rights of Dian, hurriedly stepped forward to stop them and said, "Your Highness, His Majesty is still waiting in the palace. The banquet in the palace has been prepared. If your Highness wants to try the Wujiang snowflake fish, there is also one in the palace. Let's go into the palace quickly." Gray looked at him, smiled faintly, and said, "Minister Wang, please go back and tell Her Majesty the Queen that we are not used to the delicacies in the Dian Palace. So we like to eat in this restaurant. When we are full, we will naturally go to the palace." After that, he strode into the restaurant. Your Highness Wang Yan's face was full of anxiety. He wanted to say something else, but the muscular man grabbed his shoulders and pushed him to the side, sneering, "If your queen really wants our prince to enter the palace, then come out to greet him yourself." Wang Yan was caught off guard by him and was pushed. He staggered back and fell to the ground. Everyone in the Great Mongolia Empire laughed unscrupulously. "Lord Wang." The officials of Dian hurried over to help Wang Yan up. Their faces flushed and their eyes glared. "How can this be? How can you be so rude when you come to visit my Dian?" A scholar official shouted angrily. The other officials also questioned him. The muscular man sneered and glanced at them with contempt. He didn't answer and strode into the restaurant. Get out of the way! The guards of the Great Mongolia Empire immediately pushed the people of Dine away rudely. Then, a group of people split into 2 teams and guarded the door of the restaurant. Gray led a dozen practitioners into the restaurant and went up to the 2nd floor. The street in front of the restaurant was soon surrounded by people watching the excitement. It seems to be the people of the Great Mongolia Empire. So arrogant. I heard that the national strength of the Great Mongolia Empire is now at its peak. And it has deployed hundreds of thousands of troops on the border of my Great Yin. Its wolfish ambitions are obvious. I don't know why they came to my Great Yin this time. They are so arrogant and domineering that they don't even take my Great Yin court officials seriously. It's too much. The crowd was whispering not far away. And they didn't dare to get close. The Great Mongolia Empire guards standing outside the door were all burly and terrifying. And they were obviously warriors. What happened here soon reached the palace. Weiyang Palace? In the hall. After hearing the guards report, the officials of the Great Yin in the hall were all very angry. A bunch of barbaric things. Coming to my Great Yin. Dared to attack my court officials. Knowing that we are waiting here. They actually went shopping and went to the restaurant to eat and drink. This is too much. The female guard bowed her head and reported, Your Majesty. The other party also said arrogantly that if you want their prince to enter the palace, Your Majesty must go to greet him in person. After this, everyone became even more angry. How unreasonable. How unreasonable. This is too much. The ministers were indignant and furious. Nandong Huiyue sat on the high platform, her face still majestic and calm, and said calmly, Since they don't want to enter the palace, let them stay outside. Everyone disperse. No need to wait for them anymore. After speaking, she stood up and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Prime Minister Fan Wenjin hurriedly advised, Your Majesty. No! Although the other party's behavior is really excessive, the border situation is not good now. The other party's army is approaching and is ready to fight. Our border merchants and civilians are constantly harassed. And our northern border of Great Yin is short of troops. Under the current situation, we must not be impulsive and give others a handle. Nandong Huiyue looked at him and said coldly, The Prime Minister means that I will temporarily endure the humiliation and go out of the palace to greet them? Fan Wenjin bowed his head and said, Your Majesty. Of course you don't have to go out in person. However, you can send a prince out to show the sincerity of Great Yin. If the other party continues to make trouble, we will no longer pay attention to it. The purpose of the other party's trip is unclear. Maybe for the trade in the north. Maybe for other reasons. We must first find out the other party's intentions, so that we can prepare in advance. At this time, Riyang Ho also bowed and said, Your Majesty. The other party was arrogant and looking for trouble as soon as they entered the city. I guess they deliberately wanted to irritate us. We should be calm and respond, and not let them succeed. The Prime Minister's words are not unreasonable. And I also think that we should be tolerant for the time being. After all, the situation in the north is not optimistic. The other party is strong and powerful. And our Great Yin has just fought a war and needs time to recuperate. If we annoy the other party's northern army suddenly invades. And my Great Yin's tens of thousands of troops in the north will be difficult to resist. After this, the other ministers calmed down and looked worried. Nandong Huiyue was silent for a moment, then looked at Nandong Ku and said, Uncle Duan Wang, what do you think? Nandong Ku bowed and said, Your Majesty, I also think that we cannot compete with him for the time being. In this way, I will take people out of the palace to greet him and test his attitude. Marquis Riyang bowed and said, I am willing to go with the prince. Nandong Huiyue frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, sat down again, and said, Okay, Uncle Duan Wang, Marquis Riyang, you take people to take a look. If the other party is so rude again, just come back and don't pay any more attention to him. Yes, Your Majesty. The two agreed and left in a hurry. Nandong Huiyue looked at the backs of the two people, thinking about the news from the north and the news just received with a gloomy face. And a burst of anger suddenly rose in her heart. Thinking for a moment, her stomach suddenly hurt. Her heart condensed, and she came back to her senses immediately. She didn't dare to think about it anymore. She quietly put her hand on her stomach and secretly calmed herself down. Outside, the sun was setting. Prince Duan Nandongke and Marquis Riyang quickly left the imperial city in a carriage and came to Zuixanlu. The streets on both sides were already full of people from Kyoto, all talking about it. On both sides of the gate of Zuixanlu, 2 rows of densely packed guards stood neatly. Each of them was burly, powerful, and full of murderous aura. The people around were all afraid and dared not approach. Nandong got off the carriage, walked quickly to the front of the restaurant, and bowed and said, Prince Duan Nandong, together with Marquis Ryong, is entrusted by His Majesty to invite His Royal Highness the Fifth Prince to enter the palace. His voice was so loud that the people around and the people upstairs could hear it. A sneer came from upstairs immediately. Then, the muscular man walked to the railing on the second floor, looked down, and said with a sneer on his face, Is there only one prince? My fifth prince came to your great yin in person. But he is so disrespected? Nandong raised his head and bowed, Sorry. My Majesty is ill today, so I can only let the prince and Ryong Ho come to greet him. If there is any neglect, I am willing to personally apologize to His Royal Highness the Prince. The muscular man snorted coldly and said, Then wait downstairs. My prince is enjoying the delicious food. He will naturally go down after he has eaten and drunk enough. After that, he left with a sneer. Nandong clenched his fist in his sleeve and said nothing more. Ryong Ho's face was gloomy. He glanced at the guards of the great Mongolian Empire at the door, then looked at the Minister of Rights next to him, and said coldly, Your Majesty has ordered that we wait a moment, and then we will return to the palace. The Minister of Rights and other officials were stunned when they heard this, and they all bowed their heads with anger and said, Yes. The crowds watching around were also filled with righteous indignation when they saw the scene. This is simply too much. Those people are barbarians at first glance, and they are so rude to my great Yin Prince. They should be expelled directly. In the crowd, Song Ryue was holding the cloth and looking around with me. They had just come out of the store and were about to go home, but they didn't expect to see the scene. Let's go. Go home. Song Ryue looked for a while, and then left with Mayor. After returning to the Qin mansion, she asked Mayor to put the cloth away, and then went straight to the Meixiang garden. In the courtyard, Miss Qin Air was playing chess with Nandong Shui. Nandong Meiji was holding a purple whip and practicing with it in the corner on the other side. When Song Ryue entered the courtyard, Nandong Shui quickly stood up and greeted her. Nandong Meiji also put away the whip and called out Auntie. Song Ryue walked to the stone table, frowned and asked, Wei Mo, where is Qin Zhou? Did he go to the palace? Miss Qin Air was slightly startled when she heard this, and said, Brother Qin Zhou should go to visit other candidates. Mother, is there anything wrong? Song Ryue quickly recounted what she had just seen on the street, saying, Those people seem to be from the great Mongolia Empire. They are very arrogant, and don't even take Prince Duan seriously. I heard from the people next to them that they want His Majesty to go out of the palace to greet them in person. Your Majesty is pregnant, and is the king of a country. How can he leave the palace casually? Miss Qin Air frowned slightly. The other party is just an ordinary prince visiting. According to the rules, it is enough for Prince Duan to go out to greet him. Now the great Mongolia Empire is in its heyday. The other party has always had friction with our great Yin in the northern border. I guess this time they saw that our great Yin was injured in the western border and wanted to take the opportunity to make trouble. Nandong Shui also said solemnly, It seems that the other party wants to take the opportunity to invade our great Yin north, either by military invasion or trade invasion. No matter which one, we may suffer now. Song Ryue said angrily, Too much. Your Majesty has just ascended the throne and is pregnant. The things in Maching have already made Your Majesty worry about it. And now there is such a thing. Poor Your Majesty. I don't know how to deal with it. Those bastards just think that Your Majesty is a woman and has no one around, so it's easy to bully. Then he said, Wei Mo, quickly notify Qin Zhou and let him go to the palace to help Your Majesty. Qin Zhou is eloquent, and the other party will definitely not be able to argue with him. Miss Qin Air looked at Nandong Meiji on the side. Nandong Meiji didn't say anything, went straight into the house, took out the communication disc, and sent a message to someone. Where is it? After a long time, the message party replied, Practicing in Lingxiao sect. What's wrong? Nandong Meiji hesitated and said, Critical time? Luo Qinzhou, I was just trying to break through, and now I have broken through. Princess, did something happen at home? Nandong Meijiao, if you have time, come back quickly. The people from the great Mongol Empire are here, and they seem to be making things difficult for Your Majesty. Your Majesty is pregnant, and the imperial physician said she needs to rest. I am a little worried, so I tell you. At this time, Lingxiao sect, on the Sword Peak, Zhuangjian and the sect leaders were all nervous on the cliff. Did you break through? Why has there been no movement for so long? Zixia. Go in and take a look. Don't tell me if something has happened. Fairy Zixia immediately flashed, and went straight through the cave door, and into the cave. When she came to the practice room, she found that there was no one inside. She was stunned for a moment, and immediately went to the practice room next door. But it was also empty. She quickly searched the entire cave again, but still couldn't find anyone. Where are the people? She was full of doubts, and immediately took out the communication disc to ask. Xinju, where are you? Didn't she just break through and go to practice somewhere else? A moment later, the message came back. Something happened. I'm going to Kyoto. Fairy Zixia was stunned for a moment and asked, what's the matter? Can I go? Linghu Qingju, murder. Fairy Zixia immediately flashed and went underground. Wait for me. I want to go too. I want to fight side by side with you. Half an hour later, Zhuang Jian and others who were waiting on the cliff outside the cave looked even more nervous. Why didn't Zixia come out? Could it be that something happened to both of them? Zhuang Jian immediately turned his head and looked at the sister Su Feng and Su Yu and said, you two should go in and see the situation. Yes, ancestor. The two sisters immediately walked to the front of the cave, took out the jade card, opened the cave door, and walked in. A moment later, the two walked out with a confused look on their faces. Luo Qingzhou took Linghu Qingju and rushed back to Kyoto as quickly as possible. He first returned to the Qin mansion and went to Lingshanyu Palace. When Bailing opened the courtyard door, he rushed in directly, then went straight into her room and began to search for pollen. Bailing hurriedly chased in, threw herself on the bed, pressed her quilt and pillow tightly, and cried, Miss, help! Chan, help! The uncle is stealing Bailing's socks and bellyband. Luo Qingzhou forcibly lifted her up and took out 2 bags of medicine powder that looked different from others from under the pillow. At this time, Xiachan suddenly appeared at the door. Luo Qingzhou put away the medicine powder, went directly over to hold her little hand, and whispered, Chan, the uncle needs your help. In an instant, Xiachan's dark eyes suddenly lit up like stars. Luo Qingzhou clearly saw 2 flashing sword shadows in her pupils. These 2 sword shadows made him feel cold all over. Chapter 960 The Husband of the Queen. Punching his brain. In the evening, when Prince Duan was gloomy and ready to take Dian to welcome the team to leave, Gray just came out of the restaurant with his people. Drunk. Prince Duan. Long time no see. Gray smiled and took the initiative to greet. Prince Duan paused. His face, which was originally full of clouds, instantly showed a bright smile again. And he bowed and said, Prince Gray. Long time no see. Then he said with a fake smile, Prince? Are you full? Hearing this, Gray laughed, Your Highness. Please forgive me. I was really hungry after running all the way, so I couldn't help but go in to fill my stomach first. If I knew that the prince was waiting here in person, I would definitely not dare to enjoy it alone upstairs. Nandonka said with a smile, It's okay. It's okay. It's my Dian who didn't entertain me well and was rude. Your Highness. Please. Gray looked at him, then looked at the other officials of Dian, then smiled, and got on the carriage with him. The carriage slowly drove away. The guards of the great Mongol Empire immediately followed in an orderly formation. The people watching from all sides were still talking about it. The carriage quickly entered the palace and stopped in front of the gate of Weiyang Palace. There were 2 rows of palace guards standing in front of the gate. All of them were tall women with silver armor and short swords. These women had cold faces and exuded a chilling aura. If you look at them with your soul, you can clearly see that they are all covered with a strong cloud of blood and energy, as if they were wrapped in burning flames. This can only be developed after experiencing countless life and death trials on the battlefield. As soon as some of the soul-cultivating guards of the great Mongol Empire approached, their souls trembled, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. Prince Gray got off the carriage, took a look at the female guards, and couldn't help laughing. I've heard that Her Majesty the Queen has a 5,000 female guard team, all of whom are physical warriors, and each of them is extraordinary. Now it seems that it is indeed well-deserved. Prince Duan smiled and said, Of course, it can't be compared with the guards of Your Highness. At this point, he looked at the practitioners of the great Mongolia Empire and smiled and said, Your Highness, I'm really sorry. There are all important officials of my great Yin. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, you can only bring 10 guards into the palace. The muscular man named Guikur sneered and said sarcastically, You have thousands of guards in the great Yin palace. Are you afraid of us? Prince Duan smiled and said, I remember that when Lin Jiangho went to your Great Mongolia and entered the tent to pay homage to your Khan, he didn't bring anyone in. At that time, could it be that your Great Mongolian army of hundreds of thousands was afraid of the hundreds of people brought by Lin Jiangho? As soon as these words came out, Guikur's eyes suddenly flashed with coldness. The other guards of the Great Mongol Empire also looked gloomy. There was a moment of silence in the field. Gray smiled and said, "Let's go. Don't keep Her Majesty the Queen waiting for too long." Guikur, Mengdi, you guys come in with me. After saying that, he turned his head and glanced at the two young men behind him. Although the two young men were wearing the clothes of the Great Mongol Empire, their appearance was obviously different from that of the people of the Great Mongol Empire. The two followed behind him. Prince Duan still had a smile on his face and led them into the palace. In the main hall, Nandong Huiyue, dressed in a fiery red dragon robe, still sat on the dragon throne on the high platform, with a majestic and cold expression on his face. All the court officials in the hall had cold expressions on their faces. Gray walked into the hall with his head held high, crossed his chest with one arm, and bowed his head slightly, saying, "Gray, the fifth prince of the Great Mongolia Empire, greets His Majesty. I wish His Majesty a long life. Long life. Long life." Nandong Huiyue paused, and then said lightly, "Your Highness, please don't be polite." Gray raised his head, stared at the top unscrupulously for a few times, and smiled. "I am late, and I have kept Your Majesty waiting for a long time. It is really that the capital of Dian is too prosperous, and the food is tempting. I forgot the time for a moment. Please don't blame me." "Your Majesty," Nandong Huiyue said lightly, "it doesn't matter. Your Highness, are you here to discuss the trade in the northern border with my great yin this time?" Gray smiled and said, "That's right. But in addition to this matter, I have other tasks." "Oh!" Nandong Huiyue's face was calm. Gray did not continue speaking immediately, but looked around and said with a smile on his face, "I heard that His Majesty married a disciple of your country's Ling Shao sect. I wonder if I can meet that lucky person." At this point, he suddenly sighed and said with regret, "When I came to Dian, I originally proposed to His Majesty, but I was obstructed and returned empty-handed. I didn't expect that the eldest princess at that time suddenly ascended the throne and became His Majesty. Every time I think of this, I feel extremely regretful." Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes and said, "Prince, let's say something." Gray laughed. "His Majesty, Xiao Wang just wants to see the Chu Gongzi. Although Xiao Wang has appreciated his style, he has not officially recognized it. Let us take a look at the North China trade." Gray's smile on his face slightly converged, paused, and smiled slightly, and said, "Okay, then let's talk about the trade of the north border first." The Empress Dian said, "Your Majesty can take a look at it first. This is the trade treaty under me. 20-2 articles, each of which was discussed by my Deming dynasty courtiers, which was determined by Khan." Duan Wang took over, turned his head, and walked down the steps. Yuewu walked out from the queen's side, took it with both hands, walked to the queen respectfully, and slowly unfolded it. Nandong Huiyue sat on the dragon chair, reading it calmly. The hall was silent. Gray raised his head and looked at it without hesitation, with a smile on his face. After a while, after reading it, Nandong Huiyue said calmly, "Take it to the Prime Minister and Prince Duan." Her majestic and beautiful face did not show any emotional changes. Yuewu took the parchment scroll down and handed it to Prime Minister Fan Wenjin first. Fan Wenjin took it and immediately unfolded it to read. Soon, a hint of anger appeared in his eyes, and he continued to look at the back. After he finished reading, his face flushed with anger, and he couldn't help but angrily said, "How unreasonable. This is too much." The Prince Duan next to him immediately took it and read it calmly. Fan Wenjin said angrily, "At least 19 of the 22 articles above are unequal and infringe upon the interests of our great yin. We will never agree to it." Gray looked at him and smiled faintly. "Prime Minister, don't be angry. We can discuss some treaties. Of course, as to whether it can be changed, I still need to go back and ask my Khan. In fact, if it can be signed directly this time, it would be the best, so that my great Mongolian army will not have to wait at the border." Marquis Ruyang said gloomily, "Your Highness, are you threatening my great yin?" Gray laughed and said, "Your Highness, you are joking. I am just stating the truth." After reading the treaty, Prince Duan handed it to Marquis Ruyang and said, "Show it to other ministers." Marquis Ruyang took it and read it with a gloomy face. After a while, All the ministers of Great Yin were angry and excited. Absolutely impossible. They actually want us to demolish Tongyuan Pass to build a trade city. That is the life and death pass of our northern border. If it is demolished, the cavalry of the Great Mongolia will march straight in without any hindrance if they have ill intentions. Since it is trade, it should be treated equally. Why do you charge so much tax for our Great Yin products entering your Great Mongolia? But we are not allowed to collect taxes for your Great Mongolian products entering our Great Yin. This is unreasonable. Tea, silk, salt. Are these traded? This is tribute to you. You are robbing. After reading the treaty, all the ministers of the Great Yin were furious. Gray looked calm, looking at the platform and said, Your Majesty, what do you think? If there are any changes that need to be made, please let us know, and we will discuss it. Nandong Huiyue looked at him calmly and said directly, No need to waste time discussing. I will not agree to any of these treaties. Then he stood up and said lightly, If your highness has nothing else to do, go down to have a meal. I am not feeling well today, so I will not accompany you for long. Everyone in the Great Mongolia Empire looked cold. Gray smiled and said, Your Majesty, don't worry. I have just said that I have other tasks this time. This task happens to be related to your Majesty's husband, Mr. Chu. As soon as these words came out, the hall suddenly became quiet. Nandong Huiyue stopped and looked at him coldly, but did not speak. Gray took out a communication treasure, and a light flashed on it, and some dense characters appeared. And then he said, Your Majesty, this is the news from Piamiao Xianzong into Yan Mo City. At that time in Mo City, more than 10 elders and hundreds of disciples of Piamiao Xianzong were slaughtered. Although they found out that it was the work of the demon clan, they finally found some news that there might be spies among our human cultivators, colluding with the demon clan inside and outside to slaughter their own kind. Nandong Huiyue's expression did not change at all. And she said indifferently, What does that have to do with my husband? Do they think that the spy is my husband? Gray smiled slightly and said, Your Majesty, don't be nervous. I am just delivering the message. Piamiao Xianzong means that they hope that Mr. Chu will come out and let us check on the spot. Nandong Huiyue's face suddenly turned cold, and the fiery red dragon robe on her body fluttered without wind. She said coldly, How dare you? He is my husband, a prince who is second to none in Dian. He is not a commoner of Damong who you can bully. If you have evidence, just show it. If you don't have evidence, get out. When she said the last word, a scarlet flame mark suddenly flashed in the middle of her eyebrows, and her long hair fluttered without wind. At the same time, it seemed as if there was a flame burning in her body. At this moment, her face suddenly turned pale, and her stomach ached slightly. Gray's pupil shrank, and the smile on his face disappeared. He said coldly, Speaking of evidence, Piamiao Xianzong does have evidence to prove that Mr. Chu was present at the time, and he left safely. Prince Duan. Nandong asked coldly, Is there any evidence to prove that our Prince Chu is a spy? Gray looked at him and said coldly, That's not the case. However, since Piamiao Xianzong thinks that Mr. Chu is suspicious, it is definitely not aimless. I think he should come out for us to check, so that we can clear the suspicion and avoid misunderstandings. Nandong sneered, Prince Gray. Prince, I just walked with you and suddenly found a piece of silver missing. I wonder if your highness can let me search it carefully. Don't worry. I will just touch your whole body and not search other places. As soon as these words came out, the Damong guards immediately shouted angrily, How dare you? Gray's eyes flashed with cold light, and he said, Prince Duan, this is the intention of the Piamiao immortal sect. If that Mr. Chu doesn't come out, it will be difficult for me to go back and report. Marquis Ruyong said coldly, That's your own business. I am the Prince of Dian, the husband of your Majesty. How can I let you bully me at will? Both sides glared at each other, and the situation was tense. Gray suddenly sneered and said, It seems that the two tasks that I brought here today cannot be completed. As he said that, he looked up at the high platform and said, Your Majesty, since your husband is guilty and dare not come out, then I will tell the Piamiao immortal sect about this matter truthfully. As for the border trade, since your Majesty is unwilling, I will return to the border and inform Marshal Taimu of the Great Mongolia. If Marshal Taimu cannot control the 200,000 cavalry on the border at that time, it can't be blamed on me. Goodbye. After saying that, he smiled coldly, cupped his hands, and turned away. The burly man named Guakur, who followed behind him, also looked up at the queen on the high platform and laughed sarcastically. A woman who ascends the throne really likes to act on emotion. It seems that De Yin is not far from the destruction of the country. Then he grinned again and said deliberately, Your Highness. It's a pity that you didn't get to be a pair with Her Majesty the Queen. However, when my great Mongolian army enters the country, you still have a chance. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared at the door. Gray's pupil shrank and stopped where he was. Guikur and other guards also stopped and looked at the door vigilantly. On the high platform, Nangong Huiyue looked at the figure at the door and was stunned. The cold eyes and majestic demeanor gradually softened. She sat back on the dragon chair, her hands unconsciously placed on her stomach, and the flames in her heart gradually subsided. Prince Duan, Marquis Riyang, and other courtiers of Dian also turned their heads and looked at the door. Luo Qingzhou walked in from the door, stopped in front of Gray, and said, Your Highness, do you want to check me? Gray's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on his face. Mr. Chu really couldn't help but come out. Very good. A real man should not hide behind a woman in fear. Don't worry. We are just checking casually. If there is no result, the prince will apologize and make amends in person. Luo Qingzhou looked at him calmly and said, You can check, but I want to perform a show first. Oh! Gray was stunned when he heard this, squinted his eyes and said, What show? Luo Qingzhou said, Blast the brain with a punch. After speaking, his figure suddenly flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of the burly man named Guikur, and grabbed his neck. Gray's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly drew his sword and turned around. The other guards behind him all changed their faces, and hurriedly took out their weapons, and a protective light shield instantly lit up on their bodies. How dare you, kid! The guard shouted angrily. The ministers of the Yin were also shocked. Guikur, who was pinched by Luo Qingzhou, was shocked and angry. He widened his eyes, stretched out his hands, and his muscles trembled all over his body. He tried desperately to break free, but he seemed to be caught by a terrible iron hoop and couldn't move at all. At the same time, the bones in his neck seemed to be crushed, and they made a crackling sound. Gray raised his sword and said angrily, Let go. Bang! There was a loud bang. The golden fist light with red lightning instantly hit Guikur's head with 1,000 pounds of force. This muscular and strong Deming warrior had no power to resist. His head exploded instantly. His brain splashed, and he died. Pop! Luo Qingzhou let go of his hand and threw him to the ground. The headless corpse landed on its feet. Blood gushed out, and it shook on the ground for a few times before falling stiffly to the ground. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at the great Ming prince behind him, holding a knife and looking angry. His face was still calm as before. Your Highness, how about this show? At this moment, a vague shadow suddenly flew out from the place where the headless corpse was bleeding. However, before it could escape, Luo Qingzhou had already reached out and grabbed its neck again, without even looking back at it. Your Highness! Save me! Save me! The shadow let out a shrill and desperate wail. But as soon as the voice fell, Luo Qingzhou crushed it to pieces with a puff. And then lightning flashed, and the soul flew away and turned into ashes. Since then, even the last ray of life of this great Ming warrior has been extinguished. Everyone in the great Ming Empire was pale, shocked and angry. All the ministers of Dian were also dumbfounded. Prince Duan, who was about to come over to persuade the fight, had hidden behind a pillar not far away, trembling. On the high platform, Nangong Huiyue sat on the dragon chair, her expression still calm, but her eyes were shining brightly. Prince Gray looked grim, holding the knife in his hand, but he didn't seem to dare to let it fall, because the strength of the young man in front of him looked unfathomable. How dare you! At this time, two young men suddenly stood up from the Daemon guards, took out the jade cards on their bodies, and said gloomily, We are from the Piaomio Immortal Sect. Boom! Before he finished speaking, a huge fist suddenly came with terrible power and lightning, and instantly hit one of the men, smashing his chest directly and sending him flying. The other man opened his mouth, and then his face changed drastically. Just as he was about to retreat, a hand suddenly stretched out from the void and grabbed his neck. In an instant, he felt that all the strength in his body was drained away, and his feet left the ground. He widened his eyes, opened his mouth, and a terrified and desperate ho-ho sound came out of his throat. His upper and lower lips trembled constantly, and he no longer had the domineering momentum when he took out the jade card just now. Disciples of the Piaomio Immortal Sect? It just so happens that I want to kill a few more. Luo Qingzhou said calmly. And then with a click, he crushed his throat. Then he threw him into the air and punched him hard. With a loud bang, his entire body and the soul inside were directly beaten into a cloud of blood mist, which scattered all over the sky. At this moment, the whole hall was silent. The guards of the great Mongol Empire, who were still shouting angrily just now, were all pale and frightened at this moment. Chapter 961. The Grandmaster returned to the same position in a second, and the officials of the Yin were proud. No one expected it. This young man was so bold that he dared to kill people in front of so many people in the palace hall. Moreover, he even killed people from Piao Miao Xianzong. Isn't he afraid of the revenge of the great Ming Empire, which has hundreds of thousands of troops stationed on the border? And the Piao Miao Xianzong, one of the three major Xianzongs in Jiuzhou continent. At this moment, not only the people of the great Ming Empire, but also the officials of the Yin were frightened. Is this young man crazy? Fifth Prince? Kill him! Kill him quickly! Another young man from Piao Miao Xianzong had his chest smashed by a punch. But he was not dead yet. At this time, he was screaming on the ground with a hideous face. But at this time, the fifth Prince Gray was so scared that he could hardly hold the knife in his hand. Now they are in the territory of the Yin. This thug dared to kill people from Piao Miao Xianzong, let alone him, a mere prince of Deming? More importantly, the young man exuded a powerful blood force, which was very terrifying, causing his soul to tremble constantly. And he couldn't even move forward. Little beast, how dare you kill my disciples of Piao Miao Xianzong? You? The young man from Piao Miao Xianzong gritted his teeth. And before he finished speaking, his head suddenly rolled and rolled off his neck. Puff. Blood spurted. The headless corpse stiffened and fell down. At the same time, there was a sizzle sound in his body, and it seemed that lightning was lit. His soul was instantly annihilated. A flying sword as black as ink suddenly appeared from the void and fell into Luo Qingzhou's palm. His eyes looked at the other people in the great Mongolia Empire. Anyone who was swept by his eyes trembled all over. Their legs became weak, and they trembled. Gray, the fifth prince of the great Mongol Empire, hurriedly looked behind him and said in a trembling voice, "Seventh uncle." At this time, a tall old man suddenly walked out from behind him, his robe fluttering in the wind. Other people around felt a terrible wave of air coming. Even the officials of the great Yin, who were standing far away, suddenly shook and were pushed back involuntarily. Not bad. Not bad. Grandmaster's late stage. The tall old man looked at the young man in front of him. His face expression was indifferent. His tone was also old and indifferent. I didn't expect that there is a genius like you in Dian. When you competed with Piao Miao Xianzong at the border, you killed 5 people in a row. It is said that you are only at the early stage of Grandmaster. Right? In just over a month, you have been promoted twice and reached the late stage of Grandmaster. Even the geniuses of the 3 major Xianzongs are not worth mentioning in front of you. It's a pity that you are young and arrogant. It's okay if you don't take me. Damn. Seriously? After all, you do have this strength. But you don't even take Piao Miao Xianzong seriously. I am very puzzled. How did you survive until now? There was silence in the hall for a moment. Luo Qingzhou looked at him and said, I am also puzzled. You secretly recorded the scene just now in the communication treasure. Are you going to take it back as evidence? But, are you sure you can go back? When these words came out, everyone in Damong trembled in their hearts. The tall old man's face was still indifferent and expressionless. If I want to leave, even if Bai Shan, the #1 master of your great Yin, comes, he can't stop me. Your late Grandmaster strength is indeed amazing. But my mid-stage Gi realm, is it just for show? At this point, a strong wind suddenly whistled from his body. His long hair fluttered, and his whole body suddenly burst out with an extremely powerful aura. The temperature in the entire hall suddenly dropped. Seeing this, everyone in Damong immediately felt relieved. But at this moment, the tall old man frowned. His face suddenly changed, and he looked at the young man in front of him with some disbelief and said, You. Luo Qingzhou looked at him calmly. The middle stage of the return to one realm is indeed powerful. However, if I take out the colorless and odorless poison powder that can poison the return to one realm, how should you deal with it? The indifferent expression on the tall old man's face suddenly became a little distorted. What's more, my cultivation? A loud cow suddenly sounded in the hall. Bang! The tall old man was instantly knocked out by a terrible force, flew more than 10 meters away, and fell awkwardly at the door of the hall. At this time, Luo Qingzhou said before he finished speaking, not the late Grandmaster. The strong wind and protective light shield on the tall old man were instantly shattered by this blow. He endured the severe pain in his chest, and jumped up from the ground. With a swish, he hurriedly took out his sword and said with a ferocious and unbelievable face, "Grandmaster Peak Realm. You, if that's the case? Why did you poison?" Boom! Luo Qingzhou punched him suddenly. The fist light with lightning once again knocked him out. Saying, "Nothing. Just familiarity." The fist light with the power of the Peak Grandmaster Realm, with three-color lightning, instantly hit the tall old man's chest. When he flew backwards, he wanted to escape immediately, but the flashing lightning and the powerful bloodstorm made his soul tremble, and unable to move. Boom! 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 In an instant, Luo Qingzhou punched hundreds of fist lights again. Thunder and lightning rolled, and punches hit hard. This powerful master of the Great Mong Empire, who was in the middle stage of the return to Oneness Realm, had almost no power to resist. In a blink of an eye, he was smashed into a bloody mess. His body and soul were destroyed, and he was completely dead. A pool of blood and flesh fell on the corridor outside, and his appearance could no longer be seen. Luo Qingzhou held his fist, whose light was gradually shrinking, and stood at the door with a calm face. But he looked like a killing god walking out of H.L., looking at the other people of the Great Mong Empire in the hall. At this moment, the 5 princes of the Great Mong Empire and his guards were completely collapsed and desperate. Even the most powerful soul-cultivating master of their Great Mong was killed by a single blow, and his body and soul were gone. What else could they resist? The 5th Prince Grey looked at the queen on the stage in a panic and begged for mercy in a trembling voice. "Your Majesty, even if the 2 countries are at war, the envoys will not be killed besides. My Great Ming and your Great Yin are not at war, but just want to discuss trade." Nandong Huiyue sat on the dragon throne on the high platform, still calm, but the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and said in a light tone, "You tell this to my husband. If he wants to kill people, I can't stop him." At this moment, although the court officials of Great Yin were frightened, they all felt relieved when they saw that the 5th prince, who was just arrogant and aggressive, was now frightened like this. Prince Duan suddenly stood beside the pillar and sneered, "Are you here to discuss trade? You are clearly here to bully and rob." Gray's face turned pale, and he hurriedly said, "We can discuss it. We can discuss it again. Your Majesty, if you think any of the clauses are not good, I will ask someone to modify it immediately." After that, he hurriedly shouted to the outside of the door, "Gao Yun, come in and modify the treaty." This shout seemed to be calling for help, with a trembling voice of fear and despair. Outside the palace, there were nearly 200 cultivators from their Great Mongolia Empire guarding. However, there was no response outside the palace at this time. After a while, a female guard in silver armor suddenly hurried in and respectfully reported at the door of the hall, "Your Majesty." For some reason, all 195 guards of the Great Mongolia Empire fell to the ground, and all their heads were cut off. As soon as these words came out, Gray trembled all over. The other guards of the Great Mongolia Empire also turned pale, and could hardly stand steadily. As soon as the female guard finished speaking, a team of female guards hurried in, all of them holding things in their hands. When they arrived at the entrance of the hall, the people in the hall were shocked to find that they were holding bloody heads in their hands. Each person held 5 heads in one hand. Bang! 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 They suddenly threw the heads in unison at the entrance of the hall. One of the female guards respectfully reported, "Your Majesty, there are still many heads and corpses outside. All of them are from the Great Mongolian Empire." Plop! Prince Gray seemed to have suddenly lost all his strength. His legs softened, and he knelt on the ground, trembling all over. The guards behind him also knelt down tremblingly. Only one guard was still standing there, and said with trembling teeth, "I, the warrior of the Great Mongolian Empire, would rather die." Bang! Before he finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou punched him in the head. The headless corpse spurted blood and stood there for a while before falling to the ground with a pop. Your Majesty, spare my life." Gray completely collapsed, crawled on the ground, trembling and begging for mercy. Nandong Huiyue sat on the high platform, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. In the hall, all the court officials of Dian also had weak legs and were silent. At this time, Luo Qingzhou said, "Prince Duan, Prime Minister, Marquis Riyang, you guys discuss and redraft a trade treaty for His Royal Highness the 5th Prince to sign and seal." Then he said, "Remember, it is an unequal treaty. Then he looked at the 5th prince of Daemung, who was crawling on the ground, and said, "What do you think?" "Your Royal Highness?" Gray hurriedly trembled and said, "The little prince signs. The little prince is willing to sign. Prince Duan. Draft it quickly. Draft it quickly. Prince Duan Nandonku." At this moment, the other court officials of Dian not only felt proud and extremely happy, but also felt a kind of absurd dream. Prince Duan came to his senses and immediately gathered with the Prime Minister and Marquis of Ryong to discuss in a low voice. "Prime Minister, this won't work. The King of Chu said that it must be unequal. What you said is too fair to Daemung." "My lord, this won't work either. This is too cruel to Daemung. It's too much of a killing of the goose that lays the golden eggs. It's better to take it slow and squeeze it slowly." Soon, the 3 of them drafted a new treaty. When Prince Duan brought the 2 new treaties to the 5 princes of the Great Mongolia Empire, Gray didn't even dare to look at the treaties on it. He hurriedly signed his name, bit his finger and pressed his blood mark, and then said pitifully, "Your Majesty, I have to take this treaty back to the Khan for review, and I need to show it to all the courtiers of my Great Mongolia. But Your Majesty, don't worry. My Great Mongolia has always had a spirit of contract. Since I have signed it, I will never violate it. This is very clear, and it can be simply summarized as, Your Majesty, I want to go home. Please let me go back to find my father." Nangon Huiyue didn't answer immediately, and looked at someone in the palace. At this time, the whole Great Yin was decided by someone. Luo Qingzhou said, "Your Highness, aren't you hungry? The palace has prepared a dinner. Eat it before leaving." Gray trembled all over and said hurriedly, No. I'm full. I want to take the contract back quickly and show it to the Khan." Luo Qingzhou fell silent. The other people in the hall also suddenly held their breath, as if their hearts had stopped beating. Gray and the remaining guards of the Great Mongol Empire. At this moment, their hearts were in their throats, crawling on the ground, not daring to move, trembling and praying in their hearts. Finally, the devil who crawled out of H.L. spoke, "Since Your Highness is eager to return home, we will not stay any longer." As if pardoned, Gray hurriedly climbed up from the ground with the guards, and said in a trembling voice, "Thank you, King Chu. Thank you, Your Majesty." After speaking, they immediately supported each other and walked out of the hall. Although their legs were weak and they could hardly stand steadily, the strong desire to survive and extreme fear supported them to walk out of the hall with difficulty. After they walked down the steps, they hurriedly cheered up, took out the flying sword, and climbed up. Luo Qingzhou suddenly said at the entrance of the hall, "Your Highness, we welcome you to visit us again anytime in Yin." Gray, who had just boarded the flying sword, was frightened and almost knelt down with his legs weak. He hurriedly said in a trembling voice, thank you, King Chu." Luo Qingzhou said, "I wish Your Highness a safe journey." Swish! The flying sword immediately flew into the air and shot away. Luo Qingzhou stood at the entrance of the hall for a while, before turning around and entering the hall, climbing the steps directly, and walking onto the high platform. Nangon Huiyue frowned slightly and said, "Since you have already started, why let them leave?" The ministers in the hall were also confused, but they did not dare to speak. Luo Qingzhou stretched out his hand, wanting to hold the queen's hand, but thinking of the person he had just killed, he had to retract it and said, "It's okay. When they leave the border, if the people of the Great Mongolia see them, it's not too late to die." Nangon Huiyue was stunned and said, "Who is at the border?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Longer, Xiaoyi, Feisha, and me. I'll see you first, and then I'll go." Nangon Huiyue looked at him gently and said, "Grandmaster Peak Realm indeed. You have this ability, however. The Great Mongolian army in the north." Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, "Your Majesty, didn't you say last time that I could choose my own title? I thought about it. King of Chu doesn't sound good. I want to be called King of the North." "King of the North?" Nangon Huiyue was slightly startled, staring at him blankly, silent for a while, nodded, and said, "Okay. From today on, you are the King of the North. Everything in the North is under your control." After a pause, she said, "Except women?" Luo Qingzhou looked outside and said, "Your Majesty, I should go. My thunder tribulation is already thirsty." After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared. Chapter 962 The Massacre of the Dragon Riders. The night fell quietly. In the sky above Diyin, a flying sword was galloping towards the northern border. On the huge flying sword, Gray, the fifth prince of the Deming Empire, was trembling and calling for help with a message. But he suddenly found that the message could not be sent out at all. Many countries have special formations that can prevent the transmission of messages between their own country and other countries to prevent spies from colluding with each other, especially when war breaks out, or when relations between countries are tense. Obviously, De Yen had made preparations before they came. Gray clenched the message in his hand and cursed in a low voice, feeling ashamed for his cowardice and servility in the De Yen palace just now. But he was still trembling in fear. Behind him, there were only 6 cultivator guards left, and none of them had recovered from the shock just now. More than 200 Deming practitioners, plus 2 disciples of Piao Miao Xianzong. Except for the 7 of them, all died tragically in the palace. Among them was even the strongest soul cultivator of their Deming. Before coming, who could have thought that De Yen would suddenly kill people? Who would have thought that even their masters of the Gi realm were killed instantly by the other side? Obviously, they came to Deming as strong men. Obviously, they had an absolute advantage. Obviously, after they entered Kyoto, the Queen of De Yen and the ministers dared not speak out, and still waited for them to enter the palace in the hall. However, all this was broken by the boy who suddenly appeared, killing people as soon as he came. Even the people of Piao Miao Xianzong were killed. And even the soul cultivator, with the highest cultivation level in their Deming, was killed instantly. No martial ethics. The 2 countries are at war, but they don't kill the envoys. A gentleman speaks and does not fight. Isn't De Yen a country of etiquette? Beast. Gray gritted his teeth, and his legs were still shaking uncontrollably. Your Highness, will that man chase us? At this time, a guard asked nervously. Gray's heart skipped a beat, and he turned his head to look, as if to comfort them, and as if to comfort himself. Since the contract has been signed, it shouldn't otherwise. Why let us go? Another guard said, Your Highness, that contract, do we really want to take it back? Gray's facial muscles twitched a few times, and he took out the contract and read it carefully. After reading all the treaties on it, he was furious. Too much bullying. What do you think of my great Mongolia Empire? Dream on. After scolding, he immediately wanted to tear up the contract with a ferocious face. But suddenly, he stopped again. He looked back with an ugly face, gritted his teeth and said, Once we get out of the border, I will tear it up. Want to take advantage of my great Mongolia? It's a fool's dream. The flying sword was galloping in the night sky at the fastest speed. In the early morning, they finally saw the buildings on the border ahead. The towering pass and walls of Dian seemed so familiar at this moment. Your Highness, we are fine. Look, the stone building in front is our sentry post. Our army is just over 10 miles ahead. Damn Dian. When we return, we must report to the Khan and send troops to attack Your Highness. That is, when several guards were excited about escaping death, they suddenly saw a vague shadow appear in the sky in front of them. The shadow was hiding in the thick clouds, hazy and unclear, but from the outlines it revealed. It seemed to be frighteningly large. Gray took a look and immediately made a decisive move, falling down rapidly and flying over from the bottom. Swoosh! The flying sword quickly passed the border of De Yen and entered the border of their Deming. The sentry on the stone building had already discovered them, and raised the flag and flame of Deming in his hand, and waved it on the building. Quick! Notify Marshal Taimu. De Yen. Gray shouted loudly, while flying his sword towards the stone building. But at this moment, a huge iron tail suddenly flew out of the darkness below, and with a boom, they were swept away with the flying swords under their feet. Then, the huge black shadow below opened its bloody mouth and suddenly spit out a stream of dark green venom, like a torrent, rushing towards them. The 2 guards were knocked away first, and they were unable to dodge in time. They were immediately hit by the dark green venom, and their bodies instantly rotted and turned into a pool of juice. The remaining 4 guards immediately followed Gray and rushed towards the stone building in panic. The sentry on the stone building had already lit a bonfire and sounded the alarm. The rapid bells rang dang-dang-dang in the wilderness at night. A few miles away, the vanguard cavalry of the Great Mongolia immediately set out. Boom! Just as Gray and his men escaped to the vicinity of the stone building, a silver dragon suddenly rushed down from the sky, and suddenly spit out a huge ball of thunder from its mouth, which suddenly exploded. Gray was directly blown away, and a flash of light flashed on his body. The treasure activated the protective light shield and blocked the remaining thunder and lightning power. The 4 guards were pierced through the body by the exploding thunder ball on the spot and were instantly burned. Just as their souls were about to leave their bodies, a giant crocodile suddenly rushed out from below and spit out a stream of dark green venom again, directly corroding their bodies and souls. Gray endured the pain and wanted to continue to escape, but a hand suddenly stretched out from the darkness and grabbed his neck. Gray's eyes suddenly widened and he struggled desperately, but he couldn't get away. He was taken into the attic. The sentry in the stone building was still ringing the bell in panic, seeing him flying in from the window. He hurriedly said, "Fifth Prince? You?" The words in his mouth suddenly stopped. A flying sword as black as ink appeared at his neck. The head on his neck suddenly rolled down with a bone roll. Gray was thrown to the ground in the stone building. He just jumped up, and a foot suddenly kicked his knees. Crack! Crack! The knees on his legs were instantly shattered. His legs softened, and he knelt on the ground. He immediately let out a shrill scream. At this moment, he saw the attacker clearly, and his face twisted as he gritted his teeth and said, You. Bang! Luo Qingzhou punched him in the chest again, breaking it directly. Gray screamed once again and fell to the ground, with a large amount of blood flowing out of his mouth. Next, Luo Qingzhou kicked him out of the window of the stone building. A huge dragon claw suddenly stretched out from the sky, directly hanging him on a sharp nail, and flew high. Luo Qingzhou sat cross-legged in the attic and began to activate the root of thunder spirit in his body. ZZ. Lightning suddenly appeared on his body. In an instant, he sensed a huge energy in the sky. In the night sky, dark clouds suddenly swam quickly and gathered together. Then, a huge black vortex appeared. At this time, the 8,000 vanguard cavalry of the great Mongolian Empire had already roared in. At first glance, they saw the huge silver dragon in the sky with a silver light all over its body. And then, they saw a giant crocodile with scarlet eyes and a bloody mouth. Of course, they also saw the person on the silver dragon's claws. It's the fifth prince. The leader of the cavalry recognized the poor man in the air at a glance. At this moment, the silver dragon suddenly loosened its claws. Gray's body shook and fell rapidly downwards. He hurriedly tried his best to scream in fear, "Save me! Awuh!" Who knew that at this moment, the giant crocodile suddenly flew out from the side, opened its bloody mouth, and bit him directly in its mouth. Then, the upper and lower rows of fangs suddenly closed, and with a click, it bit him to pieces. At the same time, the dark green venom in its mouth instantly corroded his flesh and blood. Fifth Prince. The cavalry leader was shocked and angry when he saw this scene. The giant crocodile swallowed the minced meat, opened its bloody mouth again, and laughed hee-hee in its throat, and said with a ferocious face, "My demon clan and you human practitioners are irreconcilable." After saying that, it swung its iron tail and suddenly rushed to the pass of Dian, then opened its mouth and began to spit venom. The soldiers of Dian on the city wall screamed continuously. "The demon clan is attacking! The demon clan is attacking!" Someone on the city wall shouted loudly, "ZZ!" At this time, thick lightning suddenly appeared in the huge black vortex in the sky. The cavalry of the great Mongolia Empire was stunned when they saw this. At this time, Luo Qingzhou had already ridden on the silver dragon in the sky and hit at her dragon horns. "Longer. Are you sure you are not afraid of lightning?" "No, sir. Just go ahead." Longer is not only not afraid, but seems to like it very much. "Then, let's go. Don't waste it." The silver dragon suddenly whistled, with lightning wrapped around its body, and rushed towards the 8,000 vanguard cavalry of the great Mongolia Empire. At the same time, in the sky, the first thick lightning, like another red dragon, roared and pounced down. At the same time, on the wall of the Great Yin Pass, in the Arrow Tower, the Great Yin defenders were hiding inside and peeking outside. "General, is that dragon really from our Great Yin?" Of course, the message was sent by His Majesty himself. "Is that the thunder tribulation of the cultivators?" Ignorance. How can there be so many thunder tribulation masters among cultivators? That should be the thunder tribulation of the silver dragon. Many spirit beasts will have thunder tribulations when they are promoted. I see. At this time, outside in the wilderness, the huge silver dragon, covered in thunder and lightning, and the red thunder and lightning that swooped down from the sky, rushed into the cavalry of the great Mongolian Empire. "Retreat! Retreat!" The cavalry leader shouted at the top of his lungs. They shot with bows and arrows and resisted with their spears, but they could not cause any harm to the silver dragon. The cavalry, one after another, disappeared in the thunder and lightning. Even the armor on their bodies and the horses under their crotch disappeared together. The originally neat cavalry team was in chaos in an instant. The silver dragon was like a no-man's land, invincible in the cavalry team, and whoever touched it died. And at this time in the night sky, more thunder and lightning, like ferocious dragons, roared down and instantly covered an area of thousands of meters in radius. The Dain defenders at the pass were stunned. Chapter 963. The King of the North. A man of both civil and military powers. The night was as bright as the day. The wilderness outside the Great Yin Pass was illuminated by thunder and lightning. The thunder rumbled like 1,000 horses galloping. The desperate screams of the great Mongolian cavalry and the neighing of horses resounded through the wilderness. Boom! At this time, more great Mongolian cavalry came from afar. The cold murderous aura came like a storm. From the perspective of the soul, above their heads, a storm vortex composed of blood clouds roared as they galloped. The air seemed to be torn apart. The powerful murderous aura and blood power, the terrifying momentum, and the unique blood storm of the army, swept in like a violent storm. At this moment, even Luo Qingzhou, who was riding on Longer, suddenly felt his soul tremble. Without any hesitation, he immediately said, "Let's go!" Longer swung his long tail, carrying lightning, and flew along the border between the two countries towards the high mountain jungle in the west. At the same time, he said to the galloping cavalry in a rough voice, "Human, this dragon will come back again. The human race will decline, and the demon race will prosper." Crocodile Tyrant also swung his long tail in a hurry, followed closely, and roared at the Great Yin Pass, "If the sky does not give birth to me, Crocodile Tyrant, the tyranny will be as long as night. I, Crocodile Tyrant, will come back again." When tens of thousands of cavalrymen of the great Mongolia Empire came close with a storm of blood and chi, the two behemoths had already fled. At the same time, the thunder tribulation above their heads had also disappeared, and the previous 8,000 great Mongolian cavalrymen had been completely lost, leaving only a few scattered cavalrymen, shivering in the distant caves, mud, and bushes. Nudwa, the general of the great Mongolian Empire, looked at the scene in front of him, shocked and angry. He suddenly looked at the Great Yin Pass in the distance. On the city wall, there was dark green poison everywhere, and some of the walls had gaps. The two arrow towers had collapsed, and many soldiers on them were running hurriedly with torches. Obviously they had also been attacked by the monsters. How could the monsters suddenly appear here? He was in doubt. At this time, a soldier was helped over. One of his arms had been burned, and he endured the severe pain and reported, "General, the fifth prince was eaten by the giant crocodile." As soon as these words came out, Nudwa's face suddenly changed, and he said in surprise, "The fifth prince was eaten?" The soldier said with a painful face, Your subordinates saw it with their own eyes." Nudwa's face was full of shock, and suddenly said, "Where are the other practitioners? Didn't the fifth prince bring more than 200 practitioners to die in this time? And the seventh prince? By the way, there are 2 people from the Piaomu Xinzong. All were killed by those 2 monsters," the soldier said tremblingly, and then fainted in pain. Nudwa's face suddenly turned extremely pale, and the hand holding the hilt of the knife trembled. More than 200 practitioners, including the 7th prince, were all killed. The disciples of Piaomu Xinzong were also killed suddenly. He shouted to the surroundings, "Search for the whereabouts of other people immediately. Find the people alive or the bodies dead." He didn't believe that so many people were eaten by the 2 monsters. At this time, the eastern sky had begun to turn white. Dawn broke. The cavalry of the Great Mongolia Empire searched for corpses and survivors everywhere in the wilderness. Even the flesh and blood on the ground were brought back. At this time, Luo Qingzhou had already taken Long Air and Ibatian back to the Great Yin territory. As the king of the Northern Territory, he issued an order for all the troops in the Northern Territory to gather at the border pass and prepare for battle. The reason given to the outside world was that the border pass was attacked by the demons, and there might be more demons coming, so they had to prepare in advance. In fact, they were preparing to deal with the invasion of the Great Mongolia Empire. The 5 princes of the Great Mongolia, the masters of the return to one realm, and more than 300 practitioners all died tragically. How could the other party let it go? Even if they really believed that it was the work of the demons, they might vent their anger on their Great Yin. Besides, they were not so easy to deceive. They would definitely suspect them. With the other party's current military strength, even if it was just suspicion, it would be enough to launch an invasion war. But if he was given another chance, he would still kill those people without hesitation. He had temporarily endured the oppression of the Pyamyu immortal sect, because he did not have the strength to challenge them now. Who knew that the great Mongolia Empire would come again? And even brought people directly to the palace to show off to his empress. The most important thing is that his empress is still pregnant with his child. How could he endure it at this time? Of course not. What's more, he has been promoted to the peak of the Grandmaster realm. With his tyrannical body, and the power of thunder and lightning. No one can kill him unless the Thunder Tribulation Master personally takes action. Strength is courage. With his current strength, why should he be timid? Although the Great Mongolia is strong and powerful, his Great Yin is by no means weak. The opponent is mainly cavalry, and is invincible on the plains. But he defended the pass, and the opponent's cavalry could not use their own advantages at all, and could only rely on flesh and blood and bravery to attack. However, just now, the opponent's 8,000 cavalry were almost all destroyed, and the death was extremely tragic, which would definitely affect the opponent's morale. If the other side attacks now, there will be no advantage. De Yin just needs to defend. At this time, Luo Qingzhou was stationed at Tongyuan Pass, the front line of the border, and was listening to the General Wu Yu who was guarding the pass, reporting the situation of the garrison in the city, and the distribution of the troops of the Ming. At the same time, troops from all over the northern border began to gather towards Tongyuan Pass. Yu Ying also rushed from the western border with 30,000 newly organized silver-armored cavalry. After the battle with the Demon Clan and the Magic Tree, the western border had no foreign enemies approaching except the cultivators of the Pyamyu immortal sect in Machin. And with the defense-savvy Yuchi Ling leading the army to defend, there should be no big problem. This battle to defend against the invasion of De Ming mobilized almost all the troops of De Yin. After all, De Yin had just experienced civil strife and the war between the Demon Clan and the Magic Tree, and suffered heavy losses. Not many troops could be assembled in a short time. But fortunately, there was Tongyuan Pass, and they only had to defend it with all their strength. It was not easy for the other side to enter the pass. We could only gather 80,000 troops in the north at most. The enemy has about 200,000 troops. But they are all cavalry, and are good at fighting on the plains. If they force an attack on the city, we will not be at a disadvantage. The enemy's Marshal Taimu is not a reckless person. He also has my Great Yin counselors around him, who know the solidity of my Great Yin Pass, and the will of my soldiers. They just lost 8,000 cavalry last night, and they are still dealing with corpses, and searching for survivors. They should not attack for the time being. In the hall, Wu Yu was confident and calm, talking freely, without any panic because of the approaching Great Mongolian army. Luo Qingzhou listened quietly, occasionally asking a few questions. 2 days later, the Great Mongolian suddenly sent an envoy to the pass to investigate the matter of the 5 princes, and the massacre of the demons that night. Luo Qingzhou did not go out. Wu Yu took people out to greet them, and repeated all the prepared speeches. At the same time, many soldiers in the city were wearing mourning clothes, and some mourning halls, wreaths, etc. were arranged in advance. He also said that Dian was gathering troops to prepare for the demons. The envoy left quickly. At this time, in a tent in the Great Mongolian Empire camp, the Great Mongolian Marshal Taimu was discussing things with his men. Those burly generals all had gloomy faces and murderous aura. Marshal, the 5 princes were killed. More than 300 of my practitioners were killed. And even the 7th prince was killed. What are we waiting for? Break through the Tongyuan Pass directly. Enter Dian, and kill the Queen of Dian. Avenge them. Humph. Do you think our Damong is so easy to deceive? Even if it is really done by the monsters, it must be related to their Damong. Marshal, I want to fight. General Guri, don't be careless. If Tongyuan Pass was so easy to break, our Damong would not have been blocked for so many years. Now we have lost another 8,000 vanguards, and many soldiers were scared by the 2 monsters. People are panicked and morale is weak. We can't act casually. Humph. Our Damong has 200,000 troops here. How can we let others bully us? Of course we have to take revenge. But we must not be impulsive. And we must not underestimate Dian. At least, we must first find out the details of the other party, and boost morale first. Several generals sat on both sides, and argued endlessly. Marshal Taimu listened calmly, and when both sides were quiet, he said, Wu Yun, what is the response from Pyamyu Xinzong? A young man immediately stood up and said respectfully, the other party asked us to investigate, and they don't seem to want to send anyone else. Taimu frowned slightly. The young man said, according to my guess, Piamu Xianzong suffered heavy losses at the border of Deyin this time, and is now seriously injured. And it is said that their sect leader was furious after hearing the news. And the Great Elder and the Peak Master who accompanied him were punished. They may not be able to send anyone over for the time being, and they dare not cause any more damage. After all, the Jojo conference will start in more than 10 months, and they need to prepare in advance. There was silence in the big tent. A bearded man said, "This time, the Piamu Immortal sect did suffer heavy losses. It is said that dozens of elders and hundreds of elite disciples were all killed. It is estimated that they have regarded Dian as an unlucky place and dare not come again for the time being. Moreover, they signed a contract with Dian in front of Jotian Yaotai and Penglai Fairy Island, and it is impossible for them to enter Dian openly again. However, their losses will definitely be counted on Dian. It is estimated that they may only take action against Dian after the Jojo conference is over. Or, they will only make trouble when they collect the compensation written in the contract from Dian." Tima's face was gloomy, and he was silent for a moment, then said, "Is there any news from Dian?" The young man named Wu Yun immediately said, "According to the report from the spies, the troops in the northern border of Dian are gathering towards Tongyuan Pass. The 30,000 cavalry in the western border are also rushing here. Many practitioners from Dian seem to have come as well." "Humph. You are guilty. The deaths of the 5th prince and the 7th prince were definitely caused by Dian. Marshal, give the order. We will not return until Dian is razed to the ground." "Marshal, I am willing to lead the charge." All the soldiers stood up and asked for orders. Tima looked at them calmly, paused, and said, "Sit down. I have already reported this matter to the Khan. As for my opinion, I will not send troops for the time being." After these words came out, all the soldiers looked at each other in surprise. Tima said in a deep voice, "First, Tongyuan Pass is not easy to break through. The other side is now defending with the whole country's strength. Even if we break through, there will be only a few of the 200,000 troops left, and the loss will outweigh the gain. What's more, the 30,000 cavalry of the other side are not here for defense, but to find an opportunity to kill us. Second, the 5th prince went to Dian this time with 300 cultivators, and the 7th prince. The 7th prince is the most powerful soul cultivator in my Great Ming. But what happened? None of them came back. This shows that the strength of the other side is by no means as simple as we have seen and heard. It is very likely that there are other hidden masters besides Baishan. Third, you also know about the battle in the western territory of Dian. The 3 major immortal sects and our tens of thousands of troops suffered heavy losses and fled. However, in the end, Deyin not only defended the city alone, but also destroyed the demon tree and even drove away the demons. Don't you find such strength and courage, as well as the willpower of the army and the people, terrifying? If they show such courage and will again and defend Tongyuan Pass, our 200,000 cavalrymen of Deming may not be able to move forward, and may be ambushed and defeated. And the most important point is that according to the news from Piamu Xianzong, Deyin may be in collusion with the demons. What happened the night further proved this point. So, if we take action, the demons suddenly appear and attack from the front and back. Won't our 200,000 troops of Deming be wiped out? At that time, the other party will drive straight in, and our Deming may be destroyed." After saying this, all the soldiers in the tent looked ugly and calmed down instantly. "So, we have to wait. At least until we find out the movements of the demon army. At least until we find out the true strength of the Yin. I think the best time is 10 months later, when the Jojo conference ends, or when Piamu Xianzong takes action. That time is the best time for us to break through Tongyuan Pass and enter Deyin Kyoto." At this time, it suddenly rained outside the tent. In the city of Tongyuan Pass, the soldiers were still busy preparing various defensive equipment. Luo Qingzhou stood on the city wall, looking at the wilderness outside the city, thinking about how to crack the great Mongolian cavalry. Long Air turned into a girl in a white dress, like a personal maid, standing quietly beside him, accompanying him to look at the wilderness outside the city in the rain. The other party should not dare to attack the city, Luo Qingzhou suddenly said. Long Air was just looking at him in a trance and didn't hear clearly. He was stunned for a moment and said, "What did you say, young master?" "Nothing." Luo Qingzhou took out the communication treasure and sent a message to Yuying, asking her to wait where she was and not to rush. Yuying immediately replied, "Why?" "Luo Qingzhou, I have spread the news that the King of the North is here to guard the pass. The King of the North is famous. both civil and military, and has won every battle. The Great Mongolia should retreat, and dare not invade again. Yuying, what time is it? Are you kidding? Luo Qizhou, no kidding. I think if the other party is smart, they will not choose to attack now. Lord Yuying, wait where you are for the time being. There should be a result tomorrow. Yuying, yes. King of the North. Luo Qizhou put away the communication treasure and looked into the distance again. As expected, the next day, the spies in front suddenly sent news that the 200,000 troops of the Great Mongolia Empire had begun to retreat. However, Luo Qizhou still did not dare to be careless. He waited for another 3 days. He was relieved only after the other party had really retreated. The other party was waiting for an opportunity. And so was he. 10 months later, he would let all the countries and sects in the Jiuzhou continent know that a small Dayin could also shake the sky. Even the high and mighty immortal sects in the Jiuzhou continent could be destroyed by them. Chapter 964 Xiao Ryu's Idol. The Dragon Mount of the Son-in-Law. Dayin Kyoto. After Luo Qizhou returned from the northern territory, he immediately entered the underground of the palace and continued to practice in seclusion, because he knew clearly that the Great Mongolia was only temporarily withdrawing its troops, and the Pyamyo mortal sect was only temporarily silent. With their status and strength, it was impossible for them to swallow this breath. The storm may come soon, and this storm may even bring disaster to the entire Dayan. Therefore, he must seize the time and break through to the realm of the King of Martial Arts. Only when he reaches the realm of the King of Martial Arts can he truly have the ability to protect himself and his family, as well as to guard Dayan. On the first day, he returned to Kyoto. The decree that he was named the King of the Northern Territory was officially promulgated. Usually, the canonization of a king of a different surname is controversial among court officials. Some meritorious families and the people will also discuss privately and comment on whether it is right or not. But as soon as the news came out, whether it was the court officials of Dayan, the meritorious families, or the army and the people, as well as the various sects of Dayan, they were all convinced and sincerely congratulated. Some practitioners and people were even very excited. Whether it was Kyoto or other counties in Dayan, the heroic legend of the King of the North was circulating. He was not only the husband of the queen, but also the genius of Lingxiao sect. He led the troops and fought bravely, repelled the powerful enemies 3 times, saved Dayan from danger, and saved the people from fire and water. He was loyal and courageous, and his merits were outstanding. No one in Dayan could match him. He deserved to be named the King of the North. During this period of time, people in various taverns, tea houses, even brothels, streets and alleys in Dayan were telling and listening to his stories after dinner. The narrator was very excited. The listener was excited and amazed. At this time, the day of the spring examination was getting closer and closer. In the capital city, scholars from all over the country flocked to it. In addition to the candidates who took the exam, there were also many talented people from all over the country who were ready to make friends. Therefore, the legend of the King of the North was repeated and exaggerated every day. Many talented people were very excited after listening to it, and wrote poems to praise it. Many female artists composed songs and sang them in brothels. For a while, the entire Great Yin capital, from the princes and nobles, the children of the aristocratic families, the daughters of the boudoir, to the common people, hawkers and servants, etc., were full of praises and admiration for the young King of the North. Even Song Ryue could hear the excited discussions of customers in the shops and on the streets every day. She was naturally very excited in her heart. Sometimes when she heard others say something exciting, she wanted to open her mouth and proudly tell others that the young King of the North had saved her, was a good friend of her son-in-law, and had even eaten at her house. This day, after returning home, she excitedly shared it with her family again. Miss Jean Eyre listened with a smile and did not say anything. Miss Jean also listened silently without saying a word. Bailing, on the other hand, still liked to confront people. Madam, the King of the North is not good looking at all. Those people outside actually said that he was handsome and extraordinary, and the most beautiful man in the world. Ugh! What? The King of the North is approachable? Gentle and elegant? Kind-hearted? Like small animals? Haha. Why didn't I notice it? What? There are people who say the guy fell in love with His Majesty at first sight. Is loyal, only loves His Majesty, and doesn't like any other women? Haha. What's the matter with the princess? What's the matter with Yuying Yuewu and those female guards around His Majesty? Humph. They are all his new loves. Song Ryue was excited to talk, and she was always criticized by her. And she was suddenly a little angry. Xiao Beiling, you have only met Mr. Chu a few times. Why do you say that about him? You don't know him at all? Humph. In my heart, Mr. Chu is also a handsome, approachable, and loyal man to His Majesty. He even saved me in the past. Madam Xiao Beiling, Mr. Chu is my benefactor, the husband of His Majesty, the savior of Dian, and my idol. You are not allowed to slander him. Song Ryue saw that she was still talking nonsense, and immediately got angry. Madam's idol. Bai Ling hesitated for a moment, and immediately couldn't help covering her mouth, and laughed. Gee. Song Ryue rolled her eyes at him, and ignored her, continuing to tell her two daughters about the news circulating outside. In the evening, she finished speaking with a dry mouth, drank a cup of tea, and then got up to go to the kitchen to cook. At this time, Qing hurried in from outside, and said excitedly, Madam, the master and the second son are back. As soon as this was said, Song Ryue stood up from the chair and said excitedly, Really? Qing nodded excitedly, Of course it's true. I dare not lie to you. Madam. Song Ryue's eyes suddenly turned red, rubbing her eyes, and walked quickly towards the door. Miss Jean Eyre also stood up, and with Chiyo's support, she walked outside. At this time, Qin Wensheng walked in from the door with Qin Chuan. The two wore ordinary tight clothes, with stubble on their faces and messy hair, but they looked extremely energetic and their bodies looked much stronger. Master Chuaner. Song Ryue's tears finally couldn't be stopped, and flowed down. And then she covered her mouth and cried. Qin Chuan saw this and laughed. Mother, why are you crying? We are living people, not corpses. What we will come back next time is awe. A scream suddenly rang out in the yard. Qin Wensheng kicked him hard on the buttocks and knocked him to the ground. Qin Chuan just got up from the ground, but Song Ryue suddenly picked up a broom from somewhere and beat him up, cursing, I told you to talk nonsense. I told you to talk nonsense. Qin Chuan ran away in circles in the yard with his head in his hands, wailing, Wei Mo. Help me. Miss Jean Eyre smiled in place. Beiling stood in the corridor, laughing and clapping her hands, saying, Madam, hit the second young master in the face. The second young master is a martial artist. It won't hurt to hit his butt. Use some strength. Qin Chuan couldn't help but glare at her and said, Beiling, you haven't married yet? Beiling giggled and said, Second young master. Beiling will not marry. Beiling will always be with my young lady. Qin Chuan immediately said, Where is Qin Zhou? Is he still in the house preparing for the spring examination? Song Ryue stopped beating him, panting and akimbo, cursing, Asshole. You said unlucky words as soon as you came back. You're so angry. Qin Chuan apologized with a smile, and hid behind Miss Jean Eyre. Song Ryue hurriedly said, Wei Mo. Quickly asked Xiao Dai or Zhuer to call Qin Zhou back. Your father and second brother are back. We are finally reunited as a family. We will have dinner together tonight. Miss Jean Eyre nodded, and whispered a few words to Chior beside her. Chior immediately took the order, and hurried out of the door. Qin Wensheng said, Is Qin Zhou not at home? Miss Jean Eyre whispered, Brother Qin Zhou went to a poetry meeting with some friends. The spring exam is coming soon, and he said he wants to relax. Qin Wensheng nodded, and said nothing more. Song Ryue hurriedly said, Mayor, Qing, go and boil water. Let the master and the second young master take a bath and change clothes first. The two came back exhausted. Their faces, bodies, and hair were covered with dust, and they still exuded a strong smell of sweat. They had to take a bath. The two maids immediately went to the kitchen. After Chior left the house, she immediately went to the street to take a carriage, and went to Ma Shua bookstore first. Seeing that the two princesses were not there, she went to Donghu Lake. After getting off the carriage and paying the silver, she walked towards the stone bridge on the lake. There were few pedestrians in Donghu Lake, and there were not many vendors. After she got on the stone bridge, she saw that there was no one around, and immediately shouted to the lake, Miss Longer. She shouted 3 times in a row. The pedestrians passing by the lake just glanced at her sideways and left. When she was about to shout the 4th time, a crisp and lively voice suddenly sounded behind her. Chior, is there something wrong? Chior trembled with fear and turned around to look. Behind her, I don't know when, a girl in a white dress, with noble temperament and beautiful face, stood silently. The two had met at the foot of Li Shao Peak. When the Qin family moved, It was Longer who greeted and sent them over. Chior bowed her head and said respectfully, Miss Longer. My master and the second young master are back. The young lady asked me to find Miss Longer. I hope Miss Longer can help inform the young master and let him go home for the reunion dinner. Longer smiled and said, So that's what happened. She immediately took out the communication certificate and sent the message. Chior looked up at her again and said, The son-in-law told my young lady that if she wants to find him, she can just come to Miss Longer. As soon as these words came out, Longer smiled and was very happy. She held her little hand intimately and said, Yes, Chior, you can come to me anytime in the future. Just call me here. Then she blinked her clear eyes and said, That Chior. Can I go to the reunion dinner together? I'm hungry too. Chior paused for a moment and nodded immediately. Of course. Miss Longer. Let's go. I'll take you there. Since the son-in-law and the young lady trust this Miss Longer so much, there must be no problem going to dinner together. And she had already seen that this Miss Longer and the son-in-law had a very complicated relationship. The young lady had obviously agreed long ago. Otherwise she would not have let her come to find each other. When Longer heard this, the smile on her face became even brighter. But she still sent a message to the young master and asked for his opinion, so as not to inconvenience the young master. The message was quickly replied, Go if you want to. Your family members all know you. And Wayamo often tells me that he wants you to go to dinner. When Longer saw the news, she was overjoyed and immediately pulled Chior and said, Chior, let's go. The master agreed. Chior also smiled and said, Miss Longer, it's a bit far. Let's rent a carriage. No need. Longer smiled slightly, suddenly hugged her waist, and took her up. At the same time, a layer of faint light flashed around the two of them, blocking the sight of everyone outside. Chior flew into the air and was startled. Longer hugged her tightly and comforted her. Don't be afraid. It's okay. We will be there soon. Who knew that as soon as the words were finished, the two landed at the gate of Chin's mansion. Chior landed on the ground. Her legs were a little weak, looking at the gate of Chin's mansion in front of her. She felt like she was dreaming. Miss Longer. You are? She wanted to ask if the other party was a very powerful practitioner. But Long-Air was always very honest, and said with a smile, I am a dragon, and I am your uncle's mount. Then he smiled with some pride and happiness. He often rides me. Xiao-Air. Chapter 965. What does the young lady want to eat? Donkey meat. The main hall of the Qin mansion. Qin Chuan was in high spirits, talking about the battlefield. Everyone in the Qin family was smiling and listening quietly. Song Ryua wiped her tears, crying and laughing, occasionally interjecting a few words and scolding. The maids also laughed. Qin Wenjung sat on a chair, sipping tea, with a gentle smile on his face. Butler Zhou also stood at the door and smiled. Only the eldest Lady Qin, in a white dress, sat silently aside, her face still cold and calm, which was out of tune with the cheerful and warm atmosphere in the hall, as if she was an outsider. Song Ryua listened for a while, and seeing that it was getting late, she wiped her tears and smiled. You guys chat. I'll go cook. Qin Chuan immediately said. Mother, what to cook? Let's go out to eat. Let's go to the restaurant. I'll treat you. I've made contributions at the border this time, and I've received a lot of rewards. Then he suddenly said, By the way, Mother, Dad has saved a lot of money. Qin Wenjung, who was standing aside, suddenly frowned, glared at him, and then said, When Qin Zhou and Chior come back, let's go out to eat. It's too troublesome to cook for so many people. Song Ryua smiled and said, Then the master will pay. Okay. Miss Qin Air also smiled and said, Dad is the head of the family, so of course Dad will pay. The second brother's money has to be saved for marrying his sister-in-law. Qin Wenjun smiled and said, Okay, whatever you want to eat tonight, just order it. Then he turned his head and looked at the other girl who was sitting quietly beside him, and said softly, Jianjia, let's go out together. Miss Qin hadn't replied yet, and Bai Ling, who was standing behind her, immediately said, Okay, Master, we'll go too. Little Bai Ling is going to eat a lot of delicious food. Qin Wenjung smiled and nodded. At this time, Chior's voice suddenly came from outside, Madam, the servant is back, and the son-in-law will be back soon. This is Miss Longer. Everyone looked out the door. Chior was wearing a light yellow dress, followed by a girl in a white dress. She looked delicate and noble, and she was not the daughter of an ordinary family at first glance. Hey, this girl looks so familiar. Song Ryue was full of confusion and didn't recognize her for a while. After Longer turned into a dragon, his temperament and demeanor had changed a lot. Miss Jean Eyre stood up and said, "Mother, this is Miss Longer. When we moved to Yumu River, it was Miss Longer who took us there. She was alone in Kyoto, and Waymo asked Chior to call her to have dinner together." Song Ryue then realized, it's Miss Longer. Mother remembers her. But she seems to be different from before. She seems to be more beautiful. At this time, Chior had already walked in from the door with Longer. Longer bowed his head and said politely, "Longer greets Mr. Chin, Madam Chin, second young Master Chin, Miss Chin, Miss Chin, and all the sisters." Then he looked up at Song Ryue and said in surprise, "Madam Chin seems to have become younger and more beautiful." Longer didn't recognize her at first sight. He thought it was Miss Chin or Miss Chin. When Song Ryue heard this, she smiled so hard that she couldn't close her mouth. She hurried over and took her little hand and said, "Longer, you have such a sweet mouth. Ha ha ha. Let's go. Let's go eat together." Then he said, "Ah, why hasn't Chinjo come back yet? Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer." As soon as he finished speaking, the voice of Zhou's housekeeper came from outside. "My son-in-law is back." Luo Chinjo, wearing a wide Confucian robe and holding a book in his hand, walked in gracefully from the gate. When Longer sent him a message just now, he had just finished practicing and was taking a bath in the practice room. And Her Majesty the Queen was personally scrubbing him. But she started to touch him randomly while scrubbing. Fortunately, Longer's message came in time, and he evacuated immediately. "Hey, Miss Longer is here too," he said deliberately after entering the hall. Longer smiled and said deliberately, "It was the second lady who asked Longer to come." Miss Jean smiled and said, "Longer, just call me Waymo." Longer hurriedly called, "Sister Waymo." Then he looked at Miss Jean and smiled sweetly and called, "Sister Jinjia." Bai Ling on the side hummed in her mouth and muttered something. Luo Qingzhou walked up to Qin Wenzheng and bowed. Qingzhou pays respects to father-in-law. He called to Qin Chuan next to him, "Second brother." Qin Wenzheng nodded, said nothing, and looked at the book in his hand. Qin Chuan came over and patted his shoulder. Smiling, "Qingzhou, you have worked hard. My father and I have been away for so long, and the family depends on you. Second brother must toast you a few more glasses tonight. We brothers will not return until we are drunk." Luo Qizhou said, "It should be." Song Ryue immediately smiled and said, "Okay. Everyone is here. Let's go quickly. If you go too late, be careful that there will be no seats. There are so many people in Kyoto now, and all the scholars are here. Qizhou should know." Luo Qizhou said, "Indeed. Scholars from all over the country are here." Song Ryue immediately snorted. "Not everyone is qualified to go to the spring examination, and I don't know why they come to join in the fun." The family walked out of the gate while chatting. Miss Jean Eyre explained, "Make friends in advance. If you are lucky, you may be able to make friends with this year's new Jean Shi or even the new champion." Song Ryue looked at someone and said, "Qingzhou, are you sure you can pass this year's spring exam?" Luo Qingzhou said, "It should be no problem to pass." Song Ryue immediately said, "You can't just pass. You must be in the top 3. And it's best to get the champion." Qin Chuan said on the side, "Mother, it's good to be an ordinary Jean Shi. There are so many talented people. It's not easy to get the top 3. And it's even harder to get the champion." Song Ryue rolled her eyes and said, "Even His Majesty said it himself. Qingzhou is more than enough to get the top 3. Qin Chuan asked in confusion, "When did His Majesty say that?" Song Ryue said proudly, "When you and your father went to join the army. His Majesty often came to our house with Meiju." Qin Chuan was surprised. "Your Majesty is so busy with court affairs. Why do you often come to my house?" Song Ryue said even more proudly, "Of course, it's because your mother's cooking is delicious." Qin Chuan's mouth twitched, and he said, "Mother, His Majesty is here to discuss state affairs with Qingzhou." "Right?" Song Ryue snorted. "Of course not. Qingzhou went out to study during that time, and was not at home. But His Majesty still came often. His Majesty has a good relationship with Waymo. Every time he comes, he will go to Meixiang Garden to chat and play chess with Waymo." Qin Chuan was full of doubts. Is His Majesty so free? Qin Wenzheng, who was standing aside, looked at someone silently. At this time, Song Ryue suddenly said again, "By the way, His Majesty is pregnant." After saying this, Qin Wenjing's expression moved, and he looked at someone again. The family locked the door and got on the carriage. Butler Zhou drove the carriage slowly, and the maids followed behind, talking and laughing, very happy. At this time, the sun had gradually set, and the sky darkened. Not long after, the carriage stopped in front of Zuixinlu. Qin Wenjing got off the carriage first, entered the restaurant, and asked if there were any seats. The shop owner said enthusiastically, "There are no private rooms, but there are seats in the second-floor hall. The price is slightly higher than the first floor, which is enough for more than 10 or 20 people. If the guests come later, there will probably be no seats in the hall. There are too many people coming to Kyoto recently. There are artists performing in our restaurant these nights, and the guests are full every night." Qin Wenjing frowned slightly when he heard this and said, "What kind of performance? We are a family with families. If it is some explicit performance, it will definitely not work." The shop owner smiled and said, "Guests don't have to worry. It's just some people playing the piano, writing poems, or telling stories. Our restaurant is a formal restaurant, and there will never be other inappropriate programs." Qin Wenjing was relieved when he heard it. After a moment of hesitation, he took out the silver and booked 2 tables on the second floor. There are only 14 people in the Qin family, the master and servants, and 2 tables are enough. "Come in." He walked to the door and shouted outside. Song Ryue immediately walked in with a group of people. The waiter immediately took them to the second floor enthusiastically. At this time, there were only 2 tables of guests on the second floor, but the innermost position had already set up a stage and was preparing for the show. The Qin family sat down at 2 tables. The waiter brought the menu. Qin Wenjing ordered a few dishes and handed the menu to Luo Qinzhou, saying, "Qinzhou, you order whatever you want." Luo Qinzhou took the menu, glanced at it first, looked at Song Ryue and said, "Mother-in-law, what do you want to eat?" Song Ryue smiled and said, "You order whatever you want. I don't care." Luo Qinzhou asked Qin Erge again, "Second brother, what about you?" Qin Chuan said directly, "As long as it's meat. I've been eating steamed buns on the way. I'm so greedy. I must eat more tonight." Luo Qinzhou pointed to a few dishes behind him, all of which were meat. The waiter quickly wrote them down. Luo Qinzhou's eyes turned to Miss Qin Er beside him. When he was about to speak, Miss Qin Er stepped on him lightly under the table. Luo Qinzhou reacted immediately, looked at Miss Qin across from him, paused, and said, "Miss, what do you want to eat?" Miss Qin was wearing a veil and sitting in the shadow of the pillar. She said in a cold tone, "Whatever." Luo Qinzhou glanced at the menu and said, "Then order a plate of fried ants for Miss?" Miss Qin's eyebrows moved slightly. The waiter was stunned when he heard this, and hurriedly smiled and said, "Sir, there is no fried ants." Luo Qinzhou looked at him and said seriously, "You can ask the kitchen to catch a plate. It doesn't matter how much money it costs. My miss wants to eat. Go quickly." The waiter's mouth twitched, wondering if the young man dressed as a scholar was joking or serious. Everyone in the Qin family laughed. Qin Chuan smiled and said, "Qinzhou, you are amazing. Now you dare to make fun of Jianjia?" Song Ryue snorted. Luo Qinzhou said seriously, "Second brother, I am not joking with the eldest lady. I did read a dish in a book, which is fried ants. It is said that it is fried without oil, and then sprinkled with sesame seeds and chopped green onions. It is very fragrant. The eldest lady just said that any dish will do, so I thought of this dish." Qin Chuan was stunned when he heard this, and said in surprise, "There really is such a dish?" Luo Qinzhou said, "Of course, I dare not joke with the eldest lady." As he said that, he glanced at the eldest lady Qin. The second lady Qin covered her mouth and held back her laughter. Longer immediately smiled and said, "Sir, Longer wants to eat it too." The waiter was embarrassed. At this time, Miss Qin suddenly said calmly, "I want to eat something else." Luo Qinzhou immediately said, "What do you want to eat, Miss?" Miss Qin looked at him coldly and said, "Meat." Luo Qinzhou said, "What kind of meat? Beef? Or mutton? Or chicken? Duck? Or fish?" Miss Qin said expressionlessly, "Little donkey meat." Luo Qinzhou, Puff, Bai Ling on the side suddenly chuckled, then covered her stomach, and laughed so hard that she almost fell off the chair. The others were confused. Little donkey meat? Song Ryue was full of confusion. Qin Chuan was even more surprised. "Jinjia, I heard that donkey meat causes internal heat." The waiter laughed and said, "Guest, we have donkey meat in our store. It was freshly killed today, and it is indeed young donkey meat. Very tender. Donkey meat can be enjoyed by men, women, young and old. Men will be strong after eating it. Women can beautify their skin after eating it. Children can grow stronger after eating it. And the elderly can replenish their bodies after eating it. And my chef cooks it very deliciously. Everyone can try it. He. At this moment, Xiao Bailing laughed and fell off the chair. The others were still confused, and had no idea what the girl was laughing at. Luo Qingzhou stopped joking, took the menu, pointed at the dishes on it and said this. A total of more than 20 dishes were ordered. The waiter hurriedly wrote them down one by one, and finally asked, "Guest, do you want young donkey meat?" Ha ha ha. Bai Ling just climbed up the chair from the ground and fell off again with laughter. No. Luo Qingzhou waved his hand and handed the menu back. Okay. Please wait a moment. Have some tea first. The waiter didn't dare to say anything more and left with the menu immediately. Luo Qingzhou glanced at Miss Qin across from him and saw that she was looking at him. He could only cough and scold Bai Ling beside him. Bai Ling. Girls should be reserved. You are crazy in public. Get up quickly. Bai Ling climbed onto the chair with a smile and said, "Son-in-law. Bai Ling also wants to eat donkey meat." Cluck cluck cluck. Luo Qingzhou ignored her. At this time, it was already dark outside. Many guests came up one after another, and the halls on the first and second floors were soon filled with people. On the second floor, a graceful woman holding a pipa soon walked up. The clear and melodious sound of the pipa soon sounded, and the audience around cheered. When the pipa girl played to the most intense part, she burst into tears, not knowing whether she was infected by her own performance or thought of something sad. Some spectators saw her pitiful and immediately felt sympathy, and threw silver on the stage. Of course, it was some men who threw money. Luo Qingzhou just looked at it for a few times, and Miss Qin Air next to him whispered, "Brother Qingzhou, do you want a reward? Weimo has some silver here." Luo Qingzhou whispered, "No. I may not be really pitiful." Not long after, the pipa girl finished playing, wiped her tears and whispered to the audience, then picked up the silver and walked off the stage. At this time, a middle-aged man in coarse linen clothes walked onto the stage with a girl in her teens. The girl held a small copper gong in her hand. The middle-aged man was tall and had a stubble on his face. He bowed to the audience and said, "Everyone calls me Lao Zhuang, and this is my daughter Xiaoqi. My father and I have traveled all over the country and are storytellers. What we are going to talk about today is the war god of our great yin, the King of the North. Everyone should have heard the story of the King of the North. But my father and I know more details than other storytellers. In addition to the story of the King of the North repelling the enemy 3 times, today we will also talk about the story of the King of the North and Her Majesty the Queen, as well as the story of other beauties." As soon as these words came out, there was an excited applause and booing from the audience. Even the guests on the first floor heard it and immediately squeezed upstairs. These days, everyone loves to listen to the story of the King of the North. But after talking about it, they are all talking about the story of the King of the North repelling the enemy 3 times. As for how the King of the North met, and how they got together with Her Majesty the Queen, no one dared to talk about it, let alone the story of the King of the North and other women. So when the middle-aged man said this, the guests in the restaurant were excited. Even the restaurant owner and the waiter immediately pricked up their ears. The pipa girl, who had just finished playing on the stage and was about to leave, also stopped immediately. Who doesn't like to listen to the story of a hero and a beauty? What's more, this hero is the god of war of their great yin, and it is said that he is also a beautiful boy and the husband of Her Majesty the Queen. This story must be exciting. Dang! The girl on the stage suddenly knocked on the gong in her hand and said crisply, "Everyone be quiet. My father is going to start talking." Luo Qingzhou's eyes were also looking at the father and daughter. Everyone in the Qin family seemed to be very interested in the private affairs of the King of the Northern Territory. Song Ryu frowned and said, "How could they know the private affairs of the King of the North? They must be making up stories again. Humph! If they dare to say bad things about the King of the North, or slander the King of the North, I will go to His Majesty to complain and kill them." Qin Wenzhong glanced at her and said, "Most storytellers in the world hearsay and make up stories at will, deliberately making the stories more interesting, just to amuse people. Why take it seriously?" Song Ryu immediately said, "Master, I don't care if they talk about others behind their backs. The King of the North is our..." She lowered her voice and said, "The King of the North is our benefactor and a good friend of Qingzhou. Xin Wenzheng looked at someone opposite him. Luo Qingzhou's attention was still on the father and daughter on the stage. Although the father and daughter were dressed differently from before, he still recognized at a glance that they were the father and daughter who opened a tea house at the entrance of the Yuwu Mountains. When did they become storytellers? Moreover, he even wanted to talk about his private affairs. He wanted to listen carefully to what the other party had to say. Chapter 966 The Confidant of the King of the North. Who always thinks of Miss Qin? Dang! Another gong sounded. The man on the stage cleared his throat and finally began to speak. Speaking of which, the King of the North was a small outer disciple of Lingxiao sect, one of the 5 major sects of Dayan. But a fish swimming in shallow water has the heart to turn into a dragon. A bird flying in the Green Mountains has the ambition to become a Kunping. The King of the North was just an unknown outer disciple. Every day, he would go out to hone his fighting skills in the martial arts hall. Everyone knows that there is a misty mountain range 80 miles outside the capital. There are clouds and mists, mountains and rivers, and monsters are rampant. Many practitioners in Dayan will go there to hunt monsters. In addition to honing their fighting skills, they can also use them to replenish the energy needed for martial arts practice and sell some gold coins. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou narrowed his eyes. The middle-aged man named Lao Zhuang continued to speak. Our King of the North, at that time, would often go to the Cloud and Mist Mountains to hunt monsters. It is said that when he went there for the first time, he saved a mother and son on the way. The mother and son's followers were killed by bandits in the Cloud and Mist Mountains. When the bandits were about to kill them, the King of the North arrived and saved them. It is said that the mother and son were the family of a certain elder of the Lingxiao sect. However, until now, it is estimated that the mother and son and the elder have not recognized our King of the North as their benefactor. At this time, someone suddenly shouted, "Since they don't know? How do you know?" That's right. The person involved doesn't know. How do you know? Other guests also began to question. Lao Zhuang smiled awkwardly and said, I heard it. I just heard it. The audience immediately booed. After all this time, it turns out that it's all heard. All rumors. All made up. It's boring. It's all fake. Drink. Drink. I don't want to listen. What's good about fake? The guests immediately lost interest. The guests on the first floor, who were crowded on the stairs, were also preparing to leave. At this time, Lao Zhuang suddenly spoke again. However, I also stayed in Yuwu Mountain for a period of time, and I have seen the King of the North more than once. As soon as these words came out, everyone was silent. Those guests who were about to go downstairs also stopped immediately. Really? Don't talk nonsense again. You have seen the King of the North with your own eyes? Are you sure? The interest that had just been extinguished by the crowd was immediately raised again. Lao Zhuang immediately raised his palm and swore, if it is false, let Lao Zhuang be struck by lightning and 5 thunders on his head, and he will not die well. As soon as these words came out, everyone was excited. Tell me now. Tell me now. Was the King of the North alone at that time? Or was he with someone? Lao Zhuang chuckled and said, of course, the King of the North was not alone. Every time he went there, he was accompanied by someone. And here, he deliberately whetted the appetite, and then said, and the King of the North was surrounded by young and beautiful women. Song Ryue immediately raised her eyebrows. Nonsense. Slander. The other guests became even more excited. Lao Zhuang. Tell me. Tell me. Who are these women? What is their relationship with the King of the North? Lao Zhuang coughed and glanced at his daughter. Dang. The girl named Xiaoqi immediately knocked on the gong in her hand, sang a song to everyone, and said crisply, Dear young men and women, uncles and uncles, my father and I have been traveling around the world, sleeping in the open, not having enough to eat, and warm clothes. Today we are lucky to meet all of you kind people. If you think my father's speech is good, please give me some alms, give me some change, so that my father and I can have a meal and tea. Before she finished speaking, a guest immediately threw silver and urged her impatiently, Tell me quickly. If you speak well, there will be a reward. Other guests also immediately threw some change. Xiaoqi hurriedly thanked and picked it up happily on the ground. Lao Zhuang then smiled and said, Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. By the way, the first time I saw the face of the King of the North, it was an evening when the sun was setting, and the King of the North entered the cloudy mountains with his fellow disciples. At that time, there seemed to be 2 women beside him. At this time, Xiaoqi suddenly interrupted and said, Dad, you remembered it wrong. There were 3. Lao Zhuang was stunned for a moment and said, 3? Oh. It was indeed 3. The 3 women were all young and beautiful. At that time, the most beautiful and the most impressive one was a silver-haired woman. The silver-haired woman seemed to be the senior sister of the King of the North. She looked and had a good figure, especially her legs, which were long and strong. I remember that when I saw the King of the North was always secretly staring at the long legs of the silver-haired senior sister, and talked and laughed with her. It seemed that they had the best relationship. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched. Miss Qin Er, who was standing by, tugged at his sleeve with her little hand and whispered, It's Sister Dao. Right? Luo Qingzhou whispered. Don't listen to his nonsense. I didn't secretly stare at him. Then he whispered again. If I want to see, I will see it openly. Why do I have to peek? And what's so good about legs? Wei Mo. You know, I like other places. Miss Qin Er. When Song Ryu heard someone say bad things about the King of the North, she immediately quit and stood up with anger on her face and said, Nonsense! The King of the North is not such a wretched person. You are slandering. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and immediately said in support, I think it's slander too. The King of the North is such an upright person. How could he be as wretched as he said? Song Ryu said angrily. That's right. It's just nonsense. At this time, many people were making a fuss and asked Lao Zhuang to continue. I've been tired of hearing the heroic stories of the King of the North these days. And I feel novel and excited when I hear these interesting private affairs of the King of the North. Lao Zhuang chuckled and continued. That was the first time I saw the King of the North up close. At that time, the King of the North was just a young boy who had just come out of the door. He and the silver-haired girl looked like a perfect match, who knew that when I saw the King of the North for the second time, there was suddenly another girl. That girl was amazing. She wore a purple skirt, a long whip around her waist, a great figure, a pair of long and straight legs, and a very beautiful appearance. She was also very noble. At first glance, she was the daughter of a wealthy family. No, even those daughters of wealthy families could not compare to her. She looked like. At this point, he suddenly stopped. When everyone was excited, they saw him suddenly stop and immediately urged him. Some people knew the rules and immediately threw some more silver coins. Lao Zhuang then continued with a smile. She looks noble. Like a daughter of a noble family. Or even like a royal child. The girl's mount is not ordinary. Named Qianlixu. Which is hard to buy with money. And she has 2 guards. Who look very powerful. At this time, Song Ryu suddenly quieted down. She guessed who the girl was at once. This guy. Is it all true? Her heart began to waver. Lao Zhuang then said, finally, I found out that the girl should be the confidant of the King of the Northern Territory. Princess Nangong of the Prince's Mansion of the Southern Kingdom. Everyone became more excited when they heard this. Lao Zhuang said, the relationship between the princess and the King of the North seemed to be not very good. As soon as the two met, the atmosphere was tense. I saw with my own eyes that the princess put a sleeping pill in the tea, which made the King of the North faint, and then put the King of the North on the horse and took him away. As a result, in less than a while, the King of the North came back riding the princess's horse Qianlixu, and the princess was tied up and tied to Qianlixu. I knew at that time that the King of the North was not simple. It is estimated that it was from that time that the King of the North and the Princess Nangong got to know each other and gradually developed into confidants. Everyone was very excited to hear this. Lao Zhuang then talked about some things in the Yunwu Mountains to kill time. When everyone was a little bored, he immediately said, Next, let's talk about the King of the North and the Qin Mansion. As soon as this was said, everyone in the Qin Mansion looked dignified. Someone immediately asked, Qin Mansion? Which Qin Mansion? Lao Zhuang replied with a smile. Of course, it is the Qin Mansion where the young Master Luo, who was favored by Her Majesty the Queen, shocked the world, planned and strategized, and defeated the rebellion of the 7 kingdoms and the Tai King's rebels, is, coincidentally, the young Master Luo, who is so talented and resourceful, is actually a good friend of the King of the Northern Territory. Some of you may know, but some may not know, that young Master Luo is the son-in-law of the Qin Mansion. As soon as this was said, there was a burst of surprise in the crowd. Son-in-law? I have also heard of that young Master Luo. I heard that he has unparalleled poetic talent and is the top scholar in Imo City. He is actually a son-in-law? Your Majesty really loves and cherishes talents, has a keen eye for talent, and dares to use even son-in-laws. Lao Zhuan continued. Speaking of this, everyone must be very curious about how the king of the Northern Territory knew that young Master Luo, and how he was related to the Qin mansion. In fact, it was all because of a woman. As soon as this was said, everyone held their breath immediately. Song Ryua's face began to show anger, but she was curious about how he was going to make up the story. What you don't know is that the Qin mansion was once a noble family. Because the emperor wanted to reduce the title, they took the lead in responding. The original owner of the Qin mansion took the initiative to resign the title, which was appreciated by the emperor. It is said that in the Qin mansion, there is a beautiful young lady who has been ill since childhood. She can't speak, can't laugh, and can only be in a daze. After Mr. Luo entered the Qin mansion, he married her. One day, when Mr. Luo took Miss Qin to the street to relax, they happened to meet the King of the North, who had nothing at the time and had mediocre cultivation. The King of the North took one look at Miss Qin and was deeply attracted to her. After returning, he couldn't forget her, thinking about her day and night, tossing and turning whether eating, sleeping, walking, practicing, or hunting monsters. He couldn't help but think of Miss Qin in his mind hearing this. Everyone in the Qin family had different expressions. Song Ryua's face was full of doubts, as if she was half believing and half doubting. Miss Qin too lowered her head slightly, biting her lips slightly, as if she was trying to hold back her laughter. Luo Qingzhou's face darkened. He couldn't help but raise his head and secretly glanced at Miss Qin across from him. And Miss Qin at this time was actually looking at him. However, the king of the Northern Territory knew that the other party was married, so he had been hiding this admiration in his heart until one day, the opportunity came. The young lady of the Qin family suddenly divorced the young Master Luo. It just so happened that one day, the young Master Luo went to visit a friend and met a few hooligans when he went to his friend's house for dinner. The hooligans saw that the young Master Luo had red lips and white teeth and was extremely handsome, so they wanted to get him drunk and take him to the room to chat. At this point, the second young lady Qin finally couldn't help it, lowered her head, and laughed out loud. Bailing even laughed, puffed, and giggled. Song Ryua's pretty face was gloomy. The person who was drunk was obviously her. Lao Zhuan continued to speak vividly. Fortunately, the King of the North was also there at the time. The King of the North saw injustice and roared, and immediately saved the beauty. No, the hero saved the handsome man, and saved that Mr. Luo. From that day on, the two became good friends. At this time, a woman in tight clothes with a short knife on her waist suddenly said, "Could those hooligans be deliberately sent by the King of the North to get close to that Mr. Luo?" After all, the King of the North fell in love with Miss Qin at first sight, and thought about her day and night. After these words came out, the second and first floors were quiet for a while. Some people wanted to agree, but they didn't dare. After all, he was the King of the North, who was second to none in Diyin, and they didn't dare to make random guesses and say bad things about him. After listening to Lao Zhuang, he thought for a while and nodded, saying, "That's also possible." At this time, Song Ryua couldn't help it and rushed over immediately, saying angrily, "Nonsense! You are talking nonsense! The King of the North is such a hero. He does things openly and uprightly. How could he do such a despicable thing? Also, you said that the King of the North saved that Mr. Luo, which is nonsense. It's not true at all. Also, how do you know that Mr. Luo of the Qin mansion and the Miss Qin have divorced? Do you have any evidence? If you don't have any evidence, you are talking nonsense here, misleading the public. Be careful. I will go to the government to sue you." Seeing her so excited, everyone looked over. Lao Zhuang smiled awkwardly and said, "Madam, I am a storyteller. I just told a story to make everyone laugh. Madam, don't take it seriously." Song Ryua was still angry and said, "You are deliberately slandering the King of the North. What, the King of the North fell in love with the Miss Qin at first sight and thought about it day and night? It's just bullshit." She couldn't help but swear. This bastard even said that her daughter Jianjiao couldn't talk or laugh, and was a fool. Damn it! At this time, the guest next to her also immediately advised, "Madam, if you don't want to listen, just leave. Storytellers are supposed to tell interesting stories to make everyone happy. Why take it seriously? That's right. If you don't want to listen, go downstairs and leave by yourself. Don't disturb us." Of course we also respect the King of the North. The King of the North is our hero of Diyin, and a hero in the hearts of our people. So we want to hear stories about him. Whether it is true or false, we will naturally distinguish. And there is no need for Madam to worry. Everyone condemned it. Song Ryue was immediately furious. At this time, Qin Chuan roared and jumped up. His whole body was wrapped in strong wind. His robes fluttered. And he said with wide eyes, "Who dares to be presumptuous? Who dares to bully my mother?" The few people standing nearby were immediately frightened by his roar and terrible momentum. And their legs softened and almost fell to the ground. "It's a warrior!" Someone suddenly whispered. Go. Go. Warriors are not easy to mess with. Don't eat your head off while eating. The King of the North is the husband of Her Majesty the Queen. This storyteller is really brave. We can't listen to him anymore. Let's go! At this time, everyone was awakened by the roar and momentum of the young man in front of them, and left one after another. Lao Zhuang on the stage, and the girl named Xiao Qi also immediately lowered their heads to pick up the silver on the ground, and then sneaked away behind the crowd. Damn it! Don't run if you have the guts. Song Ryue was still angry, and her chest was heaving with anger. For her idol, the King of the North, and for her daughter, Miss Qin. The guests at the other tables returned to their seats, lowered their heads to eat, and quieted down. The stairs and corridors soon became empty. Song Ryue returned to her seat and said angrily, "These storytellers love to talk nonsense. Not a word is true." At this time, Qin Wenzheng, who was sitting next to her, looked at her and said, "Is it possible that Qin Zhou and Jian Jia's divorce is not true?" As soon as these words came out, Song Ryue's face changed immediately. There was a dead silence at the table. Song Ryue's face was full of nervousness, as if she had done something wrong. When she was at a loss, Qin Chuan suddenly said, "Hey, where is Qin Zhou?" Miss Qin Air said, "Brother Qin Zhou has a stomachache," and went downstairs. Song Ryue quickly picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of beef, put it in Qin Wenjing's bowl, and said flatteringly, "Master, eat meat. Eat meat quickly." Qin Wenjing's eyes flashed, and he said, "Ryue, are you hiding something from me?" Song Ryue's face turned pale with fear, and she hurriedly looked at her daughter for help. Miss Qin smiled and said softly, "Dad, it's nothing serious. When we go back tonight, my mother will tell you." Song Ryue said hurriedly, "Waymo, tell your dad that I dare not." Miss Qin smiled and said, "Actually, Dad should have known it a long time ago." Song Ryue was stunned when she heard this. Qin Wenzheng was silent for a while and said, "When did your mother know it?" Miss Qin said, "She just knew it not long ago." Qin Wenzheng didn't say anything else and lowered his head to drink. Song Ryue was stunned for a moment, looked at him and said, Master, when did you know?" Qin Wenzheng said indifferently, "It must be earlier than you." Song Ryue, at this time, Qin Chuan on the side said with a confused face, "Dad, Mother, Weima, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand a word?" Miss Qin smiled and said, "It's okay. It's not a bad thing anyway. It's something worth celebrating." She glanced at her sister. Qin Chuan was even more confused. At the same time, Luo Qinzhou left the restaurant and followed the storyteller quietly. The two crossed the street and entered an alley. However, when Luo Qinzhou followed, he suddenly found that the father and daughter were no longer in the alley that could be seen at the end. His heart condensed, and his soul immediately flew into the air and searched everywhere. However, there was no trace of the two people in the streets and alleys around. Sure enough, it's not right. He immediately came back to his senses, flew out of the alley again, and searched around. But still nothing was found. Half of the city's streets and alleys, even the houses, were covered by his sight. But the father and daughter suddenly disappeared as if out of thin air, and there was no trace of them at all. This ability immediately made his back cold. You know, he was at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. But he lost the two of them after following them, and he didn't catch any trace of them. He suddenly trembled in his heart. Swoosh. He didn't continue to search, but immediately flashed and returned to the restaurant at the fastest speed. Don't let anything happen there. Fortunately, when he went up to the second floor, everyone was safe and sound. However, the mother-in-law was wiping tears and looked a little aggrieved. Seeing him coming, she immediately returned to her original expression. Luo Qinzhou returned to his seat and sat down. At this moment, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the corridor not far away. The door of the first private room was suddenly pushed open. Then, A middle-aged man and a young girl walked towards the stairs while eating the buns in their hands. What made him nervous was that this father and daughter were the father and daughter he had just lost. He had just seen with his own eyes that the father and daughter walked into the alley and walked in the opposite direction of the restaurant. When the other party disappeared in the alley, he immediately flew into the air and saw all the pedestrians on the surrounding streets. The other party could not turn around and come back. At this moment, his back was suddenly covered with cold sweat. Dad, that sister is so beautiful. At this moment, the girl named Shuchi suddenly stopped and looked at the table of the Qin family. And her eyes were not looking at Miss Qin Air, nor at Bailing and Xiachan, but at Miss Qin. Miss Qin was sitting in the shadow of the pillar. At this time, she had taken off her veil. Her beautiful face was breathtaking even under the shadow. The middle-aged man turned his head and took a look. He was also stunned. There seemed to be a trace of trance in his eyes. He said, "Indeed beautiful. Really like a fairy," Xiaoqi whispered. "Dad, do you think that the Miss Qin that the king of the Northern Territory saw at the beginning was as beautiful as this sister?" The middle-aged man was silent for a moment, and said, "No. This one should be more beautiful. Unparalleled in the world." "Dad, what's wrong with you? Your hands are shaking." "It's okay. Let's go." The middle-aged man took another last look, turned around and went downstairs. Xiaoqi also hurriedly followed. This time, Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to continue to follow. Just at that moment, he suddenly felt an unprecedented pressure coming, making him unable to even get up. At this moment, his back was soaked with sweat. Another moment passed. Everyone in the Qin family had eaten their fill, and the food on the table was almost eaten by Qin Chuan. Qin Wenzheng took everyone in the Qin family downstairs and paid the bill in person. Out of the restaurant, Luo Qingzhou was still tense, looking at the streets around him vigilantly. Several people got on the carriage. After returning to the Qin mansion, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After getting off the carriage, he was about to help Miss Qin get off when Miss Qin suddenly said, "Brother Qingzhou, help me get off first." Luo Qingzhou looked at Miss Qin. As a result, Miss Qin went off from the other side. At this time, Qin Wenzheng, who had already gone off, suddenly said, "Qingzhou, come to my place later. I have something to tell you." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and said, "Yes, father-in-law." He was a little confused. It was so late. What did father-in-law want to talk to him about? Could it be about Miss Qin? He quickly helped Miss Qin get off the carriage and asked in a low voice. Miss Qin was also a little confused and said softly, "Wei Mo doesn't know. But Wei Mo feels that it should not be about the divorce letter." Chapter 967 Miss Qin's Secret. In the mansion, lanterns were lit. Luo Qingzhou first sent Miss Qin back to Meixiang Garden. After telling her to rest early, he prepared to leave. Miss Qin hesitated for a moment and reminded softly, "Brother Qingzhou, if Daddy asks about the divorce letter, Brother Qingzhou just needs to answer truthfully." Luo Qingzhou said, "I know." Miss Qin was still worried and said, "Brother Qingzhou, if Daddy asks you about your opinion on the divorce letter and your opinion on your sister now, what will you say?" Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment and said, "Just tell the truth." Miss Qin frowned slightly and said, "Some things cannot be said truthfully. Now that the matter is done, Daddy and Mommy will not say anything anymore. I just want to make sure what Brother Qingzhou thinks in his heart and whether he will treat his daughter well. If Brother Qingzhou's answer does not satisfy Daddy, Daddy will be very worried." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "How do you want me to answer?" Miss Qin said softly, "Brother Qingzhou, why bother asking knowingly?" Luo Qingzhou said nothing more and said, "I know. You should rest early." After that, he turned and left. Miss Qin Air stood in the courtyard, watching his back disappear outside the gate, and was stunned for a while, then suddenly coughed. She habitually took out a handkerchief and covered her mouth. When she took off the handkerchief, the snow-white handkerchief was already covered with a deep red. Miss Xiao and Zhu, who were standing by, were all panicked when they saw this scene. "It's okay." Miss Qin Air had a calm face and murmured, "I am satisfied to be alive until now. I hope to see Brother Qingzhou and sister lovers finally get married. I'm just a third party." At this time, Qin Wenzheng was standing in the courtyard, looking at the moon in the night sky, not knowing what he was thinking, and looked like he was worried. Song Ryue stood beside him and said a few words to him, but he seemed not to hear them. "Master, what's on your mind? Master, why don't you pay attention to Ryue? Master, do you have another woman outside?" Wu, it doesn't matter. Just tell me. I won't cry. I won't make a fuss. Wu. Qin Wenjing retracted his gaze, couldn't help but rolled his eyes at her, and said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Song Ryua wiped her tears and said, But master ignored me. And just now he sneaked into the room and stole the jade pendant that was given to me. Wu. Did you want to secretly take it away and give it to another woman?" The muscles on Qin Wenjing's face twitched a few times, and he said with a straight face, "Yes, I want to give it to someone else." As soon as these words came out, Song Ryua cried even louder, "Wu." Mayor stood outside the door, at a loss. At this time, Luo Qingzhou suddenly walked over from not far away. Song Ryua was still crying, "Wu. Master, what did Xiao Ryua do wrong, master? Do you dislike Xiao Ryua for being old? But Xiao Ryua is only 29 years old this year. People say that Xiao Ryua and Wei Mo are sisters. Their skin is tender and smooth. Their figures are super good. Their looks are beautiful. And they are smart and virtuous." Wu. Luo Qingzhou walked to the door and heard the crying and these words. He stopped immediately, not knowing whether to go in. Mayor, who was standing at the door, was also embarrassed. After hesitating for a while, she still said carefully to the inside, "Master, Madam, and Uncle is here." Song Ryua stopped crying immediately and wiped her tears. Qin Wenjing looked at her with a headache and said, "Go back to the room. I have something to say to Qingzhou." Song Ryua immediately held back tears and said aggrievedly, No. What can't be heard by others? Does the master want Qingzhou to give you a jade pendant? Wu. How can the master let Qingzhou do such a thing? It will lead him astray. Qin Wenjing held his forehead inside and had to say to the outside, "Qingzhou, come in." Luo Qingzhou walked into the courtyard with embarrassment on his face and bowed his hands and said, "Father-in-law, mother-in-law." Song Ryua stood aside sobbing with tears in her eyes, like a wrong child, and did not speak. Qin Wenjing sighed again and handed the jade pendant in his hand over, saying, "Qingzhou, take this jade pendant." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and was about to reach out to take it. Song Ryua, Wu. Luo Qingzhou? Song Ryua looked at him pitifully and said, "That's mine. Your father-in-law gave it to me." Luo Qingzhou was even more confused and said, "Father-in-law? This jade pendant?" Qin Wenjing was silent for a moment and said, "This jade pendant was indeed given to your mother-in-law for safekeeping, but it was not given to her. Qingzhou, take it first." Song Ryua, Wu. Luo Qingzhou was embarrassed and didn't dare to take it. He said, "Father-in-law, how about giving it back to mother-in-law? I don't need it." Song Ryua quickly reached out to take it. Qin Wenjing opened her hand directly and then stuffed it into his son-in-law's hand without saying anything. Wu. Song Ryua felt even more wronged, covering her face with her hands, crying, and ran into the house. Mayor followed her in. Qin Wenjing ignored her and said, "Qingzhou, let's go. Let's talk outside." Luo Qingzhou held the jade pendant in his hand and suddenly felt that this jade pendant seemed to be a little different. Not only was the touch amazing, but there seemed to be a trace of strange energy flowing inside. He was confused and followed her out. Qin Wenjing stood under the big tree outside the door, looked up at the moon in the night sky again, and was silent for a long time before he said, "Qingzhou, I originally wanted to keep this matter to myself and never tell anyone." After all, at this point, he smiled bitterly and looked at him and said, "But who would have thought that you would eat the food in your bowl and take the pot away? If I don't tell you about this, I'm afraid you will continue to hesitate because of some moral issues." And heard my daughter Luo Qingzhou was a little confused and said, "Father-in-law, what do you want to say?" Qin Wenjing showed a complicated expression on his face, sighed, and whispered, "Qingzhou, you must promise your father-in-law first that you must not tell anyone about this matter. Not even Wei Mo." Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled and said, "Qingzhou agrees." Qin Wenjing nodded, then approached him, pointed at the jade pendant in his hand, and said, "This jade pendant actually belongs to Jinjia. When I picked her up, I put it on her." As soon as these words came out, Luo Qingzhou's mind suddenly buzzed and went blank. After a long pause, he trembled and said, "Father-in-law means that the eldest lady, she is not you and mother-in-law." Qin Wenjing nodded bitterly and said self-deprecatingly, "Your mother-in-law is indeed beautiful. But do you think your mother-in-law and I can give birth to someone with the appearance and temperament of Jinjia?" Luo Qingzhou was a little unbelievable and said, But Qin Zhou thinks that the eldest lady and mother-in-law are somewhat similar. Qin Wenjing smiled bitterly and said, because you think they are mother and daughter. And Jianjiao grew up drinking her milk. And you live with her every day. So there are naturally some similarities. So you think so, but compare them carefully. How are they similar? Jianjiao's appearance, temperament, personality, and even intelligence. How much do you think your mother-in-law is like her? Luo Qingzhou fell silent. His heart was still surging. And it was difficult to calm down and believe. Qin Wenjing looked up at the night sky, as if recalling what happened in the past. With a look of pain on his face, that day, your mother-in-law was about to give birth to a girl. But unfortunately, because she had not come out for a long time, when she finally came out, she was no longer breathing. At that time, your mother-in-law fainted from the pain. I held my newborn daughter in my arms, feeling more distressed than anyone else. But there was no way. I couldn't let your mother-in-law see her again after waking up. So I hurried out and buried her myself. When I was about to return to the courtyard, I suddenly heard a baby crying at the back door. I thought I heard it wrong. I thought it was the child I just buried crying. I was very scared. At this point, tears already welled up in his eyes. But when I followed the sound to the back door and opened the wooden door tremblingly, I suddenly saw a delicate little baby wrapped in a jade and placed on the steps of the back door, with only this jade pendant in her arms. She is Jianjia. I didn't know at the time. But suddenly I felt that God took pity on us and gave us another daughter. I felt that this daughter must be the daughter who just died. So I took her back and placed her next to your mother-in-law. Fortunately, there was only one midwife there at the time. When your mother-in-law woke up, she looked at Jianjia next to her. Jianjia was looking at her with her beautiful eyes. And then, they laughed together. I still remember that picture clearly. And I believe I will never forget it. Jianjia smiled very cutely. And your mother-in-law smiled very happily. At that moment, I knew that they might really be mother and daughter in their previous life. And they must be mother and daughter in this life. Qin Wenjing's mouth showed a happy and warm smile. But his eyes were full of tears. Qingzhou, the reason I told you is that I am afraid that you will hesitate because Jianjia and Weima are sisters. They are indeed sisters. But they have no blood relationship. Take the jade pendant as a token of love she gave you. After all, when you got married, she didn't give you anything. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and looked at the jade pendant in his hand. The moonlight fell on it. The center of the jade pendant seemed to suddenly have a ray of moonlight, flickering slightly. He looked carefully at the ray of moonlight in the jade pendant. The moonlight was like clear water, flowing slowly, and gradually condensed into a vague font. When he wanted to see it clearly, the font suddenly broke apart and disappeared in a flash. Chapter 968. The Life Story of the Eldest Lady. Ex-wife or sister-in-law. The moonlight was bright. The night breeze gently caressed his face, bringing a hint of coolness. It was like the tenderness of a young girl. Luo Qingzhou walked on the way back. His heart was surging, unable to calm down. The jade pendant in his hand was restored to its original state. The font inside, which was as condensed as moonlight, had disappeared, as if it had never appeared. He could clearly feel that this jade pendant was not an ordinary thing. It might be a magic weapon. It might even be a magic weapon. This jade pendant belonged to the eldest lady. Then, who were the eldest lady's former parents? Why did they abandon her? Before leaving, his father-in-law told him, Jianjia has the right to know about this. You decide when to tell her. Of course, if you think she shouldn't bear such pain again, then you can choose not to tell her. If she is happy, it's actually good. Luo Qingzhou stopped at the gate of Meixiang Garden. Paused. He continued to move forward. He stopped at the door of Lingshan Moon Palace. And when he was hesitating whether to knock on the door, the gate suddenly opened with a creak. Bailing poked her head out of the door and looked at him with resentment. Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt guilty and said, I'm fine. Just strolling around. That has the young lady rested? Bailing opened the door and pouted her lips and said, How can she rest so early? Then she hummed, The young lady is still waiting to eat the donkey meat. After that, she laughed. Luo Qingzhou showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. When he didn't know whether to go in or leave, Bailing had already made way and said crisply, Son-in-law, come in quickly. You still have to pay your respects to the young lady. The young lady said that as long as the son-in-law is at home, you have to come to pay your respects. Luo Qingzhou then remembered what Miss Qin said that night, and entered the door without hesitation. Bailing closed the courtyard door behind him and followed him and said, Son-in-law, I heard from Madam that the King of the North is your good friend. Then you should know how many confidants the king of the north has around him. Right? Are there too many to count with 2 hands? Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, and did not answer. Beiling suddenly asked again. Son-in-law, are you not capable? The king of the north has made the queen pregnant. Luo Qingzhou. Beiling whispered again. Son-in-law. Chan also wants a baby. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while. Looked at her and said, it will be troublesome to have a baby. You can't practice sword anymore. And it will hurt to have a baby. Chan's body Beiling. How about you help Chan have a baby? Beiling's steps suddenly stopped. Luo Qingzhou said, if you are willing, son-in-law will prepare in the next few days, and nourish your body more. Beiling. If you don't want to, forget it. Luo Qingzhou ignored her, and went directly to the back garden. Bai Ling froze in place for a while. Then pouted her lips and whispered, bad son-in-law. Always trying to bully me, I don't want that. I swore to be a pink, tender, pure and innocent flower for the rest of my life. In the back garden, Xia Chan, wearing a light green dress, was practicing swordplay under a big tree in the corner. That thin and frail figure seemed to have merged with the sword in her hand, and was blurred and unclear. Luo Qingzhou looked at it for a few times, and walked towards the pavilion. In the pavilion, the moonlight was like water, and the girl in a snow-white dress was sitting there quietly reading a book. The beautiful face and figure were as beautiful as a painting under the white moonlight. Luo Qingzhou's eyes showed a touch of complex emotions, and he walked over and bowed, Mississippi. He looked up and looked at her secretly. Flawless face, waterfall-like black hair, spotless and cold temperament, and the dark and deep eyes seemed to hide the most beautiful galaxy. Indeed, although the mother-in-law is beautiful, compared with this young lady, what's wrong? While he was thinking about something in his heart and was in a daze, Miss Qin suddenly raised her head and looked at him with cold eyes. Luo Qingzhou came back to his senses. The two looked at each other. Luo Qingzhou subconsciously avoided it. It's okay. I just came to pay my respects to the young lady. He bowed his head slightly. There was silence for a while. Miss Qin suddenly said lightly, you offended me tonight in the restaurant. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and said, Miss, that's not an offense. It's just a joke. Besides, didn't the young lady also joke with me? Miss Qin looked at him coldly and said, I didn't. Luo Qingzhou raised his head and met her eyes, saying, Miss said she wanted to eat donkey meat. Isn't it a joke? Miss Qin paused and said, no. Luo Qingzhou was stunned and said, Miss, don't you really want to eat donkey meat? If so, I will go out and buy it for you tomorrow. Miss Qin looked at him and said nothing more. At this time, Chan's sword practice sound also stopped, and her eyes also looked over. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while and said, then even if I was wrong, I will apologize to the young lady. He suddenly remembered the girl's life experience. Forget it. You are not sincere anyway, Miss Qin said lightly, lowered her head, and continued to read the book in her hand. Luo Qingzhou said, I am sincere. Miss Qin flipped through the book and ignored him. Luo Qingzhou looked at her beautiful and cold face, struggling for a long time in his heart, but still did not dare to say a word. So he had to say goodbye. If the young lady has nothing to do, then I will leave first. Miss Qin still ignored him. Luo Qingzhou did not speak again, turned and left the pavilion, looking at the figure under the big tree not far away. Shua! 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 Xia Chan started practicing sword again. Luo Qingzhou was worried and had no mood to stay any longer, so he left quickly. When he walked to the front yard, Bai Ling was sitting alone in front of the stone table in the courtyard with her head down, holding a flower in her hand, tearing the petals while muttering, let the bad son-in-law bully me, don't let the bad son-in-law bully me, let the bad son-in-law bully me, don't let the bad son-in-law bully me. Luo Qingzhou stood behind her and saw her tearing off the last petal, saying, don't let the bad son-in-law bully me, but suddenly, she broke the bare branch in her hand and threw it on the ground, saying again, let the bad son-in-law bully me. Then he sighed, hey, why is it that every time I get bullied by the bad uncle? I hate it. Ahem. Luo Qingzhou suddenly coughed behind her. Bai Ling was startled, and hurriedly stood up and looked at him and said, Aunt, uncle, when did you come? Luo Qingzhou said, I just came. I didn't hear that you wanted the bad uncle to bully you. Bai Ling. Luo Qingzhou suddenly asked, Bai Ling, when did you meet the eldest lady? Where did you meet? Bai Ling immediately covered her face and ran into the house, whimpering, it's so embarrassing. Little Bai Ling is so embarrassing. Woo. Luo Qingzhou looked at her back, stood in a small courtyard for a while, and then left. Back to Meixiang Garden. Miss Jean Eyre has fallen asleep, Chior told him worriedly. Son-in-law. Miss coughed again tonight, and coughed up a lot of blood. Luo Qingzhou's heart trembled, and he asked, "Did you take the medicine on time?" Chior sighed, and said, "Of course I took it on time. But I feel that the effect is not as good as it was at the beginning. Miss has been coughing frequently recently, and often coughs up blood. Miss has always asked us not to tell son-in-law." Luo Qingzhou felt a sharp pain in his heart, but his face remained calm, and he comforted him softly. "It's okay. Don't worry too much. I will solve it," Chior said with red eyes. "Son-in-law, can the master really cure the lady? Doctors say don't listen to the doctor. You don't have to find a doctor anymore in the future." Luo Qingzhou's face was serious on his face, saying, "This disease? The doctor couldn't understand it at all, and only scared people." Chior bowed his head. Nothing dared to catch. Luo Qingzhou said, "It's right if you don't catch it." During his cultivation, he was always at home during his cultivation. Grandmaster Peak, Process 2. Early stage of spiritualization, Process 100. The soul can break through, but the progress of the physical body has begun to slow down. Even if he cultivates under the spiritual mind-heart, even if he uses the spiritual liquid, the speed of cultivation is extremely slow. He can understand. After all, it is the process from Grandmaster to Martial King. If it is still as fast as before, it would be too abnormal. However, he still has something to use. Sister Yu said that after he breaks through to the Grandmaster Peak, he can use the golden fruit in the storage ring. With it, the speed of cultivation will surely become faster than before. As for how much faster, I don't know. The fruit should be ripe. However, for safety reasons, he still wanted to let Sister Yu take a look first, so as not to make a mistake and waste all the previous efforts. Thinking of this, he took out the communication treasure and prepared to send a message to Sister Yu. But at this moment, the communication treasure suddenly vibrated. Looking carefully, it turned out that it was Sister Yu who took the initiative to send a message. "What are you doing?" Luo Qingzhou quickly replied, "At home. Just about to send a message to Sister Yu." "Is Sister Yu feeling better?" Sister Yu, "Yes." Luo Qingzhou, "Then Sister Yu can come out tonight? I want Sister Yu to help me check the fruit in the storage ring to see if it is edible now." Sister Yu, "It should be okay." Luo Qingzhou, "I don't want should. I want sure." Then he said, "Sister Yu, my wife has been coughing again recently, and often coughs up blood. Her complexion looks very bad. I am worried that time will be too late. I want to practice quickly. I am willing to do anything. Sister Yu, East Lake." Luo Qingzhou immediately put away the message, and looked at the sleeping girl in the inner room. His figure flashed, and he went underground and left. East Lake. On the lake, the night wind blew, and the waves rose and fell. A small boat was floating in the center of the lake. On the boat, a white figure stood at the bow, staring at the bright moon in the night sky. In a daze. Sister Yu. Luo Qingzhou's figure flashed, flew over, and landed gently on the boat. Yu Yao turned her head, looked at him, and said lightly, "Let me take a look at the fruit first." Luo Qingzhou immediately approached her and took out the storage ring. "Sister Yu, when did you leave?" He couldn't help asking. Yu Yao was quiet for a while, then looked at him and said, "What did you say when you left?" Luo Qingzhou said, "When we came back from the border, wasn't Sister Yu hiding on me? Was she hiding in my storage ring?" Yu Yao said expressionlessly, "Am I that boring?" Luo Qingzhou opened his mouth and said, "Then where is Sister Yu hiding?" Yu Yao did not answer, but reached out and took the storage ring from him, looked at it for a while, and said, "It's ready to eat. As for the effect, I don't know." After that, she returned the storage ring to him. Luo Qingzhou reached out to take it. His fingertips touched hers, and he said in a deep voice, "Sister Yu, do you think I still have time?" Yu Yao was silent for a moment, and said, "You should ask yourself. If you have confidence in yourself, of course you have time. But?" Luo Qingzhou sighed and said, "I feel that cultivation is getting harder and harder, and the speed is getting slower and slower, and she can't seem to hold on for too long." Yu Yao stared at him for a moment, and suddenly said, "Then you can think about the method I mentioned before. Sacrifice your ex-wife. Let your wife's soul enter her body." "So?" "No." Before she finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou immediately interrupted her and said firmly, "Sister Yu, Don't mention this method again. I said. I can't agree to it. And my wife won't agree to it either. And he was silent for a moment. And said, besides, she is not my ex-wife. Yu Yao said. What is that? Sister-in-law? Luo Qingzhou showed a complex expression on his face. And said, no. She is my wife. A real wife. The boat was suddenly silent. After a moment, Yu Yao said lightly, oh, reconciled again? Luo Qingzhou showed an embarrassment on his face. And said, it's not reconciled. In fact, she and I have never divorced. The divorce letter is fake. Yu Yao looked at him quietly. And said, then are you happy? Or feel troubled? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment. And said, I just feel very surprised. I feel actually I am to her. At this time, he suddenly remembered something. And quickly took out the jade pendant. Handed it to her and said, Sister Yu, help me look at this jade pendant. See if it is a magic weapon? See where it comes from. Yu Yao was slightly startled when she heard the words. Took a look at the jade pendant. And gently took it in her hand. I don't know why. The moment her fingers touched the jade pendant, her heart suddenly trembled. As if she was hit by something. And her whole body trembled. Sister Yu, what's wrong with you? Has your soul not recovered yet? Luo Qingzhou asked hurriedly. Yu Yao didn't say anything. She looked down at the jade pendant in her hand, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Chapter 969. Sister Yu took the jade pendant and ate the golden fruit. The night wind blew. It was like a girl's hand, gently caressing her cheek and ruffling her long hair. The moonlight falling on the lake was broken, and the stars were dotted, like a starry sky. At this moment, I don't know whether the lake is the sky or the sky is the lake. The light on Yu Yao's body has dissipated, revealing her delicate face and soft figure. She stood in the moonlight, quietly looking at the jade pendant in her hand. The black hair and white skirt danced with the wind. The beautiful eyes and face were more beautiful than the night. Luo Qingzhou stood nearby, watching quietly, unconsciously, and remembered again the scenes of her burning her soul to protect herself. The night was quiet. There was only the sound of the waves gently hitting the boat, like a dream song. In the swaying of the boat, it made people fall asleep. Luo Qingzhou's expression was a little trance. After a long time, Yu Yaofeng raised her head and looked at him, with no other expression on her face. Who gave you this jade pendant? Luo Qingzhou came back to his senses, hesitated for a moment, and did not answer. Sister Yu, can you see its origin? Is it very precious? Yu Yao looked down at the jade pendant in her hand again and said, it should be just an ordinary magic weapon. Then she looked up at him and said, can't you tell me? Luo Qingzhou showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. Sorry. I can't tell anyone about this. Yu Yao was silent for a while and said, okay. I'll take the jade pendant back first. There seems to be something else in it. I'll return it to you after I see it clearly. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, when I touched it for the first time, I also felt that there seemed to be something inside, as if it was a very special energy. Yu Yao put away the jade pendant and looked at him and said, you are not in a hurry, right? Luo Qingzhou shook his head and said, no hurry. Sister Yu, just check it. Yu Yao didn't say anything else and prepared to leave. Luo Qingzhou suddenly reached out and held her hand, whispering, Sister Yu, last time at the border, why did you sacrifice yourself like that? Yu Yao said lightly, you too. Luo Qingzhou said, but I did it for me too. Yu Yao's face was calm. Luo Qingzhou looked at her with complicated eyes. Sister Yu, you practice well. Yu Yao broke free from his hand, and her figure suddenly flashed and disappeared. Luo Qingzhou stood on the boat for a long time. It was already early morning. After returning to the Qing mansion, he was not sleepy, and his eyes looked at the golden fruit in the storage ring. The progress of soul cultivation has reached 100. It's better to break through the middle stage of the transformation realm before eating. After eating this golden fruit, you may have to go into seclusion. And this time, the time of seclusion will be very long. It may even be several months. After all, it is already the peak realm of the Grandmaster, and the energy that needs to be refined will be more, and the time required for tempering will also be longer. After meeting Sister Yu tonight, he felt much more at ease. At least, Sister Yu seemed fine. The Queen should be fine too. It's just that the second miss. He looked at the girl sleeping soundly in the inner room, and his heart became heavier. Before retreating, he needed to go to Qingyun Temple again to prepare all the herbs. But according to Chior, The effect of the medicine has begun to diminish. So, he must continue to work hard to practice. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, he will never give up. The next day, after he said something to Miss Chin Air, he quietly left the Chin mansion and left Kyoto. Since he wanted to break through, he naturally had to go to Ling Xiao's sect. The breakthrough of the soul may also be accompanied by thunder tribulation. Kyoto is now overcrowded, so he naturally cannot break through there. With the lesson learned last time, he did not send a message to his uncle in advance when he returned to Ling Xiao's sect this time. Flying all the way. Not long after, he had arrived above Ling Xiao's sect. Then, he quietly passed through the mountain protection formation and landed on the sword peak. At this time, a familiar flute sound suddenly came from the cliff. Uncle? Or master? He walked over silently and looked outside at the corner. At this time, Leng Qingzhu, who was standing on the cliff, also immediately found him, turned his head and looked at him. Uncle Master. Luo Qingzhou glanced around again and said, "Are you alone?" Leng Qingzhu's eyebrows moved and said, "Then I'll ask Suyi to call your master?" Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he quickly said, "No, you can be alone. My soul is about to break through, and I need to use Uncle Master's cave, and Uncle Master will help me protect the law." Leng Qingzhu was silent for a while and said, "The early to middle stage of the spiritual transformation realm. Right?" Luo Qingzhou said. "Yes." He suddenly thought of something. "Sure enough. It just so happens that I'm also going to break through," Leng Qingzhu said lightly. Luo Qingzhou. In fact, since the last time he broke through the peak of the Grandmaster realm here, Uncle Master's soul progress has reached 100. Uncle Master should know that he has something to do. So he didn't take the initiative to contact him. Luo Qingzhou was no longer reserved and said, "Then, let's go together." The two entered the cave. At the entrance of the cave, a new formation was set up. After entering the practice room, the two began to practice and prepare to break through. Because there is a hot spring in the cave. It is very hot. And there is a lot of heat when practicing. So the two of them took off their clothes first. Luo Qingzhou helped the uncle to break through the barrier first. Because every time the uncle breaks through, it is very easy. And except for the movement in the cave, there is no strange phenomenon outside. But his breakthrough takes a longer time. And there will be strange phenomena in the world. There may even be thunder tribulation. Therefore, the uncle needs to break through first, and then help him cover up. "Uncle, are you ready?" "Well, then let's start." A muffled hum suddenly sounded in the cave. The two began to practice. From morning to evening. Before it got dark, Leng Qingzhu had easily broken through. The final sprint. With vast energy, Boom broke through the pass leading to the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. Leng Qingzhu's body suddenly had a strange and powerful energy. And her aura suddenly changed. As if it had been suppressed for a long time. At the moment of her sudden breakthrough, a surge of energy suddenly burst out from her body. She couldn't help but let out a loud cry. The soul that broke through to the middle stage of the spiritual transformation realm suddenly flew to the top of the cloud, receiving the baptism of the energy of heaven and earth. And her body trembled and fainted. In just one day, or even less than a day, she had easily broken through. Luo Qingzhou was very envious. After a short rest, after dark, he took out the bottle of black spirit liquid and poured a few drops into his palm. Then, he began his own breakthrough. Waves of burning energy rose in his soul and rushed to the pass along the meridians of his soul. Over and over again. A night passed quickly. Another day was about to pass. After dark the next day, Leng Qingzhu woke up, came to his side, and looked at him silently. Boom! Finally. At nearly midnight, Luo Qingzhou also broke through. From the early stage of the spiritual transformation realm to the middle stage of the spiritual transformation realm. The breakthrough of the soul is obviously much simpler and faster than the breakthrough of the physical body. But strangely, this time the breakthrough of the soul did not cause any strange phenomena in the world. At the same time, it seemed that there was no thunder tribulation. He thought about it carefully, and it should be because of his uncle again. When the master uncle broke through the barrier, he had already absorbed all his auras that connected the heaven and earth and the thunder tribulation. The master uncle has a special physique and can absorb almost anything from him, including the aura of thunder tribulation. This is good. It did not attract the attention of others. After the breakthrough, the soul was more condensed than before, and there were more meridians and acupoints in the body, looking like a real body. No wonder it is said that when the soul is cultivated to a certain level, the physical body is not needed at all, because it can condense the physical body by itself. Master Uncle, how do you feel? Luo Qingzhou put away the skills and stood up refreshed. Linghu Qingzhu did not answer, saying, take a bath. Although it was the soul breaking through the barrier, the physical body was still full of sweat and stains. Luo Qingzhou walked into the bath, lay on the jade, and soaked his whole body in the warm water. The flower basket by the pool fell over, and the red petals fluttered and fell into the pool. The faint fragrance of flowers came to the nose. Luo Qingzhou sniffed the fragrance of flowers, soaked in the hot spring, and closed his eyes comfortably. A pair of jade hands suddenly placed on his shoulders, rubbing gently, soft and gentle. Luo Qingzhou suddenly grabbed one of them and pulled gently. Plop! Water splashed and petals fluttered. Luo Qingzhou held the person who fell into the water in his arms and said, "Are you recovered?" The person in his arms shook his head. Luo Qingzhou had to say, "Oh, soon." He suddenly trembled all over and slowly closed his eyes again. The bathing pool was misty and hazy. He could only see him lying alone in the rippling pool water, closing his eyes, enjoying the beauty of this moment. After dawn, he flew from Jianfeng to the sky and left quietly. Linghu Qingzhu, dressed in green, stood on the cliff, staring at his figure in a daze, until he disappeared in the sea of clouds in the sky, and then stood here alone for a long time before leaving silently. Luo Qingzhou went to Qingyan Temple first, and soon returned to Qin Mansion with Zhu Yan's blood. After having dinner with his family, he went to the palace. In the study of the palace, after Nandong Huiyue finished the morning court, she changed into a long, wide, fiery red skirt and sat at the table, reviewing memorials. After Luo Qingzhou came, he hugged her tenderly for a while, told her something, and then went underground to start practicing. Sit down under the heart of the spiritual mind. He calmed down his emotions, took out the storage ring, and looked at the golden fruit growing on the small tree inside. The golden fruit looked ripe at this time. The rich fruit fragrance almost filled all the space in the storage ring. Dabao and Erbao, the little firefox, and the flying snake were all drooling. Even the spiritual medicines in the medicine garden were gently opening and closing their petals and branches, as if they were intoxicated by the tempting fruit fragrance. Swoosh! At this moment, the little firefox squatting under the tree, looking up and drooling, suddenly jumped up and pounced on the golden fruit on the branch. Luo Qingzhou was startled, but the little firefox was very fast. In a blink of an eye, it had already pounced in front of the fruit and was about to swallow it in one bite. Luo Qingzhou's heart suddenly sank. It's over. Wow! Who knew that at this moment? A layer of golden light suddenly appeared on the small tree. The little firefox hit the light shield with a snap sound, and was directly bounced out and fell to the ground in embarrassment. Dabao and Erbo under the tree seemed to be used to it. They didn't react at all. They still looked up at the fruit on the branch and drooled silently. They didn't seem to have any intention of jumping up. With their jumping ability, it would be easy to jump up and eat the fruit. Obviously, they have also suffered. The little green snake also hid under a spiritual medicine, tilted its head, spitting out scarlet snake tongue, and had no intention of approaching the small tree. The golden light shield of the small tree was obviously not the first time it appeared. Luo Qingzhou secretly sweated in his heart. Fortunately, there was a golden light shield to protect it. He had never thought that these little guys would covet this golden fruit before. Even if they coveted it, they would not dare to think about this fruit. After all, he often came in to see this fruit, and obviously valued it very much. Now it seems that he underestimated the temptation of this golden fruit. He did not dare to hesitate any longer. His consciousness immediately flew to the small tree. When he approached the golden light shield, he slowed down his hands and gently touched it. Puff! Unexpectedly, but also reasonable. With almost no obstacles, his consciousness easily broke through the light shield and broke in. Seeing this scene, Dabao, Erbao and Xiahua below were drooling even more. Luo Qingzhou immediately wrapped the golden fruit with his consciousness, gently pulled it, and with a pop, he picked it off easily. On the branch above, the newly grown bud has begun to grow. That is the second fruit. He did not hesitate and immediately took this ripe golden fruit out of the storage ring. As soon as it came out, an extremely tempting free fragrance came to his nose. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help swallowing his saliva. His mouth was full of saliva, and his stomach suddenly began to growl. This fragrance is too tempting. No wonder the little guys in the storage ring couldn't help themselves. Crack! He didn't hesitate any longer and took a bite. It was as crisp as an apple. But as soon as the flesh entered his mouth, it suddenly turned into rich juice, flowing down his throat. Sweet and refreshing, leaving a fragrant taste in his mouth. Crack! Crack! He couldn't help eating it again. In the center of the fruit, there was a golden core, and there were some strange patterns on the core. He tried to bite it with his teeth, but it was as hard as iron, and he couldn't bite it at all. You know, his teeth have been tempered repeatedly, and they are the teeth of the peak of the Grandmaster level. But not only could he not bite the core, he didn't even leave any marks on it. Is this core also a treasure? He was curious and immediately took out the black wooden stick, then put the core on the ground, and then suddenly hit it with the stick. Bang! Crack! The wooden stick in his hand suddenly broke into 2 pieces. Chapter 970 Your Concubine Yu Yao. The stick is broken? Luo Qingzhou looked at the half-broken wooden stick in his hand and froze in place. This fruit core is so hard. Not only did it not crack, there was not even any trace left on it. On the ground, there was a crack. You know, this is where the spiritual mine is located. The lifeline of the entire Diyin cultivators. And the defense of the ground, and the ground is comparable to spiritual treasures. It can be seen that the hardness of this fruit core is abnormal. He was stunned for a while, and immediately took out the communication treasure, took a few photos, and sent them to Sister Yu. P.S. Sister Yu, I ate the fruit. This fruit core is so abnormal. Harder than my stick. My stick was broken by the shock. The message came back quickly. Oh. Luo Qingzhou, oh. Sister Yu, aren't you shocked? My stick is the hardest in the world. Those magic weapons can't last more than 1 round in front of it. But this fruit core broke it. Sister Yu, look at the broken end of the stick. What color is it? Luo Qingzhou was puzzled and immediately picked up the broken stick from the ground and looked at the broken end. In the dark, there was a faint golden color. Gold? He suddenly lowered his head and looked at the fruit core on the ground. The fruit core was also golden. The fruit he just ate was also golden. Could it be? He immediately replied, there is gold in the black. Sister Yu, this stick is not made of the material of the small tree. Right? Sister Yu, the sacred tree of heaven and earth in ancient times. Luo Qingzhou was shocked. Then my small tree is not really. Sister Yu, yes. Luo Qingzhou was stunned, but shouldn't the treasures of ancient times be more powerful? How could it be broken by the fruit core of a newly grown small tree? Sister Yu, the wooden stick is made of its materials, and the fruit core is part of its body, which is itself an innate treasure. Luo Qingzhou looked at the fruit core on the ground and was secretly shocked. An innate treasure. Sister Yu, what else does it do besides being hard? How should I use it? Sister Yu, I don't know. But I can help you see if it can be refined into a treasure. As soon as Luo Qingzhou heard it, he immediately picked up the fruit core and the 2 pieces of the wooden stick and asked, Sister Yu, can my wooden stick be repaired? Sister Yu, let me take a look first. Luo Qingzhou, where is Sister Yu? I'll go find you now. Sister Yu, give the things to Longer. I'll get them later. When Luo Qingzhou was about to reply, he suddenly felt a burning breath rising from his body, and then a powerful energy began to flow in the Danhai. The fruit has begun to digest. He didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately left the underground, left the Imperial City, and came to the East Lake. He went directly into the Dragon Palace. Long Air was practicing in the practice room. When she saw him suddenly appear, she was immediately surprised. She ran over and hugged him and said, Master. Long Air thought about it. Oh, I thought about it too. Luo Qingzhou echoed, handed the thing to her, and said, this thing is very important. Sister, you will come to get it later. Long Air immediately put it away very seriously, then looked at him with watery eyes and said, Master, this time, do you want to stay in the cave, or go to the sky? Luo Qingzhou rubbed her head and said, next time. I just took the spiritual fruit and need to practice immediately. Afraid that she would not believe him, he took her hand and placed it on his abdomen. It's so hot. Longer's face changed, and he hurriedly said, young master, you should practice quickly. Longer doesn't want to think about it anymore. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and kissed her, saying, you should also practice well, so that you won't be able to withstand the thunder and lightning at that time. Longer's face suddenly showed fear, and he said weakly, young master, Longer is not afraid of the thunder and lightning of the thunder tribulation, but I am afraid of your Luo Qingzhou smiled, and rubbed her head again. He felt that the energy in his body was almost out of control. He didn't dare to stay any longer, and left immediately. After returning to the underground of the palace, he immediately sat down under the heart of the spiritual mine. Then, he began to practice the exercises. The energy brought by the spiritual fruit, wave after wave, rolled in his danhai like a wave. Soon, a wave of overbearing energy flowed with the Yuanli, and began to wash and temper the meridians and acupoints of his whole body. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. After half a month, he felt that the energy brought by the spiritual fruit had been refined. At the same time, his whole body was full of energy. The pure energy around him could no longer enter his body. At this time, he needed external stimulation and training again. He put away the skills, and after calming down for a while, he couldn't wait to take out the body judgment stone and check the data on it. Grandmaster Peak, Progress 22. Middle stage of the spiritualization realm, Progress 50. Sure enough, even with the help of the spiritual fruit and the spiritual or heart, the progress of the physical body is still very slow. Of course, this slowness is relative to his previous cultivation speed. Compared with other people, it is naturally against the sky. Not only did it take only half a month, but it was also the progress from the Grandmaster Peak to the Martial King. Compared with the progress of the physical body, the progress of the soul has become much faster. But, is this the only effect of the golden spiritual fruit? The spiritual fruit of the holy tree of heaven and earth. And it was grown with his spiritual fluid and blood essence. And it has been growing for so long. If these are the only effects, he would be a little disappointed. Didn't Sister Yu say that she could help him break through to the Martial King? He was a little confused. And when he was about to take out the communication treasure to ask, Nandong Huiyue's voice suddenly came from the door. How is it? Luo Qingzhou looked at her, stood up immediately, walked over and said, the effect is not bad. Your Majesty, is your body okay? Nandong Huiyue raised her eyebrows and said, are you concerned about me or your baby? Luo Qingzhou hugged her, gently stroked her belly, kissed her forehead, and said, of course I care about both. Nandong Huiyue leaned gently in his arms and said, nothing. Just feel. She suddenly stopped talking again. Luo Qingzhou asked quickly, how does it feel? Nandong Huiyue whispered, sometimes I feel there is fire in my stomach. And sometimes there is lightning. Luo Qingzhou was startled and said, really? Nandong Huiyue nodded and frowned slightly. When there is fire, it is warm and comfortable. I am originally a fire spirit body, so it is normal to have fire spirit attributes. As for lightning, Luo Qingzhou said, it is normal to have thunder and lightning. I have a body of thunder spirit. Nandong Huiyue looked at him and said, I didn't say it shouldn't be. It's just that when there is thunder and lightning, I feel pain, and it hurts often. Luo Qingzhou frowned and said, your Majesty, can you be sure that it is caused by thunder and lightning? Nandong Huiyue nodded and said, of course you can be sure. Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment, and said with some concern, will it affect the baby? Nandong Huiyue sighed and said, I don't know. But I asked my master and asked others, and she said it was okay. Luo Qingzhou said, who are those others? Nandong Huiyue paused, stared at him and said, your concubine. The moon is shaking. Luo Qingzhou. Nandong Huiyue snorted again, as my legal wife. I asked her to come and help me check it myself. But she didn't come. She doesn't know the etiquette at all. Humph. When the time comes, don't blame me for giving her a cold look. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he said, how did your Majesty ask her? Nandong Huiyue said coldly, what can I ask? I just asked a few questions casually. She answered at first. Humph. When I treated her as my own and affectionately called her my concubine sister, she ignored me. Too much. I am the king of a country and my legal wife. Isn't it right to call her my concubine sister? Luo Qingzhou covered his head. What are you doing? Do you think I am wrong? Nandong Huiyue narrowed his eyes. Luo Qingzhou quickly pulled her and said, how could your Majesty do something wrong? Your Majesty always does the right thing. Let's go. I'm hungry. I have to go upstairs to take a bath and fill my stomach. As for the baby, I will ask her in person. Your Majesty, don't worry. Nandong Huiyue snorted coldly, walked up the stairs with him, and said, what can you ask? You call her to the palace. I want her to check me in person before I can feel at ease. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and said, I'll try. Indeed, I can only make sure that everything is fine after checking in person. Nandong Huiyue raised his eyebrows and said, What do you mean by try? If you call her, will she dare not come? Does she still want to come in? Does she still want to be your concubine? Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything. Sister Yu didn't say she wanted to come in, let alone be his concubine. Let Sister Yu be his concubine. How is that possible? Entered the practice room. He took off his clothes directly and entered the bathtub. Yu came in with a towel, then knelt behind him and gently scrubbed him. Comfortable Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes and almost fell asleep. At this moment, in the Danhai in his body, strange golden runes were slowly swimming in the Danhai, constantly emitting a trace of energy, and merged with the pure Yuanli in the Danhai. Those golden runes looked quite familiar, like the pattern on the surface of the golden spiritual fruit before split apart. It hurts at this moment. On the couch beside the bathtub, Nandong Huiyue suddenly covered her stomach and groaned. Yue stood up hurriedly. Luo Qingzhou also opened his eyes immediately and said, Your Majesty, what's wrong? Nandong Huiyue covered her belly. With a painful expression between her eyebrows, the baby gave me electric shock again. Then she said faintly, As bad as you. Luo Qingzhou, Your Majesty, do you need to call the imperial physician? Nandong Huiyue said painfully, What's the use of the imperial physician? It's better to call your concubine over. Ah, it hurts. Luo Qingzhou's face changed. He didn't dare to hesitate anymore. He immediately took out the communication treasure and sent a message to Sister Yu. Sister Yu, I'm in the palace. Can you come over? Your Majesty's stomach hurts a lot. The baby inside seems to be discharging electricity. After a while, the message came back. What did she call me? Luo Qingzhou. Chapter 971 The Baby's Fire and Thunder Spirit. The Cunning Concubine. Ms. Yu Yao. Luo Qingzhou lied. After the message was sent, the other party did not reply. But it's okay. His Majesty's stomach only hurt for a while, and then it stopped. Luo Qingzhou suddenly thought of something and asked, Your Majesty, can't you see inside? Can you see the gender of the baby? Nandong Huiyue rolled his eyes at him and said, It's not that simple. The energy in the body actively covers that place, and you can't see it at all if you look inside. Then he asked again, Do you care about the gender? Luo Qingzhou said, Of course not. I just want to know in advance. I like both men and women. Nandong Huiyue was silent for a while and said, I like boys. Although I am the empress, I also like a boy to inherit the throne of Dian. Luo Qingzhou said, If it is a girl, she can still inherit. Nandong Huiyue looked at him and said, Girls always have to get married. What if they are like me? Meet the wrong person and get cheated by others? Luo Qingzhou spread his hands and said, Where did I lie to your Majesty? Nandong Huiyue snorted coldly and said, Where did I lie to me? You know it in your heart. You attract bees and butterflies outside. Don't keep your husband's promise, and have affairs everywhere. Maybe you have left seeds somewhere. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to say anything else. Humph. Nandong Huiyue snorted again, and did not continue to speak, saying, Go back and see your Wei Mo and those concubines. You must miss them very much after being in seclusion for so long. Luo Qingzhou thought of the health of the second lady, and his heart was full of worry. He stood up and said, Your Majesty, I will go back first. If you have anything, remember to notify me immediately. Nandong Huiyue said him lightly, and ignored him. Luo Qingzhou left the room and flew directly on the sword. In a moment, he had arrived at the Qin mansion. He landed at the door of the Qin mansion, and had already changed into a wide Confucian robe, holding a book in his hand, and entered through the main gate. When the housekeeper Zhou saw him coming back, he hurriedly said, Son-in-law, you are back. The lady has been muttering these days, saying that it is almost the spring examination, but you are not seen. By the way, Princess Meiju and Princess Xue are here today, and they are talking in the courtyard of the second lady. Luo Qingzhou greeted, and went to the backyard immediately. As soon as I arrived at the gate of the courtyard, I heard the laughter of Princess Xue and her maids. Ahem. Luo Qingzhou coughed outside the door, and walked in. Miss Qin Er and the two Nandong sisters were sitting at the stone table in the courtyard and talking. The maids stood behind. The faces of the master and the servants were full of smiles. The two princesses seemed to have walked out of the shadow of the death of Nandong Junwang. Oh, our great talent is back. And I was just talking about you, Nandong Xue said with a smile on her face. Miss Qin Er smiled and said, Brother Qizhou, I'm not saying bad things about you, but praising you. Nandong Meiju smiled and didn't speak. Luo Qizhou walked over and said, What are you praising me for? Nandong Shui said, Of course you are talented. I believe you will be among the top 3 in this spring exam. I guess you will be the top scholar. Miss Qinair said, Brother Qizhou, Weima thinks that His Majesty may avoid the relationship with you and only give you the 2nd place or the 3rd place. Nandong Shui immediately said, It is not necessary to avoid relatives when selecting talents. Moreover, during the palace examination, although it was His Majesty who set the questions, the academicians of the Hanlin Academy and so many ministers were present. Everyone naturally knows who is the best and who is qualified to get the 1st place. His Majesty will not give a ranking casually. Luo Qizhou said calmly, It doesn't matter, as long as I can get it. As for the top 3, I don't care too much. Nandong Shui snorted, Of course you don't care, because His Majesty has already taken a fancy to you. No matter what place you are, you will be a high-ranking official with a high salary. Other talents can't compare with you. At this time, Nandong Meiju on the side suddenly said, His Majesty said that last time, your strategy was instrumental in suppressing the rebellion. The ministers all submitted a petition unanimously, asking His Majesty to reward you. Prince Duan even submitted a petition, requesting that you be made a marquis. Nandong Shui smiled and said, The great talent Luo planned and strategized. With a wave of his hand, the 7 major vassal rebels and the Tai King's army were wiped out. Not only did he protect Kyoto and scare other vassal princes with different intentions, but he also completely stabilized the entire Great Yin. Even if he is made a marquis, it is deserved. Nandong Meiju showed a hint of sarcasm on his face, looking at someone and said, However, His Majesty refused. His Majesty said that you are too young and need to hone your skills for a few more years. But no one knows what His Majesty's real intention is. It would be strange if you didn't know. Luo Qizhou glanced at her and secretly complained in his heart, I have already been made a king. What else do I need to be a marquis? Nandong Shui quickly took out a thick book and said, Luo Kaizi, come quickly. I have thought of another ending for the story of the stone. I will tell you about it. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he said directly, No need. Just tell Wei Mo. After a pause, he said, The ending I believe will always be that one. Nandong Shui looked at him, his eyes flickering, and said, Prince Beijing married Sister Lin. Right? Prince Beijing, Sister Lin. Sister Qin. Others may not understand this, but Luo Qingzhou understood it immediately. This girl is so smart. She really knew his identity a long time ago. He believed that Wei Mo would not tell her. While the few people were talking, Nandong Huiyue was sitting at the table in the palace, watching the news from the border. At this time, Yue's voice suddenly came from the door, Your Majesty. Miss Yue is here. Huh? Nandong Huiyue was stunned, raised his head, looked at the door, and narrowed his eyes. Let her in. She put down the message in her hand, sat upright, and restored the majesty of the queen on her face. Squeak. The door opened. Hua Gu in a white dress walked into the room, with a cold and aloof temperament like a snow lotus on an iceberg. The moment Nandong Huiyue felt this breath, she subconsciously wanted to stand up and call senior sister. But she reacted immediately. She is the queen, the legal wife. She still sat upright on the chair, with a cold and arrogant look, and a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Is it interesting to keep using Hua Gu's body? Yu Yao came in front of her, with a calm face, and said lightly, She will wake up soon. Nandong Huiyue was stunned and said, Really? Then he thought of the person in front of him who never joked, and was silent for a while, saying, You saved her. For him too? Yu Yao did not answer, and looked at her belly. Nandong Huiyue hesitated, leaned back slightly, and said, Take a look. Yu Yao stretched out a jade finger and gently touched her abdomen. Nandong Huiyue looked into her eyes, as if he wanted to see some emotions from her eyes, and said, The baby has fire and lightning, and is the crystallization of me in him. Perhaps only the first baby will inherit his thunder spirit body. After that, she continued to look into her eyes, but to her disappointment, the other party did not react at all. It's okay. After a moment, the jade finger was put away, and Yu Yao said coldly, Nandong Huiyue said, I often feel pain during this period, especially when thunder and lightning appear. Will it affect the baby? Yu Yao was silent for a while and said, No. Thunder and lightning are actually helping you to temper your body. Nandong Huiyue breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's good that you are fine." Then he looked at her and said, "No matter whether it is a man or a woman, I will pass the throne to him at that time. Of course, if he doesn't want to be the emperor, it's up to him. After all, he may be a combination of the body of the fire spirit and the body of the thunder spirit, and his talent will definitely be stronger. This small De Yen may not be able to accommodate him." Yu Yao didn't say anything else and prepared to leave. Nandong Huiyue suddenly said, "You are a spirit body with ice skin and jade bones. Stronger than me. If you combine with him and have a baby, your talent should be stronger." Yu Yao walked towards the door. Nandong Huiyue looked at her back and suddenly said, "When will you tell him? If you feel ashamed, I will help you." Yu Yao stopped. Nandong Huiyue said again, "I am not afraid anymore. Even if he knows that I am Xiaoya, I am not afraid anymore. Because I have his baby. As for you, although you will be ashamed if he knows, the longer you delay, the less you will dare. Hasn't he already liked you? You look so ordinary. But he still likes you. If he finds out that you are the beautiful sister-in-law, he should be so happy that he can't sleep. As for laughing at you, he shouldn't dare. I think it's time to tell him. Otherwise, you will never be able to be with him. Only his spirit." Yu Yao stood in silence for a while, and said lightly, "I never said that I wanted to be with him." After that, she walked out of the room. When she walked to the door of the room, Nandong Huiyue suddenly said, "There are still 9 months before the Jiuzhou conference begins. Will you go then?" There was silence outside the door, and a voice gradually faded away, "Yes." Nandong Huiyue looked outside the door, stunned for a while, and suddenly laughed at herself. "Okay. I understand. It turns out that you have already decided on that day." She stroked her belly again, with a calm face, and murmured, "It doesn't matter. No matter how big the limelight you are on that day, no matter how unforgettable it is for him, you can never occupy my place in his heart." Then he hummed again, "Humph. Cunning concubine." The dinner at the Qin mansion was very lively. In addition to the Qin family and the 2 princesses, Longer and the princess of Nandong County were also here. The most talked about thing at the table was naturally the spring examination next month. Everyone toasted and encouraged one by one. Luo Qingzhou drank a lot of wine that night. In addition to fruit wine, there were also several jars of stronger wine. He did not take the initiative to wait for the wine. So at the end of the dinner, he was already a little drunk. At this moment, he felt very comfortable. At least, he didn't have to think about it anymore. At this moment, he didn't have to shoulder so many responsibilities. His body and soul were light and relaxed as never before. Miss Qin Er and Chior helped him leave. Everyone else also left. When entering the Meixiang garden, Luo Qingzhou suddenly spit out the alcohol and said, "Wei Mo, I still have to pay my respects to the eldest lady." At the dinner tonight, Miss Qin sat down and only ate a few bites symbolically, and then left alone. For some reason, Luo Qingzhou suddenly thought of her again at this time. Miss Qin Er looked at his drunken appearance. Her heart suddenly moved. She let go of him, and said softly, "By the way, Brother Qingzhou hasn't paid her respects to my sister yet. My sister ate very little tonight. I don't know if she is hungry. Brother Qingzhou, go and ask." As she said that, she glanced at Chior. Chior understood, and quickly let go of her hand. Although Luo Qingzhou was drunk, his body was still very stable, and he soon came to the door of Lingchan Moon Palace. Bang! 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 He raised his hand and knocked on the door. The sound was very loud. The clear and pleasant voice of the lark, like a lark, sounded inside. Who is knocking on the door outside?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Your uncle. Dear uncle." Miss Qin Er, who was not far away, couldn't help but smile, and immediately took Chior into the Meixiang garden. Squeak! The courtyard door opened. Bailing looked at him strangely and said, "Uncle, are you drunk? No wonder you are talking nonsense. Uncle is uncle. What's the point of being dear uncle?" Luo Qingzhou took advantage of the alcohol and grabbed her little ear, still pretending. "Ah! Uncle, it hurts. Why are you pretending? Little Bailing doesn't know anything. Let's go to your room. Let's play with rabbits while talking. Leniency to those who confess. Severity to those who resist. Woo uncle. What do you want little Bailing to confess? Little Bailing really doesn't know about the divorce letter." Luo Qingzhou grabbed her ear and took her into the room. Bailing begged for mercy, and when she walked to the bed, she took the initiative to lie on it with her hips raised. Struggling, and whimpering in her mouth, "Uncle, spare my life." Chapter 972 Sister You. I want to electrocute you. The exposure of the little licking dog. Snap! A crisp sound rang out in the room. Bailing suddenly screamed, "Ah!" Her body trembled, and her eyes widened. Then she covered her buttocks and turned her head to look at him. The little look on her face looked a little confused. Luo Qingzhou leaned sideways, put his hands together, slowly spread them out, and said, "There are mosquitoes." Then he looked at her and said, "Do you think that the son-in-law is spanking you?" "Huh. Wishful thinking. Bailing. Lie down. Sing a little donkey, and the son-in-law will do as you wish." Luo Qingzhou raised his eyebrows. Bailing whimpered immediately, lying on the bed, sobbing with her hips up. "Stinky son-in-law. Bad son-in-law. Just likes to bully me." "Wuh." Luo Qingzhou said, "Will you sing?" Bailing pouted immediately and said, "No. I won't sing. I'd rather die than surrender. If you have the guts, son-in-law, just beat me hard. I'm not afraid." As she said that, she took her hands off her hips, and even tilted her hips up again, then bit her pink lips, with a tragic expecting expression on her face. "Luo Qingzhou, are you dreaming? Since you don't want to sing, then son-in-law will leave." After that, he ignored her and went out of the room directly, closing the door for her. Bailing's face was on the bed. Her hips were up, like a caterpillar with its body arched. She froze there motionless, waiting for a long time. She suddenly lost her temper. Her slender waist and hips collapsed. She lay on the bed with her cheeks puffed up and muttered a few words, then began to be dazed, tangled. Outside the gate of Lingshan Moon Palace, Luo Qingzhou stood there, feeling the cold night wind, and was almost sober. With this image, it is better not to pay respects to the young lady. If he said something wrong or did something wrong, it would not be as simple as singing a little donkey. He did not want to make the young lady unhappy. Let's go back. When he returned to Meixiang Garden, he was surprised to find that Zhuer's flying knife had become a real flying knife. Instead of throwing it with his hands, he had already begun to control it with his mind. Shua! A flying knife was circling in the courtyard. Zhuer stood in the middle of the courtyard, extending a finger and muttering something. This little girl looked very excited. However, the flying knife was not only flying very slowly, but also looked shaky, almost falling down. Ding! The flying knife finally fell to the ground. Zhuer sighed, and just as she was about to pick it up, she suddenly found that the flying knife on the ground flew up with a whoosh sound and fell into one hand. Zhuer was startled and looked up. Only then did she realize that it was her own uncle. Luo Qingzhou held the flying knife, gently stroking the blade with his fingers, and looked at her and said, "The quality of this flying knife is not like an ordinary weapon. You used to know nothing, but now you can drive a flying knife, little bun. You are not a spy sent by the demon clan, right?" Zhuer was stunned and did not react for a moment. Luo Qingzhou said, "You are indeed a spy sent by the demon clan." Zhuer trembled and finally came to her senses. She hurriedly said in a trembling voice, "Uncle." "I am not," Luo Qingzhou said coldly. "Tell me the truth. Who sent you?" Zhuer said in a crying voice, "Uncle, I am really not." Luo Qingzhou said seriously, "Really? Unless you treat me to steamed buns and soup dumplings again. Especially soup dumplings, which only humans can make. Otherwise, I will send you to the government." Cough, cough, cough. At this time, a cough suddenly came from the room. Luo Qingzhou's face changed, and he didn't dare to joke anymore. He returned the flying knife to her and asked, "Has the second lady been coughing these nights?" Zhuer was stunned for a moment, and then said, No, last night. But I coughed the night before last. Have you taken the medicine?" Luo Qingzhou asked again. Zhuer nodded blankly. "I took it, Zhuer boiled it." Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else, and walked into the house with a solemn expression. Zhuer was stunned in the small courtyard for a while again, and then returned to the house in a trance and entered Xiaodai and Qiuer's room. "Qiuer, can you make soup dumplings?" Qiuer woke up from her sleep and said in a daze, "What soup dumplings?" Qiuer whispered, "It's the kind of dumplings that overflow with soup when you bite them. We've eaten them outside." Oh. Can you make it? Let's talk about it tomorrow. Why do you suddenly want to eat this?" "It's my son-in-law who wants to eat." "Oh, Qiuer suddenly woke up. The next room. Miss Jean coughed a few times and then stopped. She was still sleeping soundly, but her face was a little paler than before. Luo Qingzhou stood in front of the bed, watching with heartache. In the early hours of the morning, he went to Donghu and sent a message to Sister Yu. Then he entered the Dragon Palace and practiced boxing in Longer's practice room. Longer silently waited outside the door without disturbing him. When it was almost dawn, Luo Qingzhou came out of the training room and asked, "Sister Yu hasn't come yet?" Longer shook his head and said, "But sister sent a message to Longer. She told you not to worry." Luo Qingzhou was slightly stunned. "That's all she said?" Longer frowned slightly and said, "Well, that's all she said." Longer doesn't understand what sister said. Luo Qingzhou thought to himself, it should be about His Majesty's health and the baby. It seems that Sister Yu has already been to the palace. Paused. He then asked, "By the way, Longer, did you give her the core and the short stick?" Longer nodded and said, "Sister came to take them away the night that Master brought them." "Nothing?" "No. Sister took them and left." Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and said, "Okay, Longer, you practice well. I will also continue to practice in seclusion. Time is running out." Longer was reluctant to leave, and said coquettishly, "Master, Longer," Luo Qingzhou said, "I have a lot of energy in my body now. And the lightning is also the strongest and fullest." Longer's face changed, and she hurriedly said, "Master, practice is important. You should go to practice in seclusion. Longer will also be in seclusion." Luo Qingzhou rubbed her head, did not stay any longer, and turned to leave. It seems that except for the uncle, everyone is afraid. Even Longer, who often goes through thunder tribulations and has the blood and physique of a real dragon, can't bear it. Not to mention the queen. He just let out a little bit of anger, and the queen started crying and cursing traitor. Zizi. He clenched his fist and looked at the lightning on his fist. He suddenly thought of Sister Yu and thought to himself, I wonder if Sister Yu can bear it. Returned to the palace. It was already dawn. His Majesty was still sleeping on the bed, covered with a thick blanket. He stood by the bed and watched quietly for a while before going underground. Sat down under the heart of the spirit ore. He did not practice immediately, but took out the communication treasure and sent his doubts to Sister Yu. Of course, it was not the question of whether Sister Yu could withstand the lightning. He would not dare to do it even if he had 100 more courage. He was asking about the golden fruit. The effect he has now obtained is indeed good compared to other practitioners, but it is still somewhat inconsistent with the identity of the fruit. After a while, the message came back. The energy of the fruit will not be refined so quickly. It should still be in your body. You should be able to find it if you try the inner strength method I taught you again. Luo Qingzhou immediately put down the communication treasure, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. As the technique was running, another strange force appeared in the Danhai, which was not only powerful, but also a little violent. When he looked inward, he saw dazzling golden light and golden runes swimming in the Danhai like tadpoles. His inner consciousness suddenly felt a burning pain. His head also hurt. He didn't dare to look at it anymore and immediately took it back. Sister Yu, I really found it. There are many golden words in the Danhai, like runes. When I was running the technique to refine it, I felt that the energy was very strong and violent. He immediately took out the communication treasure and sent the results of the exploration to Sister Yu. Sister Yu is indeed omnipotent and omniscient. The message came back quickly. Every time you refine one, the energy contained in it, plus your spiritual liquid and the vitality in the heart of the spiritual mind, should make your cultivation speed faster. Enough for you to fill up the process. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu means that it is not enough to directly break through to the realm of Martial King. Sister Yu, I still need elixirs. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and suddenly remembered that during the days in Linqiu City on the border, Sister Yu's room was always filled with the aroma of elixir. At that time, Sister Yu went out alone, and no one knew where she went, and she was injured. If he guessed correctly, Sister Yu should have gone out to collect herbs. Thinking of this, he felt more and more uncomfortable and guilty. Has Sister Yu helped me refine the elixir? Sister Yu, no. Luo Qingzhou, oh, what elixir do you need? Sister Yu, tell me. I will prepare it from now on. Sister Yu, you practice well. Luo Qingzhou, but I want to prepare the elixir first. The other party did not reply again. Luo Qingzhou looked at the communication treasure in his hand, was stunned for a while, and said again, Sister Yu, are you afraid of my thunder and lightning? The other party still did not reply. Luo Qingzhou held the communication treasure in his hand and decided to muster up the courage to say a love word. After thinking for a long time, he said, Sister Yu, I want to call you. After sending the message, he immediately put away the message and closed his eyes. Pa! He suddenly slapped himself. You are so mean. After a long time, he calmed down his emotions and began to practice the internal skills. A transparent vortex soon appeared above his head. Streams of pure energy gathered from all around, followed the vortex, and drilled into his body. Then, it flowed into his Danhai, and was refined by him together with those golden runes. Then, it turned into powerful energy, constantly washing and tempering every meridian, every acupoint, every muscle, bone and internal organs of his body. It was as if the fire was burning in the body. Heat and waste began to be excreted through the pores. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, another half a month passed. On this day, the red and flames on his body had just receded. And suddenly the voice of the queen came to his ears. Husband. Luo Qingzhou slowly retracted the skills, calmed the energy in his body, and then opened his eyes. In the cave, there is no record of the sun and the moon. Practicing without knowing the day and night, he slowly exhaled a long breath, and felt the muscles and bones all over his body tingling, as if they were broken and connected again. This time, the tempering effect was better. He took out the body judging stone, held it in his palm, and checked the new data. Grandmaster Peak, Progress 48. Middle stage of the spiritualization realm, Progress 80. How is it? Nandong Huiyue saw him checking the data, and then dared to walk over. With a face full of concern, Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, How long have I been in seclusion this time? Nandong Huiyue said, 16 days. Luo Qingzhou showed her the data, frowned slightly and said, It feels a little too slow. In a full half month, the progress of the physical body has only increased by 26 points, and the progress of the soul has only increased by 30 points. Nandong Huiyue. Your Majesty, what's that expression on your face? Nandong Huiyue couldn't help twitching a few times, and said, Your cultivation speed is so fast that I'm afraid you can't find one in the entire Jiuzhou continent. You actually complain about it being slow? You are in the process of becoming a martial king. Not a martial king. Master. Luo Qingzhou looked at the data on the body judgment stone and said, Even so, I still feel it's a little slow. However, if it keeps going at this speed, the time should be enough. More than enough. More than enough. Nandong Huiyue smiled and said, I'm so excited to think that our great Yin is going to have a martial king. And this martial king is my husband. And he's so young. So handsome. And he's left a baby in my belly. Luo Qingzhou looked at her strangely and said, Your Majesty. You? What's wrong? Nandong Huiyue was smiling. Luo Qingzhou stared at her for a few more times and said, Why do I suddenly feel that your Majesty seems to have changed a little? And has become? Nandong Huiyue smiled and said, What has changed? Luo Qingzhou coughed and said, Little licking dog. The smile on Nandong Huiyue's face froze. The air was suddenly silent. The atmosphere suddenly solidified. Luo Qingzhou said quickly, Your Majesty. I was wrong. Please forgive me for my disrespect. Nandong Huiyue's face did not show anger or anger, but the emotions in her eyes kept changing. Stunned, flustered, shocked, confused, ashamed, etc. What do you mean? After a long while, she spoke with some stammering. Luo Qingzhou said, Your Majesty. Please forgive me. I was just joking. I didn't mean anything else. Nandong Huiyue looked at him with a changing expression, and said firmly, No. You must have other meanings. You? Your Majesty. I don't know anything. Luo Qingzhou said hurriedly. Nandong Huiyue. There was silence for a long while. Nandong Huiyue bit her pink lips, stared at him with hot cheeks, and clenched her fists and said, You really know. When? Luo Qingzhou looked at a loss. What is your Majesty talking about? Why don't I understand? Nandong Huiyue stared at him in shame and anger, and didn't say anything. Suddenly, she narrowed her eyes. Did she tell you? Luo Qingzhou asked in doubt. Who is she? Nandong Huiyue said coldly, You know it in your heart. Luo Qingzhou shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Nandong Huiyue snorted coldly, and just as she was about to speak, a hint of sarcasm suddenly appeared at the corner of her mouth. Indeed, you don't know her. After that, she flicked her sleeves and stood up and said, Let's go. The spring examination starts tomorrow. Your Weimo and mother-in-law are very anxious, and have asked Meiju to ask several times. If you don't go back, your mother-in-law may cry in anxiety. thinking that you, the son-in-law, ran away. Spring examination tomorrow? So soon? Luo Qingzhou stood up immediately after hearing this. Chapter 973. The spring examination is coming. Sister Yu's silent counterattack. It is already evening. The streets of Kyoto, which are always noisy, seem to be particularly quiet today. There are still many people, but there seems to be no sound. The street vendors stopped shouting. The sound of whips waving to drive the carriages, and the sound of carrying loads through the streets suddenly disappeared. The chattering of pedestrians on the road also lowered their voices. There are suddenly fewer scholars on the street, because tomorrow is the Dayin 3-year joint examination. The scholars who gathered in Kyoto from all over the country need a quiet environment to study or rest. So Kyoto has been under martial law since the 3 days before. No one can make loud noises at any time of the day or night, let alone fight and disturb the candidates. Otherwise the punishment will be very severe. The brothel also closed its doors for 3 days for the first time, especially those inns where candidates live. They are all quiet, and there are even soldiers patrolling in front of the door frequently. The whole capital became quiet. Luo Qingzhou came out of the palace and walked on the streets of the inner city. He looked at the vendors and pedestrians, who were talking in soft voices, and the people who were living in harmony. For a moment, he was still a little unable to adapt. Entered the alley. He took off his mask, put on a Confucian robe, and put away the aura of a warrior. He suddenly became a handsome, elegant and graceful scholar. At the same time, in the hall of the Qin mansion, Song Ryue was full of sorrow and sighing. Miss Qin Air did not dare to say a word. The exam is tomorrow, but the boy is nowhere to be seen. Wei Mo, you always say that he is studying with a friend. Which friend is that? Tell me. Just continue to help him lie to mother. You silly girl. He lied to you that he went out to study. Maybe he went out with those bad friends to fool around. Men, it's dangerous to hang out outside all day and not go home. There are so many vixens out there. Be careful that the boy is seduced and abandons you directly. Hey, my Qin family treats him well, and gives him everything in the bowls, plates, and even pots. If he really runs away, at this time, Xiao Dai on the side couldn't help but say weakly, Madam, the young master won't run away. Song Ryue glared at her immediately. What about him? The spring exam is tomorrow. If he didn't run away, why hasn't he come back? You all, the whole mansion, are helping him speak. Be careful to be deceived by that heartless man and help him count money. Xiao Dai lowered her head and dared not say anything else. Song Ryue suddenly felt sad and aggrieved. Her eyes red as she said, Xiao Dai, you know it best. When that boy first came to my Qin mansion, he had nothing. But we didn't despise him. Not only did we marry my most beautiful daughter to him, but we also gave him a small courtyard for him to study in the past 2 years. Our Qin family has never treated him badly. He has ruined everything in the mansion. But I didn't say anything. Xiao Dai opened her eyes wide. At this moment, Qing'er suddenly ran in from outside and said, Madam, the son-in-law is back. Song Ryue stood up from the chair, wiped the tears that were about to fall, and said happily, Really? Qing'er nodded and said, Yes. At this time, a familiar figure in a Confucian robe walked in from the gate. Humph. Song Ryue immediately sat back in the chair, and her face regained the dignity of an elder. Luo Qingzhou walked into the hall, glanced at her, and bowed, saying, I'm sorry to have worried my mother-in-law. Qingzhou is studying and reviewing at a friend's place, so I just came back today. Song Ryue said with a straight face. Which friend? Luo Qingzhou glanced at Miss Qin Air, lowered his head and said, The king of the Northern Territory. Song Ryue was stunned and said, Isn't the king of the Northern Territory with your majesty? Where is he now? Luo Qingzhou said, He is in the palace. There are many books in the palace. So he invited Qingzhou to study and review there. Qingzhou can occasionally see your majesty and discuss national affairs with your majesty. Song Ryue smiled when she heard this. Oh, in the palace? Can I often talk to your majesty? Good. Good, Qingzhou. Tomorrow is the spring examination. And you didn't let anyone come back to tell you. Everyone is very worried about you. By the way, Meiju and the others also live in the palace. You didn't. Have you seen them? Luo Qingzhou said, Qingzhou knows that spring is coming. So he reads his homework with one heart, and does not have time to go to the county owner. Duke off this time? Luo Qingzhou immediately said, Mother-in-law, this is not possible. The important thing is to ask casually. Song Ryue said nothing more. Okay. Go back and review more. Later. Mother-in-law will ask Mayor to bring you some chicken soup. You must go to bed early tonight. Tomorrow morning, mother-in-law will wake you up. By the way, there is Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and listened attentively. Song Ryue suddenly smiled again. It's okay. Qingzhou, you go back first. Mother-in-law still has something to say to Weima and others. Luo Qingzhou didn't ask any more questions and said goodbye. After he left, Song Ryue immediately looked at Xiao Dai and Qiu and said seriously, don't mess around with the son-in-law tonight. Keep an eye on him and don't let him run out. Let him save his energy for tomorrow's exam. Xiao Dai and the other two immediately blushed and lowered their heads and said, yes, madam. After Luo Qingzhou returned to Meixiang Garden, he first collected the spiritual liquid on the table, turned the sun and moon treasure mirror over, and then cut his finger and dripped 2 drops of blood on it. The blood fell on the mirror and soon disappeared. He then sat down at the table, took the books he had to read for the exam, and read them page by page. With his photographic memory, he had memorized them by heart. But for safety's sake, he still has to read it again. Although he is now a cultivator and doesn't care about tomorrow's exam, he must pass it this time, whether for the reputation of the Qin family or for his mother, at least in the top 3. In this way, his mother's spirit in heaven will also feel relieved, and the Qin family will have more face. After all, his identity in the Qin family is a scholar in the eyes of outsiders, and he is also the first talent in matching. One book was finished quickly. He opened the second one. Outside the window, the sunset set, and the night fell quietly. After a while, Miss Qin came back with Qiu, Xiao Dai and Zhu, and brought a sumptuous dinner. The two ate at the table. Miss Qin smiled and said, if Brother Qizhou doesn't come back today, Mother will cry. Mother didn't sleep well these few nights. Every morning, before dawn, she came here to ask Weimo if you came back. Luo Qingzhou apologized. I was practicing and forgot the time. Miss Qin helped him pick up the dishes and deliberately said, I thought Brother Qingzhou didn't want to return to our Qin family because he had his majesty. Luo Qingzhou said, how is it possible? This will always be my home. Even his majesty's place can't compare. Miss Qin sighed and said, it's a pity that his majesty got there first. His majesty has a baby. But we don't. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head to eat. And for a moment, he was speechless. Miss Qin glanced at him and whispered, Brother Qingzhou, Chan is not in good health. And Weimo is not good either. But Xiao Dai and Qiu are all okay. If that doesn't work, Bailing and sister should be okay. Luo Qingzhou, Miss Qin said in a faint tone. Brother Qingzhou can't be fickle and favor one over the other. Luo Qingzhou coughed and said, I'll try harder after the exam. Miss Qin expression moved and said, who to work hard with? Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, it's not you anyway, so don't worry about it. After saying that, he suddenly felt that this sentence seemed a bit cruel, and hurriedly said, when you get better, I will definitely make you get what you want. By the way, Weima, how have you been these days? Are you still coughing? Miss Qin said softly. No, it's fine. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her slightly pale face, and did not ask any more questions, and continued to eat with his head down. By the way, Brother Qingzhou, Daddy and Brother too have gone to the north to join the army again. Sister Meiju said that the army of the Great Mongolia Empire has gathered at the border again. Luo Qingzhou paused. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He pondered for a moment, and comforted, it's okay. The Great Mongolia should not dare to start a war for the time being. Soon, a table of food was eaten by him. When he was about to go back to the room to continue reading, Miss Qin whispered again, Brother Qingzhou, Bailing and Chan will come here often these days. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled, paused, and said, where is the eldest lady? Miss Qin shook her head. Sister didn't come. But doesn't Bailing represent her? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, nodded, and said, I know. I won't go tonight. I will go after I finish my exam tomorrow. Miss Qin did not speak again. Luo Qingzhou entered the room, sat down at the table, and continued to read. An hour later, Miss Qin whispered at the door, Brother Qizhou, you sleep alone tonight. Weimo wants to sleep at my sister's place. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, don't worry about disturbing me. I am a cultivator. It doesn't matter if I don't sleep for a few nights. Miss Jean Eyre whispered. It's not that I'm afraid of disturbing Brother Qingzhou. Wei Mo just wants to accompany my sister. My sister is always alone and lonely. Luo Qingzhou fell silent. Miss Jean Eyre did not speak again and left with Zhuer's support. Xiao Dai and Qiu'er stayed in Meixiang Garden. Luo Qingzhou did not think about it anymore and continued to read. It was almost dawn. Qiu'er whispered at the door, Son-in-law. It's time to go to bed. You have to get up early tomorrow morning. Xiao Dai brought hot water. Luo Qingzhou washed his face and feet under the service and supervision of the two little girls, and then went to bed. Qiu'er blew out the candles on the table and prepared to leave. Luo Qingzhou looked at her slender figure in a yellow dress and suddenly said, Qiu'er, I'm not used to sleeping alone. And I can't sleep. Qiu'er turned her head and smiled. Don't think about it tonight. Madame will throw us into the well if she knows. Luo Qingzhou said. Is it that serious? Qiu'er said. Of course. Madame has been looking forward to your spring exam for a long time and has great hopes for you. Luo Qingzhou said. It doesn't matter. Madame has confidence. In fact, Madame doesn't want to do anything, but just wants to chat with you and Xiao Dai. Talk. And relax his nervous mood. Qiu'er immediately left the room and said with a sweet smile at the door. Madame is a liar. I won't believe you. Xiao Dai also smiled outside. Sir, have a good rest. It's impossible tonight. We will lock the door later. At this time, Qiu'er suddenly poked her head in at the door and said, By the way, son-in-law, I heard from Zhuer that you like to eat soup dumplings. Right? If you like it, I'll get up early tomorrow morning to buy it outside. Luo Qingzhou said. The ones outside are not clean, and I can't eat them. I like to eat the ones Zhuer makes. Xiao Dai was immediately surprised and said, Sir, can Sister Zhuer also make soup dumplings? How come I don't know? Luo Qingzhou said. What can't be done? Just put some soup in the small steamed buns. I don't want to eat it for the time being. So don't bother. Xiao Dai seemed to want to say something, but Qiu'er closed the door and pulled her away. Son-in-law, go to bed early. The two little girls returned to their rooms and locked the door casually. Luo Qingzhou lay on the bed for a while, not feeling sleepy at all. So he had to take out the communication treasure and send a message to the princess first. The message came back quickly. Go to sleep quickly. There is an exam tomorrow. I won't talk to you. Luo Qingzhou sent a message to his uncle again. Uncle, I can't sleep. The uncle also replied quickly. Then I will find you. Or you come to me. I am about to break through again. Luo Qingzhou, uncle, I have an exam tomorrow. I won't talk. He sent a message to Zhu Yan again. Brother, I can't sleep. Zhu Yan, get lost. It's only been half a month. And you want to shed my brother's blood again. Have you eaten your conscience? Don't disturb my brother and your sister-in-law. Go wherever it's cool. Luo Qingzhou. He looked at Sister Yu's name on the communication treasure. The chat messages between the two of them were fixed on the bold words he had sent before. Sister Yu, I want to electrocute you. Pa! Seeing this, he couldn't help but slap himself again. What a pervert. How could he say such rude words to Sister Yu? No wonder Sister Yu ignored him. After hesitating for a long time, he decided to make amends. Sister Yu, you may have misunderstood what I meant last time. What I meant was that Sister Yu is so powerful that she should be able to withstand my lightning. I want to compete with Sister Yu and try the power of my current lightning. After a while, the message actually came back. No need to try. I know it's powerful. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu didn't even try it. How do you know it's powerful? Soon, 3 pictures were sent over. One is Long Heirs. One is Her Majesty the Queen. And the other is Uncle Masters. The 3 pictures have several common characteristics. As white as jade. Eyes wide open. Eyes lost. Lying on the ground. Motionless. Chapter 974 Spring Examination. The first exam. Outside the window. The mood is high. There is a night wind blowing from the windowsill. Humming. As if weeping for someone. Luo Qingzhou lay on the bed. Motionless. I thought that he had died countless times. And he had already practiced to be invulnerable to swords and guns. And invulnerable to water and fire. But at this moment, he realized that the previous ones were not worth mentioning at all. This time, he really wanted to fly away from the earth. There is no most. Only more. That night, he did not sleep all night. The next day, the dim sky suddenly started to drizzle. It was not yet dawn. There was a knock on the door outside. And Song Ryu's voice. Is Chinzhou up? Xiao hurriedly held an umbrella to open the door. Luo Chinzhou sighed on the bed, then got up and put on a clean Confucian robe. Xiao Dai knocked on the door outside. Young master. It's time to get up. Luo Chinzhou agreed. Xiao Dai pushed open the door, entered the room, and helped him tidy up his clothes and comb his hair. Xiao brought hot water and helped him wash up. At this time, the sky outside the window was already dawning. Song Ryue whispered at the door, Chinzhou, did you sleep well last night? Luo Chinzhou's facial muscles twitched and said, very well. Thank you, mother-in-law, for your concern. Song Ryue smiled and said, mother-in-law made lean meat porridge and buns for you. Eat them while they are hot later. Hearing this, Luo Chinzhou glanced at the sky outside and was quite moved. Mother-in-law should have gotten up in the middle of the night and was busy in the kitchen. Alas, no matter what, he must get a good score this time. He also had to tell His Majesty about the title of consort that mother-in-law had been thinking about, and give her one. After washing up, when the few people were about to go out together, Miss Qin Er also came back from next door with Zhu. Song Ryue glanced at Ling Chan Yugong next door, frowned slightly and said, Wei Mo, where is your sister? On such an important day, won't she go? Miss Qin Er whispered, sister is not feeling well. So, Song Ryue snorted coldly, you always use this as an excuse. It's okay at other times. But today is the day of Qingzhou's big exam. It's very important for Qingzhou and our Qin family. As a humph, mother will go and call her in person. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, mother-in-law. No need. There must be a lot of people on the street today. And it is estimated that there will be a lot of people outside the examination room. There is no need for so many people to go. You and the second young lady don't have to go either. No one has to go. Just wait at home. Song Ryue immediately said seriously, how can that be? The candidates are all accompanied by their families. If you go alone, what will the people who know you say about our Qin family? Say that because you are a son-in-law. Our Qin family does not value you. Don't care about you at all? Humph. I don't want people to talk about me behind my back. The second young lady of Qin also whispered, Brother Qizhou, we must go. Luo Qingzhou was a little worried about their safety. The streets outside today are probably bustling and mixed. My father-in-law and the second brother are not here. There are only a few women left in the Qin family. It is not safe. He suddenly thought of Longer. Okay. Let's go. There is no need to call the eldest lady. You guys can go. As he spoke, he took out the message and secretly sent a message to Longer. Miss Qin Er also said, Mother, let my sister rest at home. There are too many people. I am afraid that my sister will feel uncomfortable. Song Ryue frowned and said nothing. She sighed and said, let's go and have dinner first. When the few people came to the front hall, they found that the two princesses Nandong Meijiao and Nandong Xue had already arrived. Song Ryue's face was full of joy. Meiju. Xue. You are here so early? Haven't eaten yet. Come on. Let's eat together. Then he hurriedly said to Qinger and Mayor, go and serve. Bring all the buns in the pot. The two maids agreed and went to the kitchen immediately. Song Ryue smiled and said, I got up this morning and cooked porridge myself, and also made a big pot of soup dumplings. I heard from Zhuer that Qingzhou likes to eat soup dumplings the most. I spent money to learn it in the store outside. You can taste it later. Luo Qingzhou. Xiao couldn't help but look at him. Soon, Qinger and Mayor brought steaming hot porridge and buns. Several people sat down at the table. Song Ryue took the chopsticks and picked up one for the two princesses first, and then picked up one for Luo Qingzhou, and said with a smile, try it first. If it tastes good, eat more. Luo Qingzhou took a bite. The soup overflowed. The taste was delicious, and it was comparable to the ones outside. Nandong Xue also took a bite, and her eyes lit up immediately and said, Aunt, it's delicious. Is it really made by you? Song Ryue was immediately full of pride, of course. I have learned it for a long time. Then she looked at her son-in-law and asked cautiously, Qingzhou, what do you think? Luo Qingzhou finished one, picked up another, and said, it tastes much better than the ones outside. My mother-in-law is really amazing. Song Ryue smiled and said, if it tastes good, eat more, and be sure to eat enough. You have entered the examination room, but you can't come out for 3 days, and you can only eat those cold and hard things. The drizzle outside was pouring. The sky soon brightened. After breakfast, several people took umbrellas and went out early. There must be a lot of people on the street today. If you don't go out early and get stuck on the road. It will be bad. Song Ryua filled the bag with steamed buns, biscuits, and some fruits that are not easy to spoil. Soup, dumplings, and other buns must not be brought. If you bring them, they will be broken open for inspection, and they will spoil soon. Several people did not take a carriage and walked out directly. Aunt Moo and several guards were waiting outside. As soon as they left the alley, Longer also came. After greeting, several people hurried to the examination room. There were already more people on the road. Although it was raining, it still couldn't extinguish people's desire to join in the fun. In addition to the candidates and their families, there were other scholars and some people who came to watch the fun. The group soon arrived outside the examination room. Many people had gathered here, and many candidates were surrounded by their families, saying all kinds of encouraging words. Some even prayed devoutly to God. There were also candidates holding books in their hands, seizing the last minute to review. Soon, more people came. Nandong Meiju said, "Aunt Weima, let's go to the restaurant opposite. We have booked a private room there, and we can see here. It will be crowded later. Be careful of your things being stolen." After hearing this, several people immediately walked to the restaurant opposite. Luo Qingzhou secretly gave Long Air the storage ring and the communication treasure. There were treasures at the entrance of the examination room to detect these things, and any cheating methods would be eliminated in advance. Several people quickly arrived at the restaurant. Luo Qingzhou sat in the room for a while, and when he saw that the time was almost up, he stood up and said goodbye. Song Ryua hurriedly gave him the bag of food and the quilt, and earnestly exhorted him, "Qingzhou, you must do well in the exam. If you pass the exam, our Qing family will be proud, and your mother's spirit in heaven will also be gratified. She has suffered so much, but she has always supported you to study, just hoping that you will have such a day." Luo Qingzhou took the things, nodded, and prepared to leave. Miss Qinair said, "Brother Qingzhou, don't have too much psychological burden. Just let it go." Xiao Dai also said, "Sir, I believe you can pass the exam." Chior also said, "Sir, we are waiting for you." Nandong Shui also said, "With your talent, it should be no problem to pass the exam. But you still can't be careless." Nandong Meiju also said, "His Majesty asked me to tell you. Do well in the exam. She is waiting for you in the palace." Luo Qingzhou looked at them silently, nodded silently, and walked out of the room. When going downstairs, Longer chased out and whispered, "Young master, sister asked Longer to tell you that Huagu should be able to wake up after you finish the palace examination." When this was said, Luo Qingzhou was shocked and said, "Really?" Longer nodded and said, "Sister never lies. Sister has been helping Huagu to warm and temper her body, so she recovered quickly." Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while and said, "Longer, thanks sister you for me. Also, tell her that I forgive her for peeping." After that, he hurried downstairs. Peeping? Longer stood there, full of confusion. What peeping? What did sister peek at? Young master? Luo Qingzhou left the restaurant and lined up at the entrance of the examination room. It took about another cup of tea. The guards at the door began to carefully check the candidates one by one and let them in one by one. Everything that each candidate brought had to be taken out and turned over for inspection. Even the clothes, shoes, hair, mouth, ears, every place would be checked once. Of course, there are treasures at the door. It is impossible to bring a storage bag or ring in. After Luo Qingzhou entered the examination room, he took the number plate, found his examination position, and walked in. Another half an hour passed. Several officials came in and took people to check each examination room one by one before distributing the test papers. The first test was the 4 books and 5 classics. There was silence in the examination room and on the street outside. After the test paper was distributed, Luo Qingzhou read it carefully first, grinding ink while reading. After reading all the questions, he picked up the pen and dipped it in ink, and started answering from the first question. The ink fell into words, vigorous and powerful. Soon, the whole test paper was filled with beautiful handwriting. At this time, he suddenly remembered Sister Yu's words and pictures, and couldn't help but smile. In the afternoon, he had answered all the questions. When the invigilator patrolled here, he saw that he had finished answering the test paper, and was drawing on the clean rice paper with a pen. He couldn't help but frown and said, "You still need to check carefully after answering the questions. Be careful not to be too arrogant and ruin all your previous efforts." Luo Qingzhou quickly put down his pen and began to check the test paper. The invigilator looked at him again and felt that this scholar was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him for a moment. So he shook his head and left. After a while, the chief examiner walked over leisurely with his hands behind his back. Luo Qingzhou looked up at him and was stunned. Prince Duan Nangong said with a smile, "Mr. Luo is so leisurely. Other candidates are sweating and even crying. But Mr. Luo is drawing." Luo Qingzhou said awkwardly, "Your Highness, please forgive me. I have finished the test paper and was bored. So I just drew casually." Prince Duan glanced at his test paper, then at the painting in front of him, and smiled. "With Mr. Luo's ability and your Majesty's attention to Mr. Luo, this exam is just a formality. It would be best if he can pass the exam, but it doesn't matter if he doesn't." Luo Qingzhou immediately said, "Your Highness, you are joking. I will definitely work hard to pass the exam. If I don't pass the exam, my mother-in-law will definitely cry." Prince Duan laughed and said, "Then I wish Mr. Luo to pass the exam." At this time, the other invigilators heard the noise and came over with doubts in their hearts. Prince Duan immediately stopped smiling and whispered, "Mr. Luo, the palace exam is the most important. The ministers will go there, and Dean Bai will also go there. If you don't perform well, His Majesty will not be able to give you a good ranking." After that, he left quickly. Palace exam? Luo Qingzhou picked up the pen and continued to outline Sister Yu's skirt, seemingly not taking it seriously. Chapter 975 Mother-in-law stepped forward to question the eldest lady. The second round, 5-character 8 rhyme. The third round, current affairs policy. Luo Qingzhou finished answering all the questions within an hour. After a brief check, he began to think about cultivation. 3 days later, the exam was over, and he was the first to walk out of the exam room. When passing by other exam rooms, other candidates were still frowning, sweating and grasping the last bit of time to answer questions. Some candidates looked up at the sky with empty eyes, obviously giving up and despairing. Just as Luo Qingzhou was about to leave the examination room, Prince Duan came over and said with a smile, "Mr. Luo is calm and composed, and looks like he has it all figured out." Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, "Your Highness, you are joking. Before the results come out, no one dares to say that they will definitely pass the exam. I just answered the questions a little faster." Prince Duan laughed and said, "Mr. Luo is too modest. It would be a rare thing if you didn't pass the exam." Then he approached him again and whispered, "Mr. Luo wrote the Buddhist verses for me in Jinshan Temple. I have kept them well. When you become famous, my calligraphy will be valuable." Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he muttered in his heart, "You stole it shamelessly." I am looking forward to Mr. Luo's performance in the palace examination. With Mr. Luo's ability, he will definitely have another classic masterpiece. Prince Duan smiled and chatted for a few more words, then took the 8-character step and continued to patrol the examination room. When Luo Qingzhou left the examination room, he saw the Qing family members in the crowd on the opposite street, who were protected by guards and were looking forward to him. Qingzhou! Qingzhou! When Song Ryue saw him coming out first, she immediately waved and shouted excitedly, as if she was telling the parents of the candidates around her, "This is my son-in-law. My son-in-law is the first to come out." Several maids were also waving and shouting. Luo Qingzhou hurried over, because there were too many people. No one said much, and immediately squeezed through the crowd under the protection of the guards and left here. "Wait until we return to the mansion." Song Ryue couldn't wait to ask, "Qingzhou, how did you do in the exam? Were the questions difficult? Have you finished answering them all?" Nandong Shui on the side couldn't help laughing and said, "Aunt, he was the first one to come out. If he hadn't finished answering, he wouldn't come out so soon." Luo Qingzhou said, "The questions were a little difficult, but I finished answering them all. As for the results, we can only wait for the announcement of the results in 3 days." As soon as he finished speaking, his stomach suddenly growled a few times. He had been in the examination room for 3 days and hadn't eaten anything. He didn't eat many bites of those cold and hard steamed buns and biscuits. Song Ryue hurriedly said, "Mayor, go and bring the cakes I made to fill your stomach first. I'll go cook now." Then he said, "Qingzhou, go back and take a bath first, and come to eat after you take a bath. Tonight, your mother-in-law has prepared a table of dishes for you to eat your fill." Luo Qingzhou said, "Thank you, mother-in-law." Song Ryue smiled and said, "This child. We are family. Why thank him?" After that, she hurried to the kitchen. Luo Qingzhou felt warm in his heart. After eating a few cakes, he went to the backyard. Xiao Daiqiuer had already boiled hot water. After taking a comfortable bath, changing into clean clothes, and drying his hair, he left the courtyard and looked at the Lingshan Moon Palace next door. After hesitating for a moment, he walked over. The courtyard door was closed. In the courtyard, the clear and pleasant singing of the lark rang out. Listening carefully, it turned out to be Shui Tiaogu too. I want to ride the wind to go back, but I am afraid that the jade buildings and jade palaces are too cold at high places. Under the lark's clear singing, the song sounded quite gentle and desolate. Luo Qingzhou stood at the door for a while, ready to leave. The courtyard door opened with a creak. Beiling showed her head, looked at him with her lively eyes, and pouted her lips and said, "Are you eavesdropping on other people singing again? Sir? You have to pay me." Luo Qingzhou turned around and looked at her, saying, "There is no money, only the body. Do you want it?" Beiling hesitated for a moment, then got a little angry, and snorted angrily, Sir, you just love to lie. Humph, I won't pay attention to you." After that, she closed the door again. Luo Qingzhou asked, "I heard that the eldest lady is not feeling well. Is she feeling better now?" Beiling covered her ears and said, "Ignore the liar, sir. Sir, I can't hear you. I can't hear you." "Forget it." Luo Qingzhou said nothing more and turned to leave. At this time, the courtyard door suddenly opened again. Beiling looked at his back and said angrily, "Stinky, sir. If you have the ability, don't come here again." Luo Qingzhou ignored her and continued to walk forward. Beiling stamped her feet and had to shout again, "Son-in-law, although Xiao Beiling ignored you, Chan will still pay attention to you. Remember to come over in the evening and pay respects to the young lady." Luo Qingzhou then waved his hand and said, "Okay. Okay." Beiling was stunned and said, "What do you mean? Are you coming or not?" She stood at the door for a while before entering the courtyard. Chan, do you know what okay means?" "Son-in-law just told me." "No. I don't know." "Miss, do you know what okay means?" "Son-in-law just said it." In the pavilion in the back garden, a girl in a white dress was sitting at a stone table, flipping through the book in her hand. On the cover of the book, there were several crooked black symbols, like some kind of text. Next to the symbols, there was a medicine cauldron and 2 golden pills. After a moment of silence, she said calmly, "It means good." Bai Ling opened her eyes wide and said, "Miss is amazing." "Okay, what text? Do you know it?" The girl continued to look at the book in her hand and did not answer. Bai Ling walked out of the pavilion and looked at Xia Chan, who was practicing sword, and immediately praised, Chan, you are practicing very well." In the hall in front, Luo Qingzhou sat at the table and had already started to eat a sumptuous dinner. "Is Jianjia not coming?" Song Ryu asked. Miss Qin shook her head and said, "Sister is not hungry." Song Ryu frowned and said, "When Qingzhou went to take the exam, she didn't come out. Now she is back from the exam, and she doesn't come out again. I have to talk to her later. We are all family. How can she be so cold?" Nandong Meiju said. "Aunt, isn't Jianjia always like this?" Song Ryu snorted. "Things are different now. Now she is humph. No more talking. Let's eat." Nandong Meiju looked at her suspiciously, and then looked at someone next to her. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head to eat, and did not join their conversation. After dinner, it was already dark outside, since the princess was alone in the palace. Nandong Meiju and Nandong Shui left quickly. Long Air also left alone. When Luo Qingzhou was about to help Miss Qin air to the backyard, Song Ryu immediately said seriously, "Qingzhou, let's go and talk to Jianjia." When Luo Qingzhou heard this, he immediately said, "Mother-in-law? No need. What are you afraid of?" Song Ryu snorted, "With mother-in-law here? How dare that girl eat you? Let's go. Today mother-in-law will help you ask what the girl thinks. If she doesn't want to, no one will force her. If she is willing, then don't delay. You will have your wedding night tonight." Luo Qingzhou. Miss Qin Air on the side hurriedly smiled and said, "Brother Qingzhou, mother will make the decision for you. Go quickly." "Let's go!" Song Ryu walked ahead in a hurry. Luo Qingzhou was pulled by Miss Qin Air and followed behind. The group soon arrived at Lingshan Moon Palace. Song Ryu personally went forward and knocked on the door. Beiling was breaking petals in the courtyard and singing Little Donkey in a sad voice. When she heard the knock on the door, she immediately stood up and snorted. "Little Beiling is not here. If you have the guts, you can ask Chan Chan and the young lady to open the door for you. Humph! Song Ryue immediately said. Little Bailing. It's me. Bailing was stunned for a moment when she heard it, and immediately threw away the petals, ran to open the door, and said in surprise, Madam, why are you? She suddenly saw the other people behind her. Song Ryue said seriously, Where is Jianjia? Hasn't she slept yet? Bailing saw that her face was not right, and was about to shake her head, but suddenly nodded and said, She is asleep. The young lady has already slept. Humph. Song Ryue would not believe her, and walked in directly, turned around and said, Qingzhou, Weima, all of you come in. Bailing hurriedly said, Madam, the young lady is really asleep. Xiao Bailing can swear. Song Ryue ignored her, took her daughter and son-in-law, walked into the house quickly, walked around the house, and went to the back garden again. In the back garden, Xia Chan was practicing swordplay. When she saw them, she was stunned for a moment, then stopped and stood there blankly. No wonder she was surprised, since Luo Qingzhou came in. This was the first time Song Ryue brought him to see Miss Qin. In the pavilion, Miss Qin slowly closed the book and looked at them. Song Ryue walked over and wanted to scold her harshly, but looking at her appearance and expression, she remembered the suffering she had suffered over the years, and she couldn't bear it. She slowed down her voice and said, Jianjia, Mother has something to say to you. Although these words may embarrass you, Mother has thought about it for a long time and still wants to tell you. Bailing also hurried over and pricked up her ears outside the pavilion to eavesdrop. Miss Qin was silent for a moment after hearing this, and said, Mother, please speak. Song Ryue glanced at her cold expression again, turned her head, and said to the outside of the pavilion, Qingzhou, come here and stand closer. Luo Qingzhou was a little embarrassed. Song Ryue immediately added, Don't be afraid. Your mother-in-law is here. She won't dare to be mean to you. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he walked over. The eldest lady had never been mean to him. He was afraid of the eldest lady out of a special respect. In his life, the eldest lady meant something special. He entered the pavilion and stood beside her. Miss Qin glanced at him with a calm expression. Song Ryue sighed and said, Jianjia, you should know about the divorce letter. Let's just treat it as a farce and pretend nothing happened. Miss Qin remained silent. Song Ryue said earnestly, You and Qingzhou are officially married and have worshipped heaven and earth. Is Mother right? Miss Qin remained silent. Song Ryue frowned, stared at her for a while, and said seriously, So? Your attitude towards Qingzhou now is very unbearable to Mother. Mother brought Qingzhou here today, not to scold you, but to ask you, what do you really think? Do you like and care about Qingzhou even a little bit? Also, Mother wants you to say in person whether you are willing to be husband and wife with Qingzhou. If you don't want to, then Mother will no longer care about you from now on, and you can divorce again. If you are willing, then you should spend the wedding night with Qingzhou as soon as possible. Mother thinks it can be tonight. After saying this, the back garden was suddenly silent. Chapter 976 Miss Qin, I heard that you like a girl named Sister Yu. The night breeze blew. The air was filled with a faint floral scent. Bailing sniffed, suddenly broke the silence and whispered, Son-in-law is too anxious. I didn't dare to come and tell Miss, but he actually called Madam. People say that the wedding night is the time to get your name on the list. Son-in-law should at least pass the exam first. The eyes of several people suddenly turned to her. Song Ryue's eyebrows suddenly revealed a thoughtful look. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, Mother-in-law, let's talk about this matter after Qingzhou's palace examination. Qingzhou is not in a hurry. He looked at Miss Qin with a guilty look. At this time, Miss Qin was also looking at him calmly. Song Ryue was silent for a moment before she spoke. Okay. There are still a few days left. Let's talk about this after Qingzhou passes the imperial examination. Then she sighed again and said in a slow tone, Jianjia, it's not that Mother has to force you. Think about it yourself. Qingzhou has been in our Qin family for 2 years and has done so many things for our Qin family. He has been married to you and has always respected you. Weimo is in poor health and has not married Qingzhou until now. You are his sister and his real wife. You should fulfill your responsibilities. Qingzhou is too honest and afraid of you. Even if he wants to be with you, he dare not make those requests to you. But our Qin family cannot bully him. He is already a Juren and will soon pass the imperial examination. He deserves you. So Mother can't watch you treat him like this. Mother must make the decision for him. Miss Jean lowered her head slightly, and still didn't speak. This was the first time that Song Ryua spoke to her in such a stern tone tonight. After she finished speaking, she secretly regretted it. She did not continue to speak, and said softly, "Okay. It's getting late. You should rest early. Think about this matter carefully. Mother is also for your own good." After that, she turned around and said, "Qingzhou, Weima, let's go. You should also go back to rest." Luo Qingzhou was about to follow behind, but Miss Jean suddenly looked at him and said, "You stay." After this, several people were stunned for a moment. Miss Jean hurriedly said, "Brother Qingzhou, sister may have something to say to you." Weimo and mother left first. After that, she immediately pulled Song Ryua away. Bailing hurriedly carried the lantern and led the way in front. Xiaochan also left quietly. In the back garden, there were soon only 2 people left in the pavilion. Luo Qingzhou froze in place, with embarrassment on his face. He moved his lips and explained first, "Miss, I didn't ask my mother-in-law to come and tell you." I swear. Miss Jean looked at him quietly, still without any emotion on her face. Silence for a moment. She said lightly, "Are you anxious?" Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he bowed his head and said, "Miss really misunderstood. Qingzhou definitely didn't mean that." "What did you mean?" Miss Jean looked at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou stammered, bowed his head and said, "In a hurry to sleep with Miss Qingzhou swears. I really didn't mean that." Miss Jean was silent for a while, then suddenly looked at him and said, "I heard from Weimo that you like someone named Sister Yu. Right? Luo Qingzhou, how could the second lady tell Miss the first lady such a thing?" "I tell the truth," Miss Jean said coldly. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head. His heart was filled with anger, and his cheeks were hot as he said, "Yes, I like her." Miss Jean looked at him calmly and said, "How long?" Luo Qingzhou was in a trance for a moment, and said, "I don't know either." The pavilion suddenly fell into silence again. For a long time, Miss Jean said lightly, "I've said before that you are very fickle. I also said that I don't like fickle men." Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, "I know what Miss means." Miss Jean ignored him, retracted her gaze, picked up the book from the table, and continued to read quietly. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said goodbye and left. When he walked out of the round door, Miss Jean slowly raised her head and looked at his gradually disappearing back, her eyes slightly moving. "My son-in-law is so stupid." In the corner next to him, Bai Ling's muttering came. Luo Qingzhou returned to Meixiang Garden. Miss Jean was wearing a plain white dress, sitting weakly on the couch reading a book, waiting for him. Luo Qingzhou entered the room, sat down beside her, stretched out his hand to hold her slender feet in white socks under her skirt, and while stroking them, he took the lead in speaking, "Weimo, don't ask. I won't tell you even if you ask me. From today on, I will never tell you anything again." Miss Jean was slightly startled and said, "Brother Qingzhou, what's wrong?" Luo Qingzhou put a little force on his hand, looked at her and said, "Why did you tell Miss my secret?" Miss just laughed at me. Miss Jean thought about it carefully, and immediately couldn't help laughing. "Is it about Sister Yu?" Luo Qingzhou. "Yes." Miss Jean immediately held back her laughter, blinked pitifully, and admitted her mistake. "Brother Qingzhou, Weimo was wrong. Weimo will never dare to do it again." Then she bit her lip again, sat inside, and stretched her other slender little foot into his arms, and said weakly, "At most, Weimo will apologize." "Humph!" Luo Qingzhou snorted, looking at her pretending to be pitiful and charming. His heart suddenly warmed up, went over to pick her up, walked towards the inner room, and said, "Since you want to apologize, you have to be sincere." The bead curtain swayed. The two entered the inner room and got on the bed. The curtain was slowly drawn. "Brother Qingzhou, Weimo is really wrong. Weimo will dare to do it again next time. Unless Brother Qingzhou eats Weimo tonight. You wish? Just do it with your hands and feet." "But Weimo wants to try." "No. I've been holding it in for a month. I'm afraid let's wait until you're well." "Hey." At the head of the bed, a red candle is burning. A pair of snow-white silk stockings suddenly fell from the bedside to the ground. The figures reflected on the curtains, one sitting at the head of the bed, the other sitting at the stern, talking lovingly. I don't know how long it took. Miss Jean got off the bed, called Chiu, went out to wash up, and returned to the room. "Brother Qingzhou, can you tell me what happened to my sister now?" "Nothing. It's just that the eldest lady said I'm a playboy. She doesn't like playboys. So she doesn't like me. What else did you say? No more. Ah, brother Chijo is so stupid. At the same time, in a room in the Hanlon Academy, the ministers were marking the test papers of the candidates overnight. When encountering a wonderful answer, the examiner immediately read it out. Everyone rushed to comment, and then gave their own scores. The candidate's place of origin, name and other information were all blocked by the seal, and no one could see it. And with Prince Duan and the old prime minister in charge, no one dared to cheat for personal gain. In the early hours of the morning, all the ministers stopped, took a short break, ate snacks, and discussed the wonderful answers just now. At this time, an old minister with white hair and beard suddenly slammed the table and exclaimed excitedly, "Good article! Good article!" Everyone was shocked. Prime Minister Fan Wenjin looked over and said with a smile, "Master Chung, what kind of article makes you so excited?" The white-haired Master Chung seemed not to hear his words, and continued to look at the test paper excitedly. After a while, he suddenly slapped the table again and said more excitedly, "Good poem. Good poem. Whether it is the momentum or the meaning of this poem, it is exquisite and amazing." At this time, everyone finally couldn't help it and immediately gathered around to watch it. Not long, the room was full of applause and praise. The dozing Prince Duan finally couldn't help it and got up and walked over, saying, "This prince will come to see what kind of test paper makes you so excited." When he came closer, the first thing he saw was the poem. Golden cups of clear wine cost 10,000. Jade plates of delicacies cost 10,000. I can't eat even if I put down my cup and chopsticks. And I look around with my sword in my heart. At this time, in Qin's mansion, after Miss Qin too fell asleep, Luo Qinzhou quietly got up, left the room, and went to Xiaoda's room. He didn't expect the three little girls to squeeze together, but the bed was big, so it was no problem for 4 people to sleep. At dawn, he left the Qin mansion and went to East Lake. Longwo was very happy to see him, but soon he couldn't laugh anymore. The crying of Zilongnu soon rang out in the Dragon Palace. After the sun rose, it gradually set in the west. In the evening, Luo Qinzhou entered the palace, talked with His Majesty and the baby for a while, and then went underground to continue practicing. 2 days later, the day of the announcement came. Before dawn, he left the palace and returned to the Qin mansion. Just after returning to the room and lying with Miss Qin Air, there was a knock on the door and the voice of the mother-in-law. "Is Qinzhou back?" Xiao hurried to open the door and said, "Madam, the young master came back last night." Song Ryua hurriedly said, "Hurry up and wake him up. The results will be announced today. We have to go and take the front position." Luo Qinzhou and Miss Qin Air got up together. When they came to the front hall, Nandong Meiju and Nandong Shui just came, and even the princess came in person. Everyone in the Qin family hurried to pay their respects. Princess Bai Ruoshui looked much thinner than before, but she looked in good spirits. She smiled and said, "Let's go and see the excitement together. Qizhou will definitely pass. It depends on what place he ranks." Then he asked again, "Jianjia is not going?" Song Ryue was a little embarrassed, so she could only say, "Jianjia has not been feeling well these days. There are too many people outside, so she will not go." The princess expressed concern for him for a few words, but did not ask any more questions. The group went out and got on the carriage. After all, with the princess around, they could not walk. Andy Mu drove the carriage, and the guards followed on both sides, slowly driving out of the alley. At noon in the morning, the list was announced on time. The streets were already full of people, and it was so crowded that it was impossible to get through. After the list was posted, the crowd was even more excited, desperately squeezing forward, looking at the list on the wall with wide eyes. The Qin family had guards in the middle, occupying the front position, so they were naturally the first to see the name on the list. Whether it was Song Ryue, Bai Ruoshui, or others, their eyes were all directly looking at the front position on the list. The first place in the tribute was Hui Yuan. The first place winner was written in the largest font, followed by the candidate's place of origin and name. Song Ryue opened her eyes wide and looked at it. When she saw the place of origin and name, her breath suddenly stopped in excitement, and her mind went blank in an instant. First place, Luo Qinzhou from Mo City in the western region. Chapter 977, the most beautiful woman in the world in the Qin mansion. Song Ryue fainted, from childhood to adulthood, except for the time when she fainted when giving birth to Miss Qin. This was her second time to faint. The first time was painful. This time, She was excited and excited. Everyone hurriedly carried her and left this dangerous place under the protection of the guards. In the crowd, all kinds of crazy sounds were heard. Some people were screaming excitedly. Some people were laughing. Some people were crying loudly. And some were looking up to the sky and asking angrily. Some people were even going crazy, waving their fists and shouting. Luo Qingzhou and his group quickly walked out of the crowd. When they were almost at the Qing mansion, Song Ryua woke up slowly. And the first thing she did when she woke up was to grab Nandong Meiji's clothes and asked anxiously, "Is my Qingzhou the first? Am I seeing it right?" Nandong Shui smiled and said, "Aunt, yes, it's the first." Nandong Meiji also nodded. The maids' faces were all filled with bright smiles. Song Ryua grinned and said, "First place? First place. First place in the Jiren. First place in the Gongsheng. If I get first place in the palace examination, I will be the top 3 in a row. Ha 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 him. Loki. Loki. Don't get too proud. Ha ha ha." Seeing her laughing so hard, everyone couldn't help but laugh along. Not long after the group returned to the mansion, Qinger came in quickly from the door and told them that the official who announced the good news had arrived. Everyone hurried out to greet him. Who knew that when they saw the person coming, they were all surprised. It turned out to be Prince Duan, who came to announce the good news in person. And Prince Duan was followed by 2 pretty little girls. One was Nandong Shirui, and the other was Princess Changle. Nandong Meiji was surprised and said, "Shirui, Changle, why are you here too?" Nandong Shirui pouted immediately and said, "Who wants to see this bad guy? He is playing football with Changle. Dad insisted that we come." The Qin family members hurriedly greeted Prince Duan and Princess Changle. Prince Duan laughed and came over to help Luo Qingzhou up with both hands, saying, "I saw you hand in your paper calmly in the examination room, so I knew you were sure to win. I just didn't expect that you would get the first place. If I remember correctly, you also got the first place in marching, right?" Luo Qingzhou said modestly. "It was just luck." "Just luck." Prince Duan laughed and said, "Mr. Luo, there is no need to be modest. I have also read your test paper. Whether it is the scriptures, poems, or views on state affairs, you deserve the first place. When marking the papers that night, all the ministers called you a genius and were very excited about your answers." Song Ryua listened from the side, and her mouth, which had finally closed, opened again and continued to smile foolishly. The 2 sides exchanged pleasantries and talked about the palace examination. A total of 320 tribute students were admitted this time. The palace examination will be held in the main hall of Weiyang Palace 3 days later. His Majesty will personally set the questions, and the ministers will score together to determine the top 3. After Prince Duan finished speaking, he smiled and said, "If Mr. Luo gets the first place in the palace examination again, it will be a sensation. Since the founding of my great Yin, there has never been anyone who has won 3 consecutive championships. I hope that I will have the opportunity to see it then." Luo Qingzhou said a few more humble words. Prince Duan suddenly coughed, looked at his daughter, and changed the subject, complaining, "Qingzhou, why do you always lie to Shirui? You said you would often go to play with her. But why haven't you been there for so long? This girl is angry, and said she doesn't want to see you again." Nandong Shirui immediately raised her chin and snorted, "Big liar." Changle smiled shyly on the side. Luo Qingzhou quickly apologized and explained that he was just studying hard at home for the exam. Prince Duan smiled and said, "Then you have to coax her well today. Anyway, you have finished the exam, and you should relax today. I have other things to do, so I have to leave first." Song Ryua hurriedly politely asked to stay, "Your Highness, please have lunch before leaving." Prince Duan smiled and said, "No need. Madam Qin, celebrate for Qingzhou, my Shirui and Changle. Please, Madam Qin." After that, he turned and left. Nandong Shirui hurriedly said angrily, "Father, I don't want to see this big liar, and I have to leave too." As he said that, he was about to pull Changle away. Changle seemed reluctant to leave. "There are so many people here. Sister Meiju and Sister Shui are here. It's very lively." Prince Duan turned around and said with a smile, "Xiao Rui, Father will send someone to pick you up later." Nandong Shui also went over and pulled Nandong Shirui and said, "Xiao Rui, Sister Shui will play with you. And your sister Meiju is here. By the way, don't you want to see the most beautiful woman in the world? Sister Shui will take you there later." Nandong Shirui was immediately interested when she heard it. Is it Sister Jinjia? You always say that Sister Jinjia is very beautiful. The best in the world. And even the Emperor admits that Sister Jinjia is on par with her. I really want to see how beautiful she is. Changle also whispered. I want to see it too. Nandong Shui's eyes flashed. And she looked at someone and smiled. You can go. But you have to get Brother Qingzhou's consent. Nandong Shui immediately said. Why? Sister Jinjia is not his wife. Even if she is, I won't care about him. At this time, Miss Jin Air whispered beside her. Brother Qingzhou. It just so happens that sister doesn't know the news yet. Let's go together. Before Luo Qingzhou finished speaking, Song Ryue said directly. Let's go together. Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to follow behind. Several people quickly came to Lingshan Moon Palace in the backyard. At this time, a clear and pleasant song with a cheerful melody and some resentment suddenly came from the small courtyard. I am a little donkey. He never rides it. Woo 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 woo. Mare was about to knock on the door. Nandong Shirui immediately pulled her back and whispered. Hush. Wait a minute. This song is so nice. The voice is so nice. Who is singing it? At this time, the singing in the courtyard suddenly stopped. Who? Who is eavesdropping on Xiao Bailing singing outside? Humph. It must be that bad guy again. Then, the courtyard door creaked open. Bai Ling was wearing a pink dress, with a small pink flower on her ear and a bouquet in her hand. She stood in the door like a flower fairy, blinking her smart eyes, looking at so many people outside the door in surprise. Nandong Shirui opened her eyes wide and stared at her in a daze. When Song Ryue was about to speak, Nandong Shirui suddenly pounced on her with a wow, bent her knees, knelt on the ground, hugged Bailing's thighs tightly and said, Sister Jinjia, you are so beautiful, so fragrant, and your singing is so nice. Xiaorui likes you. Everyone. Bai Ling was confused. Nandong Shui laughed and hurried over to pull her up, saying, Xiaorui, this is Bai Ling, not Jinjia. Jinjia is still inside. Nandong Shui was stunned and asked, who is the most beautiful woman in the world? Nandong Shui smiled and said, of course it's Sister Jinjia. Nandong Shui was stunned and immediately said, no, I think Sister Bailing is it. I like Sister Bailing. Everyone looked at each other. Bailing was so happy that her eyes were full of smiles, and 2 cute dimples appeared on her face. Song Ryue hurriedly said, Bailing, is Jinjia here? Bailing was about to nod, but looked at someone and immediately shook her head. No, the lady is not here. Song Ryue frowned and said, where is she? Bailing thought carefully and said, it seems that she is still sleeping in the room. Song Ryue immediately rolled her eyes at her and walked in directly. Nandong Shui said quickly, Shirui, go in and take a look. We won't go. Sister Jinjia doesn't like crowds. Nandong Shirui immediately shook her head and said, I don't want to go in either. I want to play with Sister Bailing. Then she went over and held Bailing's hand affectionately, looking up at her little face, and said flatteringly, Sister Bailing, what song did you just sing? Can you teach Shirui? Bailing smiled and said, of course. Changle said weakly, bye. Sister Bailing, I want to learn it too. Bailing glanced at her and immediately said seriously, you can't. If I teach you, your sister will come and beat me. After that, she pulled Nandong Shirui into the door and locked it. Changle looked confused. She hasn't introduced herself yet. How does Sister Bailing know who she is? Is the Sister Bailing is talking about the Emperor's sister? After a while, Song Ryue came out with a worried look on her face and said, Jinjia seems to be really sick. Her face is a little pale, and she is still sleeping. Then she felt a little guilty inside. It's my fault. I shouldn't have forced her temper. Nandong Shui hurriedly said, Aunt, should we go in and take a look? Do we need to call the imperial physician? Song Ryue shook her head and sighed. Forget it. No need. Let her sleep. She doesn't like to be disturbed. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and didn't dare to speak. Let's go to the hall. Qizhou won the first place in the exam, and I believe many candidates will come to pay their respects. Song Ryue glanced at him and signaled him not to go in for the time being. The group went to the front. Sure enough, soon candidates came together, all of whom were candidates who passed the exam this time. Luo Qingzhou entertained 2 groups, and he couldn't stand the red tape, so he went to the backyard alone. After lunch, he explained to Miss Qin Air, then left the mansion and went to East Lake. He planned to stay in Longer's Dragon Palace for 2 days. Apparently, there would be a steady stream of examinees and other scholars who would come to Qin's house and ask him to attend various banquets in the next few days. He didn't want to waste time on that. When he entered the Dragon Palace, Longwo was sleeping naked in the water. He woke up immediately after hearing the noise, and then looked at him with a nervous face and said, "Sir, Longwu Longer doesn't want it anymore." Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he said, "I'm here to practice boxing." Longer was relieved and said, "Oh." Then he said faintly, "Sir, can you not use so much thunder and lightning next time?" Luo Qingzhou said, "How about not using any at all?" Longer was about to nod, but after thinking for a moment, she shook her head again, bit her lip, and said timidly, "Longer means that it can be used, but don't use so much at once." "Okay." Luo Qingzhou gestured to her, walked towards the practice room on the other side, and said, "I'm going to practice." Longer suddenly said, "Oh, sir, I've been here to help you make pills these 2 days, and I seem to have vomited blood last night, although there is nothing in the alchemy room. Longer smells blood." Luo Qingzhou's footsteps froze. Longer sighed softly and said, "Sister seems to be preparing a spiritual pill for you to break through the realm of the martial king. I heard that this kind of spiritual pill needs to be refined many times, and it needs to be made into a pill at least 81 times. There can't be any mistakes during this period. Otherwise, all the previous efforts will be wasted. And the materials for alchemy are also hard to find." Luo Qingzhou stood there, motionless. Chapter 978 Palace Examination. The Knight's Journey. 3 days later. The day of the palace examination. Before dawn, Luo Qingzhou had returned to the Qin mansion. Miss Qin Air had already gotten up early. Luo Qingzhou quietly entered the room from underground, startling Chior, who had just entered the room. Miss Qin Air asked him to sit down at the dressing table and personally combed his hair. Luo Qingzhou looked at himself in the bronze mirror. For some reason, he remembered what Miss Qin said that night, and couldn't help asking, "Weiamo, do you think I'm unfaithful?" Miss Qin Air paused for a moment and smiled. "How can a man not be unfaithful? It's just that some people have the ability to be unfaithful, while others don't. As long as you don't abandon each other after having an affair, and don't deliberately deceive the other person's feelings. Weiamo thinks it's nothing." Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but sigh. Miss Qin Air looked at him in the mirror and whispered, "Brother Qingzhou, have you remembered what I said again? Maybe what I said was just a complaint. It would be a pity if Brother Qingzhou gave up because of those words." Luo Qingzhou fell silent. At this time, there was a knock on the door and Song Ryua's voice. "Are you all up?" Shua ran to open the door. Luo Qingzhou and Miss Qin Air left the room. Song Ryua saw the two and urged them, "Let's go. Go eat. Go outside the palace and wait early. We have to line up and check one by one. Don't be late." Several people went out. Song Ryua looked at the next door again, sighed and said, "I just went to call Jianjia." "But," Luo Qingzhou said, "it's okay. Let the eldest lady have a good rest. I can go alone. And mother-in-law and second lady don't have to go." Song Ryua immediately said, "That won't work. We must go." Then she smiled and said, "Only if we all go can we bring you good luck. Mother-in-law's luck has always been very good. Last time you won the first place. Maybe it was the good luck that mother-in-law brought you." Luo Qingzhou smiled and said, "Thank you, mother-in-law." Song Ryua said with a smile, "We are family, so we don't talk about each other. Your father-in-law used to say that I am stupid but lucky pay. He meant that I am beautiful and lucky. He. Luo Qingzhou echoed seriously. Second Miss Qin smiled secretly with her mouth covered. The few of them went to the front hall, had a simple breakfast, and went out. Aunt Mu was already waiting outside the gate in a carriage. However, the two princesses did not come. The entire court was watching this palace examination, and no one in the palace could meet the candidates in advance. The two princesses not only lived in the palace, but were also members of the royal family. If they came to pick him up in the palace openly, they would definitely cause criticism. The carriage, carrying several people, slowly drove out of the alley. There were already more people on the street. Most of the candidates were surrounded by a group of family members and walked towards the imperial city. When Luo Qingzhou and his friends arrived outside the gate of the imperial city, it was already dawn. There were 2 rows of armored soldiers outside the gate, as well as some guards and ministers responsible for inspection. Soon, more than 300 candidates arrived. Although there was still a palace examination, These more than 300 people had already stepped into the ranks of officials. So when they met, they greeted each other politely. Luo Qingzhou didn't want to be too arrogant, so he chatted with a few people he met a few days ago to kill time. As for the candidates' families, they all stood on the other side of the moat, looking forward to it. Another half an hour passed. The officials and guards at the door began to check one by one. After the inspection, they were allowed to pass. After more than 300 candidates entered, they were led by officials and walked towards Weiyang Palace in a mighty manner. Along the way, all the candidates lowered their heads, were silent, and extremely nervous. Of course, there were also free and frivolous people who looked around. Not long after, everyone stopped in front of the Weiyang Palace. The female guards guarding outside the door hurried in to report. After a while, a woman's voice came from inside. Call all candidates into the palace. After the empress ascended the throne, no eunuchs were recruited. Most of the guards and messengers in the palace were women. Some former eunuchs were also kept and not expelled, doing some odd jobs in the back. Luo Qingzhou thought that his words might have worked. At the beginning, he told His Majesty that it was against human nature and too cruel for men to cut off that part. Since there were female practitioners, there was no need to recruit eunuchs. When His Majesty heard this, he was very contemptuous and looked at him coldly and said, "You really have a good calculation. The palace is full of women. You will directly have 3,000 beauties in the harem. Right? In fact, including those female guards, there are far more than 3,000 people." Luo Qingzhou didn't mean that. He was just a man who deeply understood the pain and despair of cutting off that part. Of course, for most eunuchs, not being starved to death is the most important thing. Although His Majesty did as he said and no longer recruited any eunuchs, he still threatened him fiercely every time that he would cut him off and make him a eunuch. But that was at the beginning. Later, when he used thunder and lightning for the first time and proved his strength, the Empress became obedient and extremely docile. Every time he worked too hard, Her Majesty would turn her eyes and say charmingly and concernedly, "I order you to protect it. I love it." What are you thinking about at this time? A majestic and oppressive atmosphere came from the hall. Luo Qingzhou mixed in with the candidates, lowered his head, entered the hall with a respectful face, and then began to pay homage to Her Majesty the Queen. His wife was wearing a fiery red dragon robe, a crown on her head, and sat majestically on the dragon throne on the high platform. The momentum and majesty on her body made the candidates bend down and bow their heads, almost unable to breathe, and even had no courage to look up. Luo Qingzhou quietly raised his head and glanced at her, just meeting her majestic gaze. The cabinet minister came out, said some words of encouragement and congratulations, and then began to talk about the rules of the exam. After that, the candidates sat down in the side hall and turned under the arrangement of the officials. The academicians of the Hanlin Academy began to distribute the test papers. The first test of the palace examination is usually a policy question, with questions of hundreds of words. The answers need to be in a certain format, and the number of words is not limited. The first test selects the top 10 with the highest scores. Then, the emperor will personally set the questions, and then he will approve the first, second, and third place in the first class, namely the top scholar, the second place, and the third place. The top three are called Jinshijidi, also known as Sandingjia. The rest of the candidates were divided into the second and third class according to their scores. The exam started soon. After the test papers were handed out, the candidates immediately lowered their heads and read them carefully. They read them over and over again many times before they began to frown and think about how to answer. Only when all the answers were in their minds did they dare to write. After reading the questions and thinking for a while, Luo Qingzhou began to grind ink and write to answer the questions. The question first mentioned an illusion, and then asked how to govern a county, not only to make the people live and work in peace and contentment, but also to ensure that tax revenue would not be less than in previous years. It briefly explained the current population, arable land, resources, and other conditions there. Luo Qingzhou picked up the pen and wrote, and soon wrote thousands of words, and he was still not satisfied. The advantages and disadvantages of that county were very obvious. There were not many people. The arable land was barren, and it was after the war. But the resources were very rich, and the geographical location was good, and there was a port. Therefore, it is natural to develop commerce, support agriculture with commerce, exempt agricultural taxes, attract population inflow, gradually expand commerce. increase various commercial taxes, use ports for transportation, package local resources, and transport them to all parts of the country, etc. At noon, the papers were handed in. The collecting officials immediately sealed the papers, sorted them out, and sent them directly to the examiners on the other side. An hour later, after intense discussions and debates, the top 10 were finally determined. Prime Minister Fan Wenjin personally read out the names of the candidates. Luo Qingzhou was admitted as expected. Nandong Huiyue glanced at him, took the 10 test papers, read them carefully, and began to ask questions herself. She asked 3 questions in total. The first question was asking about the heart and politics of the emperor. The second question was to write an article that used objects to describe people. The third question was to write a 5-character poem with the title Ambition. The top 10 people who were selected all sat down in the side hall, took the test papers, and began to answer questions. After Luo Qingzhou finished reading the question, he thought for a moment, and then had the answer in his mind. He continued to think while grinding ink. Then, he picked up the pen and dipped it in ink and began to write. I heard that when the emperor governs the world, he must have practical policies to manage the people. And then, he can control the people and deal with the intricacies of the world. The first question was answered. He thought for a moment and continued to write. There are bull in the world. And then, there are 1,000-mile horses. There are always 1,000-mile horses. But bull is not always there. The answer to the second question was completed in one go. As for the third question, he thought for a long time before writing down the 3 words Xia Kuxing. In this world, there are warriors. Even literati often dream of traveling the world with a sword and being a hero on a silver saddle and a white horse. After all 10 candidates finished answering, they collected the papers together. However, this time, the review was very cautious and no decision was made on the spot. All candidates were sent out first. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the ministers in front of him. Dean Bai, who was wearing a Confucian robe, was standing there, looking at him with a smile on his face. Luo Qingzhou secretly said in his heart, Sir, I will give you that poem. Dean Bai is certainly worthy of that poem. With the momentum of that poem, perhaps Dean Bai will have unexpected gains after reading it. After all the candidates left, the ministers began to review the papers together. Luo Qingzhou followed the crowd out of the imperial city. On the other side of the moat, Song Ryue saw him and immediately began to tiptoe and wave, with a bright smile on her face. He is now at Jinshi, which has indeed brought great honor to the Qin mansion. However, if his identity as the king of the Northern Territory is exposed, I wonder if my mother-in-law, who is always 29 years old and young and beautiful, will faint from excitement or rush over to bite him to death. It's scary to think about it. But this matter cannot be concealed forever. He thought about it carefully. At the Jojo conference in 9 months, he might be completely exposed, because at that time, he will use a vest to give Piao Xianzong a big surprise that he is caught off guard. At least he must kill an elder or peak master in the Gi realm on the spot, so that he will not be in vain for exposing his vest. The battle at that time will be either you die or I die. So before that, he must first solve the things at home and around him. For example, the matter of Miss Qin. For example, Qingzhou, how did you do in the exam? While he was thinking about things, his mother-in-law's beautiful smiling face full of expectation and uneasiness had come over. Luo Qingzhou answered subconsciously, just make do with it. It's okay. The air suddenly became quiet. Chapter 979, Number 1 or Number 3. My mother-in-law fainted again. Weiyang Palace? In the main hall, the examiner suddenly became excited after seeing some answers. Even Prime Minister Fan Wenjin was amazed. After Prince Duan took the test paper and read it, he immediately handed it to Her Majesty the Queen. After reading it, Nandong Huiyue did not comment immediately. Her eyes flickered, and she handed the test paper to Yuewu next to her, saying, Take it down and show it to Dean Bai. Yuewu took the test paper respectfully, walked down the steps, and handed it to Bai Yishan with both hands. After a while, a breath of fluctuation suddenly appeared in the whole hall. Kill 1 person every 10 steps. Leave no trace for 1,000 miles. Leave after the task is completed. And hide your body and name. Bai Yishan's snow-white Confucian robe suddenly moved without wind, and a stream of literary energy was involuntarily drawn out of his body by some force. The literary heart in his body trembled constantly. The words on the test paper seemed to turn into golden rays, reflected in his pupils, and poured into his body. At this moment, his eyes were as bright as stars. At the same time, Luo Qingzhou returned to the Qin mansion surrounded by the Qin family. Song Ryua had a cold face and ignored him all the way. After returning to the mansion, she said lightly, "Go to the back to rest first, and come to eat later." Luo Qingzhou left awkwardly. After he left, Song Ryua snorted coldly and said angrily, "This kid dared to imitate my words in front of me. So disrespectful. If he doesn't get the top few this time, don't blame me for never making soup dumplings for him again." Humph! Mayor and Qinger were holding back their laughter. Luo Qingzhou returned to Meixiang Garden, talked with Miss Qin Air for a while, then went out and came to Lingshan Moon Palace next door. Hearing that the eldest lady was sick, he naturally came to visit her. But this time Bai Ling did not open the door, but just said inside the door, "Son-in-law, the young lady does not want to see you now. Wait a few days." Luo Qingzhou returned to Meixiang Garden. Miss Qin Air comforted him softly. "Wait until tomorrow night. Mother said that when the results of the palace examination come out, she will help brother Qingzhou to make the decision." Luo Qingzhou stood in front of the window, looking at the spiritual liquid condensed on the sun and moon treasure mirror. Silent and silent. Miss Qin Air said softly, "Brother Qingzhou, what are you thinking about?" Luo Qingzhou shook his head and said, "Nothing." Miss Qin Air looked at him again and said, "Then Wei Mo will go to see my sister." Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "Please say H. Lo to the eldest lady for me." Miss Qin Air immediately went out and took Chior to the next door. Luo Qingzhou stood in front of the table for a while, went over and took a book from the bookshelf, opened it and looked at it. On the book, the words to Yin marriage law were written in large letters. The dinner was very rich. Although Song Ryua was angry, she still made a lot of good dishes. After dark, Luo Qingzhou told Miss Qin Air and went to the Dragon Palace in East Lake to continue practicing. When Long Air saw him, he hurriedly said fearfully, "Sir, it's not possible yet. Unless you don't use thunder and lightning." Luo Qingzhou rubbed her head and said, "I'm here to practice." Not long after, the sound of fist light exploding was heard in the practice room. It was almost dawn. He took a bath in the hot spring and took out the communication treasure, which had received several messages. "Queen baby, the results of the palace examination are out." Luo Qingzhou replied, "Zhongyuan or Tanhua?" "Queen baby, why not Bangyan?" Luo Qingzhou, "It doesn't sound good. I like Tanhua. I heard that Tanhua is usually given to candidates who are good at the examination and handsome. I think I deserve it." "Queen baby, hee. Shameless. Let me tell you, you didn't make it into the top 3. Luo Qingzhou, your majesty is trying to avoid suspicion." "Queen baby, there are reasons in this regard. The main reason is that your last poem is too murderous and advocates the chivalrous spirit of revenge. It is inconsistent with the concept of the court. The minister said that they can't give you a high score." Luo Qingzhou, "Okay. Did you make it into the second class?" "There are only 3 people in the first class. The first, the second, and the third. As for the second class, there are more than 1/3 of the 300 tribute students. The remaining 2/3 are the third class." "Queen baby, no." Luo Qingzhou, "Okay. Top 3 is fine, as long as I can pass the exam." "Queen baby, will you resent me?" Luo Qingzhou, "I will soon become a martial king. Your majesty, do you think I care about these empty things? No matter how many champions there are, I can still beat them with one punch." "Queen baby, it is not so easy to break through to the martial king. I heard that even if the progress reaches 100, you still need a very powerful top-grade elixir." Luo Qingzhou paused and replied, "I know. Queen baby, your sister you came to the palace 2 days ago and took away the 2 most precious spiritual herbs in the palace. I was going to refuse, but she called me sister, so I agreed." Luo Qingzhou, your majesty, don't lie. "Queen baby, humph. I am so angry. She came to me to ask for something and called me Xiaoya so arrogantly. Damn it. I am me and Xiaoya is Xiaoya. How can they be confused?" Luo Qingzhou, "Queen baby, is that right?" Luo Qingzhou, "Queen baby, no more. I need to rest. The baby is kicking me. I can't stay up late." Luo Qingzhou said quickly, "Well, your majesty, please rest." He replied to his uncle again, "I did okay in the exam. I'm already a Jinshi. Zhu, what place? Is it the top scholar?" Luo Qingzhou, "Uncle, I need to practice. No more." Thanyo Fairy also sent a message. "Master wants to accept you as a disciple personally. If you agree," Master said, she will personally take action at the Jiuzhou conference to help Dian win a spiritual vein. Luo Qizhou looked at the message, stunned for a while, and said, I remember the fairy said before that Qin Yao fairy does not accept male disciples. The message came back quickly. Master considered it again and agreed. Master saw your talent, so he is willing to make an exception. Luo Qizhou, no need. I don't want to. Fenyo fairy, why? You are indeed very talented. But the cultivation resources of De Yin cannot support your cultivation at all. Only here can you go further. Luo Qizhou, please say thank you to Fairy Qin Yao for me. Good night. After replying, he put away the communication treasure. Helped De Yin fight for a spiritual vein? He showed a hint of sarcasm on his face and muttered to himself, sorry. We in De Yin don't need to rely on anyone's charity. Besides, what I want is not just a spiritual vein. When it was almost dawn, he put away the technique, took out the body identifying stone, and checked the data. Grandmaster Peak, progress 52. Middle stage of transformation, progress 90. The practice in the past few days has only increased by 4 points. But this day is all about taking exams. When the results come out tomorrow, he will go to the underground of the palace and continue to practice in seclusion. There are still 9 months, so it should be in time. After saying goodbye to Long Air, he returned to the Qin mansion. That night, Song Ryue did not sleep all night. She lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Before dawn, she got up, went to the kitchen, and made soup dumplings herself. With the boy's ability and the favor of His Majesty, he will definitely get one of the second and third places, not to mention the top scholar, or at least the third place, she said secretly in her heart, thinking of her son-in-law becoming the third place. She smiled again. After dawn, she immediately packed up, changed her clothes, dressed up beautifully, and went to Meixiang Garden. At this time, Luo Qinzhou and Miss Qin Air both got up. Luo Qinzhou had already told Miss Qin Air about the chat with His Majesty last night. Song Ryue entered the courtyard, and immediately smiled, as if she had forgotten yesterday's make-do and said, Qinzhou, let's go. The soup dumplings made by your mother-in-law have just come out of the steamer. Eat them while they are hot. Luo Qinzhou was a little embarrassed. Miss Qin Air thought again, and decided to remind her first, so as not to let her mother have too much hope and be disappointed. Mother! In fact, the results of the exam came out last night. Song Ryue opened her eyes wide when she heard it, and hurriedly pulled her and said, Is it the news from His Majesty? Or from Meiju? What place did Qinzhou take the exam? Is it the top or the third place? Luo Qinzhou secretly said in his heart, Sure enough. My mother-in-law also thinks he deserves the third place. What a pity. Miss Qin Air was a little embarrassed and whispered, Mother! His Majesty thinks highly of Brother Qinzhou, and all the court officials know it. Even if Brother Qinzhou didn't pass the exam this time, His Majesty will still entrust him with important tasks in the future. Song Ryue grinned and said, Of course. His Majesty has been coveting our Qinzhou for a long time, and he can't wait for him to become an official. Then she remembered the business again. By the way, you haven't told me what place Qinzhou got in the exam this time? Tell me now. Miss Qin Air had to whisper. He didn't make it into the top 3. Song Ryue froze in place. Miss Qin Air hurriedly said, Mother, don't you understand what Weima means? All the court officials know the relationship between His Majesty and Brother Qinzhou. So His Majesty wants to avoid suspicion. So he naturally can't give Brother Qinzhou a high score. But it doesn't affect Brother Qinzhou's position in His Majesty's heart. Song Ryue forced a smile on her face and said, That's right then. What place was it? Miss Qin Air didn't know how to answer. Luo Qinzhou had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, It should be after the 100th place. Song Ryue. Miss Qin said softly, Mother, they are all Jinsher anyway, and it is already very good for Qinzhou to pass the exam. Song Ryue was silent for a while, and suddenly a smile appeared on her face, saying, Yes, yes, it is already very good to pass the Jinsher exam. Our Qinzhou is the first among the Jiren and Gongsheng. Qinzhou has helped us to bring honor to our ancestors this time. Then he smiled and said, Qinzhou, it's okay. Mother-in-law is very happy. Let's go and eat soup dumplings. Luo Qinzhou felt warm in his heart and said, Thank you, mother-in-law. We are family. Don't be so reserved. Go. Go. We have to go out to see the list later. Song Ryue was smiling. The group left the courtyard and went to the front hall. who knew that as soon as they arrived at the front hall, there was a sudden sound of gongs and drums and music outside the door. Then, Nan Gongshui suddenly walked in from the door and said excitedly, "Aunt, prepare the reward money quickly. Someone is coming from the palace. And Uncle Duan Wang is here in person. Luo Qingzhou has won 3 prizes in a row. And he has won the first place in this palace examination. He has passed the exam and won the first place." As soon as these words came out, Song Ryue froze in place, opened her mouth, and her mind went blank with a buzzing sound. The rest of the Qin family also froze in place, with dull expressions on their faces. The whole hall suddenly became silent. Even Luo Qingzhou himself was stunned. "Madam!" At this moment, Mare beside him suddenly exclaimed. Song Ryue suddenly rolled her eyes. Her body softened, and she fainted again. Chapter 980 The Number 1 Scholar and the Imperial Concubine. His Majesty is about to give birth. Crackle. Outside the gate of the Qin mansion, the sound of festive firecrackers soon rang out. After Song Ryue woke up, she burst into tears of joy. At this time, Prince Duan suddenly brought another good news. His Majesty has decreed that Luo Qing has won the top 3 prizes in a row. In order to commend Luo Qing's merits in suppressing the rebellion, and the merits of the Qin family father and son in defending the country, the Qin family's wife Song Ryue is specially conferred the title of Imperial Concubine, temporarily from the 3rd rank. Ah! Song Ryue, who had just woken up for less than 2 minutes, was shocked all over, opened her eyes wide, and then fainted again. Everyone in the Qin family, Prince Duan, woo. After Prince Duan and the official who announced the good news left, Song Ryue finally woke up. Then she hugged her imperial edict of being a lady of imperial title, and started to cry. She sat on the ground, crying and kissing, crying and laughing at the same time. No one could persuade her. The lunch was more abundant than ever before. Nandong Meijiao and her 2 sisters, as well as Princess Bai Ruoshui, all came from the palace to congratulate. At the table, Luo Qingzhou and his mother-in-law flattered each other. "Come on, number 1 scholar. Your mother-in-law will toast you a glass." "Thank you, lady of imperial title." "My mother-in-law?" She was not happy when she was only called mother-in-law without lady of imperial title. When she heard the words lady of imperial title, she immediately grinned like she had taken an elixir, feeling ecstatic. "My dear son-in-law, your mother-in-law knew that you would definitely pass the imperial examination. You are the glory of my Qin family. Your mother-in-law will toast you another glass. It is all because of the careful cultivation of lady of imperial title. My mother-in-law, that Qingzhou is what he is today. It's time for Qingzhou to toast you a glass." The 2 of them flattered each other, as if they were telling a crosstalk. The others at the table, and the maid standing behind them all bent over with laughter. Xiao Dai laughed so hard that she squatted on the ground, holding her stomach and unable to stand up. Lunch ended in a lively and cheerful atmosphere. Song Ryue was a little reluctant to leave, so she asked the princess and the 2 princesses to play in the mansion. However, the mother and daughter still said goodbye. Luo Qingzhou won the 1st place in the imperial examination, and won the 3rd place in the imperial examination. She was also a favorite of His Majesty. Many people would definitely come to visit her today. It was not appropriate for the mother and daughter to be here. Luo Qingzhou was also afraid of being disturbed, so he told his mother-in-law, "If anyone comes to see me, just say I'm out visiting a friend." Then he went back to the backyard and closed the door. Sure enough, after lunch, many new Jinshi who passed the exam came to visit. There were even some officials. Miss Qin stayed in the front hall and entertained the guests with Song Ryue. Luo Qingzhou hid in the room, looking at the Dine marriage law in deep thought, looking like he was worried. At this moment, the communication treasure on his body suddenly vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was from Sister Yu. "Congratulations." Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "Sister Yu, have you forgiven me? Can I see you tonight?" "Sister Yu, I have something tonight." Luo Qingzhou, "What about tomorrow night?" "Sister Yu, I have something to do too." Luo Qingzhou, "When will Sister Yu be free?" "Sister Yu, I don't know." Luo Qingzhou, "Is Sister Yu helping me refine the elixir?" The other party did not reply. Luo Qingzhou looked at the communication certificate in his hand, and his mind could not help but emerge with scenes of Sister Yu working hard to make pills for him, and looking for elixirs everywhere. He was stunned for a long time. His eyes turned to the Dine marriage law on the table again. At this time, the communication certificate suddenly vibrated again. He looked at it quickly. I thought it was sent by Sister Yu. But it was not. But by Dean Bai. Qingzhou. Your poem Xia Kuxing contains extremely powerful literary energy, which should help me break through. Can you give it to me? I have a longevity pill here, which was found in an ancient space. I heard that your wife is ill. Maybe it can help her. I have given it to His Majesty. You can go to His Majesty to get it. Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, and he hurriedly said, Sir, the poem was originally written for you. As for the longevity pill, the student really needs it. Thank you, sir. Dean Bai, I should say thank you. Qingzhou, congratulations on winning the first place. Also, if there is a chance in the future, I will help you pay more attention to that kind of elixir. As for Miss Qin Er's illness, I will also help you find a way. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly thanked him again. Then, he put away the message, went out to tell Xiao Dai, and then left directly from the underground and went to the palace. Yaohua Palace. In the study, Nandong Huiyue was sitting at the table, reviewing the memorials. Luo Qingzhou appeared directly from the underground. Nandong Huiyue looked up at him and said lightly, I knew you couldn't wait to come. After that, he took out a brocade box, put it on the table, and said, You can only take half a pill at a time, and take it for 2 months. Luo Qingzhou hurried over to take it in his hand and opened the brocade box. A red pill suddenly appeared. At the moment of opening the box, there seemed to be light flowing on the surface of the pill. Under the guidance of Sister Yu, he had a good understanding of the quality of the pill. This pill is extraordinary at first glance. The elixir that can prolong life can at least be called a top-grade elixir. With this elixir, he will not have to worry about the second lady's condition after his next retreat. I lied to you last night. Aren't you going to come and ask for punishment? Nandong Huiyue looked at him and said. Luo Qingzhou carefully put away the elixir and looked at her and said, How dare I? As he said that, he sat down next to her, put his hand gently on her belly, and asked, Does it hurt again? Nandong Huiyue rolled his eyes at him and said, It hurts several times a day. It's all your fault. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, Blame me. Blame me. It's all my fault. Nandong Huiyue sneered and said, Now you are the king of the north and the top scholar again. Are you happy? Luo Qingzhou said, To be honest, I don't feel anything. Nandong Huiyue raised an eyebrow and said, Really? The two? You have opened a lot of harems with your identity. Are you sure you don't feel anything? Luo Qingzhou gently rubbed her belly and said, Your Majesty, talk less. Otherwise you will wake up the baby, and I will shock you again. Nandong Huiyue snorted coldly. I learned it from you. A bad guy. Luo Qingzhou said, Yes. Yes. It's all my fault. Then I swear that I will never shock your Majesty again. Okay? Nandong Huiyue was about to nod, but suddenly glared at him and said, No. If you don't shock me, who are you going to shock? Shock your wife? Can they bear it? Or, she narrowed her eyes, are you going to shock your sister Yu? Luo Qingzhou quickly changed the subject. Your Majesty, I am going to retreat. This retreat may take a long time, perhaps several months. If your Majesty is going to give birth to a baby, remember to call me in advance. I want to watch it myself. Nandong Huiyue frowned. Watching what? Luo Qingzhou said, Watching your Majesty give birth to a baby. Nandong Huiyue's face changed, staring at him and said, Pervert. Obscene. Luo Qingzhou was speechless. Your Majesty, your father watched his child being born, accompanied by his. My wife is by my side, encouraging her, and feeling her pain and difficulty with her own eyes and ears. Isn't this very normal and great? How can it be related to perversion and vulgarity? I'm not watching other women give birth. Nandong Huiyue was speechless for a moment, and could only say angrily, I don't allow you to be stubborn. Luo Qingzhou said, Oh, I was wrong. Nandong Huiyue was silent for a while, looked at him and said, You can practice with peace of mind. I will help you take care of and deal with the family affairs. After all, I am the legal wife and have this responsibility. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched. He struggled in his heart for a while, but still didn't dare to say it. In fact, it doesn't matter whether he says it or not, because he has made a decision in his heart. Your Majesty, then I will go back and come to start retreat in the evening. You should rest early and don't have to wait for me. Luo Qingzhou stood up and said. Nandong Huiyue nodded and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou went directly back to Qin Mansion from underground. Miss Qin Er had just returned to Meixian Garden and brought back her mother-in-law's words. Brother Qingzhou, Mother originally said that she would take you to ask sister clearly after your palace examination. But sister has been ill recently, and Bailing would not let her in. So mother said to do it later. Mother wants to wait for dad to come back and go to sister to ask clearly. Sister sometimes still listens to dad. Luo Qingzhou thought of the jade pendant and the eldest lady's life experience and said, "It's okay. No rush. In fact, I also have something to say to the eldest lady. But it's not appropriate to say it now. Let the eldest lady recuperate first. I'm going to practice soon, and I may not be back for a few months." As he said, he took out the brocade box, handed it to her palm, and said, "Wei Mo, this is a longevity elixir. Remember? Take half of it a month. Divide it into 2 months. It may have some effect on your condition. Don't worry. When you reach a higher level of cultivation, I can help you completely cure it." Miss Jean Eyre looked at the brocade box in her hand. Her eyelashes drooped slightly, and she whispered, "Brother Qingzhou, why do you have to do this for Wei Mo? Stop talking." Luo Qingzhou covered her mouth and said seriously, "I said, you are not allowed to say these words again. Only if you live well, I will have the motivation to work hard to practice and make myself stronger. Wei Mo, even for me, you have to live well and work hard. Understand?" Brother Qingzhou. Miss Jean Eyre leaned on his arms with tears in her eyes. The couple talked for a while. Luo Qingzhou went out and gave Xiaodai and Chiora a few words before leaving. He left the courtyard and walked to the Lingshan Moon Palace next door. I wanted to visit the eldest lady again, but after knocking on the door a few times, there was no response from inside. Bailing didn't seem to be in the front yard either. He stood at the door for a while before leaving Qin's house and going to the Dragon Palace in East Lake. Longer said last time that Huagu should be resurrected after he finished the palace examination, and Huagu's spirit was still with him. So, "Sister, you should come tonight." But when he arrived at the Dragon Palace, Longu said again, "Sister said that she asked you to put the little fire fox here. She is still preparing things, and it may take a while for Huagu's spirit to return to her body." Luo Qingzhou was a little disappointed that he didn't see Sister Yu. But this kind of thing must not be rushed, and there must be no mistakes. "Okay. Sir, Longer is okay." "What is okay?" "It's okay. It's okay. This time. Sir, you can shock her a few more times." Longer can hold back from crying. "Well, next time. I still need to practice." Luo Qingzhou was in no mood to shock her now. He coaxed her for a while, then left the Dragon Palace and went to the underground of the palace to practice in seclusion. With the heart of the spiritual mind and the golden runes in the Danhai in his body, he didn't need anything else for the time being. Concentrate your mind and practice the exercises. In the Danhai, strange and powerful energies began to flow. At the same time, the transparent vortex that appeared above his head also began to rotate rapidly, constantly absorbing the pure vitality above and pouring into his body. Soon, he entered a state of selflessness. Time passed quietly, day by day, silently. Practice. Go home and punch in. Go to Lingxiao sect to practice. Continue practicing. Go home and punch in. Go to Lingxiao sect to practice. Repeat. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. One day, Luo Qingzhou was finishing his exercises and carefully observing the situation in his body when Yue Wu suddenly appeared at the door and said with excitement and nervousness, "My lord, the emperor is about to give birth."